the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. All I hear is talking, I don't see the word. Woo. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame niggas, fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get the block what he needs, leave him watching like woo. You know I'm on the river with a painless. Cold stove stepping, watching my lean shit. Building weapons and goals, you know the aim is. Living lavish and smiles all on the English. As long as we keep working while the game comes. If not, break it open, taste like one thing for certain where the game done. Yeah, we taking over where the lanes run. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch us take them true, watch us take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking this. Fuck the police and law, watch me bring the heat. Woo. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame niggas, fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get him block what he needs, leave him watching like woo. No matter where I go, I see the same shit. Cops kill another with the same clip. And all I see is movies about them slave ships. We wonder why we struggle just to make it. Preachers giving sermons, but we don't see the work. Another body down, they gon' need a hearse. Cops playing games, take his body search. Play out to the graves, everybody hurt. Whoa. Watch us break it open, make it free. Watch us take true, watch us take the streets. Paper pie and all, yeah, we taking these. Fuck the police and law, watch me bring the heat. Woo. Black as a motherfucker, let him know. Cops ain't frame niggas, fool. We paper chasing, if not we catching zoos. Day to day, we take it, let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Yeah, we let it go. Lift the block from his knees, take it and let it grow. Get a block what he needs, leave him watching like woo.
Nigga, you gave my mother's crack, nigga. What you thought you was gonna get? Gang. You put dope in the hood, what you get? Gang. You get a nigga like me running around, huh? Creeping through your back door, pause. Look at a nigga like Wade out running around, huh? Let's go. This is the reason why I am the way I am. It's poison, baby.
All that we know is this game. All that we know is this life. All that we ever did see. Nothing but strife. Yeah, we know we need change. Yeah, we know we ain't right. So all we got was these days. You know we got was these nights. All that we know is this game. All that we know is this life. All that we ever did see. Nothing but strife. Yeah, we know we need change. Yeah, we know we ain't right. So all we got was these days. You know we know it's these nights. The government's eating they steak while they sitting there feeding us nothing but lies. The people they stuck with their faith and they praying, but stuck with the sky. Why would we ever know change? How will we ever know cause? All that we know is this lane. All that we know is the laws. How will I grow? How will I ever see gain? How will I ever get paid? How will it stop? How when I'm talking and talking, but all that they see is a slave? Why when I'm talking improvements ain't first? Why when I'm speaking my movements is words? Why when I'm teaching the real shit is curved? Why when you see me as cursed? Let me divert, nothing but truth that I'm speaking. Shots go off at the beacon. All of my leaders been killed. Wonder why we stuck with figures that's preaching. All dirty cops at the precincts. All politicians that's leeching. Can't find no doubt for no treatment. This is the life with the demons. All that we know is this game. All that we know is this life. All that we ever did see. Nothing but strife. Yeah, we know we need change. Yeah, we know we ain't right. So all we got was these days. You know we got was these nights. All that we know is this game. All that we know is this life. All that we ever did see. Nothing but strife. Yeah, we know we need change. Yeah, we know we ain't right. So all we got was these days. You know we know it's these nights.
All I ever knew was game. All I ever knew was pain. Bobby Brown moving Ricky Bell. Call me poison, can you stand the rain? Helmet game supposed to change. All this Henny in my veins. How I'm supposed to feed my seed. Mind full of greed, do it for the game. teachers lying where the school is found. You say you love me, then you shoot us down. Gave me cranks, label me a slave. Destroy my hood, put me in the grave. A lot of people, they don't wanna change. All my homies feeling low and gang. Without burst the enemy. When you see me, had that energy. I ain't going to no FEMA camp, turn Uncle Tom into a memory. If I rule the world, it be Tennessee. If I rule the world, it be Tennessee. All I know is getting paper, praying to the Savior. Had to get it right. All I know is pulling bangers. Baby mama had to give me life.
All that we know is this game. All that we know is this life. All that we ever did see. Nothing but strife. Yeah, we know we need change. Yeah, we know we ain't right. So all we got was these days. And all we got was these nights. All that we know is this game. All that we know is this life. All that we ever did see. Nothing but strife. Yeah, we know we need change. Yeah, we know we ain't right. So all we got was these days. And all we know is these nights.
That's all y'all gave us, man. So we taking the rest. It's anarchy in the streets, nigga. Huh?
What's good, black family? Oh man, I'm mad last night's stream. I'm blaming Goldmine for last night's stream not being saved, man. Because he's the only one. Maybe Identity. I'm blaming Goldmine or Identity or somebody, man. Damn, that was a good one yesterday, man. 18 hours of Damo and Taz arguing with each other. Can't make that shit up. But yeah. But after yesterday's convo, I definitely like what Taz brought up, which I did hear a lot of people in connectivity to. Maga, right? Make America great versus being pro-black. I should put versus versus integration. So we integrationalists. That's how I was going. So we's integrationalists now, huh, sir? Yeah, I meant to put that in the title, but y'all know, Miz is that so far the best at making the titles. Mine's be having a slow roll and shit. But yeah, and shout out to Dev. Dev titles be looking like a whole thesis paper. So make America great versus make America great again. Now I'm going to argue that MAGA, first and foremost, America don't give a fuck about black folks. But there's places, how I word this. See, and this is the way it gets so tricky now, right? MAGA, let me be clear. America is racist as shit. When we say America, we talking about some racist shit. The United States is racist as shit. Now, in the kind heart of our beloved white founding fathers and their children, their chillins, they found the way to be cool with black folks in some ways and say, here, little niggas. You know what I'm saying? Here's some chitlins, right? And when you're doing so well, it's going to be, you're going to have benefits. So I'm not going to act like black people don't benefit from being here. But from being here, what does that mean? You know what I'm saying? Like Marley said, America is the greatest country in the world. And many of our, our cousin Tethers and let me stop joking. Many of our families who come to this country feel that way because they grew up in places that are not as advanced. You know what I mean? See, Marley said, if you don't like America, you should go back and live in a hut. This is typically what you hear. See, I didn't grow up in a hut. Many people who did grow up in a hut, who did come to this country, are some of the starkest and greatest fighters for America. Shout out to all my, Caribbean Rambos, all my Indonesian John Waynes. You know what I mean? Everybody that was in Trinidad that was like going to be the next Snoop Dogg. A lot of y'all people in other countries are some of the greatest Americans we've never had. I want to shout out to y'all because y'all make America great. I'll just be real. Y'all come here and y'all put on like a motherfucker for black people. And for America, y'all come here and go hard, man. Pause. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, listen, I ain't never going to look at Dominican Republic again. Russia, fuck Russia. You know how much money I'm getting out here? Man, listen, people come to America and just completely say fuck their country, fuck where I come from, and put on. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, all we do is bash America. Yeah, you right, Marley. I'm sorry. I'm going to bash America. That is my constitutional right to do so and my historical privilege based off my history. You know what I'm saying? So we bashing, baby. We bashing. And I know you guys sit there in your Trinidadian hot seat with that little thing of sorrel and motherfucking coconut water, but everybody else was upset. Molly got a bag of a cup of sorrel at work right now. He got some Henny in the back pocket, and he got some fucking bus up, some cold bus up. You feel me? Mm-hmm. Nigga, you have to wash your ass. Yeah, so he wash his ass in the river. If I was washing my ass in the river and I came to America, I'd be happy the motherfucker too. Let's not get and this is why the experience and the history of America have to be all contextualized in this, because America is not, you know what I mean, the simple country to put up there. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, cold bust up is crazy, right? It's not the simple. You can't just contextualize it like the rest of the world. You know, America is the cream of the crop when it comes to colonization, right? There's no colony that is more developed through colonization than America. You know what I'm saying? Canada, nah. You know what I'm saying? Mexico, nah. Brazil, nah. And so colonization has made a whole world in and of itself. Let's be real. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, America has that perk, you know. So coming here and making money, and I think we should separate that, because you're just here to make money. You know what I'm saying? Like my good brother Marley. Marley don't give a fuck about the flag. He joined the military to make money, to get paid. Fuck about this country. I'm here to get paid, nigga. You know what I'm saying? And so shout out to all my mercenaries who went to the military, because y'all make America great too. You know what I'm saying? I gotta shoot. Nobody else in the chat shooting, so I gotta shoot that Marley right now. So somebody else shoots. You my bro, Marley. But to the mercenaries in the military, they really help make America be what it is. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think it's fair to put the jacket of Rambo or John Wayne on Dev back, or somebody back, or Corey back in the military, because they was out there busting a gun, you know, them good military grain bullets. You know what I'm saying? 300 grain, big bullets and little Arab kids' backs. You know what I'm saying? Bow, little Arab down. Bow, little Arab down. Bow, Taliban driver. You know what I'm saying? And then bow, you back in America, GI Bill. You feel me? And so that process, or that activity or action or event or course, whatever you want to describe it as, that was part of their pursuit of being good in life. I don't think it's fair to put somebody's pursuit of happiness in the same spot as making America great. Now, does your pursuit of happiness contribute to, you know what I mean? Yo, son, Corey, that's crazy, son. Corey, you banned for like 5. He said I look like an earthworm, a Wu-Tang earthworm. Don't laugh at that shit, Marley. Don't laugh at that shit, Marley. That nigga's from motherfucking Clinton Hills, man. Don't laugh at that shit. I'm looking at myself now like a Wu-Tang earthworm chill. That's hilarious. Wu-Tang. So I don't think it's fair to place people who are pursuing money and success in the same box as American success. But people have done that though. So when Taz has brought that argument, I can't be mad at that, because I definitely have heard that. Like, you know, people are looking at their lunchbox and like, look, all this in here is because of this, and respectfully so. It's like, look, man, I got $1 million, man, off of killing little Arab kids and working for the feds or being a police officer. Fuck you mean? Yeah, I'm happy about America. Let's go. Hoorah. And so Maga has like kind of co-opted that concept with people. It's like, So you hear people like Madonna say, "Don't you want to see America great again? Don't you enjoy the stock market? Don't." And so it's like, damn, bro. And I was like, because I was gonna put Pan African and stuff. But I was like, maybe pro-black, just leave it pro-black. But how does that work with being pro-black though? You know what I mean? It's like, the advancement of America and does that equal the advancement of black people? Has that equal the advancement of black people? So soldiers and drug dealers are doing the devil's work. I'm an atheist, so I don't believe in the devil. So soldiers and drug dealers have to deal with their own moral space in the mirror. You know what I mean? Like, can I equate somebody who was selling weed, you know what I mean, to somebody who was launching missiles off a tank or launching rock, whatever you call it, projectiles out of a tank? You know what I'm saying? Somebody who flamed through an entire village. You were the person who held the flamethrower and burnt this village down in the name of freedom, allegedly. Like you set an entire village on fire. You part of the napalming. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, are we like? So when you say that, I think sometimes you contextualize it's like the drug deal is the bad, is the extreme version of what it means to be bad. Crack flame through the black community. Crack is one of many drugs, and crack is no longer even used in the black community like that. So crack is no longer an issue in the black community. But now young brothers who are going to the military, and I'm not saying you can't benefit from the military now. Joe Corey used to, what if you did both? What if you sold crack? And then after you sold crack, the way that I get to sell crack was you had to go to the military and kill. You know what I'm saying? Oh my goodness. I couldn't imagine how you sleep at night. You were selling crack in the black community. You got caught. And instead of doing your time, you joined up your fucking military. You went join the Marines. You out there killing little kids just because you were selling crack. Oh my goodness. How? I don't know what you need. Maybe you need Jesus. I ain't gonna lie. Shout out to you. Go find Christianity, and son gonna help you out, because I ain't got nothing to help you with. That's talk to Marley. Marley's a psychologist, a therapist, one of them shits. He can help your ass out. And he was in the military too. Like, look, man, fentanyl is doing damage. Yeah, the drugs is worse now. I definitely feel you. And I love the idea of being a soldier, because there's a different level of discipline and honor associated with being a soldier. Definitely respect that. But being in the military of America, But does it have what does that have to do with your personal pursuit of success now? So now if you just came here, right? Like Marley said, you was a goat herder, you was washing your nuts for your entire life in the fucking river and shit. You know what I'm saying? And you came to America, first time you got to get bottled water, first time using a fork and shit like that. You like, nigga, you stupid. I was washing my nuts with my goat in the river for my whole life. You out here got a shower, soap, and motherfucking free school. You shitting me? I don't hear nothing you saying. You know what I'm saying? I don't hear nothing you saying. America great. And there's nothing wrong with that statement. There's nothing wrong with that. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing wrong with that. Can't be mad at that. But also at the same time, people who came here, you know what I mean, who grew up in the river that they, peed and drank and showered in, they got to also understand that there's a history associated with this country that gives people the space to have certain sentiments and reasons as to why they don't agree with the place of the country and where it's at. So it's not fair when y'all come here like, man, listen, B, I was washing goat nuts in the river where I was bathing in, and you got the nerve to be mad at Donald Trump. You know what I'm saying? So context is everything. We can't move away from that and also have a space of respect for each other while we have anything. pea shower and bake and boil. You know what I'm saying? Like that's not. There's people that come from some real crazy places on the planet, man. Before you throw Africa in that box only, remember the world is mostly third world. Not get it twisted. You know what I'm saying? Let's not get it twisted. A lot of motherfuckers wiping their ass with leaves and shit and digging holes to take shit before they got to America. You know what I'm saying? And there's people in America wiping their ass with leaves and shit. Don't even got no money for toilet paper. So, you know what I'm saying? Let's not get it twisted. Be humble. There's nothing wrong with being humble, but in that space of humility, perspective is included with context too. Yeah, that's why you gotta have the context so to get the perspective. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, if you was boiling your food and eating cereal out of coconut shells and shit your whole fucking life, you know what I'm saying? And you walk into a Dollar Tree and then you get steal out of Dollar Tree. You know what I'm saying? It's like, yo, son, I walked in with a fucking baby and the baby guy walked out with like $30 of bowls and shit. You know what I mean? He said the president said he want to send citizens to jail in South America. Yo, man, white folks doing white folk-ish. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? We had Guantanamo Bay. Kids don't even know about that. Like, whoa, Guantanamo Bay. Yeah, geez. This shit crazy. But, gotta take it as it goes, man. Take it as it. I don't want to say it the other way. So, you know how that go. Because I'd have been crazy. Crazy. All right. How was this intro? Yeah, man. So let's see, did I go on right? Yeah, there we go. Right. Corey, Keon, Willie, White. I'm not Cube though. This Cube Butter. You feel me? But Joe, what's good, man? Fuck your couch, man. Fuck your couch. Never. But yeah, so Maga, make America now. Maga, right? Making the new prison system make more money. White folks. Right. Again, the word again in Maga is what makes folks wonder, like, what do you mean again? And here's where it gets people caught in the conversation, because, like, all right, so if he's saying make America great again as it was before in the past, then you got to think about when black people be like, yo, well, we was better back in the 50s. We was better back in the 60s. And right? All that good nonsense, right? So it does sound like that. It does sound like you co-signing the shit. So it's got to be like, or are we saying that America was never great for black people? You saying that? Are we saying it's only great for black folks? Then if you are saying that, you got to be thinking about, so how do we contextualize the successes that we had? And not only from our perspective, but from the perspective of the Sambo who's embracing white culture. Who's like, nah, man, I ain't with no Africa. I'm Oprah Winfrey. The hell I like, man. You know what I'm saying? So, they start sending black prisoners to South Africa. From a lot of black folks getting free in South Africa. I'll tell you that. I know what kind of South Africa y'all listening to. But you put the link in the chat, because y'all know shout out to Psycho and all the real content creators. I'm not a content. I do little uploads. Talking for that much time, be like, you know what I'm saying, if I'm teaching, I could do that, but hell, I'm up here yapping for. Hello? Yeah, baby. All right, I'm gonna look for it on DoorDash or something. Yeah, my son Psycho and them, they content creator. Yeah, they tagging them. Yeah, I can't. I can yeah, it'd be difficult. Like let's yeah, whatever. The engagement, but I'm working on something at the same time, so I really can't fully focus respectfully. It's not y'all fault, man. I can blame it on whatever y'all want to blame it on. All right, so I gotta replace this section. So when you hear people saying "Make America Great Again," you be really want to know, like, what are they talking about? Are you saying white America great? Are you saying Jim Crow? You know, you gotta ask these questions. Use this on the screen. Who? Keon? How are you doing, Keon? You there?
Yes, sir, I'm here. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
What's good with you, man? What's good with you? Long time no see, buddy.
Slow motion, you know that.
Oh yeah, ain't nothing wrong with it at all. Yeah, I like the concept, man, because they do like to kind of separate like I guess the MAGA people versus like white nationalists and stuff like that. To me personally, I kind of see them as two of the same coin. You know what I mean? It's not a coincidence that a lot of white nationalists kind of flock towards the MAGA movement. You know, I don't think it's a coincidence personally, but I know there's some black folks that kind of get into that too, where it's like, oh, they want to make America great again. I think it's personally crazy, but you know what I mean? Just like you said, like what is great? What time period of greatness are you trying to go back to? Because I mean, shoot, anything before I would say anything before the '80s ain't really great for my people or for us. You know what I mean? So, and shoot, even after that, you could really make an argument that it still ain't that great. So, it just gets like you said, it gets confusing when you put that again in there. It gets confusing when you try to talk about the past when it comes to black people. And I don't know, man. I'm not with it personally.
Yeah, me neither. But you hear people mix the conversation up. You know what I mean? People definitely mix the conversation up. And MAGA is some white folk shit. I don't know who and what anybody might have smoked. But yeah, MAGA is some white boy shit. Madon, there go the star, man. Madon, you get it popping, man. I ain't gonna lie. Madon had it popping yesterday, man. So Madon, you got the star, man. You got the star, man.
Hey, bro, hey, Q, what up, man? That crash out with Domo and Taz. Yo, that was funny as hell yesterday, man. Hey,
Son.
hey, you see how I put the 52 fake out on Willie? I hit him with the 52, then the Tim Hardaway crossover, then I did the Jordan spin, and I was up out of there. Then the argument wasn't about me no more. I just sat back and watched the show.
Son, I was crying. I was like, yo, you ain't shit, Madon. Well, you do it on purpose, but people really debate like that. They really be moved. I'm like, yo, son, like this is crazy. So like, and you listen to the argument, like, nah, man, this shit crazy, son. Like, I don't know, but MAGA's white. I'm sorry, MAGA's white folk shit. Sorry, Madon. MAGA, the phrase, it's a white boy shit. You go in there, Madon, and you gonna be the only fly on the wall, man. You might get swatted.
I know, right? Somebody might put a hit out on me, man. You know what I'm saying? But nah, you're right. MAGA is white, but my concept of MAGA is biracial.
Oh my
If
god.
I can say it.
Oh my goodness. Ebony
Yeah.
and Ivory.
The reason I say that because you got black people that want to make America better, and you got white folks who want to make it, I guess bring back the Industrial Revolution.
I ain't never heard of MAD. What's MAD? Make America Better. I ain't never heard of that before. I thought it was Make America Great Again.
Well, that's what
What's MAD?
black people always wanted America to be better and do better. As black people, we always want America to do better by us and for us.
Yeah, but that ain't what they talking about. You can't
Well,
you can't
MAGA,
make your
I
own
mean,
definition.
MAGA just bringing back the Industrial Revolution. That's it.
Oh, brother, if you think that MAGA is only talking about economics, you're insane. You're being disingenuous. It's not they not just talking about making us the most the money power of the world again. They don't, man, come on, brother. We already the money power of the world currently. So what economics are they talking about going back to? I'm not saying
If
that
you
we're
look at the
better
tariffs,
now than
right?
then.
If you study tariffs, right? If you look at all the tariffs that America have allowed other countries to put on her, you know what I mean? Now, basically, Trump and his administration said, "Hey, y'all been sucking off America's titty for way too long. Now it's time to the point to where out the deficit of America is, I forgot how many trillions, right? So America's like, wait, no, you know how the white man is. Wait a minute, buddy. You know, I give you a little bit, buddy, but now, buddy, it's time for me to get mine again. So to me, what I see is that America has been going down the toilet. It's been what they call, like in the medical term, circling the
Yo,
drain. Oh, go ahead, my bad, you.
yo,
I get it.
no, go ahead, y'all.
Yeah,
Now I was just
okay.
saying how America is circling the drain, bro. America is falling. Cuba said a long time ago, America is for sale. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, that's a fact.
they got to
That's
do
a fact.
something.
I can't disagree. I'm just saying though, having the stocks go down over 40 some percent, what I mean, the DOW, like it's just them tariffs. I don't think it was a great idea. I get where you're coming from, but that's just from the simple fact that I don't think that has nothing to do with making America great again. I just think that America needs to mind its business. That's what America needs to do. Because the main reason why we're in this situation and why we're in the deficit, it's not because of America's economical system or because the people in America aren't working or they just lazy. It's because we're spending billions of dollars to protect people that don't give a damn about us. It's because we're spending billions of dollars so that we can ship over 50,000 people and of the army so they can protect other people. That's why we're really in the deficit that we're in, is because we're trying to be the superpower of this world and we don't need to be that. Who cares? Like if they want to shoot, if Jewish people or if Israelites or if people in Israel want to kill people, Muslim people, and Muslims want to do the same to Israel, what does that got to do with America? And that's to me is the biggest problem. Once we stop trying to be the superpower of the world, man, we're gonna see a whole bunch of changes.
Well, I mean, you got to understand at the same time, a lot of countries want to lay in bed with America. They thought America was a city paved in gold and silver and had all the trinkets. So a lot of companies, a lot of countries, they fell for the okie doke. But at the same time, it benefited them because if we look how a lot of countries that rose up dealing with America, But I understand what you're saying at the same time. America go around policing the whole world.
Exactly. Like, yeah, I mean, I'm not knocking the countries for trying to, become sovereign and trying to get America to protect them during their sovereignty. I'm not, that's just a part of, that's just a part of life, or the system that we created throughout the world. That ain't got really nothing to do with America. That's just like trade and stuff. So I understand that, but yeah, I don't know. For you to be setting up, embassies and stuff like that, so you can make sure they're running a democratic system and all this other goofy, like, come on, man. Like, who cares? Like, I'm gonna be real with you. Who cares? That's ridiculous to me. That's ridiculous. What we need to do is focus on the bottom man, the floor. If we focus on the floor, the ceiling is already through the roof. You know what I mean? People can make billions of dollars in America, so that's okay. If we work on our bottom floor of the people that's only making $500 a week, people like that, and try to make it so it's a little bit better on their end in some type of way. I'm not sure. I'm not an economist, so I wouldn't know for sure. But in some type of way, I think we'll see a whole bunch of stuff coming together.
Yeah, that's what Trump is doing. That's why he's trying to bring back the industrial revolution, car
Ah,
manufacturing. And the list goes on and on. Not just car manufacturing. I mean, a lot of businesses that was in America, a lot of factories that was in America, they got shipped overseas. That's a fact. So and that hurt the black community in the 70s and 80s and 90s when all those factories left. Yeah, a lot of black people went downhill. For some, they found a better job, but they had to travel more. Drive an hour to work, an hour and a half to work sometimes. Especially in rural areas that I know where all the old abandoned buildings that left, they all look like eyesores now. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Nature has taken over.
yeah. I feel you. I feel you. I feel you. So what is it about Trump then? Like, because I'm gonna be honest with you. I wouldn't say that I'm a Trump supporter at all. I'm more of a president supporter. I support him because he's our president, and I just want him to do the best that he can. But like actually sitting up here, like I don't know what is it? Is it just the are you anti-gay? Is that what it is?
I can respect any man who's not a who I deem is not a puppet. I like Trump because I don't think he's a puppet. I don't think there's no batteries they can put in his back. I don't think there's no screens you can attach to him. To me, Trump been the same ever since I've seen the guy. You know what I mean? He stand on what he say. He gonna talk this shit. And to me, I can respect a man like that, white, black, Puerto Rican, Mexican. It don't matter. If you stand on your swear and you ain't out here cowarding and you just stand firm and say it is. Like I like Trump because to me he speak our language. He speak the real language of the people. He ain't getting all this politically correct talk and shit motherfucker be trying to give you. No, Trump just gonna say it straight out. I can respect that, and that's why I respect Donald Trump.
Okay, so if you had another option, you more than likely you'll probably pick that other option, as
Oh,
long as he like keep it real, basically.
yeah, Trump the only option. I mean, far as like between him and when it gonna come to running for president, right? It was him or either I ain't gonna even say her name, the other lady. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah. I mean, I get you because I do get. I mean, I like Trump for that too. I like Trump because he's definitely transparent. He's a very transparent person, at least more transparent than what we got from other presidents, in my opinion. So, like, I mean, hell, the first like 3 days that he was in office, after he actually took office, he was sitting there live streaming how he's signing all these bills. Like, even though I think it was for a trope, and even though I think it was probably just for show, I would rather see that. I would rather see that. That's definitely wonderful because then you're showing the people that you are doing something. We haven't got a live feed in the last 30, 40 days though, but other than that, I do like that though for sure. I'll give you that.
Yeah, and I like a man. I can respect any man that will tell his enemy how he feel and what he gonna do. Cause like the most gangster shit Trump ever said to me is when he said he told the one dude he said, "Hey, I got pictures of your house. You figure it out, Abdul." That's gangster. Like you tell him, nigga, I got a picture of your house and you figure it out. I said, come on, man. I
Yeah,
can
but
respect
we,
the
we
man.
gotta we gotta we gotta stop being thinking that entertainment is a good substitute for solidification. Like you
That
can't.
wasn't entertainment though, bro. That's war talk. That was war talk. That was no entertainment. Trump was letting him know, hey, I got predator drone, all kind of drones, and I could take your whole house out in the blink of an eye. I don't think it was a joke. I think that was just war talk.
Yeah, I mean, I could see that, but I feel as though it's more, because it's like, why do we have to? I just don't seem like it's real. You know what I mean? Not that it's real. It just seemed like it's. I don't know. He's doing it for a reason. That's what it seems like to me. Saying these things for a reason. Trying to show the people that he's a strong man, all this other stuff. I mean, we know you're strong because you're the president of the freaking United States. Like you don't have to prove anything. We know it, and everybody else know it. So it's like you going back and forth with anybody on Twitter. You having national beefs with people on Twitter. Like, come on, bro. This is what people from Chicago do. This is what the GDs and the BDs do. Go to Twitter talk about they ops. Like that's I don't know, man. I just think there should be like a sophistication. You know what I mean with our presidents. If you talking, you muted. Oh, you might not be talking. Okay.
Yeah, Trump is a clown
My
though.
bad, man. My bad. I had a phone call, man. I got a conference call here in a second, man. But no, I feel what you're saying, man. But I think Trump. I don't think he playing no games, man. You got to remember, man. They tried to delete this man twice. They sent him to Georgia and got his mug shot, right? You know what I'm saying? They attacked it. I mean, they attacked him ever since he said he was going to run for president. This dude been on an attack, right? So they tried to delete him twice, which I think was the Democratic Party who did that, in my humble opinion. So to me, he is out for vengeance. At the same time, he's going through the FBI, he's going through the CIA, he's going through the Department of Education, all these different things that we as black people been saying our enemies. He's attacking, and that's what I see. You know what I'm saying? So Trump power.
Trump power, great. Hell no.
But hey, I'll be back in like 5 minutes. I gotta get on this conference call, but I'm be listening in for real.
My man said Trump power. That's what I be talking about, man. That's that bullshit, but that's
He
that
said Trump
bullshit,
power.
man.
Man, ain't nothing wrong with it, man. I don't try to be attacking people for their opinions because I can't sit up here and say that I don't like I hate the man. Like I can't say that. So I get it. I do. I find them entertaining and stuff like that. But there's a difference between, to me, entertainment and like you actually doing something. Like you actually being a positive benefactor for us as the people. Uh, and I don't think that's something that Donald Trump represents at all. At all, man. The Trump power is crazy. That shit is absolutely crazy. Good for him though. I'm glad he got something that he finds happiness with. Even though I
You
think it's
nice.
definitely insane. Yeah, I'm nice as hell. I'm nice as
Yeah,
hell.
that's
I ain't
right.
gonna
Hey, you good? Yeah. We need more positive energy on too. The regular YouTube heads, like, man, fuck that nigga. So you stupid.
lie.
Yo,
Oh
Willie,
man.
what's
What up,
goody?
though?
What it look like
What's the deal?
in these YouTube streets?
Man, I'm come to realize that we got to be the most naive people on the planet.
Be like
It's
that, man.
it's clear. I'm listening to the conversation, and I just got one question: what are we going to manufacture in this country that we can sell to the world?
Man, people been telling me toilet paper. I'm
Toilet paper.
hell yeah. We was just having a conversation. I don't know, Q, I met you on Sonetta. We was on Sonetta the other day, and we was talking about how people can make toilet paper and we can make a black toilet paper industry. I don't know about that, but that's what they
Okay,
say.
other countries is the cost of living is way lower than ours, and they can produce toilet paper for a fraction of a cost. Why would they buy toilet paper from us? Why would they?
No, we got to get into automation technology. That's the only key part right now.
Yeah,
Black folks.
right. I'm just saying, why would bringing manufacturing back to the United States? Who we gonna sell the stuff to? Nobody's gonna buy it from us because our stuff is gonna be higher than everybody else's. Who gonna buy it
Not
from
if we
us?
get into the automation world. Like honestly, the automation world. Yeah, I ain't gonna like. Yeah, that to me is that's the only. But it's not gonna bring back jobs. And if it do,
Nah.
it's gonna be like 3 people. Don't think it's gonna be a factory with 4 people, big ass factory, like 6 people in there.
Yeah, that's how most of Ford Motor Company is now. Big factory, 10 people run all the robots, all the automated systems. That's it. That's what they doing.
Yeah, I can see.
They trying to
Yeah,
phase out assemblers.
yeah, but there's a stairway to heaven. If you you know what I mean, you got to start off somewhere. The automation comes later. But at first you're gonna have to start making that stuff out here. Building the trust with your people, building the trust with your customers, giving them a reason to come back and buy it from you. Not just
No,
come back and buy it from you because you black. Come
I
back
don't.
to buy it from you because you got quality.
I don't know if you living in a state in a state of, in a state of reality. We're never going back to doing things by hand again. The machining, the way the machine operated, and the way the production stuff is going now, we will never go back to going to hand stuff unless you're trying to weave
I ain't
baskets. Who
talking
gonna do
about.
that?
I'm not talking about it general, brother. I'm talking about in the steps in reality of you starting a business. In reality of you starting a business, you're not going to start with automatic machines. So
Okay.
that's what I'm saying.
Well,
You
you
could
said that
depends on
Trump
the
is bringing.
business.
Yeah, you could, but more than likely not. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
but you said Trump was bringing back manufacturing, and I'm trying
no,
to
I
figure
didn't.
out whoever said it. I don't be looking at who said it, but whoever said it, I'm just trying to figure out what part of manufacturing can he bring back to the United States, and it actually be lucrative for the United States on a global
But that was
scale.
Madon. Y'all got to know when y'all listen to Madon, bro.
Man, I'm driving, Q. I'm driving.
Madon is the trigger man, bro. He is the trigger man.
Yeah, he's just a
Peace,
fan, bro.
peace,
You can't take
peace
him
to the
serious.
panel.
A fan of
Yo,
what? I'm trying to figure out a fan of what though.
That
Afro,
orange
what
man.
good?
Peace,
A
good
fan
brother.
of what? Trump ain't did a nothing. Nothing. Fan of
What's
what?
good, buddy? Yeah, I think the objective though of the tariffs is to facilitate U.S. corporations beginning back manufacturing. Like he put one on the aluminum, one on the steel. That's like an alley oop to the car manufacturers. So, but it's going to take time, you know. But just looking at the policy and what it's aimed at doing.
Right, but the car manufacturers are phasing out manufacturing with assemblers. They trying to phase that out. If I could go in this facility and show you these robots, they got like 75 robots in this building, put a whole car together.
Oh yeah, the automation is definitely an issue. We just saw a strike in on the East Coast at the ports. That one of the main issues was automation. I think automation has its upsides and it has its downsides. You know, it just has to be a balance struck because corporations, you know, they won't stop it. You know, they'll drive up the profits and say to hell with the people. So you got to find some balance there, I think.
Yeah, that's a fact. That's a fact. And it just takes, and in my opinion, it just takes time. You know, what I mean, like for instance, if we just take an example, like well, probably not the toilet paper example, but just any business that you can think of. Usually you have a product after a certain amount of time, you can manufacture that product probably a little bit better, and that'll drive the cost of the product to go down because the manufacturing takes a little bit less time. Usually that's kind of how I thought about it when he was talking about manufacturing is like a brand new business. Uh, like Q said, or like Q said though, like you can get a business and probably get a loan or something so you can get audit or subsidies or whatever, so you can get an automatic system going for your manufacturing. But that's just I mean, come on, that's
I,
kind of
I
unrealistic.
don't I don't think enough of the conversation is focused on how we got here. You know, as far as how we got in this position with China, uh, well, which has a lot to do with the Clinton administration. But really, beginning with Nixon, if we take it back, he began to normalize trade with China. But as we move forward, once we get to the Clinton administration, Clinton signs what is called he basically normalizes trade with China and gives them permanent favored trade status. And that's where we see a lot of jobs in between. I believe it's 2009 and maybe 2015. A lot of jobs begin to go overseas. Matter of fact, earlier than that, I might be misquoting that. You know, I got a source on it here. But that was let me see. Yeah, that was about 2015, 2000 and matter of fact, 99. Excuse me, 2000. He signed that. Bill Clinton signed it in 2000, and America lost a lot of manufacturing jobs since then, exported to China. You know, just to look at how we got here.
No, so it was the Democrats' fault, huh?
I wouldn't say it was democratic because it's bipartisan. Bush
Okay.
Senior, in conjunction with Bill Clinton, they pushed NAFTA together, so it was bipartisan. You know,
Okay. Okay.
corporate.
I think the biggest thing is China can go and produce anything that we make without a patent, without even honoring the patent.
That's a,
Whatever kept that running, that should have stopped a long time ago.
that's a very salient point right there too, because a lot of the corporations look to China and said, "Well, we're going to be able to manufacture in China at a far lower rate." But one of the downsides of that is they exported the technology to China. You know, they had to give China some of that engineering and tooling to get their uh, manufacturing sites up to speed, and they really gave a lot of technology to China, and China ran with it.
Yeah, as they should.
China played America and ran with that technology.
As they should. I don't blame
Yeah,
them not one
yeah.
bit.
I don't
As they
knock them for
should.
that. You know,
I really wish, because you're not, but like you said, you're not going to stop companies from doing it. Like if there's a way for them to, make more money or put more money in their pockets, they're definitely going to do that. And China is definitely a lucrative place for a lot of companies, so they can create their businesses and grow a little faster. But And I mean, what can you do? You can't like make it mandatory for like if you created something in America and now you got to manufacture and sell it only in America. You're not going to do that because so many people is going to move out. So many companies is going to move out. So it's like, I don't know. It's definitely a crazy. Yeah, I wouldn't know how you would fix that at all, honestly.
Yeah, I don't mind the idea of holding corporations accountable in some way to the American people because they have been running up profits basically from the American population for several decades, and I think that they do owe the American people some accountability, be it from taxation or a number of ways to do it. Taxation being one, but they definitely have some accountability, I believe, to the American people because they have amassed a lot of wealth from the American people.
Yeah, that's a fact. Yeah, that's a fact. But it's just how, you know what I mean? Like because I agree with you too. Like if but it's like once you put in place, for instance, if a company is put in place, they made themselves public, yada yada yada. Uh, they were contractually, obligated to do whatever they were supposed to do for the United States during that time. Us saying that we think that they should, be have some type of responsibility to the American people is adding on to the contract that they already, set up between America and the company. So that's what I'm saying. It's hard for you to tack on something to an already agreed upon thing and be like, okay, now we're gonna tack on or add 10%. We're gonna make you pay 10% more in taxes because you owe this to the people off of some moral standing. Yeah, moral standings don't win no more in 2025.
Right, right. But when we look at the corporate bonuses for CEOs and different members of the board, their
Yeah,
bonuses are sky high, outrageous. We have CEOs getting like 1,500 times the amount of the average worker. I mean, is he really putting out that much more productivity than the average worker? Probably
yeah, I
not.
feel you.
But what it's telling us is that there is room within those budgets and within those profits to spread some of that down to the consumer, spread some of that down to the rank and file in the company. It's just not a mindset or a culture within corporate
Facts.
America that is conducive for that.
Yeah, that's a fact. Because that would have to come from the people themselves. You know what I mean? Like the billionaire will have to be like, okay, I am getting 100 million a year. Let me go ahead and cut it down to 50 million, then give the other 50 million to my workers. But they not gonna do that, brother. They not. they they just not. They're
They're
not.
not
They
going
don't
to.
have it.
They definitely not going to do it on their own free will. It will have to come through legislation. It will have to come through, or taxation. A different tax structure will have to be put together to be able to garner those revenues from these corporations.
But see, that's my thing though. It's like once you do that, what then gives them what then or what doesn't give them the ability to pack it up and leave, you know?
Because they get taxed, and we can't forget America is basically like the block to the world as far as moving product.
Mm.
So we got to look at that point of view too. These corporations don't want to be pushed out of the American market because we have the most powerful consumer market on the planet. That's actually it's consumerism is weak, but it does give us a strength in the sense that corporations do want access to American markets. The only
True.
thing is it's being financed by debt, and that's the
Mm.
problem, because we're running it up with debt to purchase these cheap products.
That's a fact. What up, Asiatic? That's a fact, bro.
McDonald, what's up, bro?
Oh man, it's cooler, man. Just got off this conference call, man. You know how it is at the JOB. But I'm off now, man. But
Yes,
I'm still listening in. You on point though, King. I just wanted to say that.
He said, look, Madon, stop fucking screwing around. Show up to work on job. Stop getting high. Stop taking fucking money out the register. We know it's you, Madon. Stop leaving your cigarette butts in the back of the fucking cash register, in the back of the storeroom.
No, I'm a store manager, man. You know, I did hire over 20 black people within the last year, man. So I'm playing my part. You know what I'm saying? I'm giving black people opportunity. If they F it up, it's on them.
Oh, so the meeting went like this. Madon, we know you're hiring all your little niglet friends, Madon. Keep coming around here saying Maga. We know what you're doing, Madon. Stop hiring all the Negroes.
You ain't lying. I'm definitely hiring all Negroes. I'll be trying to hire a lot of black men, but black men background check. Oh my God, bro. It's crazy. I ain't know so many niggas had a fucked up black background, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, it be like that.
Yeah, man.
Then it be the ones you don't even expect, man. It be the
Mhm.
ones you don't expect. But yeah, man. But Don, hopefully I can get you to, come back to reality with me after this conversation, buddy. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Reality. What reality?
Trump power is insane. That is insane, buddy.
Bro, only reason I say that because he's in office, right? It's only pertaining to him being in office. And I know that niggas that like the Democrats is gonna get triggered. You know what I'm saying? So I'm a master at making motherfuckers crash out, bro. I mastered that shit. You know what I'm saying? So Trump power, that's a stretch. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, I just, I bet, man. I'm for real about it though, because he's in power, right? So Trump power. So I'm hoping Trump do everything he can to execute and regulate those who's been proven to be wicked and doing wickedness, like the CIA, the FBI, the Department of Justice. Education. And you ask me, I think he need to go inside the NAACP and check them Negroes out.
Yeah.
Salute, brother. Salute to the panel, man.
Salute, Lou.
Yo, Lou.
Peace, Lou.
What it do? What it do, man?
Oh,
Yeah, man. I got a question, man. Interesting conversation, by the way. I noticed a lot of we doing is like analyzing these executive orders individually. You know, the terrorists, the DEI, et cetera, et cetera. But I don't see enough people. Because Madon, you just made me think about this with the whole campaign slogan, Make America Great Again. So how does that align with when you look at all the executive orders as a all together? What is he trying to do in terms of Make America Great Again when you look at all these executive orders combined, not individually? Because like a lot of people say it like they're trying to bring back the 1950s. And if America was great in the 1950s, and I ain't even talking about for black people, like what about for women? Women wasn't allowed to vote. They wasn't in the workforce. That if he's trying to get it back to that, because like when you talk about DEI, that kind of affects them more because they got like dual status when it comes to DEI and stuff like that. That's kind of like.
Oh my bad.
Go ahead, you got it.
No, what I was gonna say is, to answer your question is, when I hear Trump talking about making America great again, in my mind, I don't think of all the Klan riding around like the Taliban and just killing niggas. And, you know what I'm saying? I don't think of nothing like that. I'm thinking industrial revolution, car manufacturing. Remember places like Detroit and all these places was booming when it came to car manufacturing and stuff like that. So to me, when he's saying making it great again, he's talking about when businesses was booming for us, like these factories, car manufacturing, whatever it was at that time where, you know what I'm saying, where things was pretty much, jobs was like everywhere, basically. Like I said, I know black people that was in the 80s and 90s had, you know what I'm saying, big houses, 2-car garages, just working at the local plant, that was paying a decent amount of wages. But that's what I get from it. And so, as far as those executive orders, how they gonna make America great again? To me, it's like kicking over the money table, right? Like y'all motherfuckers been in here just swindling all kinds of shit. So I'm coming in like Jesus, kick over the money tables and start
this
from
nigga
scratch.
said Jesus. Oh man.
I'm saying,
But
like, you know
right,
how Jesus came and went and kicked over the money tables and all that? To
Oh
me, that's
yeah,
what
yeah,
Trump
yeah.
doing. That's
I
what
got
Trump
you.
doing. Yeah, he just kicking over the money table saying, hey, y'all been swindling the American people. Y'all been stealing the people tax dollars and all this. So I'm finna kick it over, and we finna do a reset. And I think that's what's about to happen. Well, I think that's what actually is happening.
Cool. But I mean too, like, gutting the education department, snatching down statues, and I'm just trying to analyze and see how that all, plays into, with the tariffs and all of that. You know what I'm saying? It seems like it's, it seems like he really is trying to bring the 50s back in. You know what I mean? Like,
well, what do you mean by bring the 50s back?
just I'm trying to like remember, like, or just think back in history, like what the 50s looked like. Cause like on Happy Days, that was the 50s, right? I don't remember seeing too many black people on Happy Days. And I'm being facetious when I say that because obviously it's a TV show. But you know what I mean?
When you look at it, but when you look at it, right? When you look at it, right? Americans within the last 50, 60 years, I would say 50 years, Americans has become the number one consumer of foreign goods. When it comes to foreign goods, whether it's from China, Taiwan, all these areas, Americans, we the number one when it comes to consuming consuming goods from other regions. And I think Trump was like, hold up, let's stop that. If America's gonna consume anything, it's gonna be made right here in America. You know what I'm saying? So you won't have to get your T-shirt with "Made in China" on it. You don't have to get the seat for your toilet saying "Made in Korea."
But why do you, as the tax bracket American that you are, why do you care if we get anything from China, from Ukraine, from anywhere? I would feel like as long as us, as being normal human beings, get the product, I don't think that normal human beings care where the product comes from, right? Like,
Okay, let's say you was into producing a product, right? Let's say you come out with a shoe. Let's say you design a shoe, right here in America. Next thing you know, China is copying your shit, and you can't do shit about it. They got your copy of your shit. Now they selling the shoe that you designed 50% cheaper than what you wanted for it. So to me, I think those things like that is why. And certain other products.
but you make it seem like those people don't have the option to go to China and then again use their company money to go to China and then get less money being created in China and then selling it over, which most of them do. Like most of the, it's not a problem to me. That's not a problem when the companies have the option to also do the same thing that you're saying is a problem. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean,
Like,
I understand. Go
go
ahead.
ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to repeat myself to make sure I was being, trained. Go ahead. Go ahead.
But hold on.
Because to me it's like that's not a normal human being problem. Normal human beings don't give a damn if they eggs came from China or if it came from down the street. As long as I get it, actually, I would probably rather it come from China because my eggs would be cheaper. So
What make you think that?
because my eggs would be cheaper.
I
Ain't gonna
mean,
be
what I'm
eggs
saying.
though. Them shit's gonna be fake eggs.
Yeah, it's gonna be plastic egg. It's gonna have plastic egg. Maybe have some of the little silly string in there too.
Ain't no wrong with it. Okay, let's say shirts, t-shirts then. Let's not use eggs. Let's say t-shirts. I'd probably rather have my t-shirt come from China because instead of paying $20 for a shirt, now I'm paying $10 for a shirt. I'm
And then
just
you know
as
what
a
happens?
consumer.
You know what
Right.
happened when you order your size? When you order a size large from China, it's actually a medium or a small. So you have
Nah,
to you had to go through all that, bro.
nah, see that's bullshit. See, come on, man. See, but
Okay,
what I'm
bro, that's
trying
a
to say,
fact though.
what
That's
I'm
a
trying
fact.
to say though,
If
right?
you order
Right.
clothes from China, you better make sure you read that chart right.
Ain't
Hey,
no
yo,
wrong with it.
LaDon, what do you like? What do you envision black people fitting at in this new America? Like, you think it's gonna be good for black people as well?
Oh yeah, we about to be on top. I already see black people rising, man. When I go to Atlanta and when I'm in Texas, I see black people coming up, owning more and more businesses, participating more in when it comes to city council meetings. I see more and more black mayors, sheriffs, police officers, on business owners, lawyers, all these different things within the local jurisdiction of a county or a city. Right, I'm seeing more and more blacks. So to me, I think black people, we're rising, bro. It may not look like it, but to me, we're rising. We're gonna pass the goddamn white man in a few years. You ask me, but that's just my opinion.
See, you being pro-black and pro-Trump is just very conflicting to me. Look. I get it. There's a
I think
lot of
Trump is our alley oop. I think Trump is our alley oop, bro, or stepping stone, so to speak. That's why I think Trump is our alley oop to tap into this economy and come up as black people. Ain't nobody worried about us. They focus on Chinese and all these people. So to us, to me, we as black, or we probably still got to worry about the police and shit like that. But you got to outsmart the laws at all times. But I think this is the time where we can sit back, let them in-house fight, and just continue to build for black people and do what we got to do, man. That's what I see.
hey, sounds good.
It sounds good.
It sounds good. Sounds good as
Well,
hell.
it could be a whole 360.
We getting all the jobs back in the White House. Tell them we getting all the jobs back in the White House.
Oh God, we gonna be the black man gonna be president again. I can't wait.
Oh no, hell no. We gonna be we getting back to cooking jobs. All them
Right,
jobs,
Q.
parking their cars. We getting all that back. And
I was just gonna go there, Q.
The
Because
butler.
I was just gonna go there because that's why I asked everybody to like combine all of the executive orders, not just one on its own. Like so when you said that, Q, that's kind of how I'm seeing it. You know what I'm saying? Washing horses and you know what I'm saying, anything to get it in. You know what I mean? Pause.
the horses were the cleanest when we was doing it. The White House was the White House. It ain't the White House no more since black people start cleaning it.
Yeah,
It ain't been the
We gotta
same.
go back. We gotta go back.
It gotta go back to when the White House was clean, man. When black people was cleaning the White House, America was great.
Go get that shine box. What's up, Domo?
Tomo.
Uh-oh. Yeah, and then another question for you, Madon, right? Like, so you saying it's just mostly economics, right? So why are they attacking the DEI stuff then? If it's just economics, why are they signing executive orders about there's only two genders in America, which I agree with, but I just don't think you need an executive order for that.
I think you
Why are
do.
they? I don't know.
And I think the reason why they're attacking DEI because they're trying to get rid of waste management, not the garbage truck, but you need to be put in the back of the garbage truck. Because to me, they're going through and trying to figure out where has the department of or whatever department it is, where had they been wasting the American tax dollars and dollars at. And I think when it comes to these different programs, DEI and all that, they look through there and say, "Hey, man, these people, man, let's get rid of these people, man.
All right, that's cool.
They're useless."
That's cool. I want to hear you. I want to hear you explain why the United States doesn't manufacture as much as it used to.
I think because they become lazy, and America becomes
but that's what I'm saying. That's the answer from somebody who has no idea what they're talking about.
Well, and capitalism, because to me, it's cheaper to make things overseas.
Right. So U.S. corporations, bro. So like U.S. corporations made the decision to ship their manufacturing overseas. U.S. businessmen, U.S. CEOs made the decision to ship manufacturing overseas.
That's true.
And the problem with the tariffs is that it's still cheaper to pay the tariffs than it is to bring manufacturing back to the United States, because you don't have to deal with unions in China. You don't have to deal with having to provide insurance in China. You don't have to deal with the regulation that you got to deal with in China. So U.S. corporations can cut corners, right? Because you was just saying, well, if you got eggs from China, then maybe it'll be this and maybe it'll be that. It's U.S. corporations that are cutting corners in order to sell a cheaper product, while at the same time maximizing profit and CEO salaries.
You're right.
So it's like the fact that you would say, so that when I asked you what caused manufacturing to leave the United States, and your response is laziness, it's like this is what's wrong with the American electorate.
Well, it's not just like laziness, Domo.
We have no problem. Laziness plays no factor into it. Laziness plays no factor. So who's being lazy? The corporate CEOs?
Yeah.
How is that late? How do you characterize what they're doing as lazy?
because you want a quicker product and cheaper labor.
Greedy.
I mean, I understand monetary gain. You want to double
But that's
up and
not. But that's not lazy, bro. That's that you can say that that's greedy. You can say
okay.
that
All right,
that's selfish.
I change it from lazy then. You know what I'm saying? But to me, that's a form of
Nah,
laziness.
you really meant we were being lazy. You wasn't talking about the
Yeah,
CEOs.
no,
But
that's
don't
really what
backpedal.
he meant
Don't
though.
backpedal.
I wasn't
Don't
gonna press him.
backpedal.
I wasn't gonna press him. But I gave him my out when I was like, so who you call it lazy? The CEOs? Because really, when niggas was talking about why we don't make shit in America, they blame Americans, but they blame the American worker as opposed to blaming U.S. companies who choose to ship they manufacturing us.
And that's what Trump blaming. Oh,
And
my bad, bro.
the politicians who are complicit with U.S. corporations, politicians too.
Right,
And that's who
but hold
Trump
on,
blaming.
but
Trump is blaming the
but to
corporations.
your point, Donald Trump is one of those politicians. Donald Trump is one of those pro corporation, pro deregulation type politicians that make it. I mean, really, Donald Trump has even made it easier for foreign officials for U.S. politicians to be bribed by foreign officials.
Yeah.
He's got rid of policy that made that type of shit illegal.
He's a
And
politician.
so it's like when
sure.
it's crazy that we sit here and have conversations about Donald Trump as if he doesn't partake in the same corporate nonsense that right now we're critical of.
Yeah,
Like Donald Trump's not doing anything.
Trump all the time, because Clinton signed a lot of that off. Clinton signed a lot of that by normalizing, giving China permanent favorite
Reagan
trade
started the
status.
deregulation stuff.
No, I mean, and I get that.
That's in 2000. And
Right,
then
but I think we being disingenuous.
It's a context.
I think we're being disingenuous if we're going back to the 90s while we can examine it.
No,
while we can examine economic policy today.
We
right.
looking at how we got
right.
here.
Hold on, no, right. That's fine. That's fine. But I feel like these are vague defenses of Donald Trump's specific policy because anytime we talk about Trump's specific policy, we bring up the 90s. We bring up 10 years ago. We bring up 5 years ago. We can look at what's happening now and say what Donald Trump is doing right now is equivalent to the largest tax increase in the history of this country.
Yeah, but I would, my only pushback to that is that I believe that we need context in these conversations to understand how we got here. A lot of that is
a lot
of that is Bill Clinton, that is Democratic.
So let me ask you this. So Clinton
policy.
So what role does because I agree, right? We need to have context. But whenever I bring up the fact that Trump's tariffs, yeah, no, right, I feel you. But whenever we bring up the fact, for example, that Trump's tariffs mimic some of the most disastrous economic policy from the 1930s, that's irrelevant though. Like if we talk about how we got here, let's look at history. The last time these types of tariffs went down, it caused a recession, right? And the people who were hurt by it
caused the recession. It was in response to the Great Depression. It was in response. I know what you're talking about. It was in response to the Great Depression when they implemented tariffs. It didn't cause.
Wait. Time out. All right. So you know I'm talking about the Smoot-Hawley tariffs.
Exactly, Smoot-Hawley.
And you're saying that they didn't directly contribute to a recession.
Contribution,
the
but there was other factors in the 30s.
Bro.
There was other.
No,
factors.
I mean, yeah, it's a million. It's a million other factors.
You had a bunch of robber barons. You got a bunch of robber barons.
Exactly, the barons were for the tariffs. The millionaires at that time were for the tariffs.
I thought the 1930s recession was mostly just because it was a lot of people that was taking out loans so that they could put it into the stock market.
Nah, the Smoot-Hawley tariffs triggered retaliatory tariffs on the United States, which caused a extreme decrease in what it was that we was exporting.
But hold on,
like you had black farmers. You had black farmers.
I mean, I'm not saying that's not a part of it, but I'm saying the main reasoning though is because
I'm telling you the main the Smoot-Hawley on the Senate.gov website, the Smoot-Hawley tariffs are called the most disastrous economic policy of the time.
Well, I'm not denying that. I'm saying that a lot of time, especially when I was learning in school.
hold on,
When I
but
was learning, hold on,
no,
hold on, no,
I
no,
know
no, no,
you.
hold on, man. Damn. When I was learning in school, they said that the main cause of the recession of in the 30s was because of the stock market crashing, is because of the loans were not being paid back by the government.
Why did those things happen because of the Smoot-Hawley tariffs? That's what I'm trying to explain to you. So yes, you got
Yeah.
your school education didn't go deep into economic policy and the impact of the economic policy at that time. So I get you may have learned a very basic understanding of what happened in school, but the Smoot-Hawley tariff. Matter of fact, before Trump was even elected, when he was talking about tariffs, economists were at the time of the election were saying that his tariffs mimic those tariffs, and they're going to be problematic. They like literally economists were predicting a recession before the election if Trump got elected because they already knew what the impact of those tariffs were.
But real quick,
So
Domo,
I'm trying to figure out like why is it that we ignore all of the evidence and information that points towards something that's happening in particular, like happening right now, to bring up other things outside of like really outside of economic policy.
hold
Because
on,
like we can
Domo.
argue about DEI and we can
Domo,
argue about
well,
all these other things, but like this is
respectfully, the small Holly tariffs were in response to the Great Depression. The Depression was in 1929. The tariffs didn't come into 1930.
But
Yeah,
let
that's
me
what I was
just bring
saying.
some balance a little bit to it because you brought up Afro, you brought up Clinton, but Domo was talking about the deregulation. That's Ronald Reagan. So when that's the one that opened up the doors so the corporations could go over there and make their products cheaper. So I just want to bring that in, like, because we could go all day back and forth, Democrat, Republican, Democrat. Reagan started with the deregulations. Go ahead, y'all got it.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I that's what I don't know. I guess my what do you say? It's just the basic education that I have. Uh, I guess it also didn't come with a chronology of a tariff versus when the Great Depression actually started. So, I mean, I mean, shout out to you, Damo, but it do sound like a lot of the stuff that you come up here with is just CNN
watch
based type
this.
of
Watch this.
arguments.
The act's stated goal was to safeguard American farmers and businesses from foreign competition. Like exactly what they're saying now. Economists generally agree that the act worsened the Great Depression by triggering retaliatory tariffs from
Okay,
other
worsening
countries,
means that it was
leading
already there.
leading to
Worse,
leading to
worsening.
right. But
Okay, then. So what are you talking about?
here's the but what do you mean? What am I talking about? It's
Worsen,
still
if you say worsen, that means it was already there. It was already worse. It was already bad. That means the Great Depression was already
okay.
happening.
When did the Great Depression start?
Are you again?
29.
Worsen means that it's
It started.
already
Hold
there.
on. It started in 1929. The Smoot-Hawley
Okay,
tariffs. The Smoot-Hawley tariffs were passed in the 1930 in 1930.
okay,
Right. So that
and
means right. So that means that the reason why the Great Depression was as bad as it was due to these Smoot-Hawley tariffs. So
that's
even
not what.
so even
First of all, that's not what you said at first. First of all, you're changing your argument now. Secondly,
no,
that still doesn't.
bro. I'm talking.
Okay.
You can't tell
Anyway.
me what I'm changing, bro. When you,
Secondly,
bro,
I can tell you
hold
what you're
on. Matter
changing
of
because
fact,
I'm hearing you what
watch
you said,
this.
and that's
Watch
not what you
this.
said at first.
Hey, Miz,
Secondly, that
watch the
does not
chat,
take
bro.
away the
Watch the chat.
argument. Secondly, that does not take away the argument that the Great Depression was already there. You said that what your argument was that the Great Depression started because of the Smoot-Hawley tariffs. That's what you said. So yes, you are changing your argument now. You're saying now that it worsened because of the tariffs, not because it started because of the tariffs. Go ahead.
Like I'm not arguing. I'm not arguing with a nigga about something he don't even know what it is. You didn't even
You
know what
right.
it was.
You right. I shouldn't argue with a nigga who don't know when it started.
You were completely
I
unaware
shouldn't
of what
argue
the
with a nigga who
Smoot-Hawley
don't know when
tariffs
it
were.
started. You talking about something you don't know when it started, so I shouldn't argue with you either. Go ahead.
Yeah, you exactly,
Go ahead.
exactly, right.
So it seems like we both talking about something we don't know about.
You're completely unequipped. You're completely unequipped to have this conversation,
And
bro.
the only reason
You're
you know about it
completely
is because
unequipped to have
CNN
this
told you.
conversation.
Because CNN
But,
told you about
but,
it. Good for you, brother, that you watch CNN. I'm so
all
glad
right.
that you're updated.
Actually, because I really don't fuck with this nigga, so I'm not even about to. I'm
I
not
don't
even
care
about
what
to
you
do
fuck with. Go
bickering back
ahead,
and
brother.
forth. Watch
See what you
this.
got to say.
It's too early to crash out, y'all. It's too early, man.
No, it ain't about crashing out. It's just about coming up here and actually know what you're
No,
talking about. If you're gonna say something, just
I'm
say
not
what
about to
you're gonna talk
crash out.
about.
I'm about to just go ahead and support the. I'm gonna
You
support
gotta
the
crash
institute.
out.
I'm gonna just support the institute. That's all.
You know, just
But
make
Domo,
claims that actually make
hey,
sense.
real quick, y'all. Hey, Domo, before you came up here, I was asking the brothers a question about like looking at the executive orders as a combination rather than as individual, and I also wanted to follow that up with like whether we see black people fitting up in that. Could you give us what your take is on that question?
Hold on, my fault. I was just donating. Go ahead, check the chat, Q.
Damn, Keon,
I
they
was just
put a hit out
donating.
on you, bro. They put a hit out on you,
That's
Keon. Don't feel bad, King.
Hey, what was the question, Lou?
I was asking the brothers before you came up here to kind of like analyze the executive orders as a combination rather than individually, because you know the slogan is "Make America Great Again," and to me it does look like he's going someplace when you look at them all as all together. And then to follow it up, I want to ask the brothers like whether we see black people fitting that within that paradigm, the new paradigm that's going to be shaped after all this. You know what I mean?
No, I think the Make America Great Again conversation is a part of some of the biggest hypocrisy. As especially with this conversation when niggas is talking about, oh, if you don't like America, you could leave. You know, the whole Make America Great Again is Donald Trump saying and white people saying America's not great right now. That's the whole argument. It's not great. So while we're trying to figure out okay, so if you don't think America's great, why don't you leave?
No, I'm saying that's what white folks are saying. I was agreeing with
This
that.
nigga
Right.
paid
So why?
$10 to sit me
So
down.
no. So why are we not telling them the same thing that they say to us? If you have complaints about America, why don't you leave? Why don't you go back to Europe?
Hey, this
Why
man
are
crazy.
black people told if we criticize America, then we shouldn't be here. Then you need to go back to Africa. But white people can be like Donald Trump built an entire campaign shitting on America.
Facts.
So all of this, and if you look at when you say make America great again, the argument was always he's reckoning back to a time where black people didn't have rights, black people didn't have protections, black people were segregated in the way that they were, right?
When did he
And
ever give
so
a time frame?
and then hold on, bro, and then when he's able to first enact policy, the first thing he does is challenge civil rights era policies. Challenges policies geared towards segregation, challenging policies geared towards equity in the workplace and all of those types of things. So
So
it's
Trump
like
Why
we
ain't
couldn't
do
have
black
to
nothing.
people do no more? Women couldn't vote.
to answer your question, Lou. We got to jump through. We jump through hoops to make excuses for people who are shitting on America because we ourselves we're okay with being told if you don't like America you can leave.
But he was he said
But
on
because
America by
we don't
calling
have,
people
hold
out
on, bro.
though.
I'm not asking you to make excuses for him right now. So
He
you
called
can
people
at
out.
least wait till I get done if you want to make whatever excuses.
There's no excuse.
So
But go ahead.
so when we sit back, when we sit back and we're listening to a campaign that is literally shitting on America, and we don't have that same response, it's proof that we don't have the same Americanness that they do. We don't have the same relationship with America that they do. Because we're okay listening to white people shit on America. We're okay listening to white people say America gets treated like bitches and everybody takes advantage of us and we ain't shit and we not this and we don't do this right and we don't do that right and our culture is fucked up. We're okay with white people saying that and then not being like, well, leave. But them saying that to us.
My
That's
bad.
the
Who got to get
hypocrisy
sat
of it all.
down? Who got to get sat down?
This nigga Keon, you can sit him down for a little bit.
Oh damn.
Well, the thing is, Domo, Donald Trump, he pointed out who caused the problem of why America wasn't great or why America hasn't been great. He called out those who he seen was part of the problem.
But hold on, but so do Madon, so do black people though.
Black people do the same thing.
And what do black people get told when we say America not great? What do we get told?
Yeah, by some whites, that's true. We see get told go back to Africa or go back wherever you're from. That's a fact. Now, the reason why I don't think they said the white people because this was a country by white people and for white people. So to me, they're the descendants of those.
No. But see, but again, that's bro. But that's
your point though. I mean,
so
you making
wait, but
valid
so you believe in manifest destiny?
Yeah.
Wow.
I do, bro. I mean, they made it happen. They made it manifest. It took a man to make it fester, right?
Well,
Wow.
I mean, I'm just saying they made it manifest.
Do you know what manifest
Did
destiny?
you just say it took a man to make it fester? What the fuck does that mean?
That's what I was about to ask. Like, do you know what manifest? Do you know what manifest destiny means, bro?
Yeah, they felt like it was ordained. They felt like it was ordained from whatever they believed in for them to own and operate and conquer this wherever they went.
No, I'm asking you the specific concept of manifest destiny and what it represents. Are you familiar? Not just the words manifest and destiny. Are you familiar with the historical interpretation of manifest destiny and its relationship with the establishment of the United States?
Yes,
Manifest Destiny was created by President Monroe. He believed that America should spread from sea to shining sea, as the song says.
The Pope,
the Atlantic.
Before slavery, the Pope believed that as well. They just didn't call it manifest destiny, but it was the same.
No, it didn't have anything to do with the Pope. It was President Monroe that believed that America should be from the Atlantic Ocean to the Pacific Ocean.
Right, but that was a claim he made that was a part of the doctrine of discovery.
Right, the doctrine of discovery. That's what I was trying to think.
Yeah, that was that like manifest destiny is an extension of the doctrine of discovery that came out of the papal bulls. So that's the point Madame was trying to make. But the fact of the matter is, in order for manifest destiny to take place, are you familiar with what white people had to do, Madame?
They had to resettle the Native Americans several times. They kept pushing the Native Americans further and further west until there was nowhere.
I want to have a conversation. Go ahead, Darnell. You got
it. Basically, whites had relocated Native Americans several times. Like, take the Cherokee tribe, Native Americans, for example. It was more than just them, but they actually came from like the East Coast, like South Carolina, Florida. You had what was called the Trail of Tears. Andrew Jackson, when he was General Jackson, before he became president, pushed him out to like Oklahoma area. That's how the Cherokee got out there, and then basically they killed him off there. And they kept pushing more and more natives again further and further out west. When it came to Mexico, for example, some say that the United States sparked a war with Mexico on purpose in order to gain California. We already had Texas, but there was dispute about the border, the Texas border, and so that was part of the manifest destiny right there. But basically, it was just expansion of the United States.
I mean, that was just a roundabout way to point out that the genocide of Native Americans and the enslavement and the colonization of Africans and Africa and African people is what made manifest destiny possible. It is the genocide of indigenous Americans and the enslavement of Africans and the colonization of Africa is the basis of manifest destiny. So for one to say that they believe in manifest destiny, it is to argue that the enslavement of the enslavement of Africans and the genocide of indigenous people is what is justified. That's what you're saying.
Well, that's what
are you willing to stand on that?
I'm saying, okay, yes, I understand that. Yes, they implemented all these things to say, hey, we have full control over whatever we see and touch and put our feet on, no matter who's there, Indian, Black, Negro, it don't matter. Everybody is on our jurisdiction, no matter who it is. So yes, that's what it was. I don't think
no. I asked you a specific question. Are you saying that the enslavement of Africans and the genocide of indigenous Americans was justified?
Oh, hell no.
Bro, that's what then you don't know what manifest destiny is. You don't have manifest destiny. Bro, you don't have manifest destiny without those two things.
But what I'm saying is
that's how they justify what they did to indigenous Americans and enslaving Africans,
But what I'm
and
saying
what
is
they
this,
did to
though, Mo.
indigenous Africans.
You're right. Well, what I'm saying is this, right? All right. A lot of people out here, when they say manifest destiny, they try to make it look like, okay, this God helped them win and do this. But what I'm saying is they use men. It was men that did it. You know what I'm saying? So they made it
No,
coming
bro,
about.
Madon.
So it was
The
basically
the excuse that colonizers used to colonize Africa, to colonize America, to enslave Africans, and to genocide indigenous Americans is the fact that God gave them the right to take that land and to build on it. That period.
that's how
All of
they
this,
feel.
all of this rationalizing that you're doing is beside that point. If you say that you stand for that you rock with manifest destiny or you agree with manifest destiny, that means that you're saying that you agree with the justification for the enslavement of Africans.
No, I'm
Well,
saying that we knew it was going to
You
happen.
cannot disconnect those things.
What I'm saying is we knew as a people some some people knew it was going to happen, right? Like some tribes and some cultures, they had this all these old sayings where they say, hey, some kind of enemy was going to come from afar, right? And y'all need to prepare now, right? You got different stories out here like that. So to me, it's like they couldn't do nothing to prevent it from happening. They fought hard, but it still took place. So that's why I'm not saying that I'm saying it's justified. I'm
No,
just saying that
bro.
it happened.
Manifest destiny was the justification for enslavement and colonization, bro. So like that's what I'm saying. You can only do this, like this type of like playing with facts and bullshitting about whatever else. Like, bro, you can only do this like on YouTube. Like you can't take your argument to any purely academic space and be taken serious, bro.
Bro, we just on here talking, man. I'm not preparing a
Yeah,
paper
I know.
to be in front of
No,
people.
I agree.
I'm
I
not
agree.
prepared. I'm not preparing a
I agree.
document to present to read off in front of people, Joe. That's a different. I'm freestyling.
well, I mean, at the same time, too. We're talking about a policy that happened over 200 years ago. At this
No.
point,
I'm glad you admit you
it's
just
mute.
freestyling, bro. I'm glad you admit you just freestyling. I'm glad you admit that. Like at least
But
you don't operate under the perception that you're saying anything that makes sense. I'm glad
Well, it all
I'm
makes
glad
sense.
you know you just making
For
content.
one,
So I
for
got you.
one, we tried to prevent it from happening, but we see what happened with that, right? We tried.
uh,
People in Haiti, they tried. We tried here. We had so many revolutions. We had so many I forget the word revolts and all this stuff, bro. We tried to keep these crackers from off of us, man. So to me, it was meant to happen, and that's all. That's my belief. That's what I believe.
Nah, I know. Like I said, you just talking. It ain't worthy of a response.
Nah,
You
I
just
mean the
talking.
history proves it, bro. We
Nah, bro,
tried.
you like, hold on. It's just like you said, history don't prove nothing. You just like you said, you freestyling. So like you good. That was a good freestyle.
And like I said,
That was a good freestyle.
we knew these people was conquering. Part of my belief, we believe that we gave them the power to rule. And part of my belief, and they used that knowledge and wisdom we gave them and wreck shop
Right, Madon,
across the
that's
world.
cool. You believe in that is
So
cool, bro. That's what I'm saying. But just stop acting like, stop trying to, when the conversation becomes about like pro-black shit and black nationalist shit, stop acting like that's something that you like stand for. That's something you represent.
well,
Like just stand on what you
I'm
stand on.
still pro black, just like you got
You
you got
can't
Native.
be, you
Hold on,
can't
hold on.
be, bro.
You got Native
You can't be.
Americans, they're pro Native Americans, but they knew within their spiritual system that this cracker was gonna come overtake them and rule them. They just accept the fact that it happened. They're not proud of it that it happened, but they still pro themselves. I'm still pro black, but it's like, hey, this thing took course, and we had certain tribes that knew or had a saying or some type of word wisdom that hey, some evilness is coming from afar to take us over. We need to act now. And some just, according to the story, some stories, some that said, fuck that, we don't believe it.
Hey,
You know
that's
what I
it. Hey,
mean?
Madon, that's a good freestyle, bro. That's a good freestyle.
I'm
But
just telling you how it
to
is.
answer what you were saying, though, Lou, it's like the agenda is clear, but because niggas is so caught up in, you know, really like on some fan shit when it comes to politics. Not really on actual not really like niggas ain't really focused on political praxis. So or pragmatism. So you know we spend more time with niggas that make excuses for fucked up policy rather than actually understanding the policy. So that's really what it is. The conversation is always gonna be centered around some silly shit that niggas make excuses for, as opposed to understanding what's actually happening, bro. That's all it is.
But at the end of the day, bro, we cannot deny the fact that this European has went around the whole world and conquered it within
Hey, but hey, and I'm
span.
glad you got your pom poms, bro.
Hold on, bro. I'm just making a point. Over the span of 500
I'm
years,
glad you got your pom
over the
poms.
span of 500 years, right? This European, what we call the beast, because he's a beast, bro. This
But
beast,
but you're a fan of the beast, bro. You're a fan of the beast.
no, bro.
Like
Oh shoot, I'm back.
letting,
acting.
Yo,
I'm
you
letting the beast.
definitely subscribe too. You subscribe to the only fan of the beast.
Right.
That's
So
what I'm
I'd rather
saying.
for
Like I'm not
if
the only
things go
person that
bad.
think that,
Hold
bro.
on.
You're a fan
So
of the beast.
if things hit, if everything hit the guy, if all shit hit the fan, right? At least we don't have to say, oh, it was a black woman in there. It wasn't a black man in there. The white man ruined his own world. So yes, I voted for Trump. So if something go bad, it's on them. This is their shit.
Nigga.
Yeah, bro, that makes no sense, bro.
It
Makes no sense at all.
Oh man,
No,
that's
I mean
a
I'm glad.
great
Like
explanation.
listen. Like I'm like I said, like you said, it's a good freestyle. It's good content, but it's not logical at all. It's a good
Well,
freestyle.
it's
Hey,
hella
It's not
logical.
I hate
logical
to
at
actually
all.
try to go back and try to push back on people because obviously they have the money to waste so they can put me down. But I would love a source about that manifest destiny having to do with slavery stuff. Do you have a source for that, or are you just making that up?
Well, freestyling.
All right, if you
Or
want
you
to learn,
freestyling?
all right, all right. So let's do it like this. Let's both put $10 up. You saying I can't?
Do you
You
have a
saying I
source?
can't?
I could care less. You can put your $10 up. I could care less
There's a
about that. Do
No,
you
I'm
have a
saying
there's
let's
source?
bet.
literally
Let's
a
bet.
Domo,
Let's
chill
bet.
out.
No. Give me a
Let
source.
me
No. Give me a source.
Domo, let me get him for a second. The source is literally in
No,
the back
no,
chat.
brother. I'm not. No, brother. I'm not talking to you, brother.
You can
Brother, I'm
simply
not talking to you, brother.
but
Oh my
I'm
God.
speaking.
You gotta
But
let
I'm
Oh
Domo
my
speaking.
answer
God,
for
bro.
itself. Domo's a
You gotta
grown
let
man.
Ed
But
Darmo
I'm
answer,
speaking.
sir.
But I'm
Darmo, can I
speaking.
get a
But I'm
source for
speaking.
that? For
The
that? Oh
source
my
is
God,
literally in
brother.
the back chat if somebody wants to pull it up. All you got to do is go to the man that coined the phrase.
What
I've
about
been
him?
dropping hits in the
Now, he
chat
wanted
this whole
Domo to
time.
present
You
his
go to
evidence,
John
bro.
O'Sullivan. He's the man responsible for coining the phrase "manifest destiny." And
And he said that manifest destiny has to do with us dealing with
at the
slaves.
time, this is where I tied in with filibustering.
Brother, you got too much emotion into it because you're not even answering my question.
What they wanted to do. This is not about you. This is about the chat. This
It's
is
a
about the
pro-black. This
audience
is
that's listening.
pro-black BS,
So
and it has nothing to do with that,
so the filibusters at the time were the people who wanted to move slavery in places
brother.
where they could.
Brother.
Would you
Oh my
stop
God.
interrupting? I'm not
Oh
talking
my
to you. I'm
God. You're
talking to
not
the
answering my
audience.
question. How do I
If you
not
would shut the
interrupt you when you're
fuck
not
up,
answering
your
my question?
question would be answered. Just
You
shut up
wasn't
for
even
a
supposed to be the
second.
person that's supposed to be answering the question,
And
brother.
I'm
You're not a part
answering
of
it
this
every time I
conversation.
say two words. You jump
Yeah, he
in.
God
was talking to
damn.
Domo
I was
with
talking
all
to
fairness. He
Damo, and
was
that's
talking
why
to Domo
Damo
with
over
all
here
fairness.
quiet because he know he don't have a source for that BS he just freestyled about. Nor do you.
But to the audience that might be interested in the subject
All
and
right, brother,
showing
go
you
ahead.
how it
Go tell us
connects.
about something that we're not talking about. Go ahead, brother.
Hey,
Go ahead.
check the chat again,
If
Q.
somebody
Check
would
the
put
chat
it on
again,
the
Q.
screen, you can see it for yourself. The man that coined John O'Sullivan, the man that coined Manifest Destiny, was a filibuster. The filibusters was all about trying to find places to where they could move their slaves and keep it legal. This is where Manifest Destiny
What
sparks
this
from.
brother? Oh my God.
You said, how does manifest destiny and slavery relate? I just showed you and told you how. The source is in the back.
Bro, why don't you let Domo answer for himself? But he's down now. But hey man, y'all
Yeah,
do
Damo
what
just
y'all
had him. Yo, so yeah, just if y'all new over here, son, in the chat, we use the money towards the institute. You sit somebody down, and that's just how it goes. Anybody can get sat down. You can bail yourself out. It's Thunderdome politics, man. Pause. You know what I'm saying? End of the world politics, man.
Yeah, man.
I mean,
Why
bro,
y'all
just
real
cause
quick?
Like that's the thing, bro. Like I'm not just because that nigga don't know that manifest destiny is an extension of the doctrine of fucking discovery that traces back to the papal bulls, not just something that was just created in the United States. Like that's what I'm saying, bro. Like niggas, that's what I mean, bro. Like niggas like that. It's certain niggas that I'm like, cool, we can just have conversations. But I don't like that little nigga. So he can all that Damo gotta say, nah. Once niggas start, hey, I rather just support Zayax and not have to deal with that nigga running his mouth. And let him come up when I'm not up. He can come up and complain about Damo when I'm not on here.
Oh man.
I mean, and all of y'all niggas is patting him on the back and shit. Y'all ain't got $10 to
Nah,
let.
I just want to hear the conversation.
Y'all don't think. Hold on, y'all don't think his opinion is worth $10? Y'all don't want to pay $10 to hear him badger Damo? If I'm willing to pay $10 for to not be badgered, y'all not willing to pay $10 to y'all the fans.
Well, he ain't never put that on my commissary when they put me out. You know what I'm saying? When I got locked back, they nobody put that on my commissary. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, Madonna ain't shit.
I'm just being real, bro, for real. And I got to shout out to Aaron though. Aaron Bill, he you know what I'm saying? Aaron put some on my commissary a couple times. Shout out to Aaron, man. For real, for real.
Vayasa, that's the link you wanted to put up? You there? Yo, y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah.
Madame be starting the war, man.
Hold on, look, elaboration. The doctrine of discovery. This concept is rooted in papal bulls issued in 15th century, granted Christian nations the right to claim lands inhabited by non-Christians, effectively ignoring the existing indigenous populations their rights. The doctrine of discovery was used to justify European colonization and expansion in the Americas, with the United States adopting it as well. The manifest destiny, this idea popularized in the mid-19th century, asserted that the United States was destined by God to expand its dominion and spread its democratic capitalist values across the entire North American continent. Manifest destiny fueled westward expansion, leading to the acquisition of new territories and the displacement of Native American populations. The doctrine of discovery provided the legal framework for European claims to land, while manifest destiny provided the ideological justification for American expansion, both resulting in the subjugation and displacement of Native American peoples. Manifest destiny, in a sense, evolved from the principles of the doctrine of discovery, continuing the process of claiming and controlling lands inhabited by non-European peoples. Why do we let like ignorant niggas like just get up and demand information that they themselves have not invested no time in understanding? Why do we do that?
Hey Domo, what was your bigger point for bringing up the manifest destiny again? Because we got lost a little bit.
He was talking to me.
Oh yeah, well because when dealing with the concept of quote unquote making America great, right? Like so he says that look at what the white man was able to do. Look what the white man did, right? Look how they was able to take over. So for that made me ask the question, cool. So you believe in manifest destiny? He said, yeah. So that's how we got to that point.
Hey, Cuba, I don't have a PDF or a digital for this, but the book where you would find information of Anglo-Saxons switching the meaning of Cimarron to mean wild lands and all that, the stuff I was typing earlier, that's in a book called Transitional Ideas. If y'all give me a minute, I'll get the author. But before I forget, before y'all get too far away, it's Transitional Ideas.
But yeah, man, they made that shit manifest is all I was saying, man. You know what I mean? They was able to conquer at an alarming rate. You know what I'm saying? I'm not justifying it. I'm just saying that's the reality and that's what history shows.
Yeah, it's kind of easy when you got firearms and you're fighting people with bows and arrows. Yeah, it gets kind of easy.
But it is what it is because that's the nature of man on earth, right? That's the nature. Somebody gonna be subordinate under somebody. I mean, that's what all I
Yeah.
seen my whole life. And until we step it up, or the Most High, I believe in the Most High. I believe the Most High is building us up something now, and we got to do it ourselves if that's what we want to be the
So
ruler.
let me ask you this, then, Madon, because I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it sounded less like you just said that you subordinate to. I don't know. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, in a sense, yes, in a sense, in this nation, yes, I'm subordinate under the rulership of white people because white people
Sheesh.
own and
All right,
control.
bro.
So far as like I'm saying subordinate, not as in what I can't do what I want. I mean subordinate as in being a part of a black nation, a real nation of black people. Like we don't have that. So I'm still, you know what I'm saying? Until we build ours,
But
we
you
got to work
don't
within
even
that.
want that though. You don't even
What
want
you
that.
mean, bro? What you mean? That's all I teach,
What
bro. That's all I say, bro. I've been saying the same thing for over 20 years.
Yo, Joe just sent $20 to put on your books, Madon. You got a friend indeed.
Shout out to
You
Joe.
got a friend in me, pause.
They used to call me Joe Claw, now they call me Crazy Joe. I mean, whatever he said.
Talk your shit, Madon. You got 20 on your books, man. It's
Well,
up.
man, yeah. So when that agent provocateur, COINTELPRO ass, We Links Media try to come in here and you know what I'm saying, and put a hit out on me.
Look, as y'all can see, I don't even waste money on Madon. I don't even waste money on Madon. Madon still like it's been years in the making. So Madon and it is what it is with Madon. Just hop on
I'm glad he cleared
be
that
on the
up, though. Like that. That shit is wild, my brother.
damn, that's why y'all ain't putting no money on Keon books. All y'all niggas is patting him on the back. Why y'all ain't putting no money on that nigga books? It's gonna be okay. You know, Damo's mean, he's a bully. Hey, y'all give me that nigga that spiritual support. Nigga said fuck the financial support. You can sit in the chat with us. You be alright.
I don't think he got about 4 more minutes left. He'll be all right.
Yo, you know son already, Damo?
Yeah, bro. He's one of them niggas that's like that. I guess know me from other platforms, and like whenever I'm on the panel, he's one of them niggas that's like, I gotta prove that Damo's not smart. I want to argue with him. I want to badger him. That type of shit. So yeah, I already know how that be going, bro.
Madon, yo, Joe said Madon get the party popping, so that the end Madon, it be up, son. Tell him some Maga, man.
That's right, man. We got to keep it popping. You know, we as black people, we got to keep it lit. I'm just only playing my part. You know what I'm saying? Keep it lit.
Praying for the white
you know
man to manifest his
you know
destiny. Pause.
I just bear witness to the white
Oh,
man's
even worse.
destiny.
Oh,
I'm just bear
it's
witness
even
that.
worse.
Hey,
Oh, goodness. Pause that shit.
you know,
You're watching them manifest. I don't know how that works.
Pause. Yeah, pause on that. But yeah, man, you know what I'm saying? Hey, man. Hey, we gotta. Hey, shit. Can't have a dull moment. Is all I'm saying. Man. I don't like dull moments, me personally. Shit.
Yo, he said Saul Lester. Yo, son. Yo, son.
Who the hell is Lester? Sorry, Lester.
Yo, y'all are vicious, and the chat is unmatched. Damn, son. And y'all say what y'all want over in the chat, so that's why it'd be like, it'd be funny as hell. So, oh man.
Yeah, man. I'm still trying to process what the brother Madon just said, bro. Like I'm at a loss for words on that shit.
Madon, my man,
I
don't process nothing he says.
You said that like that subordination shit, bro. Like, damn, that's crazy, bro. Like,
I mean, hold on, let's look at it. We have been the burden bearers for white America. That's a fact. I mean, I know that word subordinate it just make us look so weak and fragile. I know, bro. I understand that. That's why I had to use that one. Because
in a way, I think I understand your point. Like back in the take the 50s for example, it was like, man, we did everything we could, as black people did everything we could to be white. Used to fry our hair, try to straighten our hair and shit. You know, I mean, what else did we do? It was like we were trying to conform to white society. So in a way, I guess you do have a point about being subordinate.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at it, right? I mean, like you said, our people went into whitening cream, all these different things to look white. And then
Yeah.
if you look at a lot of our people, we got a white mind, we got a white mentality, a white way of thinking. We got the slave masters has programmed us, and a lot of us just run off automatic push button, remote control, synthetic genetics commanding our souls, so to speak.
Yeah. I mean, I ain't gonna lie though. One thing I will, I have no problems adopting of the white man's is investing, making money. I ain't gonna lie. I mean, I'm gonna keep that one.
Hell yeah. I mean, to me, that's the best thing to do in this society is outsmart him, outwit him, and use it for our betterment. That's all I'm about. Like doing what we got to do to improve black people and the sustainability and the longevity of black people. No matter what, no matter who in office, no matter what. You know what I'm saying?
Praying to the white man.
But the only problem is that like you will never be white, so that means you will always be subordinate.
God. I will always be subordinate. I'm God, so like, but see, we gods that's asleep. Like a lot of us is waking up. We recognizing the God in the person of all of us, right? You know
no, but according to Manifest Destiny, like you have to be subordinate. So
right, so it's only a period. We gave them a period of time. We gave them a period of time. They got a period of time to do what they had to do, and now you see. I mean, come on, bro. Just think.
Nah, I don't want
to. 50 years ago. I mean, just think, bro. 50 years ago, I know they was on another level, and that's to me, that's the difference. Back in those days, we had kids, 13, 14, 15 out here that knew all this political shit like we be talking about. They knew that shit back and forth, and they was out there in the street, boots on the ground. And that's the difference now. We don't got a lot of youth like that. There are some, but at the same time, all I'm saying is that yes, we're gods waking up, man. And to me, ain't never been a time in history where black people was able to.
So you a god praying to the God for a white man? So you're a god praying to a god for the white man. My bad. I just wanted to make sure I heard it right.
The Most High is a black man who I pray to and ask him will he put Trump in office.
So you pray to a man for another man. You pray to one man for another man?
Yeah, I asked him, I said, within this presidential election, we as the black people in America, we do not need a Trump in the White House.
I ain't gonna lie, sound pretty gay. When I hear praying pause, like people get on their knees, they put their hands together, shit just sounds gay. When I hear dudes saying they pray to another man,
I pray,
it's not a good look, man.
A thought is a prayer. Right,
I hear you, man, but you be talking with when you're using words like submissive and subordinate. I'm just getting real, hold my pocket vibes. You know what I'm saying? That's my cell bitch. You feel me? I'm just getting that type of energy. I'll be real with you.
No, I'm just looking at the what they call it, the state of the black race up from slavery. I'm just looking at the state of the black race compared to the state of the white race. And when I compare
the white race put us there, right?
Of course they did. So when I look at the state of the black race and the state of the white race always been on top, right? We've been moving up and down and up and up and down and up, but we still haven't surpassed his supremacy.
You a bottom. Oh, goodness, getting worse.
Wow. Oh, somebody tried to call me. Oh shit.
Called you a bottom, brother.
Wait a minute.
They called you a bottom, brother.
To a certain extent, that's a fact. That's a fact. To a certain extent, a lot of the black man and we are the white man's bottom hoe.
Oh, brother, you trolling. Hey, this nigga trolling.
Shit.
The way a lot of our people move and the way a lot of our people act. That's why we came up with words like coon sellout, all this shit. You know what I'm saying? Because they
Brother,
act
that's
like the white man's
describing
brought
you
them
right
home.
now.
No, my nigga, I ain't never sold out.
You right. I'm just playing.
All
Oh
right.
man.
Ooh.
I mean, shout out to Damo. I'm so glad he thinks that I keep him in my mind, even though he spent $20 on me. Brother, I don't give a damn about if I talk to you or not. Brother, I was on the panel before you came up here. So
Yeah,
for you to try to justify your weird behavior with, oh, I'm just this guy that try to prove you wrong, I don't give a damn about your light skinned behavior having ass. I could care less about anything that you're talking about. I just know that there's a lot of pro blacks that would rather sit up here and talk stupidness just because we hate white men and be like, oh, that's just what it is. When there's actual definitions for these words in which you read during your description, and then it's going to sit up here and then go back and say, oh, well, they're kind of like the same. They evolved from the same thing. That doesn't mean they're the same thing, brother. Manifest Destiny has nothing to do with slavery. It has everything to do with the Americans at the time believing that they had the right, destined by God, to expand towards the West.
get
Everything
that
else
nigga
is just
Keon.
black power BS. So
That's
I'm
right.
doing
Get
my
that
thing.
nigga Keon. That's right. Get that nigga.
Yeah, I knew Damo. I think Damo was petty. Yo, Taz, lucky it's not. That's what happened. Damo said to Jay, he said, I ain't arguing with none of these niggas. Yeah, you just caught the smoke from Taz, Jessica. This is really meant for Taz.
Yeah.
Yo.
He was
So
going in
Madon,
too.
so
He was going
Madon,
in on Jobo Paul. Say what?
so Madon, are you saying that like black people writ large would be better off adopting like your your way of thinking on this manifest destiny tip, bro? Pause.
Nah, I wouldn't say that because you have to have on a whole arm of the most high to be able to say the things I say. You just can't, you know what I'm saying? You gotta be able to, you know what I mean? Because you're gonna people gonna come with you with 1,000
Does that come
questions.
with
So
the
you gotta be
boots?
able to hey, you know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is now I don't think the average black person, they have to be ready. You know what I'm saying? They may have to be mentally ready to be able to accept the fact that these things took place and what you gonna do about it. And that's where I'm at. What you
That's
gonna do
why we
about it?
pray. Pray. That's why we pray.
Yeah, you got to
We
pray
pray
just to
just to
make it
make it
today.
today.
I,
That's
I
right.
don't think that
Because
people
see,
have
now
a
check this
problem
out.
with.
But check this out. But check this out. See, it's just like the brother Willie Hutch said. Once your mind, body, and soul come together as one, you got the glow and the power of elevation, brother.
Yeah, that's now I'm changing that to smoke though.
I don't think it's a problem with like understanding what happened. I think though, like just accepting, like you said, and like what Q Butter saying, getting on your knees and all that, like that. That's where you're gonna have a problem at with black people.
Nah, I ain't saying that, bro. I'm just saying, like, you ride in the car, be like, man, I hope that nigga Trump win. To me, that's a prayer.
No, you was in the crib lighting candles and shit. You know what I'm saying? Dipping your rosaries and fucking baby oil and shit.
Now, I ain't do Charles the White now. They more like Charles the White, you know what I'm saying? Charles the White probably went to that extent. I just would ride in the whip or be in the car or in the crib, like, man, Lord, Trump gotta win. Kamala
Nah,
cannot win.
Keon, when the dude says he's praying to another dude, when you saying you praying to God, that's one thing. When you saying you praying to another dude, I don't know, bro. That's kind of bro. I could never get with Jesus, bro. That shit was just always like, it's a fucking dude, bro. What are you talking about? Rosters with that shit gated. I'm sorry. So that's crazy. It's a dude.
I just believe,
Dude.
I
I'm just
just believe
saying,
the
it's
God.
not like I
I
don't
just
know.
believe the God that created. I just believe the God that created the heavens and the earth is a man. I believe it was a real man that created all this, the sun, the moon, all that.
And you submit yourself to him.
Well, to the principles that that's
Yes or
put out
no?
that I can apply to my life that can improve me, like um,
No man
looking out for my
submit
neighbor,
himself
looking out for
to
my
no man.
neighbors, and being myself and loving my own. You know what I'm saying?
No man for be no man, next man fucking subordinate bitch. Wait, fuck is you talking?
Yo,
Do you submit to your father, Yo, bro, what kind of language you got to submit? Y'all
Yeah,
niggas
Q,
is using y'all.
Q.
Hold on. Kia, when you get out of when you get with Kia, when you make parole, you can come up here, man.
Yeah, Q.
I don't know. I ain't
Q.
gonna
You might want to get back to the topic, man. This is going down a crazy lane right now. Pause.
I'm just saying the Madami sounding crazy, sir.
Yo, man. No, man. Like I said, man, I know a lot of stuff I say sound far fetched, but as time goes on, you'll see it ain't that far fetched.
Man, I'm sorry, yo. That shit.
That's all I'm saying. Yeah, I mean, we talk about it every day. The plight and the outcry of black people. So if it's still an outcry of black people, we had to get civil rights passed and all that. That means we were subordinate
Right. So
or
it sounds like you
subjugated.
saying.
Okay, well, let me use it. Oppressed. Then how about that?
It sounds like you saying submit to the subordination of a white man, and
No,
we
we
shall
did. We
shall
did. We was
reach.
our
Hold
women.
on,
Our women was to help. Our
hold on,
women was to
Maga.
help. Hold
Hold
on. Our
on,
women was to help. Oh, go ahead.
hold on. This is
I
how I'm
mean,
hearing it. Like it sounds like you saying submit to the subordination of a white man, and there we shall find salvation.
No, I'm saying that the
Like
rule. I'm saying the white man is the rule maker. He the lawmaker and the lawbreaker, right? So what I'm saying is, we still under his laws, his jurisdictions, or whatever you want to call it. So that's why I mean we're subjugated or subordinate to that degree. Like we can't go out here and create our own laws as black people, right? We got to be subject to his laws that his people get together and create predominantly. You know what I'm
This is why I prayed on.
saying? Hey man, yeah, man, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, we as a people as
well,
a whole, you know.
Why we
well,
pray.
well, technically, black folks used to pray to a white Jesus. Technically,
So what's wrong with Trump?
See, that's the difference. The Jesus they pray to was a spook. Trump is a real human being, man, living man who can create and destroy that we can see, we can bear witness. See, we can't see white Jesus. They only saw a photo, copy of a copy of a copy of some shit somebody just painted out their own imagination. So we can see Trump. We can go to Trump. They can't go to white Jesus. We can shake Trump's hand. We can take a picture with him. We can sit down and eat, you know what I'm saying? So, but they can't do that with white Jesus because he's a spook.
I know you gotta be trolling right now. Huh?
No, that's a fact.
Real ones.
So what you're saying by default is that we should supplement or basically replace pseudo Jesus with Trump because he real. That's what you're saying.
No, I'm saying if black people gonna pray to something, don't pray to a spook. I'd rather pray to or ask to help for a man that's living that I can go to his house and knock on his door and say, "Hey, brother, can you help me out?" Rather than a spook somewhere I don't know where it's going. You know what I'm saying?
So white man. So that's what white man. You're expressing that we we gotta make a song for some. We gotta make a song for Trump in this. In this sanctuary of deification.
No, I'm not saying we ought to substitute Trump for white Jesus or Trump for white Jesus. No, I'm just saying that I think black people would be better off if we
follow the leadership.
We made moves with that which was tangible, right? Things that we could see, touch, observe. I mean, not no spook, bro. We've been a lot of our people still believe in this spook, man. So
when we got a real white man we can believe in right now, brother. Exactly. That's what say it, brother. That's what you said, basically. That's what you said.
I don't know. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, he's. I know everyone claims Trump is this great businessman, but oh fuck! Sorry.
He want everybody. Oh. That's all. That's cool. Couldn't hit that pause.
Sorry about that.
He want everybody.
No. I'm no, I was drinking a beer and it went down my air pipe.
Oh damn! Yeah, you drinking beer? Yeah, that's what happens. You drink beer, man. Beer.
Yeah, but yeah. So like I was saying, but like let me ask the panel, everyone on this panel, how many bankruptcies does anyone have on this panel, or if any?
Zilch.
I have 0. So everyone on this panel has 0 bankruptcies.
We could presume that.
Yeah, I don't have no bankruptcy.
I don't know where you're going, man.
So where I'm going is, everyone says Trump is this great businessman, but the man got like 6 bankruptcies. That's more than everybody on this panel. So if
well, you gotta ask yourself why and how.
Because he's a horrible businessman,
unscrupulous, shady.
Well, I mean, you don't know that. Well, they try to. Trump was damn near banned from New York in the late 70s and 80s. He couldn't do no business in New York. New York still hate Trump to this day, bro. New York, the state of New York, been hating Donald Trump since the 70s. They didn't want him to do nothing in downtown New York. They didn't want him to build shit. Like I seen this documentary on it. Right? That is true. Until he finessed, he was able to finesse his way in, and that's how he got the buildings and shit that he had got downtown and shit like that of New York.
In the 80s, man, they loved Trump in the 80s. The city gave him a contract. He actually did that.
Do you know how long it took him to get a contract within New York? Took almost 20 years.
I don't think it took that long, because Trump was born.
I saw the full documentary on it, bro. That's how, you know what I'm saying? I saw the full documentary.
You studied that, man. You studied him to the T, huh?
Well, the thing is,
the Bible teaches us to study all things. All things.
I believe Trump, right? Trump was born in. I knew
you were gonna say that, Q.
Your overly studious ways.
What about that plant film, Madonna? What about that animal film?
That's morphed into deification.
Like I said, I believe Trump was born in 46. So, I mean, why would the city trust, a man? You said it took him 20 years. I mean,
that's almost. I mean, give or take, probably 12, 15. I probably exaggerate a little bit, but
But still, the man's not even in his 30s yet. You're talking about giving multi-million-dollar contracts to a.
But he had the money though. He had the money to build. He wanted to get I think it was some type of I forgot what kind of it was like there was a big area in New York that had kind of went I think it was an old train rail station area or something he was trying to get, but they kept him from getting that shipyard. I think it was a ship. I forgot. I think it was a shipyard or a rail yard. It was one of the two he was trying to get, and they just barred that nigga for the longest.
Black.
Shit, I'm back.
That's what you on the verge of saying. They treated him like he was black but died.
Huh? Yeah. Trump always, he grew up in New York. So, Trump said he'd ride the subway and shit. He probably got on there with some of y'all. I don't know. But nah, they did. But they have been treating him like a nigga. They tried to shoot. They tried to delete him. You know what I'm saying? They got his mug shot, put his mug shot up. That's why Trump is back with a vengeance. And anybody get in his way, that's why I say, black people, get out of this man's way. Fall back.
Man, Trump, your president shouldn't be vengefully passing policies, though. Your president shouldn't have vengeance in his mind when he passes policies.
Nigga, if I'm the commander in chief, nigga, I do as thou wilt, right?
You're governed by the Constitution.
Hell no. Hey, if Trump went from a third term, would you support it?
Hell yeah.
Quick, huh?
Hell yeah. No cap. I'm like, yeah, get his ass back in there.
Oh, hell no.
This is the time for us to become millionaires. I've been saying it for the longest, man. This is the time for black people to become millionaires, man. We just gotta make the right moves, and it's all about timing.
You thought he was talking about you, huh? When he was talking about making millionaires, huh?
No, I'm talking about me.
Maga.
I'm talking about me.
You
Nah,
talking? Oh, okay.
I think Dave Chappelle said it best, man. He ain't talking about you. He talking about me. Himself, as in, what I'm saying, the top. So unless, what I'm saying, unless you're already a multimillionaire, man, you
Check
ain't
this out,
seeing
bro.
nothing.
All I'm saying is this, man. This is the time where you can have 20, 30 hustles, different hustles, right? I mean, people crashing out. I mean, it's all kind of different ways you can tap into different things to get your money up and all this is all I'm saying. I think this is the time where with the black people we just gotta stay focused, stay consistent, and just make sure we stay on our priorities to our best of our ability. I know some. I mean, I fall short sometimes, and I'm perfect, but you know what I'm saying. Each year I make sure I'm a step above where I was the last year. I try to do.
No, I feel that. I agree with you on that one, brother. Because I ain't gonna lie to you, I do feel like we try to use excuses of white supremacy too much. And when especially when it's sometimes we could just go to work. Sometimes we could just be about our business and we can make it out. You know what I mean? I barely even talk to white people. The only time I talk to white people, at least on a friendly basis, is when I'm at work. You know what I mean? And even then, I don't have too many of those. So it's like I ain't really too much worried about them. I do, like you said, we do need to just focus
Yeah,
on
look
ourselves
at it, bro.
sometimes.
Look at us on this panel. Brothers doing good. The homie Young Diddy riding around in the Lexus. You know what I'm saying?
Uh-oh.
The homie Q riding around. You know what I mean? Niggas got nice. We living it up. We doing. I mean, basically, all I'm saying is we're doing for ourselves. And you know what I'm saying? We on. You know what I'm saying? We're doing our thing, man. You know what I'm saying? We making moves and just trying to stay consistent. Sometimes we may take a couple steps back, but we make sure we continue going forward, like Toyota.
Yeah, I feel you. But again, Trump power is insane. But I mean, I feel you. I feel where you coming from. Though. I feel where you coming from. I fuck with you. I fuck with you.
But yeah, man.
I think Trump is not going to lead black people to the promised land like you do, though. I have to disagree with that
No,
wholeheartedly.
he can't lead us to the promised land. All he can do is put a light up there and say, "Hey, this is the way. We got to take ourselves to
Brother,
the promised land."
there's no light. I don't even think there's a light. I'm gonna be real
Bro,
with
it's a light, bro. We just got to be able to see. Hey, I see the light. It's like a Thundercat sign to me. So all I'm saying is we got to lead our way to the promised land. He just a light or a trumpet or a sound that say, "Hey, he's a trumpet, bro. He's sounding off like, hey, this is the way." But you got to do it on your own. You know.
you.
That's how I see it. We got to do it. Like, you know what I'm saying? We as a people, individually and together. You know what I'm saying? That's how I see it, bro. It's gonna be. It's all on us. Trump to
Ain't
me
nothing
is
wrong
just
with it.
a light bearer to shed light through a lot of darkness that's been in America, over America, and for Black people to see. Look how much. I mean, look at. I mean, everything turned up, man. You know what I'm saying? Everybody mad at Trump. They mad at Elon. The government getting exposed in ways we never seen it before. So to me, I think it's a great time to be alive.
Exposed how? What exposed did they do?
All the money, all the mismanagement of funds and money and all these different things, man. They show.
Oh, you're talking about the trans changes in Ukraine or wherever the hell they was talking. That's what you're talking about.
Now I'm saying within these different government buildings or institutions or entities, they found mismanagement of the American people's money. And that's why they so mad. That's
Oh,
why the Democrats is upset because Trump and Elon they going through all these goddamn departments doing all kind of motherfucking audits and shit like that. I mean they kicking over the apple cart. Like man, we coming in here, we kicking up dust. We seeing what you motherfuckers been because something ain't right. Something rotten in the cotton, like the old folks used to say, right? Something
you
ain't right.
think
So
you said you said just Democrats, right? You think just Democrats is upset about these cuts?
hell no, both sides because think about it. That's why some
Okay.
Republicans because they know they busted. That's what I see. They cold. You got Republicans busted, and you got Democrats busted, right? And those
Uh,
who independent, whatever they want to claim. So to me, Trump and Elon is exposing all these motherfuckers that's been getting away of laundering money and all kinds of things behind our backs.
so why haven't they exposed it within the top branches of where we're spending the most money then, such as the Department of Defense? Why haven't they exposed them?
Well, Trump did say he was he looked into that and he's cut back different
Oh yeah,
funds
he
and cut
said it.
down.
Oh yeah, he said it for sure, but he's not doing it. Just like he
Well,
did
I
it for
mean,
everything else.
maybe it takes time. I don't know. Only time will tell. That's all I can say. The only
Yeah,
time will
you
tell
right. You
if
right.
everything. You know what I'm saying. So I don't know. I'm just calling it how I see it, and I'm just you know what I'm saying. So I'm just
I,
reading. I'm just
I I just think it's kind of a coincidence how it was so easy to do it, to find all these billions of dollars supposedly they found of supposed wasting when it comes to what I guess mostly Democrats has pushed, such as I guess transgender transitions in Ukraine or whatever country it was. But for some reason they can't go right down the street to the Department of Defense and or to the Pentagon and somehow do the waste there. It just that seems coincidental to me
well,
personally.
Elon did go to the Pentagon back here. I think
He did. I give you
they
that.
looking into to me.
He
I
did.
think this is just how I see it, right? From my what I observed, right? I'm just seeing them they tapping in or they looking into all these things that to me were government money and the people money has been mismanaged, and to me that's why everybody pissed off, and I'm happy they pissed off.
This nigga said he happy.
Hell yeah, because when Satan started to cast out Satan, bro, that's the most phenomenal thing you can ever see, in
I
my
feel
humble
you. I
opinion.
feel you. So what about the people that are pissed off? Like that's your people. You know mostly your people that you pro black for are pissed off right now, right?
Well, we've been pissed off since slavery, so I mean, we just gotta adapt and
Oh
readjust.
nigga.
I know it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate when anybody lose.
That's lost in
They,
slave.
it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. Trust me. I hate any black person to lose
Oh
their
man,
will.
I
You
ain't
know,
got no
they means of living and supporting themselves. I don't want to see no black people ever lose that. But I understand the kind of society we live in, right?
man.
So I
You
mean, you
said
got
we've been
jobs
pissed
out
off
here.
since slavery.
Man,
I mean, you got jobs out here
I'm
that you know
pissed off ain't even the correct
they
term
can
to
fire
use.
you without a cause. You can get fired on some jobs without a
That's an
cause.
understatement.
Yeah, I live in a right to work state, so that's common here. In a right to work state, yeah, you can get fired without cause.
So my thing, it ain't too much difference.
Mm.
But I mean, like I said, I hate to see anybody lose their job. You know, especially if they, you know, doing right on the job and all that. That's it's unfortunate. I don't wish
Yeah,
no
that's how I feel too. I feel like there's a lot of people that are losing out on like good people who went to work every day and just did what they were trained to do. That are losing out, on these jobs just because of, I mean, rumors or not, well, rumors, truths, whatever you want to call it, right? So I don't know. Shout out to them though, man. I hope they find a way.
So
But my thing is, sometimes it's good fall with the bad when you part of a corrupt entity, right? So it's like, okay, they was all part of that, right? So sometimes you have to fall with the ship. It's just the way it
Hey,
goes sometimes.
you still got to do what?
you
Fall
gotta
with the
fall with the
ship.
ship.
You got to
Oh,
fall with the ship. So like a lot of them was part of those different government
go
entities.
with the flow, huh? You got to bend and you got to be pliable, huh?
Yeah, and
Malleable.
I think a lot of, I mean, and like I said, man, sometimes when you participate in when you're part of certain branches of the government or certain and new administration come in, sometimes that new administration clear all y'all out and start from scratch. I mean, and then pull their cabinet in or whoever they want. I mean, that's what I see. So, I think that's all part of it too. Trump was like, okay, we don't need these. They was part of this administration and all this, and they was loyal to this, or they might not be loyal to Joe Biden. But you know what? We're gonna go ahead and clear all this out, and I'm gonna put the people I want in there. To me, that's the American way.
There you go. There
That's
you
the
go.
American way.
Nepotism.
That's the white American way, huh?
Yeah, that's how y'all supposed to do it.
Yeah, you're right. It is. And, that's,
I just recognize it and just
but I
move
do
accordingly.
laugh at is it God? I don't know. No, is that the term? I want people to listen to. I think that is a term. Let me see if that's a term. Am I saying that right? Let me see something. Hold on. Before I because I think it's the pronunciation how I'm saying it. Okay, no, I think this is not. Yeah. I'm not saying the right word in this context, but no, I do. It's laughable though when it comes to certain people like Tim Scott, all them black people that was that was out there on the front line stomping hard for him, and they ain't get no position, they didn't get seated,
Nah, for real.
That's laughable, man.
And that's why I said, man, like I rooted for Trump. The only thing I looked proud of was the W, and I got the W. So
The white
were you
man.
also
The
were
white.
you also
You voted for Trump just so you can say you can get the W. I mean, that's kind of
the
crazy,
white?
bro.
That feel
because with
great.
the W, because anytime
W for white. That wasn't a
with
white
the
woman.
win,
That was a white
because
man.
when you get the win comes with all kinds of gifts and trinkets and all kinds of things. That's what comes with the W.
Thank you.
You know what I'm
So
saying?
Biscuits.
so
We
far,
get biscuits and trinkets.
Butter biscuits, huh?
so far, what trinkets and
Trap,
things have you received yet?
Them
His
biscuits is on the
trinket
way.
is the ability to come up here and say he won. That's his trinket. Other than that, I don't know what trinkets he's talking about.
No, sir. See, you ain't understand what Massa doing first and foremost. Once he finished putting pressure all them people that don't want to listen to him, he's gonna come back and bring all the biscuits back to the porch, and we's gonna have a big picnic.
You and Massa's gonna have a picnic with you. What part of reality
no
is that?
water, no nothing. We ain't gonna have nothing.
What part of reality is that?
Hold on now, ain't no
The
week.
reality you niggas ain't gonna be part of, because we's gonna
I'm
be
not a nigga. I'm not a nigga. And you think that your master, your slave master, is a person that shares with you? That's what you think a slave master is? Someone that shares with you? That's what you think
Since
it is?
we've been in this country, we've been getting shared with. You probably don't get shared
No,
with
we
because you're one of them
haven't.
pookies.
No, we haven't.
You look
No,
like one of
that's
them pookies.
that's not
Did-
reality. You know that's
See, the
not
white men
reality.
don't want to share none with you pookies.
Do
Okay.
you eat fried
Now you can
chicken?
call me a name.
Do you eat fried chicken with them and
You know,
watermelon?
No, right. That doesn't happen. So I mean,
They
when you're
don't like
saying that,
chicken.
when you're
Fried chicken
saying
is
that,
for us Negroes.
They actually
you think a person that you're calling master is gonna share something with you. That's what you just said.
Shit, they doing it now, brother.
Is that what you believe? I mean, really, for the world, record it. It's being documented as you speak. Is that really what you believe?
He let your black ass get on the internet and talk all this black power shit on
He
his
let me-
YouTube. You use
He let
his
me get on
phone.
the internet. How did he
use
let me
his
get on the
frying
internet?
pan? All the chicken and hog maws your black ass been eating, you made that on a white man's frying pan on a white
I
man's
don't eat
stove.
that. I don't eat that. And no, that he didn't make the frying pan and he didn't make the stove.
Who made it?
You
Who
know,
made it?
that's you and your imagination.
Who made it?
Don't forget
In your
the chitlins.
imagination.
The chitlins, not the shitlins.
You can Google that yourself, but it wasn't him.
Oh, now we can
But
Google. So it
anyway,
wasn't a white man.
Yeah.
Before we Google it,
no,
it wasn't a white man.
no. I mean, you understand. If you understood the Iron Age, you'd understand that. Or if you understand where steel comes from,
Oh, this nigga said the
the
Iron
creators
Age.
The
of
white
it.
man made
All right.
steel. The white man made iron,
No,
brother.
white man didn't. No,
The
steel
white
was
man
made.
made iron, brother.
No. Let's really look at it. Steel was made by Africans in Jamaica.
If they
Oh
had
my
steel,
That's
they
easy.
would
God.
have
That's easy. That's
industrialization.
easy for any
They
person
wouldn't have
that
got
was
conquered
interested.
if they had
Okay,
steel, brother.
listen. That's easy for any person right now to Google and look up, and you can say
Read the
whether I'm
book.
lying or
Read
not.
the book,
See, that's
No,
very easy.
they lying too.
We know the
They
white
lying
man that
too.
gets credit. We know the white man that gets credit
See,
for it.
brother, when the white
No,
man made
Okay,
time, when the white man
now what I
invented
just
time, when
okay,
the
so
white
what I
man
just
invented
told you,
time
what I
and
just told you
cooking,
was the truth. Now, what I just told you was the truth. As I said, you can Google it and try to challenge it, or you can keep trying to talk on. So
no,
you
the
sir.
either
white
admit
man
that I'm
gave you
right.
Google.
So you could
No,
The
even
no,
white man
sir.
admit that
gave you Google,
no, the
brother.
white man didn't. He might have gave me Google, but he didn't give me the internet. He couldn't have Google if he didn't have the internet. We created the internet.
Then why the
Slow
air is
down.
better in white neighborhoods than black
Slow down.
neighborhoods?
No,
Why is the
no,
air
wait,
better
Come
in
on,
white
man.
neighborhoods than black neighborhoods?
no. So what
Why
you're
is the
saying
grass
is,
greener in white
what you
neighborhoods than
just said,
black
it ain't
neighborhoods?
greener. What you saying financially, they're in the position that they're in due to rape, rob, pillage, meme, and all kind of evil things. Put them in a position. So you're bragging about people in a position. They got in a position by doing just the most horrible things that a humans can imagine. And you think
When
that's
Facts.
you were
something to
doing
give
those
them
things,
credit
bro,
for.
when
You
when
think
your
that's something to give them
ancestors,
credit for.
when your ancestors,
You
when your
don't see that
ancestors
that's
was
something
brought over to
sick.
this God grace land, right?
Your brain doesn't allow you to look and see how sick that is. You think that's a
It's not
good
about
thing. You're
being sick.
proud
It's
of it.
in
Would
recorded
you rather be
history.
in
It's
Africa? Would
proud
you
of this
rather be
is
in
recorded
Africa over
history.
here with the
So
goddamn white
yes,
man's
of course I
ice?
would. Of
Would
course
you
I'd
rather
rather
be in
be in Africa.
Africa or the
Of
white man's
course.
ice?
Of course, in Africa. Of course, Africa.
Oh
Of
man,
course,
You's
brother.
a
Africa. You
clown.
know what I mean?
You's a
Now,
clown, brother.
you can call me a clown, but you know what I'm saying? You heal yourself. See what you're saying. Your
Where do you
problem that
live
you're
right
like, you
now,
know what I'm
brother?
saying? You sound like a hoe worshiping a pimp. Yeah, that's what you
Where do you
sound like.
live
You
right
sound
now,
like a
brother?
prostitute worshiping her pimp. You know
I
what I
can
mean?
sound like whatever.
Don't
I
worry
don't really
about
care
where I
about
don't
that.
worry
Where do you
about where I
live?
live. Don't worry
Is
about
it
where I live.
America?
My
Is it
living
America?
situation. Yes, I'm in the US.
Okay then. So I'm
Okay.
really not. Again, you're just one of those
Yeah,
pro-black,
I'm
black
just
nationalist people that
You're
telling
just
us to
a
go back to
pro-white.
Africa while
If
you're
I'm
sitting here
pro-black, you're
enjoying
pro-white.
American stuff. Shut
So
up,
which
brother.
Uh,
one is better? Okay,
can I
yes.
get
So,
an
so
America?
Shut
which
up,
one would
brother.
you rather
Tell
be,
them America
pro-black or
again.
pro-white?
Living
Let him
in
answer this.
America.
Hey, will you answer this? Would you rather be pro-black or pro-white?
Let's go to
What
America.
the fuck? I'd
Pro-white,
rather be
brother.
Keon.
All right.
I'd rather
Pro-white,
be
brother.
Keon, brother.
You'd rather be
Brother, when it
pro-white.
snows, let me ask you something, brother.
No,
Would
no,
you
that,
rather
that's
eat
the
dirty
answer.
snow or clean snow?
No, listen. Did you want to answer
The
the
niggas is
question?
dirty snow, brother.
Are you
The
going to
niggas
answer the
is
question
dirty
or not?
snow.
I don't think you're going to answer the question.
When
I
I'm
asked the
pro
God made the
Keon.
question
word
because you're
black,
not sincere and you're
why do you
not
think God
confident.
made the word black, brother?
You're
God, when
not
God made
sincere
the
or
word black
confident in
and
what
he
you're
made
saying.
everything dirty, why do you think everything dirty is black, brother?
Everything ain't
And God
dirty
made the
black.
word black.
That's in your
Come on now.
imagination.
The black
Maybe that's
death,
your
brother.
life.
The
Hey,
black death. Come on now.
maybe you're describing your life because all black people don't live like that. I'm
The
not living
black
like that, so I
plague.
don't know what you're talking about. That's
Every time I
maybe
go out
your
my black neighborhood, I
existence.
see crack cocaine, brother.
That's your existence. That's you. It tells me where you live and it tells me your financial status. But you know what I mean? That's not all
I don't
black
see crack
people. You
cocaine in
fool.
white people, man.
You don't? What are you out of
Nah,
your
bro.
mind? You don't see they smoke more crack than anyone. You know what I mean? They have the money
All the
too,
crack in
fool.
America
They
came from
have
the black neighborhood,
no,
though.
no, it doesn't. No, it
Yes,
doesn't.
it does,
You're right.
brother.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it
All the
doesn't.
baby mothers bringing the goddamn crack with the little
Understand
babies.
crack. Understand this. Understand the history of crack. You know what I mean? It's just cocaine. Understand the history of cocaine. It was a rich person drug in the 70s. You know what I mean? It's a drug that you
And the
had to be
white man
financial.
invented
Now
it. It was good until the niggas got it.
don't talk over me now. Listen,
Actually, it grows
so
naturally.
we know who was doing cocaine. We know who had the ability to do it at a high rate. It's the people
Yeah,
with the
black
money.
people.
The same people you were just bragging about. No, you can't do both. You can't just talk about how poor and dirt poor we are. Now you want to talk about we doing all the cocaine. You can't do both. So you need money to do the
I
cocaine.
seen
You
it.
know
I
who's
seen
doing it
it.
right. And you know when crack came, you know who did it. You know who came with the idea of doing it. You know it wasn't us. It wasn't the people without the money able to
Yeah,
do it. It was the
black.
people with the
We
money. And it was
stole
the
it, brother.
people
We didn't
with the
pay for
knowledge
it.
and
We
the
stole it.
information. Stop it. That's your imagination again. What do you mean we stole it? Stole it from
We,
where? You
brother.
stole it from
You
We
where?
gotta,
stole
you
it,
It's
gotta
brother.
not.
live in
It's not
reality,
something you
bro.
steal. It's not something you steal. It's something you purchase. It's a
Well,
commodity.
exactly. Like,
It's a
like
Nigga, if
God,
you
commodity.
like
can
your
purchase it,
goddamn
you can steal it.
ancestors.
Yeah.
What are
We
you
didn't
talking
steal
about?
you, bigaboos.
Okay.
Your
Well, this
goddamn
commodity.
ancestors gave
The
them.
problem with trying to steal it is the commodity is developed in a country in South America. You know what I mean?
Brother,
And
if
the
you can
people
pay
that you
for it, you
claiming
can
stole
steal it.
it are living in North America in United States. See the problem with your claim?
No,
And it's
I
not
don't
going to
know
work.
what you
It's
mean.
not going to
First
work.
of all,
Yeah, it's not going to work. Saying they
Nah,
stole it,
that's just
saying
how
we
cold
stole it
black
won't
people
work,
are, bro.
dummy. It
That's
won't
how
work.
good we all is
It won't
stealing.
work.
What
We
you talking
can't
about?
even be in the store. We can't be in the place to
how
steal
come
it.
every time we go to a
We
Dollar
in the
Tree,
United
black people are
States.
stealing?
You just said we stole the crack cocaine,
That's a
but
good
you know we
question.
couldn't do it. It had to been brought to this country. We know how it's brought to this country. We know who brings it to the country.
We know
We
the
know,
expose,
yeah,
respect.
yeah, we
Sexy
know those. We
Red,
know those things, right?
Sexy Red, and all her goddamn little
Yeah,
jigaboo
stop,
sisters is
man.
bringing in the
All
country.
that,
This
the see
nigga
that,
is
right,
retarded.
right. The anti-black talk and just use that to do it. You know what I mean? That it doesn't bolster your position. It just goes back to being anti-black and pro-white, which is what
Let me
you are.
ask you
You should
something,
be
brother.
proud. And when you
Let
are,
me
you
ask you
should
something, brother.
stick your chest out when you do that.
Let's be real, like you blacks say in
Stick
the
your
hood,
chest
right?
out. Stick to us blacks say in the hood.
Let's be real,
Okay,
right?
come on, man.
First of all, brother, like you blacks say, right?
Like you black say.
Yeah.
When
Are you
God
black as
Black
well?
delivered
folk.
What do
us,
you mean as
Come
you
on, say ain't
black
no
say?
black
I
here.
don't
Y'all
when
just saying
understand.
that.
God, when God delivered
What the fuck
us
is you mean?
Listen,
from
man,
Africa,
I don't
Listen,
do the
she
comic
actually the
books.
police too.
Don't
Black
come to me
police.
with the comic book
Oh man,
talk. I
don't do
don't
that.
do
That's
God
when
comic book
God
talk.
When
delivered
ya
us from
No,
Stop
Africa to
telling me
no,
America,
something.
brother.
when
We had a
Yahweh
choice.
Shai delivered.
We had a
no,
choice,
none of
right?
the comic book stuff.
We
No,
had
no make
a
believe.
choice. We had
Listen,
a
I'm not
choice
here for make
between
believe. We're
choosing
not gonna do
to follow the path the white man gave us, or to
Uh,
be these
that is
Pookie and
that's
Ray
make
Rays out
believe.
here. Nobody
uh,
told you to
Listen,
be a sexy red.
are you
Now, if
gonna
you want
do
to make
make
baby
believe?
mamas with sexy reds, if you
Are
want
we
your little
gonna
daughters walking around with weaves, you
are
want
we
your
gonna have a
little sons
real
being
discussion?
rappers.
Are we gonna have a real discussion, or are you gonna go to a comic book, a make believe Bible book.
Hey,
Oh
Jesus
my
Are
is
you,
in the
goodness. Are
which
book.
you
one
a
are we gonna do?
hotepper? You
Which one are
probably
we
another
gonna do?
hotepper,
Are we
aren't you,
gonna
brother?
do? Are
He's
we
a
gonna
whole
do
stepper.
what you believe? You want me to
He's a
discuss
whole
your faith?
stepper.
The
You
black
want
woman is
me?
God.
You want me to have a discussion about your faith, about what you make believe in? I'm not gonna do that, man. We're not gonna
We
do that. Let's
prayed.
just talk real
Well,
life.
what? Well,
Let's
tell me
stay
that
on.
when we
Let's stay on
prayed for
this. Let's
God
stay
to
on the
hear.
real life topic. Let's talk like adults on a real life topic. Let's leave your make believe world, on the side, and let's just deal with real life topics, real life things we dealing with. We were talking
Jesus is real,
political.
brother.
Let's stay. No, he's not. Stop it, man. That's goofy. It's goofy and
Oh
make
yeah,
believe.
he a hotep. He a
I'm a
hotep.
host. No, 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 no,
He
no.
a
Come
Sexy
on,
red
hotep.
is
man.
real.
Come on, man. Come on. What sexy red is what? What is that?
A
Are they porno
representation
stars?
of black people.
All right. So are porno stars? They're white porno stars. Does that's a reputation of white people?
But white porno
That's more than
stars
that's
are
more than
the
just saying.
victims of
Listen, listen.
society.
Now a
White
porno
porno
star.
stars are
Listen,
the
a
victims
porno
of
star is
society, brother.
actually doing
There's
this
a
stuff.
difference when
Now, so
white
listen.
girls are
So listen.
pushed
Yeah.
into
So what are you saying? Listen.
sexual acts because
They're pushed
they
into
wasn't
it.
raised like that.
Oh,
When
they're
you look
pushed
at a
into
white
it.
girl, do you
They're
really look
pushed
at a
into
white
porno
girl and think
stars.
that she is capable of those type of acts?
They're pushed into being porno stars. No, no. So you're
Nigga
saying
is
the people that
crazy.
actually do it? These are porno stars that actually do it. They're not rapping it in a song and make believing like your Bible stuff. They're actually doing it. So does that
Oh
represent
shit.
all white people?
Yeah,
Does
no,
that
brother.
represent all your white people that you
Brother,
worship?
if you look at a white girl in porn,
So if Sexy
you
Red
should feel
talking about it is
sad.
bad
You
and
should
they
feel
You should
actually
feel
sad if
doing
you
sad.
it,
see a white girl in
hey,
porn. That is breaking down the
so
American
listen.
fabric.
So
More white mothers.
If
Exactly.
Sexy Red rapping
Exactly.
about it is bad and them actually doing it, which one is worse? Actually doing it or just talking about it? Which one
Brother, what
rapping
about the
about it?
single mother
No,
crisis in the
listen,
black
listen. You
community,
need to
brother?
answer questions, please. If you're going to be an adult and have a conversation with me, please answer the questions. Which
Brother,
one
we're
is
sitting
worse?
here answering questions, and there's a
Okay,
single
which
mother crisis in
one?
the black
Which one?
community.
Get a question. Which one is worse? Rapping about it or actually doing it? Which one represents your people worse?
The blacks.
No, I didn't say it's blacks is not one of the options of the answer that I asked you. Which one is worse? Someone rapping about sexual things or someone actually doing it, being recorded, in a porno. Which one represents your people worse?
I
Are
think
you telling?
Beyonce trying to
Go ahead.
steal the white man's music
Okay, see
is
how
the
you
worst
can't answer the
representation
question?
you
Now,
Negroes.
now understand this. No matter how you try to play
Now
it
you
off,
want to
that's like
do
little
the
kids. These are
fan
like
popping.
5-year-old answers. How you're not trying to give an answer. I gave you two options. You're not trying to give an answer. You're trying to pretend around it. You don't want to have an intellectual discussion. You're trying to play it off now, like a dumb kid in class that can't answer the
That is
question.
an
So you be
oxymoron. An
goofy. So
intellectual
you do
conversation
something
with a
goofy.
black.
So you
An
do something
intellectual
goofy.
conversation
Yeah,
with a black.
yeah. Yeah, with a black, because blacks can't be intellectual in your fantasy
Yeah,
or
that's a
something.
fact.
In your
No, that's a
fantasy, you
fact.
know what I'm saying?
No, that's
It's a
reality,
fact. It's
brother.
a fact. So, you
That's
know
a
what I'm
fact.
saying? I mean, in your fact, okay, when did white people become intellectual? In the dark
When
ages?
when they stop selling black people
In the
Jordans.
dark ages? Was they
Oh
intellectual
man,
in the dark ages?
talk about it, Q.
Yes or no? See how you don't answer? Again, both of you. This is easy.
They
Whooping
call
you
it
Was the
dark
down
white
and
man?
ages
stomping you on
because
this
the
show is
blacks were
very
ruling
easy.
Africa.
See
That's
how
why
you're
they were
so
called dark
scared? No,
ages.
see how
Exactly.
every time I
They
ask a
call it. They
question, you're
call it the Black
terrified?
Plague because the blacks
Yeah,
brought the
no.
plague.
The little insults but not answering the question makes you look cowardly. Everyone can see that. Any adult listening is going to be like, damn, they really won't answer the question.
Yeah, just like
Cowardly
You
is
black
not
can't.
people.
You
recognizing
can't
that the
answer any of the
Democrats
questions
have
I
not
ask
done
you.
anything for
The
you,
truth
and
is,
they
you don't believe in
push
nothing that you're saying. You don't
LGBTQ,
believe in your
and Trump
position.
has brought
You
us to
don't
the
believe in your
promised land,
position.
brother.
You don't
We're
believe
trying to
black
make
people's
America
ignorant.
great again.
Because
Remember
if
the
you felt
50s?
that way, you would answer
You remember
questions.
remember the
You be
positions we used
confident
to
like
have, the
me.
butler? Remember
Like me.
when we were butlers in America, brother? America
We
was
were
great.
always butlers. All black people were butlers.
My great great
Some of the
granddad
best
was a
of
butler.
us, some of the
Okay,
best of
your
us were.
my great grandfather was in the military, man. He was a fucking military hero.
Being
So
a butler is a little
yeah,
bit more,
yeah.
black
So yeah,
power than
okay.
being a
So
military.
you know what I mean, to each his own family. You know what I mean? That's your living
As
life.
long as he was
That's not
working for
how
the white
mine
man,
was. You know
brother,
what I'm saying?
power to him.
You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
exactly.
Yours scrub floors or whatever. And I understand we were in that predicament. I understand that. That's what your grandfather was about. That's what he did. That's not what mine did. You know what I mean? Just because yours did that, that don't mean all black people had to do that. That don't mean that was everyone's
Just
position.
because they gave a monkey a gun
My
doesn't mean
great
that we should be
grandmother was a
celebrating him.
nurse. You know what I mean? You know? That wasn't my position. That's not my family position. That's the
You ever
history of
thought
your
about the
family.
plight of Jim?
You just
You
think
know,
all
we
black
always talk
people's
about
like
Jim
that.
Crow
And
for
when you
blacks.
discuss it, see, no, so no, let's go back to you answering my questions. Now, why don't y'all want to answer? answer them. What is it about my
So
questions that terrify you so much? You know what I mean? When I'm asking
Sir,
you about the representation of people, and I ask you if rapping about something, sex or anything, or actually doing it, and you can see them actually doing it, which one is the worst representation? You refuse to answer it. And there's a reason for that. You know what I mean? Because you're dishonest, both of you. You don't
nah,
believe in none of that
it's
shit
really
you say.
because I
You
don't
don't
I
believe
don't
that
speak
intellectual.
unless spoken to by a
And
white
when I
man.
asked you, was they intellectual in the dark ages? What I'm trying to discover is where these people that you think is so superior, so intellectual, I want to get on it because I know a little history. So I want you to commit to yourself, commit to a statement. Do you believe they was intellectual during the dark ages? Then we can look at us. And you
I
can see if
believe
we
that
were.
white people were intellectual when they first walked on Earth. As soon as they walked on Earth, they was intelligent.
Okay, so describe the dark ages to me. So when they first walked on Earth and they were dumping urine and
I
feces
don't
out of
know
the
about dark
windows.
ages, but I know about dark
When they were
cages and
dumping
fucking
urine
niggers.
and feces, all right, let me finish my question though. So when they were
I,
dumping urine and feces just out of their window into the streets, when they were doing things like that, do you think that was an intelligent thing, intelligent society?
they were wrongfully influenced by
No,
the black
no,
community in
no,
Africa.
no, no, no. See the question again? Now, do you think that was an intelligent society or you think that was extremely ignorant society? Because this is
I feel
very
like they were only ignorant for following the
all right.
footsteps of the black
See how
of
this
the
is.
black people.
See how when I asked you with the two different options and you're not picking one, this cowardly.
I
Once
did.
again,
I said
you're
they
not
was
trying to be
ignorant.
you're not trying to be real. And anyone can see that. Everyone else listening,
Oh my goodness,
they're
you
obviously gonna
blacks
be
and
like,
being real.
so which
The
one? Yeah,
real right now is Donald fucking
yes.
Trump,
So
brother.
give a real
That's
answer.
a
Being
fact.
real is giving a real answer. You know what I mean?
What's
That's a
really
fact.
You know what
happening
I
is
mean?
that
Like I
your
said, were
blacks
they
are being led by
intellectual? Were they
all of your little
intellectual? All right,
rappers.
all right, were they intellectual when they thought it was good to have lice? When they thought that not brushing your teeth and having black teeth, they thought that was attractive. Do you think that
Who
was
cares? Their ice
intelligent?
is
Do you
colder
think that
now.
was
Why
intelligent?
is white people
No,
ice colder
no.
now?
I'm
Why?
trying to
What's the
figure
problem?
out.
If I want to live in a
Listen.
neighborhood where
Mhm.
ice is colder, the
See how
lawns are
see
clean,
how you
and there's
no
no
see
garbage on the
you see
corner.
how you're not answering
Why
questions
is
and you're
it
making
a problem if
statements.
I move to
You're
an
making
HOA
statements.
neighborhood and I choose to go to a
Hostile
place
witness.
where there's
Hostile
predominantly
witness. You know what I
white,
mean?
I lose my black card now?
Right. See, so
That's
what you're
what you
saying is now
pro-blacks
see all
don't
these
say?
what you're trying to do is switch the discussion and trying to do all these things to refute because you refuse to answer questions because you know every time I ask you the question, I know you can't. And I know that if you do, you're gonna fucking have to contradict yourself. So you don't say anything
Uh,
and you just,
No, you
you blabber
blacks are a
off.
walking
You're
contradiction.
scared to
You
be
walk around
honest.
this
You're
country
scared to be
thinking that
honest.
the country owes you
So
something
now I'm
when
being
white
honest
people
with
have
you.
gave you
Right. So
everything.
now I'm
If it
being
wasn't
honest
for
with you, right?
slavery, where would you
So
blacks be?
so when
in
it so
Pro-blacks,
wait
Africa.
a-
always up
so
here
when so
angry
now
at the
that
white
yeah
man.
so much stop with where would you blacks be? What
You'll
are
be
you?
eating
What are
bush.
you? And
You'll
what
be
race are
eating
you?
bush meat in Africa
Listen.
right now.
And what race are you?
I'm the product of white empowerment.
What race are you? No, I said what race are you?
I race for whites. They pass me the
No, I
baton and I
asked you
run.
what. No, I
I
asked you
run for
what race
whites.
are you?
I
What race
run
are
for this
you?
country, brother.
No,
I don't have a
see
complexion, brother. I
again.
bleed
So you
red,
do
white, and
represent
blue.
lies.
What
So
are
you do
you?
represent
What are
lies.
you,
So
brother?
notice
I'm
that.
red,
Notice. Look
white,
at.
and blue, brother.
So everyone
Since Hulk
listening,
Hogan,
they can
since
see.
James
They
Brown,
can see.
when James
He
Brown
keeps
walked in
talking,
Rambo,
but he's not going
walked
to
in
answer.
fucking Rocky,
When I
bro.
ask him
When
the
James
questions,
Brown, I cried. I cried when James Brown sung out fucking
when they
America
ask
and
the
Rocky.
question, when they ask the
Did you?
questions,
Did
he
you
won't
cry
answer.
when you saw
He
James
won't
Brown
answer
and
the
Rocky?
questions. He
Did
won't
you
answer the
cry when he
questions.
sang
You know
that
what I
song?
mean? He won't.
Since
He
then,
won't answer
I
those
knew
questions.
what it
You know
was
what I
to
mean?
be black.
So what? Now I asked you what race you were. What race are
Race.
you
I
born
told
in?
you I'm racing for America.
Now, I asked you who you race for,
I'm an
and
American
everyone knows that.
race.
Everyone hears
My
that. It's
race is
not
American.
slick, like it's not sneaky. You're not being slick. It's like being a little kid trying to lie. You understand
Because
that you
you
got cookies on your
pro-blacks
mouth
always want
right
to make it
now,
about
and
color.
you're trying to
When
tell
I'm
me you
with
didn't
my
eat the
friends,
cookies.
when I'm with
Everyone
Jake
can
or
see
Brad,
you.
when I'm with
See
Jake or
how
Brad, they don't bring
you're
up my
trying to
color.
talk and act like you're
They don't
so
Shout
bring up
out to
my
Jake
color,
and
intelligent,
Brad.
brother.
but then when it comes
Shout
time to
out.
be educated, intelligent, and try to answer questions, look how you can't. Look how all this.
Cause
Because
I'm
my
black,
real
brother.
friends, my
Look how
real
you're
friends
speaking.
from
You can't even
college,
speak
from
natural. You're
my
not speaking
fraternities,
natural.
my
You're
real
not
frat
speaking that. That's
brothers,
not even how you
my
talk.
real frat brothers
No,
never
that's not
put
how
me
you
through
talk. You
this.
don't have frat brothers. I can tell by your choice of words. You didn't ever attend college. You know what I'm saying? But you can
Why?
pretend
Cause
and
I'm
try to.
black. Why?
You
Cause
don't
I'm
even know
Because
how
black.
to pronounce. Listen, you can't even speak properly. Like that's
Oh,
not
coming
how
from a
you
pro-black,
sound like.
coming
Listen,
from
you
a Garvey
no. What
lover,
you're talking
coming
like
from a
sounds like white
You You were in
You
love with an
understand? You
immigrant.
understand?
You love
You
immigrants.
understand that you don't talk
Bring
like
it
that every
out.
day? that it's easy to
You in love
tell?
with immigrants.
You
Bring
understand
it
that
out.
it's a whole little troll game you're playing and anyone can
Oh, it's
see
a
it?
troll game. I bet you
Yeah.
got a picture of
You
Elijah
don't believe,
Muhammad
like
on
you
your
have
wall.
no, that's why you have no passion behind anything you have. Everything I ask you,
Muhammad,
you have no strength to stand on it. You talk around
The
it and say
strength
other
I
things.
have
Elijah
is
Muhammad
When I
was an
ask you
America.
what
Indian.
The
race, when
strength
I
I
ask you
have
what
is
race you
America,
are,
and
you
it's
say who
everywhere,
you race
brother.
for.
That
You know
fucking
what I mean?
eagle is everywhere, brother.
When I
And
ask
you're
you what
mad.
race
You're
are
mad because your
you,
little blackie
instead of just giving
pyramid
the
isn't
answer,
everywhere.
you
We
say
took
I
your
race
fucking
for.
pyramid
You
and we
see what
put it
that
on the
is?
white dollar and we wiped our fucking ass
Yes.
with your
You
pyramid, nigga.
see, right now look at the fake talk, and
Oh,
now look at the
whoa.
more he's trying to do it. Look, now it sounds even more white, but it
Take out
doesn't
that
work.
dollar bill and
It's
look
like
at your
a
fucking nigger
fake person
history,
trying to
brother.
talk, and it doesn't work. It doesn't anger nobody. It doesn't do nothing because it sounds like a little kid. But you're an adult, and I can tell by the
You
bass in
blacks
your
really thought
voice
we was gonna put
that you're a
Harriet Tubman on the
full-grown
$100
adult.
bill.
But you don't speak like that. Look, you don't speak like that, but you're trying to pretend it's trying to talk like what you think a white person would talk like. But it comes off like it's like a reverse fucking minstrel, of white people. That's what you sound like. You
And
know
what
what I
do you
mean?
think you look
That's
like
not
when
what
you're
you that's you
rapping?
see what I'm saying? So
What do
it's
you
all
think you look
game.
like when you're
And
rapping with your baby
once again,
mamas, your
every time
sexy
I ask you
reds?
a
Huh?
question, you
When your
run around it.
Democrats roll out all of
You
your
see
little
that?
baby mothers
Now
on
this
their
is being
screen
this is being recorded. So no matter how you try to play it, you're stuck with it. You're
on
stuck
a
in life
white
with it.
man's
You know what I
internet.
mean?
That's
And
damn right. It's being
now
recorded
when
on
I
a
ask
white
you about
man's
white
fucking
people
internet,
and
brother.
their superiority or anything like that, you back down. You don't even stand strong for them. You acting like you represent it, but when I
I
ask
don't
you
have
about
to
their
stand strong.
history,
I
when
stand
I ask
with.
you about their
There's a
history,
difference.
you don't
You
answer
and
it.
your little nigger
If they're
friends got to
so
worry about
educated,
standing strong.
so when they're
I
so
just got to stand
educated,
there with them,
listen, if
brother.
they're so educated, let me ask you this. So when did they think public schools and that free
Why don't you
education for
talk in your little
everybody,
jiggable African
when did they
language?
think it was a good
Talking
idea?
jiggable to me.
And when
I
did
don't
they
want to
bring
hear
it into
you.
their
I want to
society?
hear some
See how you
Ugawa,
talks over me? Everyone can see
Waganda,
that. You see everyone else on the thing? They can see it.
Wakanda.
You're not
Ugawa,
going to answer
Wakanda,
anything like that.
Senegal.
Either
I want
you're
to hear some
uneducated
Swahili,
and you don't know the answer, or you're a
Sulu.
Wakanda is
liar.
not forever, brother.
So
Wakanda
so
is
so
not
again,
forever.
so again, right? All that. What does that have to do with what we're talking about? See, you're just trying to
Black
talk
people,
off. You don't really want
the
to have a
blackies.
discussion. Neither one of you are prepared. Intellectually, you're inferior to everybody on this thing, and
Well, I
you're
am black.
ashamed. You're ashamed. You don't even, like I said, at least try to stand up and make excuses. You're not even making excuses. You're like just talking about something else. With every discussion, every kind of question I ask you, you just bring up something else. You turn up a fake accent and try to act like I'm a white person cussing me out or something, and I'm supposed to
The
like,
original
I'm supposed to
Egyptians
feel
were
some kind
white,
of way,
brother.
like, you know what I mean? Look, now your accent switching back. You
Well,
see what I'm saying? You
well,
see what I'm saying?
well, to,
And
The
just
well, to be
original
honest,
and I'm
Egyptians
supposed
were
to
white.
argue against a person that
well, to
you're
be
not
honest,
educated.
to be
You're not
to be
intelligent.
honest,
You know, no, you're supposed to know about white people. I'm going to
well,
talk
well,
about white people in the U.S.
well,
And so in
sir,
the U.S., I'm asking you. So in the United
sir,
States, America, you're American and you love America so much. So I'm asking you, when did the idea of public schools, when did that become a bright idea for white people? When
Where's
did
the
they
black
think, hey,
man's public
When they
you
schools?
decided
know
to give
what?
black
When did
people
they
more than
think if they're
chicken.
so educated,
When they
if they're
decided
so
to give black
intelligent,
people more than fucking
I'm
chicken.
saying, if they're so intelligent, as you said, I just want to know when they thought it was something they should implement in their society.
When they
When did they think
decided to give black
education
people
and
abortions, chicken, and
information?
fucking
When did
watermelon
they
for
think?
free,
See how it's
i.e.
not an answer?
welfare.
Now listen,
Thank you.
either you don't know the
I'm so
answer
tired of
or
this
you're a liar.
watermelon babble.
So are you ignorant on the subject or you a liar? That's what it
Please
comes
don't call
down
me
to.
sir.
It's either one. Either you're ignorant on the subject
Sir,
or
don't call
you're a
me sir,
liar.
sir.
But again, we're not going to do that either. You're not going to answer anything like so. This is
well,
futile.
I
I'm like
Brother,
I
talking
gotta,
to
hey,
fucking
sir,
rocks.
I gotta be honest. I think they're just trolling you. To be
I
honest
can
with
tell
you,
they're not
man.
just trolling me.
who?
They're trolling.
Who's
But the thing
trolling?
is, right? So what it is right because they can't defend anything. But it was for the panel to see. It's for people that's watching. It's not really to me to convert them. It's for anyone to see that may be unsure.
Bro, who
They
is
may be
this
on the
nigga,
fence,
bro?
but they could.
What the fuck is
But they could
going
hear
on,
when they
bro? Who
hear.
the
They
fuck
can see
is
what it
this?
is. They can see people that
Who is
refuse
this
to answer
nigga? And
questions.
what
They
the
can
fuck
see
is
people
going
look,
on, bro?
and now they want to swear, call names, and do all
Yo,
this type
Saya,
of
Bro,
yo,
what
stuff.
you
Saya,
doing
yo,
up here
Saya, son. Yo,
challenging
son.
niggas intellect, bro?
That's how you walk them down, though. You know what I mean? That's how you
Yo,
walk
That's how
them
you
Saya.
walk them
down.
down.
They ain't
Just
never
like
gonna
how we
answer
did
no
the blacks.
questions. They
Yo,
won't never
Saya.
answer any questions. They're
Yo,
weak.
Saya, I'm fucking with you, son.
They're
Hold on,
weak.
son.
Yeah, they weak. weak. They
Yeah,
weak.
but I'm like, who the fuck is this
I
dumbass nigga,
crush them.
bro?
Right,
What the fuck is
right. I
going on,
crush them.
bro?
I crush them.
Hold
Yeah, I
on,
mean,
Taz. Hold on.
you
Yo,
you can find
Taya.
out right now. You ain't gotta ask
Yo,
around.
Taz,
I'm
hold on,
right
hold on,
here.
hold on. Don't start shooting.
You can ask
Don't, no,
me.
no, don't shoot here. Don't shoot, Taz. Hold on. Yo, Sai, I was fucking with you, son.
That's what's up. That's
I
what's
was
up.
fucking with you.
That's what's up.
Definitely.
Right. And I was
That-
fucking with anybody that's coming at me like that or coming on the panel like that. So I appreciate that because it's the same thing. Same thing applies. If the questions come out, the viewer can hear it and they can see whether the person fucking with me or the person that's real can answer those or not. If they just gonna keep dodging them or if they gonna have a real discussion. So either way, it worked out. I appreciate it.
Well,
Oh
I'm glad
shit.
you're pro-black because you definitely came in here sounding like you was about to say some BS. Well, I think that's where it came from. But yeah, I'm glad, man. This is a good conversation.
Yeah, that's what's up.
So,
Yeah, so is it real is it really pro Trumps in here or what? Let's discuss it.
oh yeah, Madon is really a pro-Trump. That's a fact. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So he
He's
doesn't feel
bad.
like Trump is racist and fascist, which is
Oh no, he actually
racist.
thinks he's the light for the black people.
Well,
He thinks that we're gonna.
Which one of these white ass politicians racist and fascist?
well, let me. Well, let
No,
me.
no, no. You know what fascist is different. They all ain't fascists. Do you know what
But
fascism is? Do you know the
but
definition of it?
I know in terms of the conversation you're trying to have, if you're ready to cry
Okay.
about Trump, I'll take the argument.
Okay, let's do it.
I'll take it.
well,
Let's do
well.
it.
Here's the thing. Well, hold on. Before you guys start that, I just have a question. Like, do you guys understand? Like, President Trump, at least at a minimum, he passed. God damn it. He passed a goddamn criminal reform bill
What does that got to do with
that
anything?
black people. I'm sorry. I can hear myself talk. Somebody has.
Yeah, it is an echo.
Yeah, it's bothering me. So I was just saying, black people passed, or excuse me, President Trump passed a criminal reform bill that something that African Americans, black people, have been arguing for since the Clinton administration. And Trump is the first president, a Republican. He's the first president to do it. So if he is racist and stuff, why did he pass this criminal justice reform bill?
All right, was that bill designed for black people or is that for everybody?
No, it's definitely for everybody, brother.
Okay, so I don't know
I
why you
mean,
just brought that up. Yeah,
it's
I
cancel
mean,
for,
that.
that's not
Cancel
a
that.
fair. That's not
Let's
fair,
get that
though.
out of here.
but
Anything you
but
talk about that's for
hold on.
everybody, you can forget
Well,
about it.
but am I wrong? Have we been arguing for criminal justice reform
Yeah, you're right.
for
You're
about
right.
30 years?
What kind of reform are we talking about here? Because I don't think he did what we looking for.
Oh
He
no,
did.
If I'm
he's gonna send
correct,
you to
no,
jail.
because if I'm correct, I thought this was the dude that would say he want cops to bust our head open. If I'm
No,
correct, this the dude. Yeah, no. He said he
I
want that.
never
He
said
wanted
that.
us to. He no, I
I
know
never
Trump
said
said
that.
Trump said that. Trump said he want the police to be more aggressive, and he don't want no kind of, he don't want no kind of laws against the police violate. Like you know what I'm saying. Matter of fact, they even was considering maybe letting your boy out there kill. Oh man, you know what I'm saying?
So what's
And then I'm
Oh, the
not saying
cop
that
referring
it
to as
nailed on the
that killed
brothers
George
yet.
Floyd.
George
so
Floyd,
what
right?
he's
Exactly.
referring
Yeah,
to
yeah.
is
Matter
the
of fact,
first
that was Trump and them.
so
That
what
was
he's referring to.
yeah,
All right,
yeah.
bro, slow
They
down
was
with the crying,
considering.
bro. Wipe your tears for a second, bro.
No, those
So
aren't
what he's
tears. Those
referring to
aren't
is the
tears. We're in a
first.
discussion. We're in a discussion, and
Okay,
you're
all right,
crying.
bro. Slow
Now
down,
you're
man.
stopping me
Slow
in the
down, man.
middle.
'Cause-
Hey, listen, you're
hey,
stopping
my
me in the
nigga.
middle
Hey, my
because you're
nigga. Hey,
crying.
my nigga. My
You're
nigga. My
crying.
nigga. My
You're
nigga. My
crying in the
nigga.
middle of the beating. Take the beating like a good kid.
I just start
Now
talking,
all I
bitch.
was
Okay.
saying that you
So
were
if
talking
I was you,
about, we
I'll
were
slow down,
asking.
fuck nigga.
Oh,
Yo, Taz, you
Listen,
gotta
I'll
man,
echo
you're
slow
not
down,
all
that.
that
fuck
fake
nigga. If
talk.
I was
Don't
you.
do that. Don't do that.
Taz, you gotta
Don't do
Right, but
echo,
that,
I'm
man.
man.
You
telling
won't do
you, I'm gonna do
anything.
that.
You wouldn't do anything to me. You can look at me and tell
Bro,
you
do you
wouldn't
want
do
to have a
anything to me.
conversation or not, bro?
Yo,
Like,
Taz, you gotta
Yeah,
echo, Taz.
so in me
all right, I'll wait
talking,
till I get to the house.
in the process of me talking, you're interrupting me. You see that? You got mad, you got in your feelings because I said something about Trump and I said about the George Floyd thing, him and his team considering letting the old boy off. You know what I mean?
Derek Chauvin.
Yeah. So
there, yeah,
yeah, yeah. This, it's pretty fucked up. That's a pretty messed up dude. Now you're saying that's a good guy for black people? He thinks
No,
that's
I'm
a
not. I'm not suggesting that. The only thing is, I'm saying is that okay, President Trump did pass something. Black people have been complaining about. Not even Obama passed that. A black man, a black president.
okay. What
He
did it
didn't even
do?
pass
Okay,
that.
what does it do? What does the act do? What does the bill do?
Well, it was supposed to pardon. Well, not pardon, but it was supposed to. Uh,
like petty crimes and stuff is supposed to be taken away
yeah,
from
yeah,
those.
Exactly, petty crimes and things of that nature, like small drug, like marijuana, for example.
Yeah,
A
you're
lot
right.
of black people under Clinton, Bush, um, went to jail for marijuana possession, and I'm talking they had the book thrown at them.
So you're
You
saying
know,
after marijuana was made legal, and now we know it's legal through most of the whole country. Now
Mhm.
you're saying he made a law where you don't get in trouble for something that ain't legal. I mean, that ain't illegal. Okay, that's
I
cool.
mean,
But
rather
if it
if it
ain't
was
legal
legalized,
already,
rather
if
if
it
it
ain't
was
illegal
legal,
already, you know what I'm saying? I'm not really
you're still
impressed.
in prison, brother. You're still in prison, whether it's legalized or not. So it's not for people in the future. It's for people that are in prison now, if
mhm.
that makes sense.
Yep.
you know. So he did at least do that, and he did at least listen to the black community. Like one of the things that I full
Only black
disclosure, I
people, and then we made it clear that it wasn't only black people in jail. He just made that for everybody who got caught up for weed and everything. Now that we made it legal through most of the country, he's saying, "Hey, we're gonna lower the penalties and release you, or whatever."
but isn't
But we
that
already
how
know it's
everything?
legal.
But
It's a legal
but but
subject.
isn't that how everything works though? Every time they pass something like DEI, for example, that didn't help black men.
It
That
didn't.
helped everybody but
It
black men.
didn't.
No, it didn't.
You said
No, it did
DEI.
not.
Yeah, DEI is affirmative action. You know the history of affirmative
Yeah, that
action, right?
mostly helps white
Yes,
people. That
Okay,
mostly helps
okay,
it
white
okay,
women.
okay, okay. Let me
it,
do it this
it,
way.
it
Let me
helped. It helped.
all right, let me do it this way for you. Okay, so before affirmative action, do you remember the policies of the country? Remember what we was under before affirmative action passed?
I don't think that
What was that
matters. I
era
think we're
called? It's
just
an
talking
era.
about the effects
There's
of
a name.
DEI.
Hey, there's a name for that era. What's the name? What was it called?
I mean, we're not disagreeing on that though,
The
brother.
golden era.
Or should I say no? No, it's not. Okay,
The
okay.
golden era.
He calls it the golden era.
No,
Yeah,
no,
yeah. They
it's
call
called
it
no,
"Make
no,
America
no, no,
Great
no,
Again."
no, 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 no. It was called the Jim Crow era. That's what I
Oh
think you
yeah,
were trying.
exactly. Yes, yes, yes. So the Jim Crow era. This is before. So you're saying that there was no benefit, and we're still in the Jim Crow era. Like it was no. That didn't help us out a little bit. We
No,
wasn't
sir.
able to attend college.
No,
We wasn't able
What I'm
to
saying? Well, hold on.
ascertain certain jobs that we were
Well,
denied prior.
well, hold on a second, sir. The thing is, Ronald Reagan killed affirmative action prior to Trump or anybody. Okay, Ronald Reagan is the one that actually killed it. Okay,
Okay, that's not. We ain't
we
asked
had
that question.
what? Well, hold on a second.
Affirmative
Like I
action
said,
transformed. The term affirmative action and DEI are the same
yeah,
program with a different name.
no,
So when you're saying he killed it,
DEI.
so when you're saying
No,
he
sir.
killed it, what
No,
do you
sir.
mean? Yes, it
wait a
No,
is.
minute.
sir. DEI was
Is affirmative
benefited
action.
more. DEI benefited more the LGBTQ community, um, Asians, basically everybody but black men. Even some black women benefited from it. A
DEI.
few.
All right. All right. So DEI is affirmative action under another name. Do you think affirmative action benefited black people, or do you think the Jim Crow era and the civil rights era, after the civil rights era, are exactly the same?
Can we
No,
wait? Wait. Go ahead.
the the affirmative action of the 70s, yes, that benefited black people. But guess what? When Ronald Reagan took office, he got rid of it. He called it reverse discrimination. Does anybody remember that? Reverse
No. No.
I don't
discrimination.
remember it,
Yes,
but
he
I know
did.
the term reverse discrimination, but I don't remember affirmative
Ronald
action ending
Ron,
there. In fact, black people were
Reagan
still
coined the
attending
term.
colleges at a high rate. Understand? You know what I mean? Look at the era you
I
No,
talking about, man.
no, no,
You
no.
understand that when you talk about that Ronald Reagan era, you know you talk about the Bill Cosby era, right? This is a big explosion of black people attending college. So
You're talking
historians are
about a
telling.
TV
Understand
show.
historically what you're saying.
but hold
Understand
on,
historically
I
when he's
understand
saying.
historically
So
what I'm
when you're
saying.
saying
I
he got
understand
rid of
perfectly.
it, understand
hold
that
He
on.
did.
it's the
I
same
think,
affirmative action that had the explosion with us in the colleges. You know what I'm
but
saying? The
brother, that's not.
HBCUs and all that.
Wait a minute, because
Yes, sir.
we getting past the point. The point was that he was trying to bring up for this whole entire situation is that you're trying to disengage, I guess, or trying to lessen the effects of Trump's, I guess, what's it called, his prison reform acts. But for some reason, you can see the
His
benefits of
point.
the DEI. That was
Yes.
the whole point of
Yeah. Yeah. Because I
this
understood the
situation.
difference. Because I understand the difference of the eras of Jim Crow era. You know what I'm saying? And post Jim Crow era.
But here's the
You
thing.
don't seem to
I
realize. Seem like to understand the difference. You don't think
But
you.
that's
You're not.
not the point.
Maybe you're not
That's not the point.
historically
We're talking about
aware.
benefits.
I mean,
Who
do
it
you know the difference?
benefits.
No,
We're
that's
not
what we
talking.
mean.
It's
Well, that's
irrelevant.
what we're
That's
talking about.
irrelevant to the argument. That's
No,
irrelevant to the argument. The
it's right
argument
on the
that we're
argument.
having is who is the policies benefiting. You're saying
Right,
that the
right,
prison
right.
reforms are not benefiting
Okay,
black
okay. So
people
before the
at all.
policy was in
Okay.
place, we lived in a Jim Crow era.
You're
Now,
Yeah.
not. You're not getting
now,
my
now,
argument.
post, now, post, now, post policy being in place, it's post Jim Crow era. You're saying that
This is a waste of
that,
time.
that that we didn't get any benefits from that. Like, so you're saying we
That's
No,
didn't,
no, no,
not what
no.
we're
we
I
didn't.
saying.
didn't say
That's
that.
not
I
what we're
didn't say
saying.
that.
That's not what we're saying at all.
We did
Okay,
get
okay.
benefits.
That's not what you're saying. So let me clarify what you're saying. Okay, because I'm saying we did get the benefits and everything, and I thought you said it didn't benefit us, and now you're saying it did.
No,
Okay,
no,
I'm
no,
glad
no,
you're
no,
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 saying
no.
it
No.
did. I'm
I
glad
said
you're saying
affirmative.
that
I
it
said
did.
affirmative action did. There's two different.
Yeah, yeah. No, they're
DEI
not too different. Those are the
was an
same thing.
extension. DEI was an
That's
extension.
DEI is
DAI
affirmative
came
action under another
way no,
name.
no, 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 sir, no, sir. Affirmative action came back in the '60s. Okay, it came back in the '60s. All
Okay,
right, and
right.
blacks benefited during the '70s. We were doing pretty damn good. All right, Ronald Reagan got up there and he said affirmative action is reverse discrimination.
Okay, so you're
So
saying
he
so was affirmative action still in place after Ronald
it
Reagan left
was
office?
it was still in place, but the problem was it had no bite. All right, and I'll tell you this, like a case in
Had
point.
no bite.
Yes, it had no bite. Ronald
So
Reagan, he
therefore,
basically
so
took all the teeth.
therefore,
He
so
took the
therefore, you're
teeth out
saying
of
so.
affirmative action.
Okay, so therefore, you're saying in the '80s it was just like in the '50s for us because that's what it would be.
I
The
I
'50s.
would say the '80s was even worse because
I grew up
we
in the
had the crack.
'80s. Okay, I grew up in the '80s, so I don't know.
I was
Yeah.
born in
Nah,
the
nah, nah,
'80s,
nah, nah.
and
Try to play it off.
it
Okay,
was the hold
listen,
on a
bro.
second. No, no, I'm not playing nothing. Hold on
You
a
just start
second.
trying to
The
bring in the
'80s,
crack era and
the
jump up there and say,
'80s.
I think it's
No,
better.
no,
That's
no,
not
no.
what we're talking about. You know
No,
that.
that is what we're
Okay?
talking about.
No,
You
we
cannot
talking
dismiss the
about
crack epidemic.
affirmative action and we talk about DEI. We talk about the differences, the
Black people
similarities
got
of
left
it, and we talk
behind in
about
the
the
'80s.
passing of it. Now you talk about crack era. Like, what does that got to do with it?
That
Don't
was
do that.
the
Don't do
worst.
that.
That
Stay. No,
no
we're
no
gonna
no no
stay
no
on.
no 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 no.
Trying to
You're
play games.
filibustering.
If it was a
You're
better era
filibustering.
because
No,
no,
sir.
He
no,
been
You're
doing that.
filibustering.
no.
You're
I'm trying to keep
filibustering.
them focused.
Here's the thing.
No, I'm not
Here's the
filibustering.
thing. Yes, yes, you are. Okay. If you want
No,
to
no.
dismiss it, if you want to claim the '80s was this perfect time period,
I never
even
said
though
that. Look at what he's saying. Look at what he's saying,
that's
everybody.
what you're making it sound like. That's
Well,
what you
what
make
this
it sound
discussion
like.
is, do you remember what we're having a discussion about? It's about
Yes, I
DEI
do.
and it's about
Yes.
affirmative action. The difference in the
DEI
similarities of
came.
them. So
DEI
I'm saying
came
they're the
later.
same now, and you're saying no, no, no. And Ronald Reagan got rid of it in the '80s. So I'm saying, so if he had got rid of it in the '80s,
No, he didn't. He
we
didn't get
basically would
rid
have
of
been
it.
back in the Jim Crow era. He took
He
the bite
took
out of it. It didn't mean nothing. It didn't
exactly,
benefit us.
exactly, exactly.
So if it didn't, there would have been no like. It wouldn't have been like more people getting into college and the more black people getting into college and everything. That wouldn't have happened. But again, when you're talking about the Cosby Show, you would be talking about mid '80s. And when you talk
You're
about, you knew
talking
about that
about
time.
a
Now
TV
listen, don't
show.
let me know. Now that's filibustering. Let me finish my thought.
No,
So
that's not
because when you because
filibustering.
when you talk
That's a
about so when you
fact.
talk
You're
about that time and
talking
era,
about a TV show.
you must know because the TV show, there's a big connection to that. If you understand history, you understand black people, there's a big era, an explosion of us attending college in the '80s. A lot of it's based off of this show because it just kind of gave something to us that really pushed people into getting into college. But I'm saying my point of it, because this would be right after Ronald Reagan. And you see that it didn't go that we weren't attending college. In fact, we were attending college more, and this is based off of affirmative action, which is allowing us to do this. The program, the policy of affirmative action is what is allowing us to do this. So when you're making this claim as if, you know what I mean, no, Ronald Reagan got rid of it, lost his bite. No, history is counter to what you're saying. You can look right at it.
Okay, so did Ronald Reagan not make the speech? Did he not make that speech about calling it reverse
Yes, he was a
discrimination?
racist. Yes, he made a speech. He was racist.
Okay,
He said a lot of things. Said we monkeys, all kind
okay.
of shit. Right,
So
okay.
I'm not making it up. All right, but here's the thing, and this is the only point that
You're making up the
I've been trying
results
to
of it.
bring up. No, I'm not making up any
You're making
results.
up the results of
I'm
the speech, and you're claiming like
I'm
that
speaking
took the bite out of
facts.
affirmative action. No, that's not fact.
He did. He did.
So did more
He
black people
did.
start
We can
attending
look it up.
college or less? Did more people attend college after Ronald Reagan? Did more black people attend college or less? Prior to him versus post him, president.
Prior to him, more blacks began attending college. More blacks were getting better
Prior to
jobs
him?
back in the '70s. Yes, in the
So there
'70s,
wasn't an
blacks
explosion.
we're doing
with the Cosby
well.
Show. Okay, so for everyone
The
watching,
blacks were
anyone,
doing very
okay,
well
now
in
that's
the
something
70s.
anyone can Google. We can fact check, and that's what we should do on shows like this. Have someone go fact check when we make statements like this, because it's easy to Google
Please
real
do.
quick, and you can pull
Fact
it up
check
and say,
me.
yeah, and you know what I'm saying.
I
You'll just
encourage
see
it.
it
Hey,
wrong.
I
You know what I'm
love
saying? In
fact checking.
fact,
Which I need
now,
fact check.
now,
Which I
now,
need
some of the
fact check.
things you could say with Ronald Reagan, what he did try to do was counter. He did try to counter black people attending college. He's the one that fuck
Not,
around. And he the one that put the damn fee on going to college because black folks is, you know what I'm saying, starting to attend college and all that.
there you
You
go.
know, he definitely was counter.
There you go. He
He
made
definitely
it
counter. He
very
definitely
difficult.
counter. But but it didn't stop affirmative action. You know what I mean? It still was in full play. You know what I mean? All the way up. And as I
When
said,
you start
DEI
putting
is
fees,
just
when you
another
start
way
putting
of saying
fees,
affirmative action. When you look at the laws and policies of affirmative action, you put it right next to a DEI, you'll see that okay, that's all the same thing. It just means the same thing. That's it. Just a
it was
different
the
name.
same. It was the same
Just a
thing when
legal
they
piece, different name.
it's the same thing when they put on the poll tax. Okay,
Right, right,
anytime you start putting on fees and things that
right.
typically affects minorities,
Speaking of poll
aka
tax, yeah, the
black
poll
people.
tax, that was something to prevent us from voting. That's something that Trump
Exactly.
and them doing now. That's what the Republicans been trying to do. Right. That's the side of you guys are saying the good guys, but they're trying to
Well,
prevent
no,
us
no, no.
from having a
Hold on,
power
hold
to
on, a
vote.
sec. Hold on. And I apologize for cutting you off there, but I just got to correct the record. I voted for Kamala Harris, so please don't call me a Trump
Okay.
supporter.
All
All
right.
right. I'm a registered independent. I
Okay.
voted
I
for
can hear
Kamala.
that.
Yeah, you a
Yeah,
motherfucking
yeah. I'm
dumbass, you
independent as
know.
well. Yeah, yeah.
What you
I feel
mean?
you. I feel
Wait till I
you.
get home, fam. That's what I'm saying. Like, you voted for that bitch and you think you get a pass? You see how this
Damn.
fucking clown Democrat just gave him a pass for that? You don't get to
Look at
vote
that.
for that
Look at
bitch.
this.
You
Look
don't
at the
get to
way he
vote
talk.
for
Look at
this
the way this
stupid
dude
ass
said. Now that's like a
motherfucker.
monkey. This dude like a monkey in a
Damn,
cage
bro.
throwing shit. Okay, he act like a
Damn,
monkey in
bro.
a cage throwing shit. Look at the way he
Hold on.
responded.
Wait
Now
till
this
I
little
get
Let
dude we
me.
home,
gonna have on the
bitch.
show. Look at
Hold
the way
on.
he talk. He think that talking like that make him tough, but he
Here's the
know.
thing.
Wait
Everybody
till
know
I get
talking like
home,
that.
bitch.
Everybody know talking like that would get that dude hurt in real life. But he a fake
Here's the
Shit,
dude.
I'm
thing.
out here
Nigga, you
living,
Fake
talking on
fucking
fake
right.
YouTube.
dude.
Shut your ass up.
Come hurt me, my
Yeah,
nigga.
talking like that it
Get
get you
Come
your
hurt
hurt.
me.
ass up, bro.
Yeah,
Talking
talking
Come
like
hurt
that it
me, my
get
like
you
nigga.
hurt.
you gonna
That's
put your
real.
hands on
That's
task.
real.
Is
That's
that what
real.
you talking? You
That's
talking like you
real.
about to put your hands on task. Is that what
What?
you talking about, bro?
The
What?
sad part is
Hey,
the
Look,
hey,
nigga sitting
you
here
can say
crying
whatever,
about
right?
Trump. You don't
Hey,
want
you
no
can say
smoke with
whatever,
me,
but I
nigga.
know, hey,
You
I
too
had no
busy
problem
crying about the
identifying where I'm
government,
at.
nigga. You don't want
I
no
know I
smoke
had
with
no
me.
problem with it. I had no problem with
now,
it.
If the
now,
government
here,
can get
You,
here,
your
I don't
ass
know
out,
who
I
you
know you
are,
don't want no smoke.
but I know
hold on a
you better
second.
watch
Hold
your
on a
mouth.
second. I fought. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I fought for this country,
I
okay?
don't care who
And
you
I'm
fought
sorry.
for. I don't give a
Okay.
damn.
And well, you know what? And you have the right to have that opinion because I fought for your right to think that way. But
You
the
didn't
thing
fight for
I
my
want to
right to
bring
do
up,
anything.
yes, I
Nobody tried
did.
to take my
Yes,
right.
I
Who tried to
did.
take my right? Who tried to take my
Yes,
right
I
that you
did.
fought for?
Hey,
Who tried to take it?
please, please,
No. Who
please
tried to
do not
take it?
please do
Who
not
tried to take my right?
diminish my.
Scary
Hey,
ass
Do not
government
when you
ain't
said
trying to
you
diminish
take
my
fought
your
for my
right,
service.
right, I'm
bitch.
asking
Please do
you.
not diminish my service to this country.
No, listen,
Scary
who
Please,
ass
tried to take
nigga.
my right?
You
please
sitting up
do
here
not. Hold
crying
on a
now
second.
about
Listen,
Donald Trump
man.
taking your right.
Hold on
Who
a
You
tried to
second.
take
crying
my
now
right?
about
Hold
Donald
on,
This
Trump taking
country
your
tried to
right.
take my right.
sir,
Wait till I get
sir,
home.
This
sir.
country tried to take my right.
Hold on a second. Just show
This
me the
country tried
proper
to take my
respect.
right. No
Hold
one
on a
outside
second.
this country that you
Show
fought tried to
me
take
a
my
little
right.
bit of respect, sir. Okay, that's all I
Listen,
ask. I've been
are you
respecting
asking or
you.
you demanding? Because
I'm
you gotta earn
asking.
it. You gotta earn that. And you should already know
I
that.
went
That's
to
something
war
you
for this
earn. You
country. I
don't.
did earn it.
Okay, so how does that
I
earn it for
earned it.
me?
I
Now,
went
how
to
do you
war
fighting for
for
the
this
evil
country.
empire? How does that
I
earn?
went
Now you fighting
to
for the
war
evil empire. How that
because you
earns something?
are
I'm
a
asking you.
citizen of the evil empire.
So what does
I
that have to
fought
do
for
with
your
me?
right.
Okay, what does that have to do? You have to
I
fight for
fought for
me.
your right.
No, you
All
didn't. Who
right.
tried to take my right?
Yes,
Who did you
I
fight?
did.
Listen, who did you
Yes,
fight?
I did.
Okay, who tried
I
to take
fought
my
the
right?
Taliban. I fought the
Listen.
Taliban.
So you said
Al
the Taliban
Qaeda.
tried to take my right? How?
You
How did they try to
goddamn
take my
right.
right? How did they try to take my right? I need you articulated. How did
Well,
they didn't
not
try to take
even
my rights.
look.
They never
I'm
said
not even going
anything.
to go there. Hold on a second.
No,
Hold
we
on a
are. You
second.
have to.
I am
You
not.
can't make a claim
No, I
and
am
point
not.
someone out and
No,
then
I
run
am
from
not.
it. You're
Hold on
gonna
a
run
second.
from it. You
I
better
am
run
not.
from it because you a liar.
Nine. I am not
Because you
running
are the
from
liar.
anything.
They didn't
No,
try to
you
take
are
my
the
right. They
no,
didn't
no,
try,
no,
they
no,
tried
no.
taking
Do
our
not.
rights.
Do not.
Taliban live
Do
over there.
not.
They try to live
Do
over
not.
there. They never try to come here.
Do
They
not.
never try to take over the government. They never try
Hold
to
on a
change the
second.
Constitution. They
Bullshit.
never
You
try
do
to take
not
our rights.
remember the
But you know who
goddamn
did try to take
things.
our rights? You know who
You
just
don't
passed on that
remember the
right? The
planes
person that just
that
stripped us
went
of our
into the
civil rights.
goddamn World Trade Center towers?
The person that just stripped us of our
Holy
civil rights
shit!
protections, those civil rights protections, that's who just took our rights. Your president guy. That's who just took our rights, not the Taliban. You should be fighting him. You want my
What
respect?
rights he
You
took
go
I
from
fight
you?
him, man. You
hold
fight
on a
me.
What
second. Hold
rights
on
did
a
You
he
ain't
second.
tell
take
me
No,
how
no,
to
from
no,
you?
no,
live.
no, 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 no,
What did
no.
he take
Nah,
from you?
Yeah,
What rights did he
yeah,
take
nah,
from you?
yeah,
Wait,
yeah.
what rights did
nah,
he take from you?
My civil rights
nah.
Y'all can't hear
protections.
me? Wait till I get home, man. Who is this
No,
pussy
you
up here
wait. You
crying
wait
Nah.
till
about
you
some
get
Hold
shit?
on a
home.
second.
You wait till
Who is
you
this
get home.
pussy up here
Nah,
crying
hold
Sit
on
on
a
the
about some
second.
shit?
sidelines till you get home. All that talking tough ain't gonna help you. You
Who
uneducated.
is this pussy
Hey, talking
crying?
tough ain't gonna help you
He
when you
took my
stupid.
rights.
When you talking
What
stupid, it ain't
rights?
gonna help you.
Tell me
This
the
dude's a
rights.
monkey.
Tell
This
me the
dude
rights
talks
he
like an
took.
ape, and he think that make him
Tell
talk.
me the rights he took
Hey,
from you,
he
pussy.
starts swearing when he can't think. Look at he gotta
What's
start
the
swearing when he
rights he
can't
took
think.
from you?
He can't
What
process a
rights did
sentence
he
without
take from
cursing.
you? For
His
the fifth
brain is
time,
not
what
strong
rights did
enough.
he For the sixth time,
His
what rights
brain's
did
too
he
weak.
take from you?
I
For
said
the
my civil
seventh
rights
time.
productions.
For the
So when I
eighth
said our
time.
civil rights protections, he doesn't know what it means.
Like
He doesn't know
what?
what they
Give me an
mean.
example. Give me
He
an
didn't know what they
example.
mean.
Give me an example.
DEI.
Bitch. DI ain't no civil rights protect. Oh, wait
Yes,
till
it
I get
is.
home.
It
Wait
is
till I get
just
home.
like
No, it
affirmative
is not.
action, fool. It is.
It
It
is
is
not.
just like
That
affirmative
protected
action.
that
Yes, it
protected
is.
better.
Yes, it
That
is.
protected more
Yes, it
the
is.
LGBTQ
What is
community
it for?
more
What
than
is it
it
gonna
did us.
take
Gay
for?
man we talking
Okay.
to. The
Okay,
only way
okay.
DEI will protect your
Hey,
ass
hey,
if you're
hey,
fucking
hey.
gay
So
man.
it's in place. Hey, listen to the question. Listen to the question. So it's in place to counter discrimination. True or false?
Motherfucker, I don't work there.
Look, see
How the
how
fuck
dumb
is
he is? Look,
DEI
he gotta
affecting me?
swear. I told you he
How
can't
does
he can't
DEI
talk.
affect
He
me?
can't talk.
Hey,
This is
bro,
a
be
very ignorant
quiet while
person.
I'm
I hope his kids are
responding.
listening.
Man, wait till
I
I
hope his
get
family
home,
listening.
bro.
This dude can't
This shit
think.
is
And
my
this is
rights
when you
right
got
here,
a fifth
bitch.
grade education.
Call him a bitch. Call him a
Here,
bitch, baby.
look at. Yeah, your mother's a bitch. Your mother's a bitch. And whoever said that, he's a bitch. Or she's a bitch. Now, you know what I mean? Now I just
So
call
like I
whoever that is
said,
a bitch.
man,
And
Now,
when
who
he
was
gets
that?
home, he's gonna embarrass
Who
your
was
bitch
that bitch?
ass. He's
Who's
gonna
that
embarrass
bitch?
the
Yeah.
fuck out of you.
this
Now
nigga
she
think
talking
DEI
all
is a
that
civil
shit
rights
too. Loud
protection.
mouth. Look at her foul mouth.
Diversity is
This
protected.
fucking
Equity is
rank,
protected.
funky mouth
Inclusion is
bitch. She
protected.
can't help him.
Is that the
This funky whore.
Constitution?
This funky whore
Is
thinks
that
she can
protected
stop
by the
in and yell and help him
Constitution,
protect
bro?
him. She'll
Is
get
that
beat up too.
protected by the Constitution? Is
They're
DEI
uneducated.
protected by the
You're
Constitution? Is
uneducated.
diversity
When
protected?
you lose your protections,
Is
why would they
inclusion protected?
here? You know
Is
why
it
they stripped him?
protected?
You know
You're
why they
not
stripped
crying
him?
about DEI.
So you know
That's
why
how
they
much
stripped him?
education I got. I
They
don't give a
stripped
fuck
him
about
because
DEI.
they said that those laws were anti-white. Is that true or false? Well, are those laws anti-white?
Can you show me where that's a civil right?
Yes. Now I asked
I'll
you,
wait.
were they anti-white as they claim?
Can you show me where that's a civil right,
Yes, and
as
I'm
you claim?
asking you a question. Yes, I said they are affirmative action.
You gotta
I
show me. You
showed
gotta
you.
show me
Listen,
that.
yes.
Share your screen and show me.
I can't share
Show
my
me where
screen because I'm on the
diversity.
phone. But you
Right.
can Google it
So
yourself. Anyone can. So
right.
anyone listening can say,
Diversity,
okay,
equity,
you know
and
what?
inclusion
I
are
can
not
put it in the back chat.
constitutionally
I can
protected.
put it in the back chat. So we know that that DI is just affirmative action under another name. It's put in the law to put in place to counter the discrimination that was prevalent in the United States because of white
Okay, well,
supremacists. Because
what
white
did
supremacy, how you can't let me finish? See how it's
and what
affecting you
did
already? See
man? You
how it's
didn't let me
stopping you?
finish
You see what
earlier.
an
You
intelligent
didn't let
person
me
sound
finish
like when they
earlier.
talk?
You
Get back
hold
and
on a
go
second.
help
You
that
didn't let me.
naughty-headed bitch.
You
Get this
didn't.
stupid whore and
Don't
help
call
this
me a
hoe so
bitch.
she can get her
Don't call me no damn
language right,
bitch.
man. Man,
Hold
this
on a
is who
second.
you
I
are.
ain't no
It's
damn
who you
bitch.
are.
Okay.
Listen,
I
man, you
fought for this
sound like
goddamn
one.
country. All right.
You sound like one. Fighting for the country ain't
So
helping
do
you in
you.
this conversation. It
So do
hurting you,
you.
dummy. It hurts you in this
No, it's
conversation,
hurting you.
fool.
It's hurting you
Hurts
because
you in this
right now
conversation.
you're live
Why would you do that? Why would
disrespecting
you do
a
that? Do you
veteran
think that's a
that
good
has
thing?
served our country. That's what you're doing. You look like a fucking idiot. I'm just
Mhm.
going to be honest with you.
Listen to your voice
Okay?
again.
Your little
Now your voice,
smart
look
ass
how fake
fucking
your
mouth.
voice goes again.
Go
Right.
ahead.
Right.
Hey,
Okay. So
hey,
did
go
you have
ahead.
to?
Go
Hey,
ahead.
listen. Did
I
your
got
people
an
have
Uncle
to
Tom
fight for their
voice.
rights?
Go right on ahead.
Hey, listen. Did you have
A
your
lot
people
of
have to
people
fight for their
died.
rights?
A
Hey,
lot of
listen.
people died for you to talk shit
Yeah, a lot
right
of
now.
people did. They
A lot
did.
of
They
people
did.
died.
But not in none of the wars,
Or
though.
you're
None of
white.
the wars try to prevent that. No, the wars are wars of attack, you fool. Don't you know the history of this country? There are no invasions unless you're talking
There
about the
ain't gonna be
British.
a
You're talking about the
goddamn
War
rock you can
1812?
fucking
Are you
hide
talking about
under.
the War 1812? That's the only time you
I'm
got an
talking about the
invasion,
wars I
dummy.
fought
You don't
in,
know the history of your
dumbass.
country. You said you fought for the
Shut the
military, but they
fuck.
didn't
Hey,
teach you.
hey, hey,
They
hey,
didn't
hey,
teach
hey,
you.
hey,
Look how
hey,
stupid you are.
hey.
Look at you're embarrassed
Your
because you
mother's
don't
fucking
know.
stupid
I
for
know your
not having
history.
a
Look at
goddamn
now. Look how you want
abortion.
to talk. Look how you
No,
want to
your
talk about
mother's
something
stupid
else.
for having,
He
yeah,
got he got off that
yeah,
military talk.
yeah,
Look, look
yeah.
at how
Your
he
mother's
off the
stupid for
talk.
not
He
having
doesn't
an
want to talk
abortion.
about it. Look,
Yeah,
this is
she
how
should have
you
had
know
one.
an
Your fucking
educated
smart
person
ass fucking
versus an
mouth.
idiot.
You
He
should be
wanted to do
fucking
that. He fought
aborted.
for the
You
military,
should
but he's
be
a
in
liar.
goddamn purgatory.
You can
That's
tell
where
he
you
didn't fight in the
belong.
military
You
because
belong
he
in
would have known that.
purgatory.
He would have known
I
that.
didn't
He
fight
would
in
have
the
known the
military.
history. He would have got it
Yo,
trained enough
shut
to
the
understand
fuck
that
up.
the U.S. was only
Hold
attacked
on, hold
once,
on.
and that was in the War
Shut the fuck up.
1812. But see, all
Shut the
that
fuck
that's
up.
not helping you. Look at it.
No,
It doesn't help you
no, it ain't
crying,
helping.
la la
It
la,
ain't
yelling.
helping
It
you.
doesn't help you.
Crying.
You're trying to do it.
Look at
Where's your
loud
discussion? What happened to
ass
the intelligent
mouth
right talk?
nigga.
What happened? He has none. It's
Intelligent
gone.
white talk.
The fake intelligence shit
Intelligent
is
white
gone.
talk.
He doesn't want discussion.
Oh,
Yeah,
fuck
that's
you.
you with the fake accent and talk. Where's
Fuck
intelligent discussion?
you.
So if U.S. was invaded and people try to take our rights, who was it? Name them. Don't say Taliban. They don't even have
You
the
just
planes to come
nothing but a
invade, stupid.
loud
So
mouth,
we need you to
ignorant
say
ass
something real.
nigga that I hope gets
Look,
shot
and you can say
to
nigga and
death.
hope I get shot and all those things. It's just
Yeah.
words that can't help you. But intelligently trying to discuss this, I told you.
Whoa,
I'm walking
hold
on
on,
here
wait.
and
I'm
dog
lost track.
with dudes like you.
Hold on, bro.
Your
Hold on,
position
bro.
looks weak
Hold on,
as
bro.
hell,
Hold on.
nigga.
Like, but this nigga keep
Look
talking
at
about
your position.
intelligently
You
like
ran
he
your
knows
board.
something.
You
Nigga,
ran your
shut
board.
the
You
fuck up.
did.
Like, for real, bro.
Hold on, Ted. Who the hell is Don? Whose man's is Darnell? Where Dev at, man? Yeah, whose man's is Darnell? What just happened? Yo, yeah, what just happened? Yeah, Joe, that's your man's? Yeah, we got who deity, that's your who man's is
Who?
Darnell?
I don't know. I never seen him.
Hold on, we got what just
Oh, you talking about the brother? Not brother, but the dude just said somebody killed somebody, get shot.
yeah, so that just said that. I was like, whoa, hold on there, buddy.
I caught that part. Yeah,
Like, hold on.
He was super emotional. He got sad. Start making silly, goofy wishes and hopes. But it don't bother me, man. Don't let that bother you. It just showed he wasn't capable of withstanding the conversation. He broke down, threw a little hissy fit. It happens. I expect that. I knew that. I knew that was going to be the outcome. I'm waiting for his other boy to get home. It's crazy.
Bitch,
This
I'll
is
be home in
discussion.
15 minutes.
It gets them so
I'll be
mad.
home in
They'll start
15 minutes,
swearing.
bitch.
Listen, they'll start
This
yelling
ain't
like we'll
what you
be in a
gonna do.
normal
You gonna
conversation.
sit there and cry, nigga.
But it's like
Get ready to cry.
it's like a little girl. Like if you tease a little girl or something and they just start crying, trying to go all swinging crazy, boogies on the nose, you know, as a little kid. That's how they react. It's like a girl. I'm shocked when I see it, but I see it a lot on the internet. A lot of these dudes are like that. Like they just get mad and they can't. You can see
Bro,
it.
that's
Like
how
man, you
Trump
can't
got
even
you.
control your emotions. They can't control their
That's how
emotions. They
Trump
start
got you right
swearing,
now,
yelling.
bro. You won't
They'll
even
start
have the
calling you
mic. You
names.
can't even be quiet.
And the thing
Like, this
is,
is
we'll be on a
sad.
discussion talking
Pass
about
the
something
mic for a
historical.
second, bro. Let
You see
somebody
how it's
else talk
bothering them?
for a
See?
second.
Can you hear it? You hear what
Let
I'm talking
somebody else
about?
talk for a
Like a
second, bro.
girl. Like a girl.
You hear
A
this
little
shit?
girl.
I can't
A
talk, bro.
preteen.
Can I talk for a second?
A
Can you
preteen.
share the mic, bro? You mind sharing the mic? I mean, goddamn, I know you want to cry about Trump for another half hour, but
Really
bitch, let
loud.
me talk for a second.
Really
I
loud.
know it hurts you
That
niggas.
vein in
It
your
hurts
neck
you
is
niggas
bulging.
that Donald Trump, god damn, bruh. Can you be quiet? Is it possible? Like, for real, it's sad. So again, when I came on, I heard you complain about Donald Trump. So when you talk about somebody whining like a girl, wiping their nose and this and that, but that was you. I came on and heard you. He's taking my civil rights. He's doing this. He's doing that. You're crying like the bitch you are. But then you want to project it onto somebody else because they calling you out for crying. Nigga, you whining. You're concerned with Trump. It's a lot of us that don't
Calm
even give
down.
a fuck about a lot
Hey,
of this
calm down
shit.
a little bit, man. Calm down.
Yeah, I'm calm. I'm calm,
No,
bitch.
relax. No,
Shut up,
for real,
little
not for real, for your own
I
health.
mean, I'm
It
saying if
sound
you
like,
was calm, you wouldn't have to cut me off, though. You ain't
it
calm.
sound
You
No,
see what I'm
nah,
saying?
dude. It's look at what
You
you're
see what I'm
doing. You're
saying?
yelling. I want to talk to you, and I
I
want you
hear
to
you.
talk, and I really want you to
Oh, this is
express
sad.
yourself, man. But black men die at a
You
young
niggas
age,
are
man.
pathetic,
Cardiac
bro.
arrest, bro.
Yeah, this
Listen
is
to yourself.
why.
I can tell
This
you're
is
fat.
why.
I can tell you're fat
What?
by the way you sound. No judgment. No, I
I'm
can't.
fat.
Oh my
You
god.
can tell he's
I'm
fat.
fat.
And no, I can tell by the way you sound. I'm just
Bro, you
saying,
just
no,
said
no
you was
Oh my
disrespect. So
intelligent,
when
god.
you
man.
start yelling like that, bro, I'm into health. I work out. As you see, I'm healthy.
Bro, you
So I
just
can
said you was
tell.
intelligent,
I
bro.
can tell with
Where
fat, flabby
was that
type dudes,
intelligence,
and
Don't
nigga?
that's
tell
bad on your
nobody
heart.
else that.
Bro, you just said you was intelligent. What happened to that?
He said you fat.
Bitch. I thought your pussy ass was intelligent, fuck, nigga. See what I'm
Your
saying?
girl's
When I
laughing
talk
because she can
shit,
tell I'm
now
right.
you
See,
want to
look
get
how
on
your
that.
girl laughing
Which
though.
one you
Look how much she's laughing. Can you tell how
she
right I
laughing
I'm
because
was?
I'm fat?
laughing.
That's
You think
intelligent.
my wife would laugh at me? That's what I'm saying.
That's
That's how you know these
intelligent.
niggas ain't got no women. You
She's
think my
laughing
wife would
pretty
laugh
hard at
at
my
me?
joke though. She's still
She
laughing.
laughing at your dumb ass
You
talking.
are the
The
Yeah, no, she laughing
audacity.
with me,
The
bro. And I'm laughing
audacity.
with her.
The
Me and her
audacity.
laughing together.
Nigga, the
No, we laughing
audacity.
together.
That's what you
If you
laughing
yell it
at.
again,
I'm
look.
laughing because
Here come
you're
that heart
dumb. You
attack.
said that he was
See,
you said that
here
he
come
was
that heart
fat.
attack.
You said
Here
that
come
he
the
was
heart attack.
you said that he was fat.
Now I'm fat.
And
Lord have
I
mercy.
bet you weigh more than
That
him.
fat fuck probably weigh more than me
You
for sure.
sound like you have a belly. He
Bitch
has
ass nigga.
none.
These niggas crazy.
Like there's
Okay.
literally a picture of him on my community wall with no shirt on.
There's
Like
literally a
he's
picture of
dumb.
me on my image right there, so you can tell I don't got no
But
belly.
nobody gives a fuck about you.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
don't
well,
care.
you asked about it just
We
now,
ain't,
like you
we
did.
ain't looking at niggas'
Now
pictures,
I said
bro.
he did.
Like,
Now I said he
we ain't
sounds
looking at
fat and
niggas'
flabby.
pictures.
You know what I mean? And he
You're
don't got
the
no
one that
picture up
said that
there
people were
or
fat.
no thing. Yeah,
You're
I
the
did
one
say
that
that.
said that
I
people
did
were
say
fat.
that, and then you
Like
comment on my
I came
looks.
on,
My
bald
look was
head.
there, and it bothered you. You went back to your raggedy ass man.
We can't even see your shit,
And he
bro.
hid.
We on the
And he
phone,
hid.
fam. We on the phone,
Oh,
fam. You
oh,
ugly
that's a
though.
problem.
We can see you an ugly nigga.
Well, for those who can see, they know. Ain't no belly here.
We can see you an ugly nigga. That's what we can
Okay,
see.
maybe
You
I'm
ugly
ugly to
nigga.
you, and I hope I am,
You
because
an
I
ugly
don't want you to
nigga.
be attracted to me. I don't
You
know
an
why
ugly
that's
nigga.
something that you're into. You think that a man should be offended
Yo,
that you
Taz,
think
you
that
got the echo, bro. This is
you think I should
crazy.
Oh,
be
my bad,
offended
my bad.
that you think that I'm ugly. That's crazy. You think I'm not offended by that. I'm glad that you find me ugly. I appreciate that, and I think your girl should find me ugly too, because she sounds dusty.
It's actually kind of beyond ugly. I found you
These
utterly
the
and
niggas
totally
that can't
repulsive,
produce a woman.
ultra feminine.
Hmm.
Like I can hear the estrogen. You know what I'm saying?
You
I
can
can
hear
hear the
me.
estrogen.
And oh my
Yeah, we can
goodness, and
hear
I
you.
can hear all the testosterone in you, my man. That's crazy. You stronger than him. I like how you coming across, though. I appreciate that. I dap you up for
No,
that.
I understand.
Yo, he should dap
I
you for that.
understand that I understand that
Bruh.
most of you guys didn't
Nah,
have a
bruh.
father
This
at
woman's
Nah,
a
home.
bitch.
bruh.
She want to
You
talk to
Bruh.
you.
right,
But
Bruh.
she doesn't want to talk to me. She want
right.
to talk to you, like most
That's
niggas.
because
Bruh.
he's a
These
product of a
niggas
single
pussy.
mother.
These
You're
niggas pussy. He don't
right.
want no smoke.
Product of a single
He's
mother.
used to
He want to
he's used
argue
to
with women.
he wants to
No,
yield
this
to
is
the
what he
voice of a
remember
woman
your
because he
boy was
didn't
saying
have a
that's your
fucking
community.
daddy.
No,
He
remember,
didn't
no,
have a
he said that's
daddy.
y'all
That's
dark
why.
community.
Morning.
Remember, he would tell you earlier
Nobody
that's where y'all
signed your
from?
birth
But we got,
I'm
certificate.
not from there, remember?
but we echoing
No,
though,
I'm
so I
not
don't want
from
to be
there.
too loud.
No, I'm not from there. That's what y'all was saying. I said black people don't live like that, remember? Y'all said black people do live like that. So it shows that you live like that and I don't. Because I never said black people live like that. You believe black people's poor and living. This is what you believe because that's what you're from. And your family is what you're describing. Don't try to project on me. That's you. And you already started off your position like that. Don't switch now and act like you come from some high class family because you don't. You're poverty stricken.
Who implied that?
You
If
did.
I came from a high class
You and
family,
your
bitch, you'll be
friends.
crying
You was
like
on
you
the
are
same
about you.
side. You was on the same side with the dude saying black people don't got nothing with poor and all this other crazy shit.
Oh
Me?
my
I mean,
god.
Bitch, I just got on here.
yeah.
I ain't
Well,
saying nothing like
that's your
that.
side. Well, people from your side, that's what they thought. That's how you represent.
Yeah, I ain't say
That's what I'm
that,
going
but
against.
I'll
I'm
take
going
that
against you
argument
and
too.
them. Well, it's
I'll
you and
take
them.
that
You need to
argument
check it
too.
with them.
Bitch,
You
is
need
you
to check
broke?
them because that's what they
Nigga, is you
believe. That's
broke?
what they thought.
Yo,
Nigga, is you broke?
That's
Taz,
what they
the
You
thought.
got some
echo,
money?
Now,
Taz,
where
is
I'm from, we
crazy.
don't even refer to ourselves as niggas. You know what I'm
Oh,
saying?
y'all
He
gotta
thinks
save your argument, man, because this the echo is. Ooh.
that's him.
I know. I'm just saying y'all could. Ooh, that shit fuck my head. Ooh.
Yeah, my bad.
Where you from, dog? What city you from? You hear me, brother?
Ooh. All right.
You.
It's just
What
like I
city you
was
from?
dizzy. I'm like, am I spinning? All right, here we go. Now we can hear.
Talking to myself?
Yeah, Sai, this your first time over here?
I think I was on here maybe a year or two ago.
Oh yeah, man. 'Cause
Yeah, I don't fuck around. You know what I'm saying? Back when you used to be on Sonetta and all that. So I done been there, I done been there.
So
God
how you
fearing
let me
men
troll you
being
like
style.
that, bro?
No, as I said, it didn't really matter because all it has to be is someone countering, coming with that, promoting that Trump shit. I counter it any kind of way just for people that have intelligent ears to hear. So you can say whatever, but when you don't answer the questions, it still gets the point across. Whether it's a troll or whether it's reality, still the point gets across. And it's something that I want. I want to be tested. I want to be questioned or counted. But that's also why I offer the counter so people can see I'm willing to answer the questions and that whoever is, whether trolling or asking legitimate questions, can't answer the questions being asked to them. So that's why I enjoy it. I go and I search out the trolls, man.
All right, so yeah, when Taz, you listen, y'all gotta have a curse list, or y'all gotta moderate, moderate the
You
cursing,
can't.
only
You
like
can't.
16 curses per 18 minutes. You know what I'm saying? So
He's gonna get frustrated, and that's when it really you can hear it comes out when you get frustrated. He starts this.
you take a
He
picture of
can't get 5 sentences out without 50 swears.
I'm
But if he
kind of
remains calm, he can.
I'm kind of freed up now, Q. So I'll help Mod when it get a little too out of control. I was just on the phone with doctors and fathering and job stuff earlier, but I'm kind of free now, so I'll
And
listen
that's what's
and
up. That's
So
what's
now
help
up.
keep it neutral.
you good now, Darnell. This is why I don't be trolling sometimes, because then people start sounding like how I was trolling, and then you don't know who's
Mhm.
who and how they. I'm like, hold on, this confusing. Like, all right, everybody know I'm trolling, but
Mhm.
I'm damn. So who me? Yo, Darnell. This must be. I'm blaming. I'm putting this on Dev or Miz.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, bro, you was crashing out just now, man. The crash out was a little.
Nobody. I'm just going to be honest with you. I mean, anybody that can say, disrespect a veteran, um, in my opinion, that's crashing out. Disrespect the people the men and the women that fought, for us to even have this conversation,
Mhm. Now,
that's
I,
disrespectful.
I
Hold on,
come
That's
wait,
from
very
a I come
disrespectful.
from a I
hold on,
come
hold
from a
on. Silence
long.
that before you hold aside before you go. Because how do I word it? Um, so do you feel that and that's why he asked you going to war for America has something to do with the freedoms for black people?
It has to do, well, I guess in a sense, yes. It has to do with
Well, freedom for
freedom for
anybody.
this country, the entire country. I mean, like it or not, whether you agree with me or not, you think ISIS, for example, had been able to spread, I mean, I don't think they would have made it to America, but let's just say they did. Do you think we'd be able to have this show right now?
Yes.
We wouldn't be able to talk. Hell
Yes.
no. ISIS?
Yes. Yeah, I think so.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna say yes. Yeah.
ISIS.
Yes.
I doubt it.
Yeah, I think ISIS was funded by the American government, and they was carrying out shit for America and the CIA. 9/11 was an inside job, bro.
Oh, Jesus.
No
That
doubt.
talk.
Hey man, don't say
Uh,
that shit,
Yeah,
bro.
so,
Stop
hey, yo,
saying that
so,
shit.
hey,
They'll get you for
Kai
that, brother.
Jessup. Hey, so I wanted to say no. So I come from a long
Hey Q, they'll
history.
get you for that,
I
brother.
come from a
Don't say
long
that shit, brother.
history of
I'm sorry,
military,
man. All right, let me
military.
word it differently. Wink, wink.
Yeah, I
9/11
come
was
from a
real.
long
Wink,
history of
wink.
military soldiers, so I think I reserved the right. You know what I mean? To me,
no, you
um,
don't. No, sir,
I
you
think I
don't
do.
reserve
I
the
think
right.
I do. And
No,
just as a
I don't
black
give a damn
citizen, I think
what
I reserve the right. I don't care what you think either. But let me express my point. You know what I mean? And then you could try
you
to.
go for it.
Yeah, but
Okay,
you don't gotta
so
preface it with that though. You know what I mean? Even if you
No,
didn't
go
have to.
for it. Let them
right,
speak.
right.
Let
So
them
I said,
speak.
you know what I'm saying? If you look at the history of the black soldier in this country, you know what I'm saying, you'll really really see that it's not a great representation, historically, you know what I mean? Like some of the first soldiers, he would be proud of some of the first military soldiers of the American Revolution, But if you understood that at the end of the American Revolution, psych, it was all a trick. They said if you fight and you hope to win, they're gonna set you free. But no, it was U.S. government, just a funny little trick they played, you know. Put them right back in slavery right after that, you know. Then wasn't too long after that, you know what I mean? There's another war that was 1812, similar situation,
But that's
similar.
Can,
that's
Huh?
saying that
can you
like
just speed? Can you just speed
Yeah.
it up for us, please?
Sum it up. Yeah, so yeah, we could do what 1812, you know what I'm saying? Then we could do I mean just so many of them, you know what I'm saying? I mean you could move up, do the Civil War, you know what I'm saying? You could do the Spanish American War, you know what I mean? What I mean it was after slavery, but you know what I'm saying? You still see the way the soldiers were treated when they came back, you know, my great grandfather and them. World War One. You see what happened to black soldiers when they came back to the US after World War One and what happened to black people? This shit
Your
called Red
great
Summer.
grandfather.
It's a long story called Red Summer. Y'all might want to check it out. It's dealing what we talking about right now. You know what I mean? And then World War II, you know what I'm saying? It is another thing. If you notice that after the wars, one of the main things that happened is that white people get really vengeful towards us because the way the military was is kind of a little bit more advanced than the rest of society. They try to edge black people a little bit forward, even though it was more still super racist. They try to edge it and give certain kind of rights, and that shit really backfired when black people had to come back to the states. So being a soldier in this military in this nation is not really something that you should be, you know. And I'm not saying not to do it. You know what I mean? I think that there's a lot of benefits. I've seen a lot
So
of
what
people
are you
benefit
saying?
financially, but I'm saying nothing to be bragging about. Don't, you know what I mean? Do your thing if you're gonna do it or whatever, and there are benefits to it. But understand also that you what you committing to when you do it. Understand the allegiance that you pledging when you do it, and who you pledging it to and
yeah,
with.
but
You
hold
know
on,
what
but
I
fan,
mean?
you went on a whole, but that ain't got nothing to do with what he was saying though. What he said
Mm-mm.
is that you went to war for people's rights in the country.
Hold it. No. You said that's what I said to him.
No, I'm
I
talking
said
about him. I'm not talking about. I'm talking about that's what Donnell said.
no. I had asked him that question.
I'm not even.
I
I'm talking to Donnell. Donnell said that. Whether you asked him or not, Donnell said it. So Donnell, are you stating that you feel like you went to? And I want to be clear. Is that what you really feel?
Absolutely.
So you're black.
Yes.
You was born in the country,
Yes.
and you.
I mean, you guys saw me cam up. I'm pretty sure you saw my nappy ass head.
I was just asking out because like the reason why I'm asking the when I was trolling earlier and the sentiments have like I can understand going to the military for money, but like you really was going there under the impression that your actions were to further the freedoms of people in America.
That's
And you
not
really,
why I joined. No.
but right now that's what you stated that's what I'm trying to be like understand where you're coming
walk
from
him
with it.
down. Walk him down.
I fought for freedom,
Oops.
but why I joined the military,
I'm trying to understand
I'm not.
how did the fight for where was the fight for freedom at?
When our nation decided to go to war, whether you agree with it or not, I answered the call.
So which war was for freedom?
That's what I was asking. I love it.
The thing is that there are certain people in this world that do not like the American way of life. They will destroy it. ISIS was one of them. Had they been able to install their caliphate, believe me, do you think they would have stopped in Syria and Iraq? Hell no. Oh no, 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 no. They would not have stopped. Even Iran, I mean, that's something to be said. Even Iran sent their own troops to fight ISIS. That ought to tell you how bad ISIS was. When two enemies can fight the same damn enemy, that should tell you something.
Okay, so that's I don't really meet people that's like that. You know what I mean? Like most black folks I meet, they going there for a check. You know what I mean? You really out there like you how you in your 40s?
38.
Damn, son, you watch Top Gun and shit too. So you really Rambo, Top Gun, them shits is movies to
Yeah.
you. Them shits
Yeah.
hit differently for you. American flag when you see Transformers still like you shed a chair when you see the American flag and like Transformers and shit like that.
It's just no, not exactly. But when you put a body on a C-130, you know, it's different.
Wow.
You know, when you lose friends, people that you know that died over there, you know.
Yeah, that part of it you can't. I would never even touch on that part of it. Like the experience that you have, there's no the contextualization of the experience, and then using it as a tool. What's the proper word? I can't, not catalyst, because he's using it as a tool for he sees it. I want to say juxtaposing it to our freedom. That's what I was like. It's attached to, like, in his head, to our freedom. So I'm trying to understand like how
in his
to work.
mind, in his mind, the invasion that he participated in was some kind of defense. It's offense. It's clearly offense. You know what I mean? But
I was not in the initial push. The initial invasion. I was in high school.
It doesn't matter what part of the push you're in. It don't matter what part of spear
I
you're in.
don't
It's an
need to hear
invasion.
from you, sir.
I don't
I
care
don't
what
need to
you need to
hear
hear
from
from.
you.
You don't want to hear from the truth. I understand, but it's an invasion. Claire, do you agree with that?
No.
When you take a military and you go into a foreign land, that's an invasion, especially when you're fucking in war and you're in combat. That's called an invasion. And you can
When we
pretend it
went,
ain't the definition. You can pretend it's not, but it is.
Yeah,
It's an
that's
invasion. You're a part of
when
an
it comes,
invading force. You're a part of
when
an
it comes,
invading force. You attack
when it,
civilians. You went into a
when,
country and attack innocent civilians. Stop it, man.
so now you're accusing me of war crimes.
Yes, I'm accusing the U.S. military of committing war crimes.
You got to know
war
the perspective you're gonna meet, like, so on the net. So you have like an amalgamation of perspectives. So you got people, especially over here, that's like just getting familiar with the pro-black military people. You know what I mean? Like, that's like, for, and not saying everybody's hood, but and then people that's military, having, there's a lot of different people in the audience, and so but you have a very peculiar one that I haven't heard before. You know what I mean? So like, and we've been kind of joking about it today, but you actually embody like what
He's
I
like
would
the
say.
troll you were pretending to be. He's like really that troll. He's really
I didn't even troll. That's the thing. I didn't even troll. I even told you I voted for Kamala Harris.
No.
I didn't even vote Trump.
What up, Molly?
I just wanted to say that I'm a proud American, and I'm proud to defend my country.
You gotta say what your accent. Say what your accent. Say what your accent.
And if y'all niggas got a problem with America, y'all niggas can get on a boat and go back to Africa. That's what y'all need to do.
Okay, can I talk to him about it?
Nah, I don't want to talk about nothing.
Yeah, you don't. I didn't think he would. I think
Yo, bro,
things like that.
You don't know all the characters, man. That don't.
Right, you know what I mean. But if I have a discussion, right, I don't know the characters to have a discussion.
Man. You ain't gotta,
as I said,
you ain't gotta shoot the gun all the time, man. Because it's gonna seem like, you just gotta.
Well, whatever. I mean, like I said, I'm here for conversation and discussion. If someone's counter to it, I don't understand what the fear is, or like why is it bad. You don't know someone to have a discussion. Like I have to meet them. I have to know about their character to have a discussion, to have an opposing opinion.
What
you're mistaken. No one fears.
What I'm trying to illustrate to you is that if you're going to embark in certain conversations, it's wasteful.
Well, I mean, that's an opinion, though. Right, but that's an opinion.
Then the show is going to be on you, bro.
Right, but when you say it's wasteful, that's like saying shadow boxing is wasteful or something. You know what I mean? Like it's to the total who's doing it. Right. Well, whatever I'm doing for me.
Look, bro,
you know what I mean? So what I'm doing for myself, for you to say it's wasteful. What I'm saying is,
I'm not going to debate you about the word wasteful. I'm telling you, Taz is going to be here, and you clearly can have to deal with Taz. I ain't got that smoke. I don't care for that.
Anybody. I don't mind discussing with anybody.
You got that energy. You know what I'm saying? But you need to learn how to bring sources, though, before you go any further.
Oh, I got plenty sources. I got plenty sources. Like I said, and as I said, but in anything I did bring up, I also gave. You also could easily Google anything that I'm saying. So it ain't like we gotta wait. It ain't like just because I don't got a share screen. I know, but just because I don't have a share screen, so it ain't like
I'm telling you the standards.
Yeah, I'm saying if I don't have a share screen, obviously I can't follow that. So you can tell me to stand it, but when you tell me to stand it, you're making it appear as if I wasn't presenting it as if I don't have any sources. But
I'm
what I'm
just
telling
telling
you,
you
right,
the
and what I'm
standard,
telling you
bro.
back, and what I'm responding to, I heard what you said, and what I'm responding
I
back
know,
is that
but
I
you
do
just
have
keep, you just
sources.
want to argue.
No, I don't
It's
want to
good.
argue.
It
I
helps
made a
you feel good.
suggestion. Listen, even with it, I made a suggestion. Like, so you're like the host.
You
You're
can
like the
continue, Joe.
listen.
You
So
can
you're like the
continue.
host on it, and I'm saying that. Well, we could have somebody fact check. So when I make a statement like
I
that,
know
any
you made a
statements I make,
suggestion to a
we
platform that
could
was already
we could
pre-existing that you had no clue
right,
of the
right.
culture of.
Well, I
That's just
Hey
understand. I
yo,
understand.
I
Well,
just
I
wanted to
understand that.
say
I understand that. But
I'm
you
really
understood
trying
that.
Marley
to
So
was
figure
you
out.
shining
understood
the
that I was
white man
confident.
boots in basic
Understood. I'm
training.
very
Just wanted to
confident
say
in our
that.
No, that means
position.
that that's
You're
not
so
that lacks
confident in it.
confidence.
So
That's not
confident in the
confidence.
position. It is
That's not
confidence because I
confidence.
offered to be challenged, and I said for
Oh my
anyone to pull it up and
goodness,
counter.
bro.
For
This is
anyone to counter. Yeah,
when
for
I
anyone to
discuss
counter it. You could have
everybody
Googled it. You
when
could
I
have
discuss
Googled
with
it.
the platform. Now I gotta mute you.
4.
When I discuss with the platform about communication and reading the room, this is an example. Yeah. So
Trying to
moving
respond
forward.
back. Too
Yeah,
hard.
it's crazy. But Darnell.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So the sentiment you was talking about was kind of like, yeah. Because we was going to the left, but I'm like, all right, bro, you know,
I
try to
wasn't
see.
trying to at first.
No,
In fact,
it's cool. Conversations help us, understand who we're dealing with.
mhm.
So I didn't, Oh, damn,
Yeah,
he
it's
sat you
just
down. Yeah, he down for 10 minutes. Corey sat you down for 10 minutes, Sire. But
Can we
yeah,
go
bro,
back
what
to
you
Marley shining boots in basic training?
he had it the whole time he was in the military, he had an accent though, son. Don't let him fool you.
Oh shit. Nah, this is crazy. I missed a lot of the show though. It's only been on for 3 hours and shit like that. Now, who was that guy? That new guy? He a veteran or something like that?
There was a bunch of new people that just I don't some people be popping up. I'm blaming Dev because Dev runs security. So sometimes he people he be letting people, I don't know. So we figuring out who Darnell right now because Darnell was I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to understand because Darnell was going in right now. Post. He had the American flag across his chest. He was like, I fucking died for y'all fucking freedom.
I didn't say I died, obviously.
I know
I'm still here.
y'all niggas don't be getting son, what's his like, bruh, you know what I'm saying? He's out there going Rambo and he was going crazy in Afghanistan. He did 7 tours in Afghanistan, 9 tours in Iraq. You know what I'm saying? 2 tours in Desert Storm. You know what I mean?
That's a lot of tours. How long he was in the military for? That's a lot.
62 years.
No, I didn't say all that.
And he was like, I done killed little motherfucking minorities all over this planet for y'all niggas to sit up here on YouTube. You got the audacity. Then he said 9/11, bitch. 9/11. Then he brought up ISIS. I ain't never heard a motherfucker really bring up ISIS. He said, son. And he said, that's why I was like, hold on, you black? Because I ain't never heard a black person say, nigga, ISIS was going to kill your black. You walk around in Brownsville smoking weed. ISIS was going to kill all you motherfuckers out here talking
They would
about
have. They took over a school in Nigeria and sold off underage girls.
ISIS.
They did. Boko Haram, to be exact, but they were affiliated with ISIS.
What that got to do with our freedom, though?
Yikes.
When you have certain groups out there, again, they don't like our way of life. They don't like the American, let's say, call it culture. They will kill you. That's just it.
So you a proud American. You was willing to fight and die for that shit. For our way of
Bro,
life.
how do you connect that? I want you to understand the
Well, I
level
went
of fear mongering. Fox News, when they be like, yo, son, it's a storm outside, and the niggas still start selling umbrellas and shit, and then it doesn't rain, but you bought $1,000 worth of umbrellas. You trying to get us to believe that we need to buy $7 million worth of umbrellas. No, maybe $70 billion worth of umbrellas is what was spent on this make-believe rainy day. You know what I'm saying?
You think it was make-believe?
It didn't happen. So the idea is that there was a threat of a rainy day and $70 billion was spent Y'all spent $70 billion on whatever y'all was dealing with, but the
Didn't find
rainy
a
days never
slingshot.
happened.
So what did I go to Iraq and Afghanistan for?
To
Do
secure
you
the white
really want
man's
that
wealth.
answer?
To kill people for America.
To
Do
What
you
secure
they
the white
paid you
really?
to
man's
do.
wealth.
Do you really want that answer? I'm
Hey
saying,
man,
like,
so for
No,
real though,
please
why
do.
y'all be letting all
Please
these
go
other
ahead.
veterans
Go
get a
ahead.
pass then?
Go ahead. Go ahead
Y'all
and
let all
Naughty
these
answer it.
other
Taz,
veterans, man.
chill.
Nah, my nigga, I've been asking this shit to these veterans. Y'all cool every day. Now everybody want to ask him. What
Taz,
about
You
these
have.
members?
Taz, if you can
Nah,
stop yelling,
this
you can
has been
hear.
Taz's
Taz, you
argument.
got to understand the difference is what they profess. GA ain't never got up here on his motherfucking I was in Predator
They
1 and
know
2.
better. They know better. They know
Nah,
better.
nah,
GA just got up. No, nigga. GA just got
nah.
up here yesterday and said, shout out to my black vets. He just said that shit yesterday.
And I
He
stand
Yeah,
just
for
said
shout
it.
out to my black
yeah.
Ain't
vets.
Shout out to
nobody
Black
say
Vets.
shit.
What's
Ain't
wrong with shout
nobody
out to
say
Black
shit.
Vets?
Shout out
Ain't
to
nobody.
Shout
black
out to Black
vets.
Ain't
Vets.
nobody.
Yes,
Shout
yes,
out to black vets. My
yes.
cousin was a vet who got shrapnel in his
You
leg.
not wrong
Shout
with
out
that.
to
Right?
my niece
So
is
shout
a
out
National
America.
Guard.
Yo,
My
why
niece
y'all?
is in the
Shout
National
out
Oh,
Guard.
America.
Shout out.
hold on, y'all. It is 7, 8 o'clock. We're not gonna scream, y'all. Look, we sound crazy, Taz. We not screaming with you, Taz. All right, say your point. We not gonna scream.
Nigga Taz, you
You
could
gotta
take
edit
your
that.
ass. You could take it,
We all
Taz.
gotta mute.
You could
We
take
all
your
gotta
ass
mute.
back
Hold
to.
up.
You could take your ass back to Africa, Taz.
Yeah, Savio Mike on Thanos status too. I ain't gonna. I can't even edit Savio shit. Pause.
Y'all crazy, but yeah, shout out to black
Damn,
vets.
Yo, Savio take 17 steps back.
I'm not. 17 steps. I'm not even that
Now
close
it's
to my.
now normal. Yeah, there we go. Well, we
My
got.
son Marley did remain himself because he was shooting that
Wait,
artillery, but he was
so
jumping up and
just
Hold
down
on,
like
hold
so
on.
a
Mute up,
you
mute up, mute
bullfighter.
up, mute up. Hold on, mute up, everybody. Sit
Bullfighter.
tight. Go ahead, Taz.
Not
Hey,
even
that's my
Jamaica,
last
wait,
one,
nigga.
Marley. That's my last
is
one.
Darnell a white vet or something? Is Darnell a
Nah,
white veteran?
nah. You missed the. So you was in between the dialogues, and that's what I'm saying. Like I was trolling, but I listened to what he said. And he was saying, you ain't never heard GA or Marley or Corey or Didi or anybody say, yeah, I went out there and died and was fighting for y'all freedoms when I was in motherfucking Afghanistan. No, Marley will tell you, yeah, I went out there. I was young. I was trying to figure life out. I was going to get a check, doing what I had to do. You ain't never heard one of these people say, I've heard people say it, but you ain't never heard one of them say it. And if anybody does, they're going to have the same line of thought question.
Got my GI Bill and got up out of there. I
Up
don't
out of
have
there, right?
love for them.
I hate to
Everybody don't
interrupt with a
join. Yeah,
dumbass
everybody.
question
Hold
real
on,
quick,
everybody.
y'all.
I just want to say something real quick. Everybody don't join them. Like it is what y'all say that that we do, but niggas is not joining for that reason, right? Like niggas know. As a matter of fact, I don't even think every white person that joins the military is joining to be like, yo, I'm
Because
trying to
they
fight
love
and
their
die for my
country.
country. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, even white boys. Son. A lot of niggas like these people who come from these Midwestern states and these states that don't got like a large amount of city, state, and federal jobs and shit, where it's like only one factory in their town and shit. Yeah, these niggas ain't got a lot of opportunities, son. These niggas ain't come from shit, bro. So a lot of niggas see the military as a stepping stone. I'm gonna try to do this and get a lot of even white boys. A lot of niggas is not on say, yeah, I'm trying to join the military to fight and die for my country. Niggas is not joining the military or even saying that. Now, is that what like everything else like the black and white what y'all saying is what's going on? Yes, but that's not why niggas is doing it. That's not why niggas is doing it.
Nigga Marley was
Niggas.
working the machine gun like,
Now, but that's what I'm saying. Like this is a for person. This is a for me, it's a new space in this convo. Like
Yeah.
so, that's it just having all these different people around. But I've been able to pathologize the categorize the group sort of in
the
my head, and I'm like,
argument.
all right, did he said something that was clearly different when he was telling son and his argument. He was like, look, I went to the military, I did this and that for your freedom. That was all I heard after that point was like, holy, you did what for people's freedom? You're one of those.
Right,
This is
No,
right.
no, no, no. That's not what happened. What happened was that when he was talking shit, I said, "Hey, man, it's all right. I fought for your freedom." Then he decided to disrespect me. That's what happened.
Yeah, but you still said you fought for his freedom. That's what
I did.
everything
I
past
don't
that.
give a damn.
No,
I
I know
didn't.
that's the difference. So, like, GA, do you feel like you fought for our freedom when you went to the military?
Yeah, technically, what he's referring to, truth, he took an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States of America. So that's where he's at with that.
Do you
So
feel like
It's just
do
like
you feel
it's
like
just like it's just like hold on, Q. It's just like when some chicks get married to dudes for their papers, or they get married to dudes that they don't
That's
love.
not an
Because, like,
oath.
you know what I'm saying? It's
I
That's
have a
it's
not an
question
it's
oath.
though, right?
it, hold on. Yeah, they getting married. So when people see it in black and white from on the outside, niggas gonna be on some. But no, niggas get married for different reasons. Niggas, that don't mean that the bitch love this nigga. You know what I'm saying? That she wanna, like, the niggas. That don't mean that because niggas joined the
Marley,
military that niggas love America and shit like that.
Marley,
Come
do you
on,
feel
son.
like
wait.
when you went to the military, do you feel like when you was in the war, you was fighting for the freedoms of black people?
Hey,
Nah, I
that's the
was
biz.
chilling. I was chilling in the bathroom when niggas was busting shots. I wasn't. Nigga, fuck is
Oh
that
man,
niggas talking about? So like, I was nigga,
no,
I was in there getting. I was out there getting it. I don't know what y'all niggas is.
no.
Y'all niggas got this
This nigga was in
misconception. Y'all nigga,
Afghanistan
No,
smoking
it's
nigga,
a simple, no,
hashish.
Marley. It's a very simple question. There's no misconception.
Yeah,
It's just
I stood on business, Q. Yeah, hey, I honored the
nah, nah,
oath.
nah, nah. I wasn't. Nah, I
no, no,
was. Nah, I
no.
was
When you're
not.
saying
Nah,
oath,
I
I want to be
wasn't.
clear
I
because,
wasn't. I wasn't.
Hey,
I
Mark,
wasn't. I wasn't Q.
when we say
To
because
answer your
like
question,
it's the
Q.
same thing when they say your ancestors died for your right to vote. You know what I'm saying? We understand why that's said, even if we don't agree. Now, making that same kind of contextual, uh, um, argument with the military,
To America
that
as
to
a
me is
whole.
that's a
Yeah,
like. Now, if that's a space where you don't want the conversation, but for me, it's just like how? Because if you're gonna say like,
no.
where's even the oath have to do with black people's right fight
Well,
for
then
and pursuit for rights?
no, it gets muddy, and that has nothing to do with it. That's embottled into all of that. But I heard what you heard, and that's why I came up here to talk to bro because I do think that's a little outside the
Problematic.
norms. No, no, just
Really?
you just don't get down.
Oh, it is?
No,
No, but hold up,
Oh, it's
but even
outside
for
the norm?
but even before but even before because I was gonna say like, all right, let's be very explicit. The fight for black people's rights in modern times is civil rights.
but that's when he wasn't referring to that. I don't think he was referring to that. He was on some other shit.
But in any reference that's what it should be understood as, especially in 2025. Like, all right, y'all, we talking about fighting for black people's rights. So you talking about reparations, you talking about rights to bid for business, competitive rights, equality. Like, what do we? What,
I don't think bro feel that way. He's very inclusive in his explanation.
well, then
He
he may
sees
not get explicit with
that
his
one thing.
understanding.
No, well, he's new here, but that's what I'm saying. But that's not even normal to me to sit here and say you owe me. That comes off as a kind of entitlement when you signed up to do something that
I
nobody
never
owed you
said
nothing.
I never said the man owed me. The only
Well, you said
thing
he.
was no, I never said he owed me. I never said that. Disrespecting me, that's a different issue.
Yo, but bro, you're not wrong
But
for
how did he
how what you
disrespect
said.
you?
But even in this, even if he did not, honest GA on some American shit, he's not wrong. If we was having this conversation with him in the middle of fucking Kansas in a white town,
You
we would
get a
get fucking
standing
chased out of
ovation.
we would get chased. They were like, yeah, he fucking was out there fighting for our fucking rights, brother. Goddamn,
Right.
ISIS was gonna fucking blow us up. They was gonna kill us. They was gonna invade our fucking
But
country.
see,
And
that's
I'm
what I'm talking
proud
about,
to
Q.
be an
But
American
wait, see, that's what I'm
Willie.
saying. We want to minimalize stuff and then we want to joke with it. And I'm really that's not normal to talk like that.
It's
I
not
think
a
that
joke
is.
for me.
I think that is. I personally think that is. I think how we're talking is not normal.
No, we wait a minute. When you say we talking is not normal, elaborate.
Because it would be the lines that this conversation for like Saya was on, my side was maybe on, Taz is on, and more aligned with somebody with anti-American,
Oh no, well
anti-patriotic.
I heard all that, but that's what I'm saying. Bro was more expressive about that, and he was to his point. He was correct. I mean, he signed up to defend that. Joe, you can do that. You can do this in America, but you can't stand in the middle of Afghanistan or Iraq or other parts of the world and do that.
But you
I
do
think
accept
that's
that has nothing to do with black liberation,
And
black empowerment.
Yeah, but that's what I'm
the
saying. I
thing
don't
is,
think he was speaking to that, but he's here,
Hmm.
so I'm gonna let him speak for himself. I came up here to do a buddy check because just to see where he's at.
I respect
the
that.
thing, the thing is that okay? When I said I fought for your freedom, you didn't fight for my freedom and all this other shit. You ain't fight for my freedom. Man even called me a goddamn war criminal, a
Who
fucking
called
war
you a war
criminal.
criminal? Who called you a war criminal? I
You was a
apologize
grunt.
for that person.
Was you a grunt? You was Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine. What you do?
I
Army.
was in the I was in oh my, you talking to that nigga, my bad.
Yeah, yeah. You was Army. You was a grunt.
No, I wasn't a grunt.
What'd you
I
do?
wasn't. I was not 11 Bravo.
So what'd you do?
I was 88 November, and then I went over as a contractor.
Okay, so you saw some shit. I hear you. So what?
Hold on. So as a contractor, all right. So let's just be clear, man. This is I'm a Pan African, bro. You know what I'm saying? So like, I do these little platforms and shit just so I can, engage with more of my people and understand this. And that's why I don't regulate the conversation because just the connectivity is good enough for me, Paul. But when I get exposed to different people's personality, I'm like, wow, bro. You were also a contractor, which I get to the bag. But bro, you understand you're in the Pan African platform?
I don't think he does, Q. And that's why I say
Yeah.
his.
Yeah,
It does.
you ain't allowed to be none of that, bro. Everybody else is, just not you.
No, it's not that. It's not that.
No,
Tad.
we ain't doing that. He's shooting at you. I just want Donnell.
No, I'll stick around for you, Taz. I came in here to check on bro because and we can have that discussion. I just you came off like entitled when you said that, and I didn't hear what he said to you though, to your defense. So that's why I just came up here
So
to.
okay. So I mean, all right, that's fair. You didn't hear what he said to me. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is, I mean, how can you say I came up entitled? Like, I ain't gonna lie, that dude was just disrespectful. I'm sorry.
No, but the
Okay,
context, but this is why I want to break it down to you, bro. The
Q, let me.
context of the disrespect is because you see the war you were in as justified. I will tell you straight up and down that the war you was in was some fuck shit, and y'all niggas was there doing the white man's job and expanding white fucking systems. It had nothing to do with the pushing or furtherance of black people's rights or anybody's rights in America. And the fear mongering that was put into your head that got you to the belief where you can go into another country and mostly kill poor people and think that that has something to do remotely to do with your freedoms is a clear example of the disconnect most of us have to education or the history of the country.
Thank you.
Well, as far as
all facts.
As far as Iraq, I will say
Yeah, that's bullshit.
Iraq was invaded. Was not. I never did agree with the war in Iraq, even though I went.
Yet you killed little Iraqi
did.
children.
And you said I was honest. I was being real when you said
And
that.
how many Iraqi children did I kill? Tell me.
Who knows?
Since you decided
knows?
to say that.
Who
wait a
knows?
minute.
You were over there.
Apparently,
You were over there.
apparently you do.
shooting and
Hold on, let him
bombing.
respond. Let him respond. Let him respond. Let him respond.
Apparently you do. And if I was killing their little Iraqi children, why am I sitting here talking to you right now?
You need to be talking to a
Wait a minute.
therapist.
No,
Hold
bro.
on, let him finish.
No,
Let him finish.
don't get
Let him finish.
sidetracked. Yeah,
I'm just saying. Why am I not sitting in? Why am I not sitting in jail somewhere? I should be in Fort Leavenworth.
Because it's called
you're
war,
part of
legal
an
killing.
institution that'll keep you safe.
Nah, well, he was 88 November. I don't even know if bro ran clips. So, and no, that's no shade. That's no shade.
Nah,
I'm just,
I ran too.
Okay, you ran too. Got you. But so all I'm saying is that comes off entitled. But I still don't know what he said to you. But what everybody
That's what
else
I
is saying,
said.
he gave a great example of
That's what I said.
You didn't
he gave
fight for my. You didn't fight for my freedom. You know, I don't care what you got to say. All this other shit. He just totally shit on me.
Notice how he can't articulate it. I said what you guys are saying. Everyone disagrees with you and they agree with me. Go off. Do that crazy stuff you were talking. Do that hope I
I
die
admit it.
and all that. Yeah, do that stuff you were doing. Why don't you react? Now that you see that Q Butter and I, we are along the same lines. You know what I'm saying? And the other brothers, we're all along the same lines. You see what I'm talking about.
Go
You even
see how
agreed
much of all
yourself.
y'all along the same lines in
You,
5 motherfucking
you
minutes,
said you
nigga.
went into Iraq. You
What do
said you
you
didn't
mean before you
agree
get on
with
the
it that
panel
the
though,
women
Taz?
did.
Smoke a blunt before you get on the panel,
No,
Taz.
Yeah.
I didn't agree with the Iraq War,
Why
but similar
not?
to what you said
Why
earlier,
didn't you agree with it? You thought it was a bad idea? You thought it was wrong?
well, of course it was a bad idea.
And you thought it was wrong. And I think it was wrong. That's what I was calling you out on.
It may have been
So
wrong,
now,
but
so we agree. See
it
what I'm
may have
saying?
been wrong. However, as you said earlier, with your family joining the military, I did the same thing. My family, they
No.
joined the military. We fought in every single war since World War One. Every single one.
So I think personal benefit is very different from doing this for us. I could understand somebody giving you pushback on that if you're saying you did this for us when people disagree fundamentally
Look,
with the war itself.
I'm not saying anybody owes me anything or has to kiss my ass or nothing. Just don't disrespect me. You know,
But that's all
especially
kind of
when I
Nah,
was
that's fair.
respectful. No, hold on a
when
second. When I was
Don't
respectful at
invade
first,
countries. Don't invade countries.
I was I was respectful at first. In fact, you and I were actually on the same side. Even
So
when
yo,
you
bro, yo,
accused
bro, no, no,
me,
bro.
even when
It
you
was cool.
accused me
Hold on,
of,
no,
voting for Donald
bro.
Trump,
It was
I
so
didn't
simple,
even say,
bro.
"Hey, I voted for
invading
Harris."
I'm gonna
countries
be,
not disrespectful?
hold on, y'all. You literally said you hope he gets killed. You know what I'm saying? And it was the rationale behind it, where it was like it was no different than a white person saying, like, I thought I was in Kansas, you know what I'm saying, where somebody was gun ho about America and was upset that they got called out for killing Arabs.
Damn.
You know what I mean? That was the lineup. And that's why I wasn't gonna bring you back up, but I was like, all right, let me understand what's going on. And that's why I'm telling you that not everybody over here is a Pan-African. If most people over here is not Pan-Africans or black nationalists, I am. You know what I'm saying? So I need you to understand that this is my, not to say like this is my platform. I don't know if you know or aware of the context of the different type of conversations that go on over here, or the different type of people that have the conversations, because you might be really
I
disconnected. So that's why I want you to understand, because that's what I'm hearing right now.
I admit I am new to your platform. You guys, the title in the thumbnail, it had an interesting title, and I clicked on it. At first, it seemed like a pretty interesting conversation.
Well, you know what? Q Butter has been fond of saying this. Read the room. Get a better awareness of the conversation and the people that you're around. It's obvious that they didn't teach you that in the military, though. No
We
shots,
ain't got
though.
to. I go. He
His
just so you
opinion's
know. You know what
good
I'm
here
saying?
though.
Yeah, just to be, I'm being fair as hell to you. You know what I mean? Respectfully, you know what I mean? Because like you don't know. I don't want this to anybody who's listening who's a veteran, or wherever you at in your American hoorah space. Don't come over here thinking I'm shooting at you. I have no interest. Not interested even having a discussion with you. Just delete my channel and unsubscribe. You ain't got. I don't want no smoke with any of y'all Vietnam niggas or Korea War, whatever motherfucking shit y'all was in. I got no smoke for y'all niggas. Have a good day. Let's go vet. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the VA hospital. Go do y'all. They got no smoke for none of y'all niggas, man. I would know. I don't know. You be clear. You know what I'm saying? Homeboy, this is just, the conversations over here. They're not going to align with being 100% pro-American, to say the least.
American. What the hell?
I have no issues with I have no issues with disagreements, and if you have some kind of anti-American. The only thing is, all I'm saying is, show me just a little bit of respect. Same as when I came up, I didn't disrespect anybody on the panel in the beginning. I did not disrespect anybody. I let
You
everybody
were
talk.
disrespectful to me first, man. And I
No,
wasn't
bro,
really
I'm
that
telling over
disrespectful
here.
to you.
When was I
No,
disrespectful
bro.
to you first?
Disrespect's gonna happen over here. It's gonna happen over here, and then eventually, it's going. People gonna curse each other out. We don't regulate that over here. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
What eventually happens, people corny shit's gonna happen. Somebody gonna drop their address, pull me up. That's cornball shit. That's what I was telling you, Saya. Or people get roped into arguments. That's cornball shit. You know what I'm saying? This is what happens over here. So I'm trying to tell you, you're gonna get caught up in a space where you're gonna get somebody gonna disrespect you, and then eventually you're gonna throw that military shit out there, and you're gonna say the same shit again, and you're gonna get flamed. I'm telling you.
Listen,
I'm telling you where you
I'm
at.
gonna get flamed.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to him.
No, he's
Because
talking to me.
Okay, yeah,
yeah,
yeah. I'm
nah.
gonna
At the
go.
end of the day, we do all respect each other as men. At least if you're intelligent, right? But leading with a certain argument is going to get a certain level of criticism. So
And I don't want it to go there. You know what I'm saying? And I recognize that that's the philosophical background that you represent. And I'm being mindful of who I am at the place where the people that's around me and who you are and how you're going to have this conversation with people that you're going to talk to. Because clearly you're going to be associated with people who have a similar pathological thought as you. And they're going to hear this conversation from you and they're going to wonder where you heard such nasty conversations from. So I would even prefer like you would just unsubscribe for me, act like I never existed.
Fair enough.
I mean, but his argument is good. I think it's good to have counter arguments and counter discussions. That's why I was saying earlier when you was trolling, his argument was almost like the troll argument. You know, that you was pretending to be. He really has that argument, but I still think it's important. Maybe he feel disrespected or whatever. I don't really care. I feel he disrespected me too. It's not that big of a deal. I think overall the importance of is for other people, viewers, just to hear the different viewpoints. You know what I mean? So even like a dude like that, it's like, yeah, even if we totally disagree, even if it's vehemently disagreeing, I still think it's important. It's so that viewers can listen to the different arguments and make their, you know.
Yeah, but the viewers got friends, you know what I'm saying? And I'm real life, you know what I'm saying? Like, son is a,
Yeah, I see what you mean. I get my fault.
you know what I'm
I know
saying?
what you're talking about. It could be
Like, yo,
serious, right? It could
like,
get
you know what I'm
violent. It
saying?
could
Like,
be
y'all about to attack his, and I don't, like, look, man, hoorah, man, go America.
right.
You know what I'm saying? You fought for our freedoms, you know what I'm saying? More power to you.
Yeah.
That's why I didn't confirm it. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, all right, that's what we saying? All right, cool. Got it. No problem.
As far as far as you know, in the beginning, when you had asked a question about manifest destiny, right? I answered the question.
You said when I asked the question about what?
Manifest destiny. You asked another gentleman, "Do you know what manifest destiny is?"
That wasn't me, but that's a good question.
That wasn't you. Okay, that was somebody else. Then,
That's all. It's a
yeah,
decent
but
question, though. It's a legitimate question that he should
yeah.
ask someone like you, someone with
Well,
your viewpoint.
I mean, you don't have to ask me. I mean, I'm just saying. I just answered the question, things of that nature. But you know, the thing is that you know, again, it started out intelligent, you know, and it's like, okay, you know, because I believe we had a disagreement on Ronald Reagan and affirmative action, you know, for whatever reason.
Right.
As far as the DEI stuff, again, this is just my belief that I was trying to convey earlier is that it did not help black men in particular. It really benefited more LGBTQ people. And a lot of times these affirmative action programs, they help non-black people. Like when Obama was president, for example, he signed into office, he wanted to see more contracts in the hands of minorities. He signed that into office, you know, government contracts. And, you know, and what ended up happening was the Asians and more specifically the Native Americans, they benefited from those contracts more than black men did. That's the
All
only
right.
point. I was trying to make.
And I can agree with you with that. I do agree with you, but then you have to look at now why is that? So you understand that what's happening is that so every time we win, we make a move and we get a step forward. What they're doing is countering, and that's what they're doing. Okay, we had these rules and laws put in place so that it can benefit us, but we're still working against a white supremacist system that's always trying to counter. So that yeah, they did counter, and they're trying to get a lot of other people to benefit. You know, utilizing it in so many different other ways. It didn't mean we didn't benefit at all. We didn't get the full benefit that we deserve. You know what I mean? But
Mhm.
then again, you know what I'm saying? You know, in the country that you describe, we shouldn't even be having to fight for that. You know what I mean? That's something that should be guaranteed. You know what I mean? We're sitting
It
here
should be.
fighting. We're fighting right, but it's not because of the people we deal with, because of the country that we're dealing with, that you're so ready to die for. But they, you know, they're actually putting in things in place that's counter to, you know what I'm saying, progress of our people. They're constantly at counter progress. So even when you see these things and you see them counter it, that doesn't mean see that program was no good, that bill was no good, or those rights didn't mean anything. No, they did mean something, but we're always going to be counted. That doesn't mean give up and it didn't mean anything. It just means that yeah, that's to be expected. But we still need them. Them saying, "Oh no, you don't need no civil rights protections." It's like you gotta even, you know what I mean. If you understand history and you know the people you're dealing with, you got to see that oh, this can't be good. We already know who we're dealing with. Their character let you know that no, you just can't let them say that hey, they can. We already know some part of the discussion earlier. We talk about hire and fire states. When you find those, you'll find there's mostly black populations in those states, like Southeast, the same slave states and all of those are the main hire and fire states, and you just where
Mhm.
they can just do that. But when you putting these people in position where what they're doing now is trying to knock us out of power positions all across the country, so why they're hitting the feds and different kind of places that you know the highest employers of black people and that hold some of the highest positions in the countries are all under attack. And that
Hey,
doesn't mean hey, that doesn't mean hate on rights with nothing in it. No, that's what put us in those positions, and they're countering that. That's what we're dealing with right now. The
Hey,
counter
but
to
do I
that.
real
look
quick,
fat
bro.
though, my nigga? You punk bitch. Do I look fat?
This dude can't talk for shit,
Do
man.
I look fat, you punk bitch? Now, was it something you wanted to actually debate me on? Or do you want to
Yeah,
roast?
yeah, we can get this dude to we can do even one. We can get this dude talk Q butter. I don't know
Hold
how you
on,
want
real
to control
quick
him, but
though.
I light him up however he want to do it.
There,
Talk
you
your
don't need to
girl.
control. You don't need
He
no
do
help.
sound fat. He got a fat mouth, but you know what I'm saying?
Oh,
Okay.
real quick
You know
though,
what I'm
brother.
saying?
Let me ask Darnell one question real quick because something just clicked in my mind as y'all have this conversation about like what was said earlier. But I just remember like when we was talking to Madon about that manifest destiny shit about
Mhm.
and Madon said, yeah, I'm subordinate to the white man and shit like that. You was co-signing them, Darnell. So I'm curious about that now. Is that
No,
having like a
sir.
larger meaning?
I
Yeah.
didn't co-sign. I
Yeah.
didn't and you could check the replay on that. I didn't co-sign. I just kind of remained silent on that.
You didn't
The
remain
same
silent,
difference.
brother. You was
Yeah, I
definitely.
did.
I ain't gonna say you was 100% all in to what Madon was saying, but you was
Okay, so
definitely
what?
soft shoeing around that conversation, man.
Wait,
So
Yeah.
what was the
Yeah.
point though? Because all these
what did
military
I
niggas
say?
was
Because you know
subservient at one
Madon be
point.
trolling, Taz. You know Madon be trolling, and he
Yeah, but all these military niggas was kissing white ass at one point. I find it hard to believe
Madon
that y'all
flat
just
out.
find
No,
one to press
Taz,
today.
Madon flat out said, yeah, I'm subordinate. So I was trying to
Yeah,
see if Madon was gonna
Madonna's
say
gonna say what these niggas ain't gonna
right,
say though.
right. But this man
These
was
niggas
this.
was subordinate and they were fine with it. And now they
Yes,
brag about it.
yes, but
But
I'm saying like if
They
he
ain't no
but
not
what?
white,
different than
but if he,
Darnell. They just get a pass because they be here every day.
Taz, my
But what?
point is if he's white, then that would have a whole different context. You feel me? That's
Right.
what I'm going at.
But he's
So like
But
that.
colonized, so he's talking
but
like a white person
Who
because he's got to
who
call it
white?
mental colonization.
Is anybody
but what did I say that supported Adon?
You didn't flat out disagree because all black men would yes, we know Madon is trolling because we go back, we go back with Madon. But like
Mhm.
you knew over here, so like if you white and if you even soft shoeing around that, most black men is gonna flat out dismiss that shit. So like that's what I'm trying to like understand.
Definitely
Like,
most of us here. Yeah.
Yeah, because they know the audience. But when they wasn't dismissing that shit when that cracker was telling them,
but his
that's what I said.
military,
When he got up
his
here and
military,
said when he got up here and said he was proud of his service and niggas tried to press him, they ain't
but
press these other
His
niggas.
military
They ain't press
background wasn't even
these
exposed.
military niggas be up here bragging and gloating and talking shit. The only thing they don't say is I did it for the country.
But they
But
brag
Taz,
about their benefits. They
his
brag about
military
what the military.
background.
No,
His
bro, it's like, no, bro. They pressing him like they don't do the same
Yikes.
shit. They
You
all
But
do
got
the
a
listen though,
same.
point.
Taz, his military background wasn't even brought up at that point. We was
He
just
brought
on
it
the
up. I was on here when he brought it up. He brought it up to that
right.
lame nigga.
But you don't think that has a different meaning if a white guy come on the panel and say,
No,
yeah,
hell
yeah,
no.
y'all is
Nope.
supporting it to
Because ain't
black
none of
to
these
white
niggas
men.
get kicked out the military.
I'm
All these niggas was, yes, sir, Mr. White Man. I'll do exactly what I'm
Y'all, you
told.
was on there. What did you say to him, tough guy?
Nothing. I don't give a fuck.
That's that
Pussy.
punk shit. That's that
I don't
coward
give
shit
a
you
fuck,
just was
pussy.
talking about. That
I ain't
was
go to the
cowardly.
military, pussy.
That was
I don't give a fuck.
cowardly, man. That was cowardly.
I
You
don't
should
give
have
a
stood
fuck.
up front
I
of
ain't go
him.
to
You
the
should have
military.
stood up, man. That was your chance to show something, man. Don't try to
I
be
couldn't.
tough with me.
My
You should
phone
have
was
been tough
fucked
with
up.
him.
Y'all couldn't hear me. I'm here now.
All the time, your skinny ass should have stood up and did something, man.
Yeah, I'm here.
Damn.
I'm here now. What's up? You talking about intellect. You want to
Yeah,
have an
let's do
intelligent
it. Yeah,
conversation?
let's do it. Yeah, let's do it, dum dum. I'm ready.
Right. So what you got? What's your issues with Trump?
All right. Well, we know he's racist and he's running running his shit like a fascist regime. We know that, right? You don't disagree with that.
Okay, so all these presidents are racist, and none of them run this motherfucker like the great America that I would want to see. So what would be the difference between him and the last three motherfuckers?
Okay. So the ones he's with, as we said, the ones he's with is doing Nazi symbols, you know, really presenting themselves as purely, clearly fascist, racist people. We know the history of what these people are like, what their relationship is with us, what their intent is with us, and we also see it within the moves they're making. Like as far as removing us from history, as far as removing us, trying to tear down museums or anything that even deals with black people, anything that deals with our history, them trying to reform history so they can push it with a stronger white supremacist angle, those type of things, just to start off.
So do you think white people can erase our history?
Absolutely, yeah. I think they could have someone like you very unfamiliar with your own history. Like I'm
Oh,
sure
I'm
there's plenty
unfamiliar with my
questions.
history.
I'm sure there's plenty questions I could ask you about your history that you wouldn't be able to answer at
Try
all.
one. Try one.
So we don't even have to
Okay,
go down that road. Now,
okay.
the
Let me
brother
just hit him with
Taz,
something.
he does have a deep
Fuck
grasp of
around.
our history.
Okay,
Try
let me
one.
just
We don't
test
even
him
have
real
to go
quick.
down that road.
Try one.
Okay, all right. Who the founders of the Almoravid Empire?
That's not
Meaning, yeah. Huh?
that's not my history.
That is your history. That is your history. That's
I'm not.
West African. That's West
I'm,
African
I'm,
history.
I'm
That's
from
why I asked
America,
you it.
man.
See,
I'm
that's what I
American.
mean.
I'm American.
Oh, you
That's
you
not my
just
history.
mean your history starts as a slave.
No, I was never a slave. My
So how
history
does your
starts in
history
19.
begin?
My history starts in 1977 when I was born.
Oh, that you. Oh, so when
What?
you say history, you just mean your personal life. I thought you meant.
Yeah,
I
Yeah,
thought you understood what the definition of history is. So
slave.
yeah.
you think that your
Slave.
life, you think that your personal life is the definition of history, and that's what you thought I was talking about, or you
No,
just
I
plain
thought you was
stupid?
talking about my history
So
here
you're
in
just
America.
plain ignorant. It's fair if you want to hear. You hear what he just said,
But no,
everybody.
why would you
He thought
relegate
when
us
I
to
when I
slavery
talk
though?
about history and I talk
Because you're
Hey,
about where
bro,
the
slaves
people
though.
hey,
from,
bro. I just
he
need you
said
to come up
himself.
a
Shows
few more,
your
He
level of
says,
lack of
a
he
few more
says,
generations. Bro.
ignorance.
all
I
right, to
don't
be
engage
clear,
in African
That's what white
banter,
folks
bro.
say.
so yeah,
Slave,
right.
Just
So
you
come
to be
forward a few
slave.
clear,
generations, fam. Just come
right.
forward a few
So
generations. That's
all
all.
right, so to be clear, just now when I asked the question, I asked the question to test his knowledge. I knew he didn't have it. And so his answer
Oh,
is I'm not from West Africa. I'm not African. I'm from
okay. So
America.
let's try you.
Okay, okay,
Let's
so he
try
doesn't
you this
know.
one.
So okay, see
So
what they're
what?
talking
What
Hold
year
on,
about.
did
hold on,
what
hold on,
year
hold on,
did?
hold on,
Now
hold
Well,
on.
with
no.
that,
Before y'all get, hold on,
Let's try
before y'all
him
get,
to
no, no,
answer
no.
the
yeah,
question,
Hold on,
bro.
Suffolk is wilding out. He lost his
before y'all get to this,
he
we got to
lost
clear up this
control already.
military shit. We got to clear up the military conversation. Because that can't just linger around and then pop back up again and then pop back up later on. You know what I'm saying? We got to add
Right.
that military one.
Okay, so
That's
as I was asking, okay, so with the military question, so as I was asking him, I was trying to figure out at what point in history, you know, when he's saying certain people saying that they were fighting for our rights, and I was trying to figure out what invading country was he defending? Because as being
no,
an
no, no,
invading country,
but no, besides, hold on, you because you kind of knew. You
I
are
can
new.
answer that.
Yeah. But
okay,
Taz, so
what would that have to do with anything?
Civil
because you
War.
don't know the context of the conversation.
Is this Sayagana Slayer or that
Can you read it?
Saya the pseudo?
Can you read it? Try reading it. It's not
I
that
don't.
difficult when you think about it. Sound it out.
No,
Hey,
we're not reading
look,
the name. So look, so the
Yeah, I know
look. I
you
military
don't.
couldn't.
I
conversation.
just
If
want
that
you.
just clowned itself, then that's really difficult and that's embarrassing. But
Oh,
What you
that's
got,
okay.
so
Q? What you got, Q?
so are you the pseudo
No,
that
we're not
thinks
talking
that
about
we're
him. We're not talking about him. We're talking about the military shit.
cool? All right. I just
Military
want to know because he sounds familiar.
So the military conversation is because GA, there's a lot of people in the chat that's military, and I want to be clear, not everybody's used to having these Pan-African, pro-black, non-pro-black, semi-pro-black,
Yeah, that's his pseudo
all this mixed together in the little spot, and people get to speak
Well,
freely.
It's a
You know what I
tough
mean?
conversation to have.
okay,
So
no,
I want to make sure we get to
it's
that
nothing
part.
tough about the conversation, Q. Because number one, just because the motherfuckers in the military, you don't think they dealt with shit in the military? They were still black in the military. So, I don't know what the argument is that, okay, you was more uh colonial than I was. That's what I'm saying, because it's still the same motherfucking system. But I can take that. If that's where we at with the conversation, but when we start being disingenuous, or you was killing babies and this and that, or
No one made that claim. I said he was a part of an
Well,
invading
let him.
army.
They
No,
was
he's not
doing
talking.
that
He's not
though.
talking. Yo, he's not
Invading
talking to you,
army.
son. He's not talking to you.
yeah, well,
Well,
somebody said it.
that kind of led to it because that's what that dude
They
claimed.
was
Yo,
doing that
bro,
though.
what
They
part of you?
killed
He's
babies
not
too.
talking to you in Spanish. ¿Cuántos? Cientos? Pesos?
No, well, I'm just saying, I'm here for the
Nigga got the
discussion.
Dominican grift.
I'm not running from them. Got 26 years in the shit,
Dominican
probably
grift.
institutionalized, and I'm here for the shits.
Okay.
Yeah, like I was saying, again, though, when it comes to this conversation, if everybody that went to the military is going to be treated equally, I don't have nothing to say. But it seemed like he was being pressed for being proud of his service. And he's not the first person I've heard come up here and say that they proud of their service.
This is my
I
first
am,
time up on here.
What?
So he
I
got
am
caught.
proud. I am proud of
Yes.
my service.
No, but Ted, that's why the context of the conversation, I think, brought out that space. And even in the context of the conversation, I personally don't think GA or most of the people that's frequent over here would have said that.
Yeah, I know. Well, again, they have, though. That's what I'm saying. I don't know where you've been.
No.
I've had Dr. Mo say it. I've had
Name who
GA
you
say
talking
it.
about, Taz.
Hold on,
I
what do you
put
clear?
them
We kind of
down.
confused on
No,
I
that.
put them down. I had them
Hold on,
all
what do you
saying
clear?
it. I had them
Dr.
all
Wait.
saying it, Q.
Say
Well,
Let's see
that.
if they behind the
Hold on, I want to be
scenes.
clear. They
Nah.
said that they went to war for your freedoms.
No, they said they're proud of their service the
No,
same
we're
way
not
he
discussing
did.
that. That's no.
Right.
You were hearing about the proudness of his service. The statement
Right.
he made was comparing or connecting our freedoms to his actions, creating
I
the
heard
problem. So that's the connection point that I was saying. Like, that's a statement that he professes and making a claim on, that he's standing on. That's not a statement or claim that I even think GA would even. And now for you to say because they fear, scared, I don't think that's that. I think it's literally how they internalize the world.
Yeah, it's not no. Well said, Q.
So, I mean,
they proud of
you
their
don't.
service, but they not saying it right now.
It's
No,
proud of the
proud of your
service.
service don't mean that we think
Because
that
you're
we're going to
military
be
too.
enslaved. Proud of my
I'm right.
service could mean how happy I got a check. Taz, damn.
I
Ain't you
know, but I'm
proud?
just saying. So, what was the point of contention with him if everybody?
Because he brought it to me. Because he brought it to me
equated
that
that
I
to,
was
he
supposed to show
equated
him
that
some
he,
kind of respect for him doing it. Because
You
he went and
are.
served. No,
Nah.
I'm
You are.
not.
That's what
I don't owe
Veterans Day
him
is
nothing. No,
for.
I'm not. No, I'm
Nah,
not. He ain't did nothing for me.
no.
He did
he
that for
equated
himself.
that to people being enslaved.
Well, when he was talking to me, he put it right to me.
Yeah, but
He
what I'm
felt
Yeah,
the
getting
go
at
ahead
same.
with your
is
combo. Yeah, y'all go
it,
ahead.
The U.S.
it,
military freed the slaves. What are we talking about?
no,
No, they
that's not
didn't.
what
No, they
that's
didn't.
not what I'm getting
Hold
at though,
on, fam. This
Taz.
nigga said no, they didn't. Let's talk
I
to him.
said no, they didn't. Let's talk about it. I'm not. I do history,
What
so
the
you
hell
can.
is you talking about? You don't do history if you make that statement, bruh.
Yes,
Yeah,
I
but
do. Yes, I do.
that statement is gaslighting right now. That ain't got nothing to do
No,
with
that's
nothing.
legit.
Yeah.
No, that's legit. No, it's legit. But we don't got to talk about it
Ain't
if you
got
don't
nothing to
With
want
do with
the
to.
nothing.
Union Army.
No.
Yeah, y'all can go back to the Union Army argument. Y'all can go
Right.
back
Yeah.
to that.
No. Well,
No matter what it is, no matter what argument that I'm ready to get in, you're gonna keep switching it. So go
but see,
ahead, we can switch it
these
to
are the
whatever.
antics. That we're not serious about having the conversations. Because
What's the
I'm here
antics?
for. I'm here for the resolve. Just when we do the little tactics of this or that, or just debate me on this tangent or debate me on this point.
The
And
freedom part.
Well, now, I've been saying the same thing for
They
weeks,
don't want
though.
to make the
Talking
claim,
about
so
our
it's,
military
you got to
niggas.
challenge it.
yeah,
I mean, I've been saying the same thing for weeks.
and
It's
I've
just
been
like,
asking you. I've been asking you for weeks. What's your issue? Can we
right,
talk about it? If we can't talk about it, then say no, nigga. We can't talk about it.
but every
But
time we talk
you
about it,
keep
it's the same conversation is held. I ain't never ran from the conversation. We can have it again. But today's
here.
context is no different than the previous context. When someone is saying they were in the military, black folks jump on them, they pounce on them. It's an issue because he's proud of his service. He got to say it a different way. Okay,
No, no,
y'all
no, no,
saying
no,
the
no, no, no,
same
no.
shit.
That ain't even what happened.
I'm saying as a
But that
soldier
is
for
what
bro.
does happen.
It may be. I'm not around, but I mean
Yeah,
today
but
that's
that's
not
not
what
what
happened.
happened though. Yeah, but that
Right.
technically is not what
Yeah,
happened.
but today it is. Okay, so I'm sitting there and I'm listening. Dude said, he said, I fought for your rights or your freedom or some shit.
Which
The
was a
response
lie.
to that was, no, you didn't.
It was
Okay.
a lie because my freedoms were never on the
Now,
line
all
in
right.
any
So now
war that he
that state. Now let's
participated in.
be clear with that statement. Have you heard who else have you heard make that statement on the platform?
That I fought for your freedom? Nobody. No,
That's
nobody.
that's the reason why. Now you just answered it. That's why he got pressed
So as
differently.
long as they don't say it, it's cool.
The
No,
fact that he
no.
would the fact that he would say it.
Wait, I just want to be clear. So
No,
as long as they don't say it,
no.
they can
Again,
live it.
if you would have listened what I said this to him, the fact that he said it displayed and illustrated his pathology. Now I want to understand what and that's why I said I don't think it's the area for you. Because
Oh,
those type of statements,
I'm sure you don't think it's my area because you got five or
I'm
six
not
people who do the
I'm
same
not
shit
talking to
that
you.
support you.
Yeah, you
But
gotta
I'm
listen.
saying
I
though,
was talking.
I'm listening. I hear you, but I'm
No,
saying
yo,
though,
bro,
like,
hold on.
either we
I
gonna
was
back it up or we gonna take it forward. I don't,
no, yo, bro. Hello, hold on, Dev. I was talking to Darnell. Yo, Taz, you play basketball like this. I know you trash. So the reason why you do this is because you don't be listening
You can't
sometimes.
beat me in no form. I'm 48.
I'm telling you right now, you beat yourself. Pause because you're responding to yourself. And then you do that and you're not hearing. I'm talking to Darnell. That's the reason because first thing you said is why did he get the
You're talking
smoke?
to him, but I'm still
You said
talking to
because
you. But I
no,
hear you. Go ahead, talk to
because
him,
you
bro. Go
no,
ahead.
you're not because you said
It sound like Rick Ross.
why did he get the smoke? And I'm answering that question because he said something different in describing how he contextualizes and embodies his experience in the military. And that's indicative of his pathological views or his philosophical views of America,
Break it down.
which is why I said that. And I didn't say about you, I was saying that to him. And I said that because I'm like, yo, bro, clearly you're not even, you don't have no clue about the depths of the conversations over here. That's why he took it as disrespect. GA is not like that. GA been in the community. Dr. Mo been, there's people that's been in the community who's already understood, that's made space for the conversation in their own head. That's not him. That's why he started to get a little contention. That's why I stopped and was like, let me ask you some questions because I'm like, I don't know if there's the space for you. Based off of him making
no doubt. You talking
that's why I was saying to you when you was like, why did he get that smoke? I want to be clear. That's why he got that energy. And I didn't even go fully there with because I'm like, you know what? He don't even have this type of shit because he clearly got a bunch of VA friends and other type of people. I don't know who he got around. I don't want to know. But that's not gonna be the same thing for a Marley or a GA. But in conversations like
them the homies. Yeah, because them the homies.
It's not because they the homies.
No,
it's
it's not because I'm the homie. You know, what's your problem with my past, bro?
I have a problem with your past. I don't view
the statements they made.
People being in the military as like the same way when you were in the military, you weren't detaching from other members of the military. It's odd to watch you do it now. You wasn't detaching from them when you was in there.
No, that's not true, Taz. That's the military very segregated.
Oh, so you my bad. I thought y'all was out there willing to die for each other.
But see, that's the irony of it right there. It's plenty of white boys that we had different.
Y'all be falling for you. They falling. That ain't got nothing to do with the fact that they do not profess or make those claims. That's the argument. Past the claim. Now you
over here they don't. I've heard those claims made all my life, but I hear you,
yeah,
bro.
but no. The homie statement is a reach statement. At the end of the day,
it's a factual statement.
No,
even GA would be lying if he sat here and said his friends don't say this shit.
Not all of this is imaginary.
Wait a minute, friends say
what? Again, this is a pseudo argument. You have no standing on
bro.
what you're saying.
Like, I ain't look.
Again, I'm just gonna stand right here. The claim that he made, none of these people made that claim.
This shit. Like for real, but I get what you do. I get it. It's your people.
It's now again, they did not make the claim.
No,
so everything else they're trying to, because he's
I
trying to
made the
disqualify.
claim. I made the claim weeks ago.
At the
I
end of
made
the
the
day,
But that's what I'm
claim.
but
saying.
no, the
What's your
claim that you
claim?
made has nothing to do with his statement. His statement
It
is what
does.
created the
It does,
conversation.
but you don't want it to, so you
Because
got it,
no,
bro.
now I
I
don't
ain't
want it to. Now I
like,
don't want it
bro,
to.
like
It's a
GA
clear
will
difference.
tell you, but
No,
this ain't a new conversation.
this is
It's
it's
not.
the conversation
But you
difference
want to
is been
control it, fam. So you
I
got
am.
it.
It's not
You got it. We on
controlling
your
it. It's
platform.
not controlling it. It's recognizing the differences in the
It's
conversation.
controlling it.
Right.
That's
It's
the
controlling
difference
it.
in it. It's you
Talk to
being
him.
exposed that you can't hear the differences.
Teach
Oh,
him.
I can hear the difference.
Then you
I
would
can
have
hear the difference.
recognized that. Then
The
the
difference between
claim.
having it and it being controlled. That's the difference.
No, it's a difference between professing a claim and making a claim and never stating one.
Right.
That's the difference. Now you want to try
Right.
to qualify that as being my friend or them being this person instead of recognizing that they never made that action. So instead of recognizing that you made it
For
everything else,
you, for
but
Q Butter.
no,
But
for
the
you
other
in your
things
life,
they've
you
said
brought it
in
up for everybody. You said you heard it multiple times in
conversations
your
with
life.
me. And there's
You
no,
heard
I
it
mean,
mul-
there's no,
but
if
did
you
you?
ain't
I
gonna listen
asked
to what
you.
I'm saying, ain't no point in talking, right? Because I hear you, but when I go to
Okay,
respond, you ain't listening.
I'm
I'm
hearing you.
telling you, I've talked to these people about this. So what you saying, I get it. But we've talked long before this conversation started. We were already on this topic.
Yes. And in the topic, I asked you already, have you heard them in any of the discussions you had with them in the past make the statement that they died or fought for your freedoms? And you said no. Hence the reason why I said, I don't know why. And then that's the qualifier. See, that's the qualifier for the
For
difference
Q Butter.
between.
For
No,
Q Butter.
that's for English. For
No.
English.
No,
Then
they
ask
say
me,
other
tell me
things.
this.
Without that,
They
there's
say
no
No,
other
reason to
things,
no,
question.
no.
bro.
You know, you see how you say for you, butter? This is the
They
beauty
say
of
other
language.
things, bro.
This is for
It's not
language.
just limited
It's a
to I
claim.
died for you or
Then
this or
the
that.
articulate
Oh, wow.
the claim they made to you in reference to
Right.
the military and how it benefited you. Make the claim or restate the claim that they made to you.
I
Since
Right.
already
it's for you,
did.
butter. What's the claim that
I'm
GA
proud of my
made?
service.
Huh?
They all have said I'm proud of my service.
How does
Yeah,
now? What does that have to do
I
with what?
am.
How is that?
I am
How would
proud
they?
of
No,
my
no, 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 no.
service.
I want you
What's
to
your
hear.
problem with
No,
that?
no, no, no. Y'all again. What
I
does
don't
that
have a
have to
problem with
do with your freedoms? Did they make this claim that their service had something to do with your freedoms? Yes or no?
That's the typical claim. They didn't go that next step because of where we are.
That's
That's
the
my
No,
assumption.
argument.
See,
that
now
is
you see
not
that?
I
true.
Now,
got
now,
you.
again,
I
hold
get
on,
what
No,
you're
GA,
saying.
a
These are
GA,
people you gonna
a
defend them.
GA,
It would be
okay.
better if you
So
put
your
it down. Let me
argument,
speak
so
for myself.
you have an argument. Again, my next statement would be, it's pseudo substantiated.
I
no,
did.
but Q, I think
A
that
GA,
that's
I does this substantiated.
I
it's
did.
that's really okay. I'm gonna leave it alone because see
You
we not
can't.
we
It's
not
just an
we
opinion. You can't substantiate it. It's an opinion. It sounds good
Okay.
when you yell it.
no,
No,
but
it sounded good in every other conversation. I questioned him in
You
about it.
prove that they
But it's
make
cool,
the
bro.
claim.
We on your
The
platform, so
difference
you
is
got
that
these motherfuckers think they
the
bruh, like
difference is
not
that
me.
Darnell,
It's me.
the
I'm
difference
still me.
now it's
Like
about
no,
the
bro.
not everything else is an appeal emotion. The difference is that
No, this is
Darnell,
an appeal, bro. I don't
no, it's
need the
not.
appeal.
I'm reiterating the claim
I
that
said what I
Darnell
said
made.
weeks ago.
The
Now it's
claim
being
that
said by
Darnell
somebody
made.
else,
I'm asking
and y'all
not
trying to
everything else
press the
between the
nigga.
claim. Everything else
It's
is
clear
about the
as
claim.
day.
Darnell made a claim that the military and his actions in it were for what? For the benefits of black people and our freedoms or freedom.
I never
Freedom.
said
That's the statement.
yeah,
Yeah, you did.
I
That's
said
the
freedom.
you said
Yeah,
freedom.
you cleared it up
That's
today,
a,
Yes.
bro.
that's the statement. That's a difference. And do you,
Definitely.
Ted? Do you recognize? For me, that's a difference in a personality.
but
Right.
You got people that would not.
that's not
Yeah.
accurate. Q, that's all I'm saying. That's not accurate. That statement is not accurate, and that may be how his statement was perceived by the way bro responded, but that's not accurate in that
So I asked.
brother's.
Well,
Okay,
for it
he's
to be
here. He can speak for
so when you
himself.
say accurate, it's just a statement. It's no different. When I told y'all, when I told the people that's from the Puerto Ricans or something, they be like, I'm Spanish. That's all I need to do to understand how you think.
Fair
You know
point.
what I'm saying?
That's
Like that. You
true.
know what I'm saying? Like that. When you talk to people in the military, it's not much you need to understand when they tell you that they fucking watch Top Gun. These motherfuckers is pro-America. Let's go, hoorah. Yeah, 9/11 was real. What
But
are we?
see that, and
What are
that
we
was some of
talking
this
about?
other stuff that I said that wasn't normal. It's not normal. You just
That
don't do
is, and
that.
that's why when you're
You
saying it's
owe
not
me
normal,
is not something that the soldier come back and say you owe me because I did this. That's nah,
Whoa,
that ain't.
I never said anyone owe me
You
anything.
made
I
it
never
sound
said
like
that.
that. Yeah, you
yo,
did.
bro,
I
he's
never
not
said that.
wrong in America.
You
He's not.
did.
I don't know what country y'all
Did
in. He's not wrong for
You better
stating that.
respect me. I fought for your rights.
This is
He said,
no?
America. That's what they
I did
say.
not
I
say that.
fought for your rights.
But hold on,
That
let's
was his
No,
understand.
thing.
I did not say that. What I did say is that, hey, man, you shouldn't disrespect me on the platform. I did say that, you know.
Oh wow, you're gonna
But
change the whole sentence? We're in a whole conversation. It was about your military
hey,
service and everything.
just
How can you
play
just take it
just
out of
play
there?
the tape. Just play the tape.
You
That's all
don't
I got
have
to
to.
say.
We're
Listen,
already in
Just
a
yo,
play the
discussion.
tape.
It's
yo,
about
Yes,
bro,
your
you do.
claim. You were
literally,
highly
bro.
upset at me. You felt that I had no
It
right to
ain't.
disrespect you
It,
because you fought for my rights.
You
You
have.
fought,
you
but you
thought
didn't
ice,
fight.
bro.
I
You
mean,
said
because
ice
to
was.
me, I'm not gonna lie to you. That's kind of a dick move to disrespect the guy that fought for the country. I'm just
No,
saying.
it's not. That's
That's
your
what you
opinion,
do,
but I don't care about your
if
opinion.
that's what, of course you don't.
No,
But
no.
if
Now
that's
you're
Well,
going to attack
if that's
somebody.
what you
Don't.
feel, but if
Yeah,
that's what you feel,
yeah. You just
hey,
can't
go
attack
for
people
it.
and put it
Go
in my
ahead and
name.
disrespect.
Don't
No,
attack people in my
no,
name.
you were the
There are
one
U.S.
that
soldiers over there
you
right
were
now
the
in
one
Gaza.
wow.
that
There's U.S. soldiers
that
killing
attacked.
people and
You
participating in all
you
kind
like
of
the
shit that
first
I don't have
attack.
no thing my name on. I don't want my
And
name on it. I got nothing to do
you're
with it.
attacking a
You
lot of
ain't
veterans right
racist.
now.
But
I don't care.
You're
I don't
attacking
yo,
a
care.
lot of veterans right now.
I
Oh,
don't care
good,
but
about all
good,
that.
good.
Why
wait,
should I
wait,
It's
care?
on
wait.
the internet.
But
Guess
see,
what? It's on the
that's
internet.
what I'm
It's
talking
on the
about right
internet.
there.
That's all I
Okay,
got to
but
say.
No, no. He
okay,
gonna give his
Rosa,
It's on the
opinion.
internet.
He gonna give his opinion and feel that I'm disrespecting all of them because I said no. You didn't
Nah,
fight
You
for
that,
my
just
no,
rights.
but hold
You
on.
literally
were
just
in an
said it.
invading. You were part of an
You just
invading
called.
force. You know what I mean?
Yo, Saya, this is why I said,
this.
and I asked him not to engage because I told y'all he's
So
gonna
I'm
make
kicked
it
off
something
again,
different.
bro. What?
I muted you because I don't know if y'all hearing. What did he just say? Y'all disrespecting veterans all over. I tell
But
you,
I
this
said
is
I'm not. But I said I'm
yo,
not. He's
you are
saying I am. That's his
yo, my
opinion.
nigga. You do you understand not engaging?
I'm not a
This,
nigga.
you're definitely not
Oh
mistaken, little
man.
nigga. It's crazy. It's
Okay.
crazy.
Well, so here's my point.
Like, niggas is retarded, bro. They just wake up and just want to argue. It's crazy. Just for everybody, I don't
No.
want to smoke. This is
Oh,
crazy.
bro, gone too. The
I'm
soldier
just like,
gone.
yo, like I'm just like, do y'all hear what he's saying? Like, why y'all engaging? This why I was like, look, just there's two different types of there's two different types of folks. He's gonna keep going in a different direction. I already know
Man,
where to go.
I,
I
I,
ain't trying to
I,
have it go there with so like
I've
Okay,
been trying to,
I'll leave it alone, man.
no, you
I've been
can talk.
trying to
Yeah,
warn y'all.
I'm just saying, let's
GA and Q, y'all wouldn't let me speak on Saya, Ghana, the Scythian Slayer,
no, cause
but the
Savio, you doing
dude
extra,
is
you bringing
weird.
up all the extra shit like that. We got
Not,
you. I
not, not, no, it ain't even that I was bringing up extra shit. All I was gonna say was the dude, that's all he wants to do. He doesn't want to learn. He wants to try to talk at people and act as if he knows everything.
Okay, so
This isn't my first exposure to him. He came on my channel, on my YouTube channel.
all right, that's good looks. That was a great.
all I was saying was bro's rhetoric was even beyond his initial concept when he went down that whole diatribe about the Taliban, this and if it expands across the world and all this. That's not normal, man.
What do you mean that's not normal?
That's a
It is.
cue. Okay, okay. When jokers talk like that, I'm not gonna say it's extremism, but that's I'm gonna leave it
I
alone, man.
can't.
Cause
I
That's
popped in
because
when he
you're
was saying
cool. You're one of those other types of dudes.
no. I popped
but
in when he said that it's a
Join my show.
possibility. When he said it's a possibility of the Taliban being in control in the United States on soil, like that it
yeah,
would if it wasn't for the military, that would be the case. That's when I popped in it. So that
yeah,
came out of his mouth.
that's kind of that's not normal, man. I say okay, is bro in duress talking like this because he was getting a little emotional, and I'm just saying you still losing 2 a day to suicide. So
But you're saying this is why I was trying to have the convo with Taz. There's clearly two different types. I know you, GA, there's two different types of folks, right? And y'all got to deal with y'all experience in the military. Because from one vantage point, at the end of the day, y'all was all in the military. It's all the same shit. But on the inbound and outbound experience, we understand that y'all was just doing it, do what you gotta do. But he was not in that context. He was looking at 9/11 go down and drop the tear and was like, I'm here. I'm America.
Yeah, that Q, that wasn't normal. Bro got
What country?
interrogated on the spot, and y'all don't even know what I got gathered from him. And and I ain't gonna even disclose it here, but that shit wasn't normal. That's all I'm saying.
On some Pat Tillman shit.
Kind of, sorta, but really, but not really, Deb. So to say,
Yeah.
you you
All right, I
you
got you.
you went out front like that, bro.
Yeah, I
Why
got
you
you.
talking like that?
No, I didn't know. I came in when he was talking about the ISIS being over here.
Exactly. And all that. Putting jokers on the plane by his profession. Yeah, he probably did put some caskets on the plane, but that shit hit
What's
different.
88? What's 88 Bravo?
He's 88 November. He's a
November.
transportation movement specialist. Those were
Oh,
guys at the docks and all that type of stuff.
oh, okay.
Then he said he did two clips in a tour.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the mics. The mics on the road all the time.
Yeah,
But I mean, that's yeah. Nobody care about that over here. But I'm here for the shits.
Sound here for the shit.
No,
certain
we can get
shit you can't
get
go
back
too
to the
crazy.
flipping
Whoa.
part.
No, I'm not trying to go crazy, Q. But I really be wanting us to have some resolve, man. But it seems like we get close to a resolve and niggas just want to argue. I said that.
Military combos
But people aren't looking for resolve. People aren't really looking for answers. And that's the one thing that really bugs me, because we know all the issues. We can go over all the problems that we are facing in this country. But when it comes to solutions, no one has them. And the solutions that we do present, with education, STEM, financial literacy, the things that we are promote over here, we get pushback on. I'll be like, what? So how are we supposed to solve any issues if all we're going to do is complain about them?
No, I agree, Savio. That's why I'm rethinking
I knew that was
participation.
gay safety.
Read that form right there.
I can't see that shit, Deb. I'm on the phone, man. I'm multitasking.
Okay.
What did it say?
Discharge. It's your
Discharge.
yeah,
Oh, it's the
I see.
DD 214.
Yep, that's mine.
The paperwork check.
That's a seal right there.
So on the other side, so if we like, yo, fuck America, do y'all military dudes feel a way about that?
Well, see, here's the thought, Q, and that's a very good question, man. The whole idea, a lot of us bought into that idea.
I don't really subscribe all the way
I
to that.
think
I ain't kind of cut. Yeah, I'm gonna be quiet. I
no.
don't subscribe to that notion of
No,
just
but
fuck
but
America.
but what I'm saying, that's the beauty. I
no. You
think
got to
Domo
be.
said it. Go ahead, Deb. My bad.
No, I was saying you got to be in context with that. So
But see,
America, what are you including when someone says the word America? It may not be the same thing as somebody else saying America. Two different people, even if they're in the military, his America could involve a certain amount of things, and then this person, when he say the word America, he's thinking totally different shits, or may not include what the other guy is including.
But that's
So
a
when I
part of the
say fucking
question, because the
America,
answer will give us an idea how they think.
yeah.
he wasn't finished,
So
Willie.
the American imperialism policies when it came to colonization, more specifically foreign countries, because the military don't really impose shit over in America.
No, they just a strong arm to go out and execute the task. And then, I mean, you made a very valid point. Even some of the highest generals are just pawns on the chessboard when you start talking about imperialism and capitalism and globalization. You know, but you affiliated with that. You go to camouflage, so that's you. So at the end of the day, this motherfucker is home. To me, it is. I'm not going nowhere else. And then, when jokers sit there and want to cloak in citizenship and then want to say that's one of the beauties of this constitution, so to say. Because you can criticize that shit and still claim citizenship.
James Baldwin.
But back to the question though, when you guys hear that F America, like, does it bother you, or is that something you're like, all right, that person is entitled to their opinion?
You asking the people that was in the military that?
Yeah.
Oh,
That's your right. That's the whole thing. That's motherfucking 1A right
no,
all day long.
yeah, I have never been fucked up about it.
What are we talking about? That's what I'm saying. We
Well,
want to
I
sit here.
well well I've heard some people tell me after I've said it, go back to Africa then.
Yeah,
Back like you was there at one time.
Like I was ever there in
like
Africa.
you was over there. Like, motherfucker, this home to me.
But
That's
and that's the reason why I think that question will really be asked. Like
Darnell, let me ask Darnell.
because we have had that pushback from, and I've heard it from black men in the military too.
I've
Yeah,
heard it from family members in the military. You know what I mean?
So
You're
yeah, yeah,
ignorant for
yeah.
having that perspective.
you're
Man, I
right.
got the same. I have family members that be like, "Hey, why you fighting that white man's war?"
What yeah, what about fuck the military?
And
Man,
I'm
GA,
with
you
I'm
can
with
keep
I'm
it
with
right
nah,
I'm
there,
I'm
with
My
not.
GA.
response to my
what
military is that they black. I don't really
what
Nah, I'm not
respect them.
gonna.
I
I'm
don't
not
even
gonna
care.
fuck
Nah,
the
GA, you can
military.
keep it right there
Black,
because I
I
will
respect
say,
them
like,
in the
I've
military.
had that
Yeah, I respect them.
particular conversation with people in my family who are in the military. So I wanted to actually hear your response to that from a family member.
What's that? Yeah, I don't think they get the actualization on what they took the oath to, Willie. Just at the end of the day, soldiers, sailors, airmen, marines, you on a whole nother chord, not chord, but code that, why you talking to civilians on what they should be doing when you protect them? That's
Well, I'm saying, but
crazy.
does that bother you? If you hear
I
something
can
like
respect it.
a black person say fuck the military, does that bother you?
Yeah, that's a little disturbing to me. But I have an understanding and I have empathy on why Joker may feel like that.
So you may not necessarily feel the need to challenge it.
Huh?
Like if someone says that, you don't feel necessarily the need to combat that way of thinking, or do you? Yo,
This
Taz,
America,
shit.
that's your right. No,
First
Taz can come
Amendment.
on in and bring
Get
his
it out
best
there.
argument, or bring his best case, or his
Bro, I
best
ain't saying
criticism.
nothing, bro. I'm just listening now because for real, the conversation is controlled. I want Q to hear for himself now. Because now I know he got
Okay,
another question. I know he got another question.
yeah. Well, I
I know
mean,
he
just
scratched
keep.
his head like, damn, I wasn't expecting that. So I know he got
Well,
another question.
I'm answering them. That's how I perceive it.
So I
So
had the same
again,
sentiments ever
saying
since
that
I
it's
got discharged.
controlled, does that
Yeah.
make you feel good saying that it's controlled, or
No,
does it
nigga,
bother you
it
that the
is.
conversation has a direction?
No, nigga, it is.
So does it bother you? Do you feel good
Yes,
saying that?
yes, it's bothering me.
Oh man, I feel bad for you. You want to cry? You want some tissue?
So
You want
I
some
so
tissue?
I had the same sentiments ever since I got discharged from the military. It ain't never changed after that. Like,
Oh, well, that's the
as
saying. That, yeah, so, hey, damn. So, was it FTN when Joker ETS? They said FTN. It was
yeah,
FTA when
yeah,
Jokers was ETSing. You know.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Nah, but
So
that's so I do want to control this part, and not that we did. I want us to have this conversation without going crazy. Like this is an
I
important
didn't say I
conversation.
don't. I didn't say I don't know why
No, no,
you
I'm
want.
saying it to you. No, I'm saying it to everybody. I'm fucking with you,
I
Stan.
know what you do, bro.
I just because this is I like Taz and I spoken this. I'm not used to being around motherfucking people in the military like this. This is brand new to me. Like I
No.
know people that's in the military, but we be on the line all the time talking this shit. This is y'all my peoples and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like it's brand new.
No.
I
Well,
no.
here go the thing, Q. So if I'm gonna be the police, then I'm the police. I done
That's,
been called that.
so
I've been
look, bro.
called
That's not what
agent,
I'm saying, GA. That's not what
but
I'm saying, bro. That's
But
not.
but see, but Taz, what I'm getting at is that's the sentiment that's most disheartening. Oh, this nigga's an agent. This nigga the police.
Yeah, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying
Yeah.
that these arguments are not reflected equally, bruh. And I said it before this dude came around today and all this shit. When some people represent their military experience, all they coons, this and that. when others represent it, it's perfectly fine. I'm saying they all military. And I you know what I'm saying? I don't get why that's a strange statement or understanding. You can all come out of it feeling differently, but you were all in it.
Yeah, no doubt. That's why you'll hear me say proud of the service. Yeah, I did that.
No, Tad, but from the manosphere era, that's when I started to recognize there's a differentiation in how, because that's when I first started getting introduced to mad military people from the manosphere side. I started, because there was pro-black people in the manosphere's conversations that would fuck with us. And then when on Nala's platform, remember Nala's platform was way more mixing than this. There was black police, there was black this, there was black doc, there was all types, and it was like, all right, this conscious community, not conscious community, there was all of that. So I'm like, let me learn to be a little different in this conversation. So that's where you hear me saying, and I know that I recognize with the military people, there's a difference in how they articulate their experience. And I'm not gonna bring up my anecdotal where I get my understanding, but just seeing from YouTube, there's a difference in it. And how I've heard people say that's why when Jay is saying like that's not common, I'm like, no, what he says is common. You go through YouTube, there's thousands of videos thanking veterans for their service in motherfucking Afghanistan. That's
Yeah. That's people
the
thinking. Go ahead, finish. My bad, bro.
no, I'm saying they attribute that. I go to Kentucky, them white folks see 9/11. They shed tears during 9/11. This in New York, bro, they still raised the lights for the towers. Nigga, people died. Don't forget, of course, the people died in it. But the military
Collective,
experience and the war connected to it, that's a
collective
whole
outrage.
nother thing right there. And I'm like, so I think that's majority of the country feels like that. So when I meet black people is in that space, I try to understand where they are in it, because there's some black people that's like, I just went to get a job, so now I don't give a fuck about no 9/11 and that other shit. Then there's other people there's black folks that's like really on some
Bro,
pro America,
You
no,
only for your freedom.
no,
and then even the
but
pro America
that's what
statement.
I'm saying. That's problematic, man. That whole shit, regardless of how you feel about Kaepernick or whatever, that shit was too zealous. You know what I'm saying? And and you had punk ass
What?
people talking about I died for that flag and I fought for. No, man, you took an oath to the Constitution. You didn't take no oath to the flag. You rally on the
That's
colors.
all
So
right.
the shit is asinine. But to sit there and say that you be so entrenched in your bias that you really just forget the very tenets that you took an oath to. That's kind of problematic to me.
I
We
understand that.
heard it,
You think about the
but
Vietnam
also,
vet,
but there's other parts of the conversation where
but
y'all are now being introduced to like Pan Africans or people of different perspective. We're like, fuck the police, fuck the government, fuck
you
America,
wait a
fuck the
minute,
military.
man. You think we was in that motherfucker marching to the Star Spangled Banner every day? We was listening to the NWA. We was reading the Final Call and all of that shit. Attending the Million Man March and
It's
shit.
not in that sense. It's like you said, it won't bother you. But there's people who are getting into this conversation in different ways, and it will bother them. And that's why he took it as disrespect when he said, yo, I see what you're doing as
Right.
invading the country. And that's how I was like, in the invading the country, because I would say it the same way, like, yo, bro, y'all niggas was invading the country for white folks to push white people shit. However you want word it, that's what it was.
Yeah.
However you got in the military, however, somebody today asked me that on, I don't know if it was this show or somewhere other times. Like, so do you see drug dealing? So drug dealers is worse than being in the military? Or so being in the military is worse than
That's
being drug
funny.
dealers. But they were saying it in a condescending way. And I'm like, yo, bro, if a nigga was selling weed, what the fuck are we talking about? You was in a tank aiming at motherfucking poor people in Iraq. Are
I
you
Yeah.
see.
shitting me?
Hey, to
Are
go
you
against you. And I'm with you with everything, but I was going to actually come up with that comparison, but I see where that comparison is. It does kind of make sense in the view that it almost comes down to the question of individual people that are whether in the military or in the street making certain moves. Now we know probably from some of us from experience that no, you can be a conscious dude in the street making some terrible moves, you know what I mean? Because different different things call for different measures. And the same thing for military. Like you could be straight for your people 100%, but at the same time, like you said, people need jobs and different things going on in life where they got to make certain moves that may not align with their real political goals and ideals, but it made sense as a life move in
You can
existing.
come into the streets with zero
Right.
consciousness. You know what I mean? Then realize what I
But
did was problematic for my
That's the
community
that's
and regret
Indeed.
what you did.
yep.
Like,
I'm
Or
look,
and
even
I
but keep
think
even
the
while you're
same
in there,
thing
even while
can
you're
be
out there,
true
you
for
could.
but
military.
keep that same energy across the board. And I think it's like Taz is saying, you hear a lot of people that shit on the poop, shit on the street side, and stand on being in the military, and it's like, hold on, bro, like,
Right, right. You're
but
right.
see,
bro,
that, I
I
get
agree
that.
with
If
him
I'm
with that. I agree with
still a
Taz
black
with that.
man, whether I'm in the military or not. And then when you say to your drug dealer analogy, when you say that to somebody like me, I'm thinking about cartels and them niggas, they got their
No,
own
no.
damn military.
I'm not
Yeah,
gonna lie though,
not
I
no,
do
yeah,
see
not
a
that.
difference.
Yeah, not like that. But
Ain't no difference.
yeah, what I meant in
That's
the
what.
street
See,
though,
that's
in the street
crazy,
though,
bro.
what I meant is that you could be a conscious person. You could say, man, I have all the great ideas for black people and want the best for us, but also you in a situation where I just gotta hustle right now. I gotta make my move. Or I'm in danger. I'm letting these dudes come back around. You know what I mean? I'm like, damn, you done killed the brother. But you know what I'm
Or you
saying?
could just be like,
Situation that I'm
yo,
in got me to make decisions I gotta make because,
you could say
you
the
know.
same thing about somebody in the military.
Right,
right.
that's what I was saying. That's why I
Yeah,
said I understood that comparison. That's why I said
yeah.
I can
Well,
relate to that.
I'm going to say this because if we sit there if that's going to be a barrier between us, because you got white folks to do the same thing, and they go in there and they get that knowledge, they get that insight, and then they come back and they building their militias. They've been doing it for decades now,
True, we need
and
to do that.
Oh
but
no,
I'm
no,
just saying,
it's not a
That,
barrier. Not, it's not
that's
a
another
barrier.
criticism though.
It's just understanding the conversation parts because it's going
well,
like
But bringing those
fuck
skills
like if you
home is
hear
something that
if you got a
died.
group of people that's on some fuck America shit, then you got a bunch of people that's like, well, I fought for America. Fuck is you talking about? You know
no,
what I mean? That's the
you got some
conversation that gotta
people,
happen.
but that's
Right,
what I'm
that come
saying.
down to values.
That's okay. Let's just say that's the difference of perspective or opinions, because there's plenty of people that enlisted and they got that sentiment. Fuck America. They don't believe in the federal government. You know, they
Hmm.
want their own land in Montana. They own the shits.
Right.
So Price, real quick, when you were signing up and then taking that oath in front of the flag right after your MEPS, getting ready to go to boot camp, were you under the understanding that you were most likely or primarily agreeing to go to war, like fight?
No, that was in the back of my mind, bro. But let's be clear. You talking about a
Yeah,
17-year-old kid who
I was
had
16. I was
potential.
in the 11th grade when I did all that shit.
That's what I'm saying. You talking about a 17-year-old kid that had potential and just kind of exhausted his options because he didn't have discipline, or
But it wasn't a mistake.
not to me, it wasn't a mistake. No, bro.
Right. So I'm just saying we gotta be careful then when we start but I was just 17. Nah.
No,
No,
I was
I'm
16, but
trying. I'm trying to add.
I
I'm
wasn't
trying to add
consciously.
context. I'm not looking for no
Right, but
Yeah,
there's
sympathy.
no context though. Like
go
not in
ahead.
that way. And I'm only saying that because again, if we proud of it, we just stand on it and that's that. It's not the 17-year-old kid thing because again, that lends credence to what I'm asking. I'm like if there's
But
a difference,
okay,
why ain't it reflected all the time, bro? Like them y'all that's your bill.
no,
You know that nigga. That's your dude. That's why you said you can't even diagnose him online. Cause you know him. You can see what his issue is. I don't. I don't know what's wrong with that nigga. But you said you
nah.
do. And I believe
I
you.
just I just said something don't sound normal, and then to give context, I didn't know what I was doing to be short then, since I can't give a timeline and everything. But later, when I was on the downside of that, I was like, nah, I did the right thing.
Hey,
Right.
listen. I mean, I have I think we all should have a rough time with that kind of decision. I mean, when you're looking at everyday life for a person, someone entering the military and retiring is a very beneficial thing for a person and their family. If a plus, that's one of the things, even especially as a black person in this country, that you could do and really make it. If you're not blessed intellectually, like you can't go through, getting a master's degree, PhD, all that shit, you could do a certain military life that will provide that same lifestyle for you. 20-year retirement, all that good stuff. So it could make even the most conscious person still think. I still have to think every day, like, damn, maybe, if I was younger, maybe if I made that kind of decision, you know what I mean? It's hard not to think about that when you see other people retired. Like, then they just young and chilling and they got everything because they made that decision. And it
So
said their heart still could be conscious. They had to make that decision just like a hustler or anything else, and now they live in the benefits of it. Is that right or wrong? It's still hard for
Yeah,
me
but
to
see, but
tell.
wait, so that's I guess that's where I'm having the issue at though, is because again, whether we want to admit it or not, because I'm kind of fucking with Q and GA on that, but it's not just here, fam. When we talking to black people know what not to say around other black people. So you're not gonna hear a bunch of people running around that's black around black people saying, "Yeah, I love the military" and blah blah blah. But in conversation, I don't know how you don't hear it. I don't know how you don't hear that some people are a representation of that same fucking military, that same structure that they sitting here saying is white supremacy. It does overlap.
Yeah,
Like I
that's
said,
true. That's true. But
It's a
that comes to
part
a
of the.
mental thing too. That's a mind thing as well.
But wait a minute. I just want to say, and I know we didn't cross this bridge before, but the same way y'all sit here and say, "Well, I'm American," it's a part of this same system that you claim and hold to, whether
I
yeah,
you
what
know,
born
part of
but
here or
American
not.
are
I
you
ain't gonna
talking
Right.
deny
about?
that, GA.
No, it's not a pushback, Taz. We just talking, bro.
I
So
know,
all
but
I'm
I'm just
saying,
saying, but I'm not gonna deny that. I'm American as fuck, bro.
that's and I'm not denying the military. That's what I'm saying.
I
Right.
can't make
That's
that
equal.
equivalency though.
I see
I,
it.
I get it.
Because the
Yeah,
privileges that
yeah,
you
what's
get
your
to make the difference when you come home to stand on the fact that your respected service, your respected time in service makes you different.
But
That's
mentally,
the privilege. So
but
at the
you are
same
still
time,
aligning. My fault.
alignment and
Yeah,
action is two different things. Like if you
yeah,
put a
but if
bullet in
you
somebody's head for the military, that's not the same thing as waking up in America, being born in America, and then surviving in America. It's not the same thing. You
No,
well,
I'm
might
talking
it's
think
about
along the same lines. If you support, if you say
you
that, if you look and you were to say, hey, this is an evil empire. It has a long history of being an evil empire. But then you say, but I embrace it because I was born here. You
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 gotta
see,
define.
you
This is
are
again,
right.
it's an action. Define the action that makes it equivalent. Killing
no,
somebody. How is that equivalent
Okay,
to?
it's
Like,
equivalent. It's the
nah.
equivalence. It's the
yeah.
equivalence in the sense that a person being lynched and in the crowd participation. Now, you may not be
At
actually
a link,
cutting,
yo,
or
bro,
you
a
may not be
regular
cutting
person,
or
damn, that's a
burning, but
stop
you
a
may.
sign
regular,
for
No, no,
that.
no, no.
That
bro,
was crazy.
No,
how is
it's
a person?
participating.
You
It's
live
a
in a
mob
country.
effect.
Black people were brought to this country and have been surviving here.
The
That's the
same.
reality.
Q. No,
Right.
no,
It's a
no.
You know what
connection to
I'm
the
saying?
same as you being with a
How is
Wait.
person that robs a store and they kill someone. You're
no.
just as
You're
guilty,
not at
even
the
though you're
store
not
with.
doing
You're
anything.
not
You're
at the
just as
store with.
guilty.
You're not
You're
at the store. No, no. To
you're
be guilty,
compliant.
you're compliant. Your complacency would have to be defined by your cooperation in the planning of the robbery.
Okay,
You
okay.
did not. So,
You know a teacher is molesting children and you're silent type of thing. You're
we speak.
complicit.
We
You're
speak against.
complicit.
We speak against the government. So how would that happen? Like we speak
Well,
Yeah.
you're
against
not
the government.
speaking when you're aligning yourself with it as if it
How
was
are you
good.
aligning with the government
No,
if
no, no,
you
no,
Because
no,
when
no,
you're
no, no.
bragging
Wait,
and you're
wait, wait,
talking
wait.
about it as if it's something
no? See,
great,
that's why
when you
you
know
gotta
that it's
you got you're missing the context, bro. I'm speaking on people who do not align with the government.
No,
Speaking
well,
on
but
those
that's
people.
but I'm saying they
that's
are when you align yourself with the country. You can't
that's
I'm
separate
not
the
that's
speaking
two.
on people. I'm speaking on people
He's
who don't
talking
align
about
wait,
with the
wait.
soldiers,
country.
Q.
I'm
No,
not talking.
no,
That's why I said he's not listening. I'm like, I'm not talking
I'm
about those. I'm
listening
talking about
clearly.
no. That's one of the tenets of our government that you are able to criticize it without being drug
Right. It's
away
the
in the
first.
middle of
It's
the
the
night.
first. Yeah, that's the First Amendment. Right.
And for people to sit there and say you shouldn't talk like that, that that's anti-American or
Right.
anti-constitutional. That's what
Right.
I'm saying. And so, yeah, Q.
Cultish.
I didn't mean to for that to diverge into something talking about. Well, you a citizen. Well, I'm just
no.
how can I say
Again, the
this?
equivalency that you're making. If you're saying that paying taxes is equivalent to going to the military, no.
I'm saying it's all part of the same system.
Yes, but that's not a space for equivalency, though. Because when you make a
No,
statement
no.
after that, it's as if there's equivalency. And that's how I just want to be clear. There's no
Okay,
equivalency.
Yeah,
no.
but my equivalency, the way I'm making it equivalent is I've said if you know that someone is a child molester and you're allowing them to do by your silence is actually endorsing.
Again,
You're endorsing. You're
you're
endorsing what they
creating
do.
a
And in
different
fact, and when
scenario.
people and when
Now
people
you're just
come
gonna
to you,
talk louder
listen. No,
again.
I'm trying to
You're
finish
not
my.
because
I'm
you're not
sorry because I'm sorry because
you're
you're
not
interrupting as I'm
discussing
talking. I'm sorry. I'm
because
trying
you're
to
not
finish my sentence.
because you're not talking about what we're
Yeah, no,
discussing.
I am, but you won't let me finish. Just let me complete my thought, please. If I complete it, you know what I mean. I won't even get loud. So what I'm saying is that, so knowing that someone's a child molester and you're silent on it. Not only are you silent on it, but
You
when
didn't make
someone
the
asks you,
statement,
listen,
bro.
please let me finish. So when a
No,
person, so
so
when a person
GA,
asks you, you don't want me to complete it for some reason.
I
But
didn't
when you're
ask you.
asking, all right, so when the person's asked about the child molester, and then you align yourself by saying, no, that's my man, this is blah, 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 you are indeed aligning yourself. And when you do that with the military and say, or the country and say, oh yeah, well, I do know all this terrible stuff right there, but you know, that's my dude. That's because you're aligning yourself. You're aligning yourself with
Okay,
it.
so
So that's
explain it.
very
Thank
insane.
you for that. So GA again. So if you're making a statement that a person who lives in the country, who has no cares about what's going on, and they're just living their life and surviving, their actions are equivalent because they live in the system with someone who went to the military and put in work for the military.
You're changing it.
No, that is not what I'm saying. But I will say this to that point you saying, Q, that the right adversary would treat them just as harsh if confronted.
That's because of the last 40 years of Negroes being gun ho fighting for black people, for white
Yeah,
folk.
and I wouldn't push back on that.
Because in Vietnam, they literally told black people, "This isn't your war. Go away."
They said the same thing in Iraq.
You know what I'm saying? So like that there's an understanding there in the world, though, sir.
Yeah, that's I'm not gonna say a consensus. I couldn't say a consensus now because you start to see stuff that our government does, and the military is the action arm of that. Like you sit here, there's this bridge that separates Nicaragua and I think El Salvador. That we sit there and play both sides of that bridge and support one side with this thing, and support the other side with that thing, and then give a guy up top another thing. And we do that type of shit all across. When I say we, I'm talking about the U.S. We do that all across the globe.
Yeah, do the CIA. Right,
No, that
no, right.
that
Coup
be
d'etats all
conventional
over the world.
forces.
Right. That
Convict.
means to make a world empire. Right. An evil empire on the planet.
Now I'm not going to even say what the unconventional forces do, but I'm just saying you come to get certain knowledge and be like, okay, this shit is bigger than toy soldiers.
When you
But
said when you
everybody
come
don't
to
get to
get
see that. I ain't hear you, bro.
you said some people come to certain knowledge and then they understand what?
That this shit is not just toy soldiers.
What if you knew that before? I yeah, there's a I don't know.
So
There's a
Q, the average
Those
that's what.
citizen does not know that unless they coming from the FBI Academy or the CIA or some Pan African camp where they done got all this knowledge. They've been trained by Afro Asiatic or something. No shot, no shade, Afro. But I'm just saying that's not general knowledge, bro.
then that's why I agree that how Darnell was, articulating his views, that's the common view of America.
yeah,
And the
common
average
view is also the colonial view. It's the view that they use whereas they colonize you through education, that is the view you are designed to have.
Mm,
Patriotism is instilled in you, as it's really what they call it patriotism is actually it's a form of white supremacy.
well,
As you go through it, go ahead.
no, I'm all I'm saying is I don't think Donnell was common because his for the culture he's caping for, that's not common. That does not represent leadership.
What he's saying, Kubata said that's mainstream America thought right there. That's what they want you to feel. That is
No,
what the main person who's attending school and living in this country should think. That's how you're designed. You're designed to feel some kind of weight. When that Star Spangled Banner play, you better put your hand on your heart, stand up, and get teary eyed, especially if someone's singing real good. You don't see that reaction?
that's
Oh, the
that's
more you, yeah,
that's
that's
that.
that.
Wait a minute, that's
It's
sentiment, bro.
indoctrination.
No,
Right, it's
okay,
sentiment, but it is a design sentiment.
okay,
It's
but
designed for people to have this feeling and thought, and that's why you hear that man with it, and that's what Q Bud is identifying, saying that this is the norm. And most of the people in the country feel this way, of course.
that shouldn't be the norm for him. He's a professional. I just said an acronym that he should know. I
He's
said
a
that's not
citizen of a
no.
society that promotes white supremacy through the lens, through a way of makes you feel that it's patriotism. It makes you love the country more than anything. It's almost as if they're designing your mind in a cultish type of way. So when you hear people do it, it's to be expected. Most black people going to sound like that. Most people from all kind of races or everything, not just white people. Most people going to have that kind of response that he had. At least the country is designed, and the education system and indoctrination is designed for that reply that he gave tonight.
That's not the culture that he came up in. That's not leadership, Darnell. You want to tell this brother what leadership is, since he's so good at articulating what your opinion is?
Is he there?
Nah,
Yeah.
nah, it's all right. Let him rock out.
Oh, okay. So we're not going to talk about loyalty, duty, respect, selfless service, honor, integrity.
What's that
Some
from?
Leadership.
And
say
how
it
long?
again.
Leadership.
How old is that? How old is that oath right there? And how long have they been using that in the military? I have a few
That's
questions
that that
behind it.
that's fairly new.
Fairly new because they weren't practicing that through the
Nah,
years, right?
it's
They
not.
weren't
It's not
practicing that.
fairly. It's not fairly new. I mean, because that was around when I went to basic back in '05.
I
Leadership
went in
was around.
I
What
went in oh
branch?
I went in 87, and it was be all you can be was the mantra.
Yeah, be all you
Was
can be.
was the
When I
military
joined, it
racist
was
in those
Army of
times? Was the military racist when you were there?
It's racist today, bro. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm
One.
asking. I'm just asking a question. It's a yes or no question, really.
Okay,
Just want to
Yeah,
yes.
know. But it was okay. And you said that's the oath that they had for the white people were making that oath to the black people, even though it was racist.
No, that's the mantra.
Yeah, the mantra. So it was like a fake one, just basically like a lie. Basically, it
Wait,
didn't mean
wait.
anything.
If you say that, I don't know where you're
No, I'm
going, but let's
asking. It's a question. It's a
no,
lie.
let's go ahead and get there, bro, because it's the standards that separate the men from the boys, the big
Right. So
dogs
my
from the little
question,
dogs. It was the
right.
standards that leveled the playing field.
All right. So did you hear my question though? You said that it was racist in the time. So I wanted to know if that standard, if that thing that you just quoted, I'm just asking if that was white soldiers' commitment to the black soldiers. Is that something that was, that you guys shared between each other or no?
Yeah, actually they did.
They did. So it wasn't really racism like that. Okay.
No, it was the standard.
So what? I'm
You said
confused because, yeah, I'm
what?
confused with the racism. So I understand the standard. It's like the standard, or like
No,
saying in
no, because
America,
you
land of the
been on here
free,
for a
but
couple.
it's like
You've
saying
been
land of
on
the
here a
free.
couple of hours, bro, and you
I
very
know it's saying
articulate
like
and
I
shaping the
understand what you
argument.
mean. It's like yelling land of the free when you have the most prisoners in the world type of thing. You know what I mean? Like it's just I don't even know why someone would even say it. It's like, yeah. No, he says he loves all women, but then he's like a rapist and serial killer. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's a statement that means nothing. Why even bring it in? Why present it? If you
well,
know that it was a racist industry, you know it was a racist military. So when you're saying, "Oh no, they live by this code," it's like, no, not the racist majority didn't. They didn't live by that code, did they?
name one job. Name one job that there's no racism in this country.
That's the problem. Yeah, that's the problem. You
No,
can't.
he
You can't.
can't, and he's trying to get into the conversation that I gave you something, and he's trying to make butt his way into that what I said to you. That's what's going on right now.
So is that a problem with the racism? That's a problem, or it's not a
No,
problem.
no,
You're
that's not
saying, but
what
it's
we
in
were.
every job. Like, oh, that makes it okay or something. I don't know.
No, that's not
Sound like
what
a
we.
little raising the kids, and they be like, well, other people did it too, or something. Like, sounds like one of them kind of excuses. But
No, you the one that
clarify.
brought up racism, sir. I brought up
Yeah, because
leadership.
that's because we're talking about the military and we're talking about the country and that the society. So of
Yeah,
course
but what does that have to do with what I said to bro?
it has to do with what I'm asking. I'm
What are you
asking the
asking?
question. I'm asking, was racism in the military? Because the bro threw out a quote and said, "Did you know about this quote? You know about the oath, the leadership oath?" And I'm like, "Okay, it's a
I
bunch of
said the
words that
acronym.
don't mean anything."
No,
That's why I asked about it. I asked about the
it's
environment
a
those words were used in, and then I asked
Acronym.
if the people
it's
in
an
power were
acronym.
utilizing it.
It's an
Okay, no,
acronym.
an
The oath was
acronym
through
is
the
not. That's not what an
Constitution,
acronym
sir.
is. No, acronym. That's not. You understand what an acronym is? It's a
No,
word
No, leadership
preformed
is
by other words, man. That's not an
see,
acronym.
that's what leadership is. It's
It's an
It's
acronym,
Oh,
sir.
okay. You're
yes,
saying as a leadership. Okay, yeah, yeah. But I'm saying it, but
yes.
right, but it's an acronym to some words that were meaningless because you're saying the military doesn't practice. This the same military that just got rid of all the black legends in the military. They just stripped them out of the history of it, right? It's the same military.
Yeah, see, now you're moving the goalposts even
No,
further.
not the same goalpost. It's the same place. I just wonder if that's the same racist military.
No,
That's all.
no,
It's not. It's a different racist military.
you're just babbling now, bro.
No, I'm asking a question. You can answer
No,
or you can say I
no,
don't know.
you're babbling. You keep moving past the point.
Is it a racist military? That's the point we're on. We're right on
Is
point.
is it a racist country?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, well there you
So
have it.
I
You
know
have your
because I mean
answer.
I'm not the
Mm.
one making this big allegiance thing. So I'm trying to find out your allegiance. I'm trying to get an understanding of your values and why you make this allegiance and so I'm just digging in a little bit if you don't mind. Asking a few
No,
questions.
no, you're trying to be annoying and triggering is what you're
How is
trying to
that?
do.
But is the questions annoying you? Which is it? The racist
No,
questions? I
it's not.
understand white people getting mad when I ask those questions. So now I get curious when I hear a black person get mad when I ask questions that are designed for a white person to be mad.
Wait a
But
minute.
you're
So
angry. But
I'm
you're
you,
angry.
you
You're
say
angry.
I'm
You're
angry.
angry. You're angry that I'm
Just let him
calling that
answer. Just let
I'm
him
I'm co-
asking
respond to the
if the
question, bro.
military was. I asked if the military was racist, and all of a sudden you're getting angry. Now it's like I'm trying to start something, and I don't understand.
how am I getting angry because I'm getting
Is it something wrong with my question?
it is because your question is out of pocket. I asked the question to bro, and then you come in with your whole racist connotations.
Yeah, what is your question to Price?
He don't know. He ain't
Oh,
have
you
no question.
talking
He
to
was
me? Hold on.
Yeah,
Oh, you
yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
talking
I'm
to me? I
talking to
don't know
you.
who you're talking to. Okay.
He
Yeah,
I mean, I
talking to
asked the
you.
question directly. We saying we're dealing with the military, and we were
yeah.
dealing with mindsets and things like that
All
on
right,
people,
right.
the people that join the military and different things
Yeah,
like that. So then
yeah.
I end up in a conversation with someone who's in the military who feels really proud about their military,
Donnell, yeah.
actions and everything. So then within that, I just started to ask some questions on how they felt about the military because I heard something about the leadership thing and this little acronym that says, "Oh no, love your brother. We're all close." And I'm like, "Oh wow, that's great," but I think it's bullshit because I think I know the history of this military. So I just started to ask a few questions pertaining to the history of the military, and now
Oh,
people were
okay.
saying, now it's like, "Oh God, you're just really starting trouble." And I'm like, "No, I'm asking if the military that you love so much was racist." This is an easy
Yeah,
question. It is.
it's not. See, you being disingenuous because that's not what leadership means.
I didn't say
No,
that's what leadership
That's
meant. I
what you
never said
said.
that.
Love your
No, I
brother.
didn't.
Nobody said nothing about love your brother.
I
yeah, it
well,
doesn't
well,
say
yeah,
that.
yeah. I don't know. I'm
It,
sorry. I don't know the acronym. I don't know what it means.
it,
Someone brought it up as
well,
if
well,
it meant.
I
hold on.
Someone
brought
brought it
up
up
the
as
I'll
if it
acronym.
explain it.
meant some special kind of
I'll explain
unity
it to you.
among people in the
Can
military
can
between
can
the
I recite
military
it?
soldiers. My
Can
question
I
was,
recite it? Can I recite it for you? And that'll help.
no, that's all right. I don't even care. Honestly, I don't care what it means. I know
You
what
know,
it's
Okay.
intent to mean. I know because it's a lie. Because you can't tell me, say that they have this tenet and then they don't follow it. You know what I'm saying? If you don't follow the tenet, if it's racial issues in there, and you don't follow the tenet. I don't need to hear it. You know what I mean? It's like I
I
said, like a person that
I
kills
under,
kids that want to tell you a fucking nursery rhyme. Like I don't want to hear it. I don't. You don't follow the shit you're saying. You don't. That's not what you
okay.
believe.
Yo,
I
do you know?
understand.
Hold on, but
I understand that. But
do you know,
man,
Saya? Do you know that you're making the same argument I was making earlier? That's why I was telling you to slow down.
he just babbling. Right at this point, he's
Listen,
just
bro.
babbling. You
It's
That's
just
like
no, it
talking
ain't
and
just
literally.
babbling.
babbling. It's in because of the discussion I was in with you is a different discussion that I am with this person now. But since I am now in a discussion with a person that's taken this position and wanted to present something about this leadership thing, that is my argument. I'm saying earlier with your
you don't
argument, I
even
said
want to hear what it's about.
I understand the question of somebody making that decision in military. So no, I just not openly go against all people in the military. You have to dig into the mind of each individual person and understand if they're making that decision because they have a colonized mind and they're some kind of sellout, yeah, that's a problem. But if they're making that decision based on other
But that's
reasons,
not connection to right now, which is what did they do while they're in the military, and that level of action is different than just being a regular citizen in the country. Because, like you said, he like you're questioning his oath right now.
right, but the aligning yourself of saying, yes, I know that, if you're looking, you say I'm pro-black and we're looking at the world and we're looking at, okay, we're fighting against a white supremacist system, or one of the main headquarters of the white supremacist system is a nation by the name of the United States. This system that we're fighting against it needs to be corrected. You can't say, "Oh no, that's my ally." Like obviously, then you're not pro-black. You obviously don't know history or something if you think that the nation is your ally.
None of that shit
But
you
that's
just
why.
said is
But
coherent.
that's
That's
why.
not
But
even a
that,
They're all
coherent
coherent if
thought.
you understand. If you know how to
but
think,
that
it should
that.
be
But
very
that's what I'm
clear and
saying.
easy.
That's why I was saying you gotta listen a little more attentively, bro. Because in this conversation here and in the YouTube streets, it's not that simple. You're gonna meet pro-black people who are pro-America and who are decent people.
And then you'll be able to talk to them and then talk to them and realize that they're not as pro as they think. They're anti-African in a lot of ways and anti-black. And you'll see it in their conversations. They
Not
just think
that's
they
you
are.
can't you can't no, it's
That's
not
your
that
opinion,
Yes, you
sir.
can. No, that's not my
that's
opinion. You'll hear it when you discuss it with the
literally
people.
you're on the panel with two dudes already. You're like that's what I'm saying. You're wrong. I could just
So
it's
while
GA.
we're in the discussion, we can pull it right up and see. See,
Yo,
when I discussed with one of them, right, one of the things they said they had no association with Africa, but I knew that.
yo,
That's exactly
bro,
what I'm saying. Yes, I've heard from one of them.
that's not
Who
that was
said that?
not that you literally. Oh my goodness,
One of the people on the panel. One of the, because I know there's a lot of
you're
they
not
they
talking
split
about the
it
people.
pro-black. They're
Yo,
pro-black, but
bro,
they're
yo, you just be listening. Yo, you gotta listen. I'm just being real with you. You gotta slow down, bro. I'm just being real with you. Slow down, bro. I'm not trying to insult you. Just slow down just a little bit more. I'm not trying to insult you, bro.
all
I'm
right.
literally
And you
talking.
interrupted me a lot too. I'm not trying to
It's
insult.
my fucking platform, and I'm telling you to
No,
listen.
I understand.
So at that point, you would just stop talking, so you can recognize I'm saying this because you're clearly wrong. Clearly wrong. That's why I'm saying that, and then you just keep going, and you just keep going, and keep going. It's like, bro, slow down.
So I'm showing you where we're aligned, where it aligns at. When I gave you the uncle analogy, you kind of got quiet. When I said the friend who rapes the little kids, and then you say, "Oh, I'm cool with him." If you recognize a person as a bad person, and you turn around and say, "I'm cool
I
with him,"
never.
you can't say you're not aligning with them. If you recognize a country is a bad place or doing some bad things that affect your people, and you turn around and say, "I align with them," you are aligning. I know I'm. You
And I
can't do
literally
both.
said, I'm not discussing that type of person. Like you are saying right now, a person who's not aligned. This is why I was trying to make that. That's literally what I said, which is
Putting
your
yourself
argument, right? Which
embracing
is
the
your argument.
military.
We wasn't talking only about the person in the military. We're talking about the one who didn't go to the military. So I said, you got to listen a little bit, bro.
Yeah, and
That's
I'm
all I'm
listening
saying.
to that. Yeah, and still, if you align yourself with the nation, then you are. Period. That's not very. I don't see how that's a hard time. Like
Aligning
historically,
yourself,
let's okay. Historically, when you're
again,
dealing as a black person in America, in the
it's
world,
not about a
historically, you're
black
dealing
person. It's
dealing
just
with the United States. All right, dealing with the
again,
United States. You're
everything
either
but
you're
listening.
either
You
right.
did everything but listening. You did
I
everything
know,
but
but
listening
I'm not interrupting you when you talk.
because I didn't. I'm not even asked you to talk. I'm just asking you to listen to everybody on the panel a
You
little bit
keep
more.
saying I'm wrong, but then when I try to explain so you can understand, you
I'm
want to
not saying
interrupt
for you
me.
to. I literally, I'm telling you that you're wrong, and then
And then indeed,
in
right, and
doing that,
we
you talk more instead of the normal person would say,
okay.
"Oh,
So would you
elaborate
okay,
on
let's go
how I'm
back to
wrong."
the question I asked about the uncle.
Elaborate on
Would
how
you
I'm
align
wrong. You
yourself
see,
with the
G?
uncle?
That's the
Would you
normal
align yourself
logic.
with the
The
are
normal
you gonna answer
logic
the
would be to
question?
say, the normal logic would be to say, let me elaborate on how I'm wrong. You just keep going further with the same conversation, further down the wrong alley. This is amazing. But I'm learning.
May I ask?
I'm glad you're learning. So what I'm gonna do
May,
is ask the
may
question. If you don't mind, please. I know you're probably not gonna want to answer it,
Your
but let me
analogy
ask it.
is flawed. Your
Could I ask the
analogy
question? I
is
understand that.
flawed.
If I
Your
ask the
analogy
question,
is
would you
flawed.
answer it? All right, would
Your
you answer it
analogy
though?
is
Does he
flawed.
have
I
a
I
choice?
ignored you
understand
4 or
what you're
5
saying.
times
I thank you
earlier.
for your opinion. So,
Okay, again, that's the mute button.
yeah,
Your
does that
analogy is not. No, nobody wants to hear your analogy. No, it was trash earlier. It's trash now.
if you're not going to answer the
well,
question, I understand that. But
You
listen,
gotta
when you put a
stop
person on
talking.
the stand, they're not going to
I'm
answer
not
the
putting you
question.
in the stand. I was trying to talk to
Yes,
GA
I'm putting you on the stand. You're not going to answer the question.
because I don't feel like
I
having that discussion.
understand why I
It's
told you
worthless
you wouldn't before I asked you it. I knew you wouldn't.
because it's worthless.
Right, because you can't answer it. You're
Because
gonna
it's
prove
stupid.
yourself wrong. If you answer it, you'll prove yourself wrong.
You
That's why you
just want to
can't
have a
answer it.
conversation because you have no one to talk to at
No,
home.
no, yeah, that's you. You're the one with the show talking for hours every day, not me.
Yeah,
That's
because I have
you. That's
somebody like
you.
you that's
That's
entertained by
you,
it.
man. Yeah, man, whatever. I go to all
Why
kind of
don't you
shows. It's
leave?
no thing. You're upset
Why
and
don't you
angry. Now
leave?
you want me to leave. Look how
Yeah, nobody wants to talk to you. I'm not angry. You're the one that's fighting to stay. It's crazy. Niggas is weird.
I
It's
don't
crazy.
understand what
It's
compels
crazy.
people that come on other people's panel, but they have the authority. What gives him the authority to keep talking and dictate the conversation on a platform that's not his? Like this, not your platform. You wouldn't allow nobody to come in your house, step through your door, and just ramble like you just did.
He literally was making the exact same argument again. And he doesn't. It's like, bro, you see, but he's trying to say it's not. It's crazy. It's crazy.
The
And then
Peel references that was kind of wild to me. I didn't get this. But let me just clear this up. About 16 years old. 16 years old. Hell no, I did not agree to go to war for nobody. I was not in agreement to go to war. There was no freedom. My recruiter had said nothing about going to war and fighting. Specifically, he said I would go to school, I would excel in rank, and then once I got out, I would be able to go to college. That's the primary reason when I was 16 years old that I signed up. And y'all all saw on my discharge papers all the schools that I went to. They were all electronics and technical schools. So that's the only reason that I signed up. I did not go into the military to fight for freedoms. So I just want to make that shit
But
clear.
you know what's interesting, guys, and good evening to both of you. This is a very interesting conversation. Because I have a little story about that myself. Um, most black youths,
Linwood, how
not,
do you keep popping up?
I mean, well, brother, you know that I listen to the show, so I listen. I don't come in a whole lot, but I do listen to the show. Um, but I would say this when I was a younger person, 20 years old at the time, 2003. I went to this recruiter's office to, come in the military. Yeah, I wanted to go in the military personally because I just wanted to get out of Central Virginia. Um, the way the recruiters talk, and these are mostly suspected white supremacists, they talk to the white recruits as a service to country. When they talk to non-white recruits, they talk to them about all man
Opportunities.
getting out the hood. You can go to college. One guy mentioned Shaggy was the reggae singer, Mr. Boombastic, being in the military, and you become a rapper, football player. It's always the sales pitches. You got to get out the ghetto. But to white folk, it's the white recruits. It is you got to serve your country, boy. We're under attack, boy. You got to be a good old American. And so I had a friend at the time who was in the armed forces, and then had another one that was in the Navy because I have an aunt that's also in the Navy. And this brother got real serious with me. He said, "Okay, what do you want to do?" I said, "Man, I don't really know what I want to do in the military. I just want to learn how to fight, and just get a discipline, just get something constructive going on." And he said to me, "I'm gonna tell you something right now, Lynn. Most of the military is full of shit. It's not designed for you to really be prosperous.
It's what you make of it. That's
I,
just the honest to God
I,
truth. It's
I'm
what you make of it.
I agree with the last brother, and if he comes back up, I'd like to ask him a few questions on why he has the views he has. But my views about the military is simple: the United States is a race war. The military is not racist. The United States is not a race. The people who practice racism are white people. That's the people that practice racism. Put it squarely on them. Don't indict the country. Don't indict the military. Indict the white people who practice it because they're the only people that function as a member of a race in this country.
y'all niggas sound crazy, man. Let me word this for y'all. The motherfucking military is the reason why we got these motherfucking freedoms. You damn sure right, bitches. If it wasn't for the military, we wouldn't be out here walking around with Jordans on because niggas will run through this fucking country. That's why you put respect on the military's neck. Now, fuck that. That's why. So if you want to be a part of making sure that motherfuckers can wear Jordans, get welfare, vote, watch TV, hang out on Pornhub, whatever the fuck you do in this country, the military is the reason why nobody's running in this bitch. Say it with your fucking chest. We all. Who gives a
Don't
fuck?
do that, bro. Don't do that,
That's
bro.
what
Not
it is.
really. Not really.
I mean,
I mean,
Not really.
What the fuck is you talking about?
Yes, I'll say
What are
with
you
my
talking about?
That's
What
not.
are we talking about?
Navy. Mine
You
was
know what? It's
just
not. This is the country. This is well, call it white, call it whatever you want. Whatever the hell you. This is America. Ain't nobody fucking with America because of the military. Not because of rap music.
well.
Not because of
Why
country
can't
music.
I mean?
Not
Well,
because of the fucking politicians. Because of the military. What are
well,
we talking about?
let's keep it honest here. Why wouldn't they not fuck with everybody else when they colonize everybody else? We've
America
already
colonized
colonized.
everybody
How
else.
many military bases are in other countries? Ask yourself this question:
Right. Why fuck with them when we fuck
Where,
with
where,
them?
do you know
where's
how much? Hold on a second. Do you know how much money we pay for those bases? We
if
pay a
Cuba
shit ton
if
of money.
had military had an embassy up here or had an embassy up here, would lose their shit. But nobody loses their shit when the U.S. has embassies in those nations. No one bats an eye. So I mean, I
Whatever
get
you
what
want to take it,
I,
the stock market,
Talking about
and
here.
all that
I
because
get what
the
the other
military make all that work, man. So let's
I,
just be clear.
No, but Q, look, wait a minute, wait a minute.
Because it's a
That's a pretty
corporation.
good point, bro.
It's
That's the
business.
whole idea. The whole purpose of the military is to be the enforcement of capitalism. Once upon a time, it was mercantilism and imperialism, but yeah, it is the enforcement arm of capitalism, globalization, bro. I know you was being a little condescending and sarcastic, but
That's what it
that's
is.
true. Yeah.
So when we you know what I'm saying that the pussyfooting around the military, you know what I mean? Like now, where you at in that placement of the conversation, you know what I'm saying? Either you with the shits or you making money off the shit. It's just one or the other. Like let's you know what I'm saying? Like I don't
I would say like this: you can my views on the military is how can you serve a nation at war with itself?
easy, they paying you.
No, man.
Doesn't
This
mean
is
a damn thing
crazy.
if you're at war
Well,
with
hold on.
if you're a
Hold
nation
on.
that's at war with
Let me
itself.
let me ask this question real quick. I mean, like, what do you do for a living? And if you don't mind, if you're comfortable, you don't have to answer it if you're not comfortable. But where do you work? Who do you work for?
For me, you ask me a question.
Yes, assuming
Yeah.
you're comfortable answering that question.
No, I'm open. No problem. I work for Lowe's. I'm a foreign.
Okay,
So it's
I
okay,
like what I do
you
for
work.
a living. I do like what I do for a living.
Okay, yeah, nothing's wrong. Nothing's wrong with that, man. I mean,
Yes, sir.
you know, you have an honest job, make an honest living. You know, I don't have an issue with it. The only thing I wanted to bring up was, I mean, do you know about Lowe's past? You know, and things of that nature. Do you have, you know, does Lowe's have a racist history? Because I'm willing to bet.
Oh, I mean, I'm
Just
gonna be
about.
honest with you. I'm a Nilly Fullerite, and I'll just come out and say it. Any white persons that are able to function as a racist, I suspect that they are practicing racism. Any white person. I don't because, like I said, if you put the company, the Lowe's is a company based out of Mooresville, North Carolina. If Lowe's is just a name for the building, but the building itself or the company itself without people cannot harm me. The people harm people. And the people who do the most harm to non-white people on this planet are white people, whether directly or indirectly. So that's where my focus stays on.
But who owns Lowe's?
Currently, the CEO is a non-white person. Currently. But I would not doubt that white people are the majority of the people that are calling the shots.
Yeah, probably, and they probably actually
It's a
own
black
it. More
dude
than
as a CEO. The black dude, I don't recall his name, but I do recall
Marvin Ellison.
Yeah.
Come on,
So
let's be honest, gentlemen. The CEO is not the owner.
no,
of course he's not.
Yeah, but this is scapegoat shit. You know what I'm saying? Like Yo, just be. What's his name? Darnell. Are you pro-black? You consider yourself pro-black?
Yes.
All right. So, is racism real?
Yes.
Did colonization happen?
Yes.
The American military is a tool for the country that colonized your people in historically. It's one of the machines, whether we like it or not. It's one of the industries.
That colonized. Could you
Yes.
elaborate the question? I'm sorry.
It's one of the institutions. Part of the institution. I mean, it's just what it is. It's like
tool for oppression.
Yes.
No.
Has it been-
Let him understand the question so he can answer it clearly.
Okay, you're right there.
So how do you contextualize it, Darnell, in your head being pro-black and also like pro-military, pro-pushing, the country that enslaved your people?
The only thing that I said earlier was, "Hey, I'm proud of my service."
No, it's not what you said. I'm just asking, how do you rationalize that, like for yourself?
How do I rationalize it? Well, I'll say this: is that when I was younger, I had a decision to make. And I could either, be I could be a bum, or, I could do something to make something of myself. I chose to make something of myself. I'll be honest with you. When I was in high school, I was a complete fucking idiot. If I could go back in time, I swear to God, I would kick my fucking ass.
But that was like 20 years ago. I'm saying, like, right here and right now, you're still in the same space mentally that, like, you literally argue that what you did is for the freedoms of the people of the country. You embodied that. You know what I'm saying? You fought against ISIS, the potentiality of ISIS invading the country. That's why you was fighting against them, because they could have hurt our freedoms. Like, you believe that.
There's no doubt in my mind that had ISIS was able to spread, they would not have stopped in Iraq and Syria. There's no doubt in my mind.
I'm not questioning. I'm just saying, so with that lack of doubt, that's what made you believe that your actions were for the furtherance of our freedoms, or the protection of our freedoms, right? Or the protection of the potential harm of our freedoms.
How I'm going to respond to that is that, there are people out there. There are other organizations out there that do seek to destroy the United States. All right. When I recall, I was a freshman or sophomore in high school when 9/11 happened. I remember they turned the cameras into the Middle East, and I mean there was chanting, there was cheering, people were happy that 3,000 people lost their lives.
Which country in the Middle East was this? Which country in the Middle East was this?
That was Yasser Arafat doing that, and that was in Palestine. I know exactly what he's talking about. That was when Yasser Arafat was in power in Palestine, and they were celebrating.
All right, so that's what.
But there's a video of this. There's a video of Yasser Arafat celebrating the
that's the U.S. That's what the white supremacist propaganda at the time.
Because you know we can Google this, right?
He just asked one question, yo. He just asked for the video.
It was shown. I can't say it was Yasser Arafat on video himself, but there was.
Don't say it.
I can't say it because I never saw him act himself on video saying, "Ha, yes."
Okay, so then that's not a good statement.
9/11. No. The statement is valid because what I said was people. Hold on a second. There was people in the Middle East that were chanting and celebrating
There was people
9/11,
in the
and
United
that is
States
true.
chanting and celebrating it. There was people in the United States chanting and celebrating that. There were
No,
people in the
I
United.
don't recall that.
You don't
I
recall
don't
that? I
recall
can
that
recall
at
plenty
all.
of people.
But
I
hold
can
on, but it
recall
doesn't
plenty of
matter.
people.
I'm just saying that's it. That's what motivated him. So arguing it doesn't mean anything. That's what motivated him 15, 20 years ago. We're just understanding what motivated him. Like
Right.
No,
arguing it doesn't. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't mean anything to argue it.
Hold on a second. Let me correct that
Sometimes his
really quickly.
motivations were crazy.
Let me correct that really quickly.
Motivated by
Regardless,
lying.
hold on a second. Regardless of
Right.
whether 9/11 happened or not, I would have joined the military anyway. Okay, I had relatives that fought in every single war. This was my war.
When they fought in the war, were they discriminated against?
Absolutely, my great grandfather fought in World War One. There was
Did they like it?
segregation.
Did they like the discrimination, or they thought it was a bad thing?
I don't know. He died of pneumonia
He never
in
told you.
19.
He never told you whether it was a bad thing. Did it hurt him when he was discriminated, or was it something he
He
enjoyed?
died. He died in the
Before he
30s.
died, when he was in the military being discriminated against, was it something good or something bad? I'm trying to find out. You think it was
I'm
bad? You think
pretty
the
sure.
U.S. military?
Early
I'm
in the
saying, was the
military.
military bad to your family or was it good to your family? Is what I'm trying to figure out. Because you joined, I'm just trying to see what's your memory. Did you think it was really good to be discriminated against in the military, or do you think it was a bad thing? You understand? It's not that
Look, I will
difficult.
tell
It
you clear.
provided.
Look, this is how
It's not
easy it
that
is.
difficult.
I'm gonna show you how easy
It,
it is. The military cheated. My family, good. My
mhm,
family benefited from the military. That's it. See
mhm.
how
Same
easy
here.
it is? That's that simple.
Just that
Same
simple,
here.
right?
But in the
It's just-
Well,
30s, his grandfather or great grandfather probably didn't get that same resolve in the 30s.
He said he had a family member in every war. So we got Vietnam, Korea, Desert Storm. That's a lot of
Yeah,
cousins.
yeah, that's
GI
a lot.
Bill, was he discriminated against, or was he? How'd that work out for him?
In the 30s,
Now,
he didn't get it.
now
Well,
they
I mean,
do.
Yo,
again,
real quick. Hold on,
during
real quick.
World War.
Who's Dennis Townsend? Real quick.
I don't know.
Right.
Dennis Townsend about to get kicked off.
Yeah, hold on. Let's get you cleared up. Dennis, are you there?
Yeah.
All
And
right.
even if they did get the G,
So your grandfather was part of the people that came back after World War One. With
No, great
Red,
grandfather.
yeah,
Great
Red
grandfather.
something, yeah, great
Okay,
grandfather. Damn,
great
how old
grandfather.
are you? Hold on, how old are you? Because my my great
Well,
grandfather was okay.
the War
So
One was 100 years ago, yo.
right.
Yep.
So that's what, yeah. So I'm trying to ask the question because after World War One, when black people came back, it was Red Summer. So I'm just trying to see, was his grandfather a part of that? Remember they started attacking us all over the country, like burning towns down, lynching everybody, right after World War One. I'm
Yeah,
just
and
trying
it
to see
was.
if his grandfather, he was one of them black people. That's what happened. He went and
I
fought in
don't
the
know.
war and
Well,
came back.
maybe his grandfather was one of the black vets that defended Tulsa when they
damn, I
was
was gonna
getting
talk
at it.
about.
Right, maybe. I'm asking the question, just trying to figure out, was his people in the military, and when they came from the military, was his people part of the people that was attacked? He fought in the military. He fought for the country. He loves the country. He put his life on the line. He came back, and they just start killing all these soldiers. Man, they really, especially if they catch him wearing that uniform, or they was really getting us bad. They hated that to see a brother in a uniform back then. I was just wondering if his grandfather experienced that,
Made
and
them feel very insecure.
My
yeah, they
great
definitely
grand
it made him attack.
my great
Really,
my great
yeah.
grandfather died. He died of pneumonia. But as far as my family was ran out of, we were in West Virginia. They were ran out. The Klan ran us out of Kentucky and West Virginia.
Wow, that's crazy.
You
How
fought
they
for the
do that?
country.
I know. Why would
Well,
they
he,
do
he
that?
he was dead. But suppose the story goes, one of my I think it was my great grandmother's brother, or it might have been cousin. I can't remember. But supposedly he won the numbers racket. Back then they called it the number. This is before the lottery. They had the numbers racket. Supposedly he won, and he was running his mouth throughout town that, hey, I won all this money. Supposedly a white woman uh, um, in the county had overheard him talking. Said, well, you black, they ain't never gonna let you have that money. You know, so you may as well just give it to me, and I'll make sure that you're not drafted. And he said, "Fuck," you know. Allegedly, he said, "F you, bitch," and they lynched him.
Oh, was
And
that before or after he went to the military?
no, my grandfather was already dead by that time. That this is a cousin that got
Oh,
lynched, allegedly got lynched,
oh,
and he that's when my great grandmother moved my grandfather and his brother, my great uncle, to Detroit. You know, after that incident, and this was in
My
the
bad,
30s.
my bad, Pastor. You know, I read somewhere it was black veterans that had guns. One of the few that had guns during Tulsa.
yeah, all over the
So
country, not just Tulsa. Yeah, the whole Red Summer. So all
Well,
over
he
the
just
country.
said it
That's what
was
I'm
the
saying.
African. He just said it was African blood brotherhood that held it down.
Oh, well, I
So
guess different. Well, yeah, it's different group, different factions. A lot of people that came back from the military. That's one of the benefits of the military for us. A lot of brothers were able to fight back during that time. So a lot of different cities and towns that was attacked. A lot of times we was defending ourselves, you know. But again, it was a big issue with the country towards military soldiers. You know, again, that's why it goes back to the question we having about people joining and having such dedication to it. You know. But as I said, I can understand because it's two ways. Just like a person in the military can say, hey, someone else working in the country. When you work for the empire, you pay taxes into it and you support its wars, making you culpable too.
That's
You
the
know,
argument I
it could be
can't.
fairly said.
That's
no,
the
but
argument
see,
I can't say it's fair to say that one. That's the one I like, because you're gonna hear that online, and it's like, nah, bro, like you can't. In the military, dudes respectfully don't allow that, and that's why I'm like, no, you put in your service, you put in your work. That's why you get your percentage. That's why you're respected, because you put in work for the country. You're not a regular nondescript ass citizen.
exactly, Q.
You
But see,
put
that's
in
the bigger point. We'll go ahead. What's my man name? Darnell. Go ahead, Darnell.
Yep. What's the question?
Well, I thought you was trying to speak. I'm saying that's a bigger point, you know, and I want to go back to what you was talking about that you saw video in 2002 when the
Two,
towers went down.
2001.
Okay, 2001 when the towers went down, and I don't think social media was that mainstream back then, and it came from the media.
Yeah, social media
Number
one.
one, yeah,
Yeah,
and
it
No,
was on
News media,
television.
news
Now, some
media.
of us was on social media.
yeah, okay, that's a fair point,
What
Taz.
social
But
media was that? Because I never heard of it.
Yahoo,
Black Planet, Black
Yahoo
Yahoo,
Planet,
chat,
Yahoo, everything.
Yahoo,
Like,
Yahoo had video in 2001.
yeah,
Y'all
that was
old
all right.
asses.
Hey,
But
I
see,
was
the
That's
born
problem
way
with
before
on
that.
Black
Man, I
see
Planet.
the
was
pro-
18 years old, and I just
see,
graduated
I
high
was
school around that time.
I
see
No,
the
was
but
problem with
definitely
his
on Black
claim.
Planet.
wait.
Yeah,
Let's
look
not
at the
let's
problem with your claim. See the problem with his claim, even when he's saying that's why I was trying to ask him where the people were supposed to be from. Because if you're
no,
talking
but
9/11, if you're talking 9/11, who are those who accused of doing it? Where are the 19 hijackers from? Do you
but
recall which country
okay.
it is?
Saudi
Well,
Arabia.
Yeah,
yeah,
Right,
all
Saudi
exactly.
Arabia.
Saudi
we don't
Arabia.
need to
Okay,
get into
okay.
the
So
9/11,
it's a
man.
whole
yeah,
different
I
conversation.
know, but he went into. He said that's what motivated him to attack Iraq. That's what motivated him to go to war and kill the people in Iraq. Was what
But
he
the thing
believed
is,
the soldiers
That's the
did.
way
those
it
were
was told in
Saudis
the
that,
media.
that attacked us.
That's
That
the
was
way
That's
it
Saudi
my
was told
point.
in the
Arabians.
media.
That's my
But we
point.
didn't
But you
attack
didn't.
Saudi
but
Arabia.
wait a
That's
minute.
the
Right,
way
they
it was
Let's
attack
told.
Iran. I mean
let's
Yeah,
Iraq.
we
let's
got
You
we
sound
got
like
stop signs
Captain Howard
that I
decide what
ran.
country we gonna
let's
invade. He don't have that power. What are you
Right, they
talking
let's
attack
about?
Iraq. But I'm saying in his mind when he said, "Oh,
Bush,
I joined the
Bush
military
did that.
because
That ain't up to him,
he said I saw them cheering, and I saw Yasser Arafat. For
right?
one,
So
no,
he
Yasser
went into the
Arafat is not on
military with
video
No,
the
content.
I didn't say I saw somebody else brought up Yasser Arafat. I never brought up his name.
That's crazy,
Right,
bro.
right. And but you thought that it was in the Middle East, so you didn't care. You like some people in the Middle East, so you
okay.
was like bomb any country. You was all for it, gung ho,
You
and
don't
wanted to
know
join
where
the
he getting
military.
sent
I
to, bro.
Okay,
That's what I'm saying.
but
I
So
never said that.
wait, bro. Because I was just in the store, bro. I heard the man say the same shit everybody else say. He went in the military. He was young. The only difference is he said his family was military. So like, what
That's
is
the
the
news
difference
story.
between?
Yeah, that's the news story. That he wasn't saying that earlier. That's different.
No,
Yeah.
that's what I said.
What did he say earlier? Well, what did he say earlier?
I never said anything.
His
I
motivation for
saw.
joining the military. You have
I
different
never said.
motivation.
He didn't really say it.
I
He never
never
said it.
said anything about a video. I never said about watching
Okay, no, you
videos
didn't say Yasser
World
Arafat. My fault.
Trade
Someone
Tower.
else said that. Right.
No, he
No,
didn't
he
say
said
Someone
that.
else
no,
said that.
no. But you
But
did bring
9/11
up.
inspired
But
you
you
to
did bring
go
up
with
9/11.
No,
Yeah, you did.
right.
You
no,
did bring up 9/11.
no,
Yeah, he
no,
9/11.
no. If you play back the tape, what I said was, regardless of 9/11, I
He
was
would have
going to
went in
join anyway
his
You said
family.
that
because
after. You
my
said that after you
family.
went through the whole 9/11 thing,
But you
though.
brought up 9/11 too. You did
Right.
bring 9/11
Yes,
to the conversation. Yeah.
Yeah, we're
Right.
not
yes,
talking
I
about right
did.
now. We're not talking about right now. We're talking about like an hour
Right.
ago when we
And that was
turned
your
that.
motivating factor at that time. Now
No,
it's
that's not.
not.
He
No,
was.
now,
No, it wasn't. He was in the 9th or 10th grade or some shit. That's what he
Nah,
said.
he like
yeah,
40, bro.
I was a freshman
Yeah,
or
bro. This nigga, hey, bro.
sophomore in
This
high
nigga, he couldn't have. Yeah, I was about to say he couldn't have been in the ninth because I was in the 8th
Yeah,
grade.
he said he's
Yeah.
That's what he
38.
said. He said he was a freshman.
Nah, he 38. How?
Mm.
Hold on. Let
No,
me get
no.
my.
If he
Uh-oh. You know
38,
doing
Hold
he was a
on.
math.
freshman in
Yeah,
high
no, you're
school.
right.
We
No, you're
old.
right. Yeah,
No,
yeah, you're right. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. No, you're
If
right.
he,
Yeah,
yeah, I
yeah,
was
yeah.
about to
Yeah.
say.
fuck, bro.
I
What
just
you
thought about what
talking
year
about?
it is. No, yeah, I
Hold
hit
on,
run.
nigga. Hold on, nigga.
I hit
He
running
said he's
track.
38. That's like, come on, now. What we doing?
Yeah,
You
I
can't. You,
shut up.
you
You know what I'm
skipped a
saying?
couple years.
Yeah, I shut up. I was wrong. I shut up. I said no.
Nah, okay.
I didn't catch myself. I put the brakes on.
But yeah, I'm just saying that's not old enough to go to the military. So when he finally does go, he got to go where he sent. That's where Bush had niggas at in Iraq and Afghanistan. He don't get to decide if he goes to Saudi Arabia to
Right. But if you
go
go
get
Hold
there,
that.
on, no.
you,
But if the
but if you
Wait,
same,
wait,
go
wait,
there,
wait,
if you
wait,
no.
wait.
if you
Oh, hold
go
on.
there, you're wrong.
Are we saying that he was too old? It's still
Yeah.
the same difference. He was young. He saw 9/11. He saw what was on the news, and he was inspired to go to the military. It's the same difference.
Right, but dude
no,
implied that it was up to
that's
him to
not what
not
I.
go fight
That's not what
the
I
right
said.
people. He implied that it was up to him to go fight the Saudis, and it's like, bro, if they ain't fighting the Saudis, how he gonna go fight them?
Oh, all right, that's different. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't
Yeah,
that
that's a great
the thing
point.
was to fight the Saudis. My thing was his motivation. His motivation, he was in a war that had fought people in Iraq. His motivation was 9/11. And I said, well, if that's the case, the real so-called culprits would have been Saudi
I don't
Arabia,
disagree,
not.
but
So the
I was
motivation, I'm just
around at the
trying to
time.
expose how the
No,
motivation is still not
The
good.
media, the
that
media pushed
wasn't. That
Iraq.
wasn't. That
The
wasn't
media
my
pushed Iraq.
motivation.
Right.
They
Even if the
wasn't
media
bullshit.
lied, if you participated in it, you know what I mean? You're still guilty.
Hey, so
Feel
what
me?
was your motivation then, bro?
I told you guys.
His family. God damn.
My family. Everyone served in a war in my family. This was my war.
See,
Family.
now this is weird. Which one was
Legacy.
your
Yeah,
war?
hey,
You know what's weird? Hey, listen, listen. See how you said this was my
Brother,
war?
that's not
Yeah,
your
that
war.
is
That
new.
was
Hey,
Bush's finishing his daddy's war.
yeah, now here's
Him
the
daddy
problem.
couldn't get that accomplished in
Legacy,
Kuwait.
nigga.
Hey, this is the same cat who earlier said he fought in the two wars. What do you
Yes, I
mean this
did.
is my war? So what you mean when you
Afghanistan.
said this is my war? What are you talking? Oh,
For
Afghanistan.
his
What?
family legacy, nigga. Keep
Hey,
No,
up.
I said which war? No, his family legacy. I'm not nigga, man. Can you talk
I was.
without using that type of
Bro, I'm
shit,
gonna
bro?
call you a
Please.
nigga
I
every
was.
time, nigga.
Nah, man, don't do that, man. That's
You better
something
quit
white people
crying,
taught you.
nigga.
Don't refer
You
to
better
me as
quit
a nigga,
crying,
man.
little
Refer to
nigga.
your mother as a nigga. Don't
Dirty
refer to
nigga.
me, please,
You better
man.
stop
I'm
bro.
lying,
asking,
Hey,
little
man.
nigga.
Refer
white
to
people
your
did not
mom,
teach us,
man.
nigga.
Refer to your
White
kids
people
as
did
that.
not teach us,
We're
nigga.
gonna get
White
back on
people did
track in a
not teach
second,
us,
man.
Yeah,
nigga.
well,
Give us a
whoever
second.
whoever
No,
told you to
son.
say that got you fucked up, man. I'm not saying that. I'm not calling myself
Nah,
that, and I'm not calling
niggas
you
is
that.
good, bro. Niggas is
That's
good.
what y'all
Niggas is
do. I
good.
know you are a nigga and you're good
Oh,
with
bro.
being a nigga, but don't do it to
Hey,
me. That's all I'm saying. Have a little respect if you can. I'm asking.
Nigga, fuck
I
you.
know. Right. And I know he can't. I know he's unable to. And he's gonna do like the little kid
A
would
lot of
do. And I can
money.
understand
Well,
that.
what I'm
I can
saying though,
Yo, all
understand
right,
that.
yo,
if
let
it's not,
Trayvon talk. Yo, let
Read,
yeah,
Trayvon
revert
talk,
that
huh?
slur to your mom,
Yo,
the whore,
let Trayvon talk. Yo,
bitch,
Trayvon trying to
slut.
say something, yo. Trayvon.
That nigga must hate his mom or something.
I hate
Ran
your
through
mom.
ass
I hate
bitch.
your mom.
Come on, y'all.
Your
Come on,
I
come
mom
on,
hate
come
your
ran
on.
through.
mom.
nah,
I
Come
nah,
on,
but
hate
come
nah, I
on,
you.
think
come on.
I thought Dev was
Your
trying to say
mom
something. I
ran
thought
through
Dev was
shit.
trying
Don't
to say
ever
nah,
something.
refer to
nah.
me
We
like
trying to
that.
get
Don't refer to me
we
like
trying to
that.
get
You refer to
Tavon in
your
here.
people as that. That's your
Oh,
family, not
Tavon.
me.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
Or Trayvon or
Hey, bro,
Trayvon.
yeah.
All right.
If you're not family, you're not family. It's all good. We can keep it going. We can keep it going.
Tavon, you smile. He got that autistic Smile.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Yeah, bro, don't do that.
Can he hear?
Y'all niggas be
Nah, he been on the panel for like an hour.
I would have said
he been on-
retarded. Dude, look at that smile right now. So
Bro,
that ain't
you
the
listen.
retarded smile. Come on,
Nah, bro, don't do
I'm
that,
an
bro.
80s
Don't
baby.
do that.
Use the R word,
Yeah, you gonna catch some smoke, Q. You gonna catch some smoke, girl.
bro.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
don't
an
do
80s.
that, bro.
I'm an 80s baby. I'm an 80s baby, man.
Hey, cause you know, Taz, you know,
Yeah. So I was.
Y'all remember?
y'all in inclusive language. Taz big on
here we-
inclusive language.
What's
My-
my
hey,
y'all remember Bernie Mac when he did the shit about the kid at the bus and he was just sitting there smiling? Remember Bernie Mac did the joke?
Stuttering,
You were mocking
stuttering. The
me.
kid that be stuttering. And the
Yeah.
bus stop is stuck.
And he was staring
Yeah,
at the
you ain't.
bus.
Hey, look, you ain't Bernie Mac, nigga. You ain't Bernie Mac.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
good
not.
point
You
though,
wasn't.
bro.
I know you wasn't born
Hey,
yet,
no,
Dominic.
hey,
You
hold
didn't
up,
know.
Q. I got smoke for you anyway. I got some jokes for you anyway, nigga,
You
because you
wasn't
showed
born
up on
yet.
my TikTok acting a
He
fool,
about to
nigga.
get
So,
demonetized, bro.
nah, like you know what I'm talking
Chill
about.
out.
Oh, the
Yeah,
hairline.
Q,
Oh
yeah.
yeah, get your motherfucker. Y'all ain't just get doing these videos on the internet with no motherfucking line up and tape up. Us New Yorkers gonna teach you. Go get a motherfucker. That shit $20. Get your shit taped up. Go get some Andy Clippers and get your shit fixed.
Hey, bro. Hey, look. You don't want to go edge up for edge up, my nigga.
That's
My
why
shit
I got
ain't
the rap
perfect.
of the fitties. I got the fitties
Yeah.
for that. You know what I'm saying? I can't do it. But I will wrap that shit up. You know what I'm saying? Y'all been seeing the video? Got the rap. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Looking like I'm selling incident shit.
My shit
Got the whole
straight.
Muslim shit cracking. You good?
At
You
50
good?
though, nigga still straight. At 50 though.
You just ugly. It's all good. You got the headline, but you just ugly. It's all good.
Shut
You
your ass
straight.
up, nigga. Fuck you talking about.
Yo, Tavon, you gonna talk? Look, every time you get
Yeah.
caught in
So,
the camera.
yeah. It's not. It's really not serving your country. It's serving corporations like Raytheon, Lockheed Martin, and Monsanto and stuff like that.
Talk to
I
him.
mean, so these cataclysmic events that happen are just
I
the
tell the guy,
government.
he
Of
got
course, they're
glasses
quote.
on and get
I hate to say the government, but it's
he ain't got
them.
no posters
Like
on the
they
wall.
had to start. They start the problem,
He got
uh,
sunglasses on in the crib with gaming
and they
glasses.
have the
Gaming.
solution. They have the solution already before they even got the problem started. You know what I'm saying?
My sons
So
would say
what?
that. My sons
9/11.
like
It was
they were
they
like
came
study
over here
film.
for like opium and then like oil and shit like that.
I,
And under the guise that 9/11 was an attack from Afghanistan or whatever fuck. And Vietnam it was
Yeah,
Monsanto.
shut
They
your
used
fuck
How,
up. Be
Agent
clear on what
Orange.
you're
nah.
saying, nigga.
Specifically, it was a war on. Oh no, specifically, it was a war on terror.
No, it was not.
It was specific.
That's
No.
literally what it was
Hold on.
called.
First, nah, it
That's
wasn't.
what
It
they
wasn't a
called
war
it,
on
yeah, but it
Afghanistan.
wasn't. It wasn't.
No. I
Yeah,
get
go
what
ahead. I'm
you're
sorry.
saying, but the reason why I say specifically it was a war on terror because Colin Powell, who was the what was he like the Secretary of State at the time?
No,
Uh,
well, maybe state
Joint Chiefs of
Secretary of
Staff.
I'm
Defense.
sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, Chairman Joint Chief, and I thought he did
No,
Defense, but I can't remember.
he was Secretary of State under Bush.
he was Secretary of State. He was the first Black Secretary of State.
Okay, my bad, my
Uh,
bad.
yeah, and he openly criticized the quote unquote war on terror because it violated. I forget the rubric that they have to whether or not they decide to go to war. And like one of the main criticisms was that from Colin Powell specifically as a part of the Bush administration was that you don't go into war without having a clear exit strategy. And the quote unquote war on
Exactly.
terror, yeah, the quote unquote war on terror had no clear like bright line between when the war was won and when it was lost. So I actually forget why I brought that up. But
We never won
Just
any
to correct
wars.
the name of it, because the name was the War on Terror.
Yeah, but it wasn't really a war
Well,
on
just
terror.
like the war on drugs.
That war was a continuation war. Bush Jr. actually finishing up Desert Storm because he felt like Saddam had put a hit on his
I
pops.
mean, I hate when people say stuff that we already know. I'm just
You
wondering, why
do?
did
You
you
hate
ask
that?
me about
Okay.
Africa?
That's how I learned about it. You
I mean,
already
but we
know. Say
arguably
thank
though,
you then. Say
arguably though,
something.
we can
Teach
say
me
that
something I don't know.
it was less of George, it was less Bush's war and more Dick Cheney's war
Yeah,
That's fair
because
point.
yeah.
the
That's a very
architect,
fair point.
It was more of Dick
yeah,
Cheney's war than it was
It's
Bush,
the
but it was Bush's
lobbyists who
objective.
funded the Bushes. That's who did it.
Yeah,
Because
Dick
I
well,
Cheney.
not
remember,
And
because
remember
at
when
the
Bush
time
Senior.
I
Dick
will also
Cheney
say
was on the
this:
board of Halliburton. Dick Cheney was on the
Yeah,
board of Halliburton.
Halliburton, yes,
So when
but
that,
I
yeah,
will
yeah,
so
but
when
say
that
this
when
also. But I will say this also: when Bush 41 lost the re-election in 1992, Bush told his father, "I will finish what you didn't start. What
Exactly.
you
That's
did,
what I'm
I
talking
will
about.
finish what you didn't. I will finish it, Paul. I'm
So
going to
they
finish
took
it for you."
right to cancel the war on terror line. We already
but
knew
And
that.
no,
so that's when he made his
I'm
plan
trying to
to
figure
run
out
for
what point
governor of
y'all make.
Texas. and then quickly transitioned to the national stage to be the
No,
president.
that
Yep.
shit was over
That
our freedom, bro. Did you see Top Gun?
what freedom?
Come on,
That was
Q.
propaganda, man. Come
Yeah,
on,
That
get
that
back
come
to
shit
the
on,
was
Steve,
not
bro.
about no freedom,
get
man.
get back to the part where Darnell said that it was his war personally. Like he personalized that. I don't think I ever heard that before.
Did you
Yeah,
see
that's
Rambo
some.
3?
Yeah, because
Rambo
all
3?
his family had
Oh,
wars. They all
It sound like
participated in the
family
war, and that was
legacy,
his
bro.
personal
I don't,
war.
The
I don't think I
AG.
don't think it's it sound like family legacy. That's
He
what
never
that's what
mentioned which war. He
Exactly.
fought in a couple wars though.
no.
So which one was his personal war?
That's the definition of MAGA.
He's
It's
not
not.
being honest somewhere.
I'm not MAGA. I can't be MAGA if I voted for
MAGA.
Kamala Harris.
But
I
Q,
mean, that's
look
what
at
I'm
what the
saying. But
military can.
like
I had to say, I had
Right,
to,
good
I had
shit,
to.
bro. You voted for
Now
Kamala.
yo,
Good shit, my nigga. Good shit.
Yes, I
man, we
did.
Kamala,
But
man.
wait,
Wow.
man. Okay,
He voted for
so
the other MAGA.
look at what's going on now.
but
Ain't no such
No,
thing as other
they
MAGAs, nigga.
Mogs. They just Mogs. They just Mogs.
okay.
Ted. It's Mogs
Never
versus
mind.
MAGA.
Moggs versus Moggs.
Look,
After
I
yesterday,
never subscribed.
and after yesterday, I figured it out. Here's Mags, and you got the Moggers, bro. These gonna make America great.
I never subscribed to the whole MAGA movement. Personally, I always thought it was a cult,
So
and I
what?
still believe it.
MAGA is basically white supremacy mainstream.
So
That's
what's the
and
difference?
it's I mean, well,
Oh
it's
my
more
God.
the
Actually,
refined.
I disagree. I would say
It's
I
more the
liberals.
agree.
I say
refined white
liberals.
I
supremacists no
agree
longer want to be
100%.
refined in their
I would
racism.
say
They want to be
I would say
unrefined in their
liberals.
racism.
Nah, I would argue that liberals are actually white supremacy mainstream. I think that
Wow.
Yeah, they're
MAGA
more refined in
is
their racism.
exactly like MAGA is specifically the old school racism that most modern Americans would look at it. Because even Trump supporters look at a lot of MAGA shit and be like, nah, I can't. Like, yeah, I voted Trump because of my cultural and political values. But when it comes to standing behind MAGA shit, I don't really fuck with it. Like a lot of people that voted for Trump, it was completely against the January 6th shit. Thought that shit
What?
was a travesty. Yeah, what
No,
are we talking about?
Yeah, I agree.
Like
I
a
disagree with
lot of
that.
people who
Hell
a
no.
lot
No,
of
they
people
love it.
who voted for Trump was against January 6th. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah. No,
no,
not
Everybody,
at all.
but also everybody who
Bro,
did try January 6th was
hold
for
on.
Trump.
Listen. I'm telling you, we can go and look at opinion polls
So are
during
you
that
saying
time.
that Trump? Are you saying the people that were there that day, those Trump supporters, did any of them support?
No,
No, not the
no,
people. Clearly,
the majority of
Oh,
the
the
country.
clearly
thousands
not
that were
against
there.
January 6th if you're there.
Like,
Talking
Why were
about.
they
come on,
against? Why were the
Yeah,
man,
you're
Trump
this
talking
is
about
against
a thousand
January
something
6th
people.
again?
fake
A mi-
intelligence.
millions,
Why
This
were they
nigga
millions.
is
Oh,
against
you
fake
it?
do
intelligence.
recognize that millions of
Yeah,
people voted for Donald Trump.
He's
yeah,
dumb.
Bro, what are you
75 million.
what are
Yeah,
you what are you talking
75
what?
million. So I wanted to know why. Why
Yeah,
did they want to?
yes.
Why did they want to
How
reverence the
many people was
Capitol?
that? How many people was that Hold on,
I'm
how many
saying,
people
why
was
did
that
they want to
January
do it?
6th?
I'm saying, what, to about 10,000? Why do they want to
No,
do it?
He
but I'm
said
not
10.
talking about the people that
10,000.
wanted to do it. I'm
About
talking about
10,000 people show up
I'm
to
talking
the
about
thing.
moderate
Yeah.
I'm talking about moderate conservatives
Damn.
who looked at January 6th and said that is not the way that we should go about how we disagree politically. Still Donald Trump.
So you think right now?
Why is it
Yeah, nobody want to speak for conservatives, bro, but the majority of them were not involved in January 6th. I mean, let's be real.
Yeah, but
Hold on,
their
my
views are pretty
shit was going in
horrible
and
when
out.
it
I
comes to
couldn't hear
black
you. What you
folks.
say? What was the question?
Conservative
No,
What
I
was
views
the
are
didn't make a
question?
horrible.
question. I
'Cause
made a statement. I said the majority of conservatives were not
no,
involved in
not you,
January
the nigga
6th.
that was.
Go
You
ahead.
didn't ask no question either.
Oh yeah. No, I agree. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Majority of conservatives were not a part of January 6th. Not all conservatives, not all Trump supporters are MAGA. Let's let that be known. There are a lot of people who voted for Donald Trump who said that him having felonies is a damn shame. Who said that his approach to all of the fraud shit that he got caught up with is bad business.
So why would you vote
Who
for him?
said that
What would make someone vote for that?
because he's still closer to them politically and culturally than they are to Kamala Harris. That's not hard. So
Yeah.
here's the thing.
it was the economy.
Republican voting habits are like this. I can disagree with his public statements. I can disagree with his demeanor. I can disagree with his language. I can disagree with his attitude. However, there are certain conservative values that I feel he will still maintain. So he's my lesser of two evils. right?
That's
As
pretty
opposed to
wicked. Yeah, that's
Democrats,
pretty trashy.
who will say, well, if you don't fit my paradigm exactly, I'm not voting for you. Even if there are more things that you're willing to do for me or
Okay.
say
So you
or for
said
my
these
behalf.
Democrats, are you talking about the Democrats who when we had, say, getting civil rights and everything? You talking about the Democrats that were all for that, or you talking about the
What
Republicans
Democrats were all
that were
for
against
that?
that? Which one you
Wait,
talking
what?
about? The
This this
Republicans
this
that are
this little
against?
this little
I
dumb
don't
nigga that was
understand the
trying
context of
me.
the.
Okay, so I'm
Hold on, I
asking
don't.
you, which,
This
yeah, are
dumb
you
fuck
talking
was
about, because I
trying
want
to
to show you
vote,
said
and you don't even
Democrats.
know
You
that.
talking about the people, when you say Republicans, you talking about the people.
I'm talking about Democrats and
All right,
Republicans
so
today.
listen, so yeah, so when I'm asking you, when you say Republicans, you talking about the people that's against the civil rights bill?
I'm
Bruh.
They
talking
against black
about.
people having
I'm
civil rights. Are you talking about those people?
not, bro. Hold
Bruh.
on. You do understand that there are conservatives who
Bruh.
are
When,
for the civil rights bill.
yeah, but I'm talking about the ones that's majority against
I'm
it. You know,
talking.
the whole party, the party itself votes against it. So I'm
This is
asking, is that the party
crazy.
you're talking about, the people that
Bro,
against our rights?
I'm talking about conservative voters in 2025.
Okay, and when you're saying that, right? I mean, I'm asking you, are you talking about the ones that, you know, have historically been against us, have always historically
No,
gone against our
hold on. I'm gonna say
progress?
this. I'm gonna say this.
Are
Let
you
me let
talking
me
about
frame it like
those
this.
Republicans?
I'm gonna say it like this. The majority of the Republican Party is actually made up of moderates,
Hmm.
not the extreme right.
Did you hear
The
my
most
question though?
people. Hold on. Okay, but your question, and when you ask me, like the Republicans who are against, I think the
Historically, I'm just
political.
saying. I'm asking you if you're
Hold on,
talking
hold
about
on.
historically that political group that have
I'm not,
always fought
bro. No,
against our
listen,
progress.
listen, listen,
I'm
listen. I'm
asking you,
not
are you
talking.
talking about them? Are
I'm
you
talking
talking
about
about
conservative. I'm talking about conservative voters. Are you talking about voters?
conservatives who have historically voted against our progress in this country? Are you
You
talking
hear
about
this
them?
dummy? You hear this
But
dummy?
here's the thing, bro. Here's the thing,
Hmm.
though. Historically, both conservatives and Democrats have voted against our progress. So I think
Democrats, when with that voting against us has a point of switching at some point in history,
Well,
correct?
actually, that's
When?
called the
no,
great.
no,
When
hold
did
That's
on.
that
Yeah,
called
take
the
no,
great
place?
I agree.
There's a
I
realignment.
point.
agree. But
There's
I
a
think,
Come
point in
on, man.
but I
history when
think,
that
Not
switch
right
hold
now,
on.
happens.
man.
But here's the thing, though. Here's the thing, though.
When does
I
that
think
switch happen?
understanding concern. Like I think if
These
we
niggas
were to
wanted to
talk
talk
about
to me
like
about some
neocon,
motherfucking
like
African shit,
if
nigga.
we were to talk
Ask me
about
about some dumbass
Reagan,
African shit.
A lot of wild
if we
stuff
was,
going on. Hard to
Your
hear
ass
you.
don't know shit about this
Dudes is in
motherfucking
their
America.
panties. Some people got their panties in a bunch. They trying to talk over you. Can you talk
There
louder?
was the great.
Definitely,
There
nigga,
was
'cause
the realignment
I
in the
keep
Southern
hearing you
strategy
misrepresent history.
that
no, no, no.
Nixon.
I'm
No, because
recognizing.
he doesn't
Hold on,
know. I could break it
I'm
down
rec-
for him. So what this dude is saying, because the dude's a dummy, so he knows nothing about the Hillman-Tays compromise of 1877. He doesn't know anything about that
No,
stuff.
but
So
hold on,
so what I'm talking to him is a
we're
way above
talking
his
about
head.
voting.
Because I'm trying to
We're
talk
talking.
to a kindergartner, and he's just nowhere near the
You
Okay,
ain't
so
level
trying to
to be
tell
able
us
to
the
hold a
shit,
comment
nigga.
that I
conversation
made.
with me.
So
Dude
the
is
comment that I
embarrassing.
made was about voting attitudes today. So when I said most conservative voters are moderate conservatives, I'm referring to the voters who made the impact in the 2024 election.
The
The
So
majority of the
ones that voted,
Republican
all right. So
Party
the
is
ones
still
that
white.
right,
The
and
majority of
that's
the
the
Republican Party is
the
still white.
majority of the Democratic Party
They're
is white. What are we talking
Come
actually
about?
no,
on,
it's
come
not.
on with this
no,
white
Actually,
it's
black
not.
shit,
No, it's
man.
not.
Come on,
actually,
come on,
well, I'm gonna say what it is. I'm
come
not gonna
on,
sit there and
come on, come
sugarcoat
on,
it.
come on,
I'm
come
not
on,
gonna
come
sit
on,
here and
come on.
sugarcoat it. I'm not gonna sugarcoat
Well,
it.
the skin
I'm
color
not
is
going to
not the
sugarcoat it.
topic. Skin
I
color is
don't
not
give
the
a
Of
topic
damn
on
course
about
this
it
it.
is
I
one.
a
don't give a
topic. Of
damn
course
about
it
it.
is a
I'm gonna say
topic.
what it
We're
really
black
is.
in America.
I'm
It
gonna
doesn't
say
Nah.
have
what
to
it
be
is.
topic.
I'm gonna say what it
I'm
I'm
is.
talking
trying to
about
figure
which
out. I'm
party.
trying to figure out. Okay, let me make the statement again. Let me make the statement again.
Because he was bragging about a party, and I just
Majority
want
of
to ask him the history of
hold,
it.
hold on, bro. Because you said who's bragging about anything? This is not
Yeah,
We
like
have
that's
this is
where
a
it's
You're,
history.
we
wrong
you're
have
at,
a
bro. Won't
promoting.
longer
nobody
we
You're
have
brag
a
about
promoting
that
a
longer
Now, if
shit.
you
certain.
look at the
so
Republican
dumb
You're
you
Party,
can
because
move
there are
promoting a
on.
people
Democratic
with
Come
Party.
on,
certain
so
Let,
hold
war
on,
let,
hold on.
Ask yourself the
ideologies.
We
question:
have a
Who is
Hold on,
voting
longer
for you?
history.
so
And
let
who's
me
voting
make
We
it.
have
So
a
against
let
you?
me make the
longer
comment.
history
Let
of
me make
against
the
Just
comment
sum it
again.
up with my
white
Let me
question.
make the
My
comment
question
again,
stands
supremacy.
on
and then
what?
let's
nobody's
hold on.
nobody's point is
Let me
getting
make the
heard.
let me
Yeah, I
make the
know.
comment again.
Except the
Because I
dumb
want y'all
niggas.
to see that. Y'all want y'all to see that. Like I have this. I don't know what it is. I have this problem no matter what side of the aisle niggas is on. I'll make my comment again. There are more. There are more moderate conservatives who voted for Donald Trump than MAGA. What is
Right.
so?
I don't.
With that
Yeah.
statement being made, I'm trying to figure out where is your response
A moderate
responding to that
conservative.
statement?
Okay, give me some
He's
views of a
trying to use
moderate
a
conservative.
historical argument, which you should let him die on. He's trying
No,
Okay,
to use a modern.
views of
I
views of a
I
He's
asked
talking
him
about
historically
historically
about
in this
these people,
country.
and he couldn't answer it. So let me go and get
Historically
but
more
in
hold
this
more
on, you
specific.
asking me you
Yeah, let
asking me
me
a
be
question about
specific.
history when I'm
All right,
talking
you
about
want to hear the
modern
question?
voters.
Can I
Hold
ask the
on,
question though? Can
hold
I
on.
ask the
Let's
question?
No,
Let's
but you
understand the
already asking what's a moderate
let's
conservative though.
let's
No, no, we're
understand
not
let's
gonna skip
understand the
that because he's not
context of
gonna
what's being.
answer it.
Hold on, bro. You're that's okay. Again, this is supposed to be a liberal nigga who's acting
I'm not a
just like
liberal.
the
I'm
other
not
nigga. So I'm
liberal. So what
telling
is you
y'all
talking about?
that I'm telling
I'm
y'all,
not a nigga and I'm
I
not
have this, I have
liberal.
this issue, I have this issue
Seems
regardless.
emotional.
So again, the conversation is about modern voters. Are you asking me a question about modern voters?
Modern or modern? Because I don't know what the fuck modern means. You mean
You don't know
modern,
what
meaning
modern
voters today?
means?
I'm talking
Whew.
about a party that has a historic
I
Bro,
character,
think
that
he
has
mean,
a
I
I
don't.
think
historic.
he means
And
I'm
moderate.
talking
I
about a
made a
party that
comment.
has a
I
history.
made a
How many
I'm
comment
times did
asking
about
you just
you
say
voters.
this
about the
shit?
history of the party,
How many
how they
times
I
did
vote
you
ain't
say
and
what
making,
what
the
they
fuck did
bro,
you
what
Yo,
say?
nigga.
K
they
not keep getting rid of shit.
Why do I have to
see.
deal with
You
with
see
such
all this yelling. Why
stupidity?
are you getting so
I
upset? Why is
am
he mad?
making,
Can someone help me understand?
a.
Why is he yelling? Why is he upset?
I
Because
asked you.
you're
I,
What is
Because
it
you
dumb.
about
talking
my
I
over him.
question
That's
that
why
has
he
a
you
simple
so
yelling.
Because
question.
you're
emotional?
You
dumb.
You
Bro,
gotta
talking
I
over
wonder.
asked
You
him.
you.
That's
gotta
why he
wonder.
Bro,
yelling.
you're
You gotta
stupidity
wonder
is what
what
makes me
makes a
emotional.
person. No,
But I'm
because
saying
I
though,
get
if you
highly
wasn't talking,
irritated
he
by
wouldn't
dumb
be
it's
niggas.
yelling.
not. It's not
I
the
get
question.
highly irritated by dumb niggas.
You could say all that dumb and nigga and all that
Stupidity
stuff,
gets on my nerves, right? So that's
but
what you
it's a
hearing.
question.
Because
It's a
I
question,
asked you, are we talking modern voters? Because I made a comment about modern voters.
and
So
I
if you're
told you about a
asking a
party.
question about, so you're not even talking about what I'm
The
talking about.
majority of the
Yes, we are.
Republican
We
Now,
talk
hold
Party
on.
is
about
full
the.
MAGA.
We're
There
talking
is
about
no
the
such thing
Republican
as a
Party. We're
moderate
talking about
Republican.
conservative. We're
Yeah,
No,
I
talking
we're
want
about
to
right
hear
talking
the
about
wing.
bullshit.
We're talking about the
we're
right
talking
wing.
about attitudes. We're talking about
You have
attitudes
an
for
it's
issue
not
with the
modern
being
left
voters.
wing.
corrected though,
You have an
Damo. That's
issue
the
with the
problem.
left wing, and you
Yes.
It's
support
not
the
Look,
being
right
hold on. I
wing.
want you to
corrected.
hear. Hold on, Taz. I want you to hear this nigga. What did you just say? I have an issue with what?
Yes, you support the right wing, and you are against left. You're against
Do
Right
y'all
left.
see what the
wing?
fuck I have to deal with?
Right.
Right. See, I'm
So
yelling and
Damn,
Right
that's
crying.
wing.
You
wild.
Do
see what
y'all
I got
see
to deal
what
with?
the fuck
Left
So
wing.
yesterday,
Exactly.
I'm
Exactly.
Democrat.
Because
Hold
when
on,
he
no,
promotes it, when he
I
promotes it,
gotta point this out. I
you
gotta
can't
point
say
this
you're
out.
you can't say you're
Yesterday,
conservative and then say you're not
I'm
right.
Democrat. Yesterday, I'm Democrat.
I never
yeah,
said
you
none of
was
that
Today,
stuff to him.
Democrat because you
Yeah.
was arguing with me, man.
I
Shut up.
never said that
nah,
stuff to
so
him.
hold on.
Okay,
But
man.
You
Look at
weren't
how
here
he's
now I'm
yesterday,
a right
instantly
man.
wing
Chill
yelling.
out,
supporter.
bro.
Q Butter, why can't you talk to him and
Come
calm him
on, you
down a
Now,
little
wasn't
bit?
here
bro, I'm a right
yesterday,
wing
We're trying to
man.
supporter.
I
have an
want to
Damn.
intelligent
respond to a member in
conversation.
the.
He
I
can't
want to
This
calm
is
down a
respond to
No,
a
little
crazy,
bit.
member.
bro.
we ain't. No, we got a long way
He's
for
so
Like, is it
intelligence,
me?
bro.
emotional.
So check game though. This the
Is
problem
it
though, right?
me?
So
Why do you
he
Is
get
it
talking
me?
so
I'm,
about the
mad?
I'm
Like
starting
history.
to
what
think
is
it's me.
what makes you
So
so
I'm starting
look,
to
so
upset?
think
he keep talking about the
dumb
Yeah.
niggas are
history, right?
irritating.
So
Dumb niggas
Yeah,
are
so
so because
irritating.
I
let's
But go
asked
ahead,
about
Taz.
let's clear up the
conservatives that he
problem
was
though.
bragging about.
Because
So
when
he
you
was
keep
saying like
on
conservatives as if they were good.
Yes, I
When
brag.
was he?
Yes, I
When
love
was
bro,
he?
So as he
conservatives.
was
please,
saying that, as
Mike,
he was
bro.
saying that, I asked him.
I
I
love
said, when you're
conservatives.
Man,
asking, when you're talking about the conservatives, do you mean this party that has historically gone against
Damo,
black
let me
people?
answer.
Is what
Can
I
I
asked. So
answer?
I know he's not going to answer.
Please,
I said, you're talking
please
about
let
the
me
party
answer,
No,
that
bro.
I
Majority
can
bro,
is
I'm
that I
not
can look
talking.
up
Hold
and
on. I'm
easily.
talking about voters,
And you said
dummy.
no, just
So the
today.
answer
Yeah,
to your
just
question
voted
is
today.
no,
Yes,
because I'm
And
yes.
I
talking
want to
Because
about
talk
these
about
people
the
are
voters.
of
history.
that
You
party. The
fucking
answer ain't
idiot.
no.
Let me
You're
You
show
you
you
they're
about
not
dumbass
the
a
nigga.
history.
because yeah, because in your
You
world,
Let's
white
talk
people,
dumbass
these are
about the
nigga.
brand new
I'm
white
history.
talking
people.
about
Yes, I'm a
voters.
dumb
You
nigga
Okay.
because in
dumbass
his
nigga.
mind, these
That's
are
Fuck are
brand
better.
new
you
So
white
I'm
talking
people
not
about?
finished.
today. These are brand
Y'all
new
I'm not
white
niggas
people
is
finished.
today.
Why?
dumb.
Why are you
These are
talking
brand new
about? Why are you talking about party when he was
I just
talking
want to
about
talk about the
voters?
history.
because
But
voters and party
because
go
he's
hand in
able
No,
to
hand.
they're
stand
not.
in
Voters
No,
a
they
vote
false
for a
don't.
No,
statement
particular
they're
No,
like
they
this,
not.
don't,
cause.
yo.
dummy.
No,
No,
they
Y'all
they're
don't.
looking
not.
Because
at
Party
make
and
that
No, they
sound
voter
don't.
do
funny.
not
No, they
mean the
don't.
same thing.
Yeah, when
Look,
they
You're
You
when they
are
brother.
vote,
wrong
they
on that,
pick a
stupid.
bro.
It's
party.
You
only
keep
it's only
dying
two
You
on the
are
options
same
of where they
stupid.
gonna
thing.
No.
go.
Yes.
It's
Nope.
only two
Dumbass
You
options
keep
of where
nigga.
they
dying
gonna
on
go.
it.
You side with the
Nope.
party's
My
ideology.
So look, here's the
Nope.
thing, though, right?
No,
Nope.
you
Here's
No,
fucking
you
here's
don't.
don't.
where
You
everyone's
fucking
John,
Nope.
listen to
idiot.
frustrated,
this
though,
idiot.
bro.
Look, he's
Nope.
yelling, he's
No, you
crying, he's
fucking
swearing,
don't. You
he's
fucking idiot.
emotional. He's doing all these things
Come
because he can't
Yes,
articulate what
But
because
he's
you're
but
trying
I'm
to get
saying
dumb.
though.
out and articulate
bro.
how he
Because you're
I
feels.
feel like
dumb.
this
So he's
nigga
like a little
last
kid
night, bro.
yelling and
I came
crying.
home to have this conversation about
Yeah,
this shit,
Nah.
right? So
Well,
right.
listen, bro.
let me
When
But
it
let
it
me
comes
let
to
can't.
me
what
Dudes are
he's saying
emotional,
about
man. Look
his
at the
These
message,
emotion.
niggas
you
are
gotta
these
pay my
niggas are
nigga.
Yeah.
fucking
Dog,
stupid,
Look
I
bro.
at
mean, you
he
These
get
just as
asked a
niggas,
question
emotional as
and
everybody
brother,
else
this
on
shit
this
yeah,
nah,
panel,
these
but
bro.
niggas
he asked a
fucking
question
stupid.
and starts
That
yelling.
don't set you
Nah.
apart because
Yeah,
you
it
calling
does.
him
I don't get
emotional.
emotion behind no
No,
question.
but
You
you
can
are
ask me any
emotional right
question.
now, though.
No,
I'm
I
You're
don't
not
get
emotional right
emotional.
emotional
now.
behind
I'm not. I'm
stupidity.
talking. He's
Yes,
I
you
yelling.
get
are.
emotional
Yes, you
behind
are.
You're
You're
yelling.
dumbass.
You're
emotional right
yelling,
now.
all emotional.
If
Why don't
it
you just
didn't
answer the
bother you,
question
you
though?
wouldn't
Because
say
you know what
nothing.
happened?
But
The
I'm
question
saying
never
though,
got answered
if it
because a
didn't bother
lot
you,
of
you
yelling.
would not say anything.
Hey, it's a
If
lot
it
of
didn't
yelling,
bother
but there's
you,
no answering of the question. You
no,
notice
no, no,
that?
no.
I'm
He's
It's
trying.
yelling
yelling
I'm
over
because
You
you
trying
get
keep
to
your
talking
answer
question,
it.
over him.
man. Listen.
I'm
Okay,
trying to
we're gonna cut
answer.
this down.
I'm trying my best.
We're
Like,
gonna
bro,
cut this
and then
down.
y'all cut him
All right,
off.
yeah, he gonna have to be the next nigga I go in the chat for.
God
Go ahead,
damn.
Taz. He gonna have to be the next nigga.
So
Go
look,
ahead,
here goes
Taz.
the problem, bro. So like, this is what I'm saying, but I get it. Like everybody want to say some shit, but like, listen to what he's saying. The nigga keeps saying it historically. Well, the Democrat Party has been against us longer historically. Like, what the fuck is he talking about, and why is he able to keep saying that dumb shit without being challenged?
Taz, you got to put this in context,
Linwood,
though.
Linwood,
Hold on.
Linwood. He wasn't asking you, bro. He wasn't really asking you.
You know, goddamn well, I wasn't asking you.
Well, I know more about politics than you, and I can
Oh,
tell you.
come on with this. I know more shit, man. Come on, bro.
I left. I,
There was a thing called the Southern Strategy that the Republicans used to get the Dixiecrats, which is a wing of the Democratic Party, to join the Republican
Come on,
Party.
we're gonna
We
get
are.
back on January
I
6th. We're
tried to
gonna
make
we
that
gonna
No,
statement.
we
I
know
tried
hold
to
that,
on.
make
bro.
that
I don't understand how
Mm,
that's relevant. If
nah.
again, the statement that I made,
I disagree.
was majority of
I think
Trump
regardless of
of
the
people who
party,
voted for Donald Trump are not MAGA. They're moderate conservatives.
they're the same party.
Again, the majority of Trump voters are not MAGA. They are moderate conservatives. I
That should
don't
be a simple
understand
statement.
why. I don't understand why we're bringing up the historical conservative party. I don't know why we're talking about the Southern strategy because it doesn't work on them. You have Trump voters who are like, Trump needs to stay away from these conversations of race because he creates more division. However, I am against abortion, so I voted for him. Like that, like it's not that difficult, bro. And I guess niggas want to just have the same conversation about, oh, conservatives are racist, ain't they? Because they racist, right? Hold on, will you say that they racist with me? Can you agree with me and say conservatives are right? What the fuck are we doing? Why is that the basis of niggas? It's the same comment. All right.
Now you don't know why it's the basis. See what I'm saying, Damo? Now that's your fault, bro. Because when I'm sitting here telling your ass every day as we watch it happen, now you don't know why it's happening. Nigga, all that goddamn crazy fear mongering we see, nigga. They make that shit.
I don't do the fear mongering, bro. I
I
call
said
a
that we
spade a
see.
spade.
No, I said that we see. I tried to level with you.
That,
And you trying to argue.
that we see. You right.
You trying to argue with me. That's a goddamn.
You right. Nah, nigga. You got it. Bro.
Left
You
wing,
never check
right wing,
never check the history of the party you join. Just join the party, or just talk about
regardless
a
of the
party. Don't look at the
party,
history. Yeah, don't look at the
it
history of
don't
it. No,
matter.
no, it don't matter.
Democrat,
Just go blind.
Republican,
Bro, but
they
Yeah,
actually,
go
if
still the
you
blind.
look
same
at,
Go
bro,
plan.
blind. Hey, this gun
if
said
niggas
the
It's
actually,
Democrats were
still the
against us longer
same
than
racist
Republicans.
if
He
niggas
doesn't know
bullshit.
actually
nothing about
study,
history.
if niggas actually study
Hey,
political
bro,
science,
let
you'll
him
see
challenge
No,
that
that.
no. If for one, if you
Let him
call
voters,
yourself
challenge
a
that,
nigga,
bro.
that's
Let him
already
challenge that.
ignorant, man. You dumb as
You said
fuck,
you
man.
you said you would
Stop that
challenge my
talk, man.
statement. You think you could challenge my
Stop.
statement?
Yeah.
I'm listening.
Yeah,
hold on, what was the state? What was
when
the
was the
statement that he
Democratic
challenged?
Party formed? What year?
I said the Democrats have been against us longer than the Republicans have.
Okay, and how
Oh
long
yeah,
have they
that's
been
true. That's a
against us?
fact. That's
How long?
a fact.
Okay, so here's the question. How long have they been against us?
I would argue they've been against us since their formation.
What year was that?
18. Oh God, I can't give you the direct year.
Hmm.
Wait.
It was
Okay.
around the
You don't.
1830s.
Okay, so
hold
around
on.
the
I would go from the
1830s. Okay,
You don't
around the
start.
1830s. Okay,
year.
great. Let's go from there. Okay, so the Tillman Hayes Compromise. Are you familiar with it? Any of you? I mean, we're
No, I'm
talking
not.
politics. You can't talk politics and not be familiar with that. It's very important if you're going to talk Republicans and
Well, you
Democrats.
got to tell me what it is, bro. What is it?
It's the compromise that the Democrats made in order to allow their guy to be president. They let
Hayes,
they made a compromise.
Rutherford Hayes.
They made a compromise, which they end up pulling
Was
all the federal
better
troops.
known as the
They
compromise
pulled
of
out all the federal
1830.
troops because this has
Bro,
happened
but
after the Civil War. They pull all the
hold on,
federal
but
troops out, and this becomes the end of
Which marked the
Reconstruction
end of
era. This
Reconstruction.
becomes the
Right.
end of
right.
Reconstruction and the beginning of the purge on Black people.
So you use the senator's
So
name
then
to
that was
make it
18.
sound
All
like
right, so that's
Wow.
trash, bro.
1877. Look at now talking over
No.
me, but
When
now
did,
you
but
in
when did
history.
the
Let's
wait,
get
hold
it.
on?
Wow.
When did the
Let's get the
shift?
rub now.
Hold on.
What part
When
you
did the
mad at?
shift? No.
Got
When did the
him.
shift take place though? When did the
What?
shift take place? When did the shift take
1877.
place? That's not true.
1877.
That's
Yes,
not
that's the
true.
year.
That's
I
not
just
true.
said
No,
the human takes. Google it,
that is
dummy. You
marked
don't
as
gotta
the end of
fucking
So,
argue. Google
Reconstruction.
it.
Nigga, my
so
degree is in
Human
political
takes
science.
compromise.
Stupid. What the
Wait,
fuck
what
What
are
is
is
you
the
the
talking about?
compromise
compromise?
about?
No. What is your degree in? What is your degree in?
so
What?
No,
the
fuck that.
political
Fuck
Damo,
that.
don't do that,
What is
bro.
your no,
Just
fuck that. What is
Look at
your
him
degree in?
yelling and look at all this stupid
What is
stuff.
your
Damo,
degree
No.
have
in?
a debate
Google it
on
and
this
look it up. So the
topic,
Hold on.
Tillman,
man.
hey, this is for
What is
intelligent
your
people.
degree in?
Hey, yo, for
But
What is your
intelligent
degree in?
people.
what is he
Fuck
No, for
that.
arguing
Fuck
about
that.
intelligent
then?
Fuck
people.
that.
Right.
Fuck that? What
Yeah,
is your
That's a
you
degree
don't
very
in?
have to
important. That's a
Google it,
very
Hold
man.
on,
important.
you
You got
talking
to
about
know.
intelligent
You get
people?
nothing. You
What
got
is
to
your
sit down,
degree
sit
in?
down and shut up.
Hey,
Sit down
either
and
say
shut
what
up.
your degree.
Yeah,
Hey, either
PhD,
say what your degree in, or I'm sitting
Yeah,
you down.
PhD, master. What do you want to hear? That's what you want to hear? That
No,
make you
no,
feel better?
I'm saying
Okay,
what
that's
is your
irrelevant.
degree
Yeah.
in?
Come on,
PhD,
No, what
man.
is your
master,
degree
master.
in?
Yeah,
I
go
want to
on.
have a
Yeah.
conversation,
Okay,
bro. I
now
don't
let's
care
move
if you got
along.
a
Hold on,
degree.
nah, fuck
Right.
that.
What is
He
yours?
calling niggas dumb,
Google
bro.
it. You
You
don't
know
need a
this my
degree to
shit.
Google it. Look at how you're switching the
You
subject.
know
See
this
how
my
this dude
shit.
is switching it? Look how you
Hold
switch
on,
it. He don't
who's doing
want to
this
Nobody's
talk
talking?
switching
about
the
it.
Who's doing this
subject,
talking?
bro.
The
Ain't
Who's
Hayes
doing
nobody
this
switching
Tillman
the
talking?
subject,
compromise.
bro.
Look at Hayes Tillman
Saya, oh
compromise.
yeah,
Look what
Saya,
he's
yeah,
doing
he
now.
about to
Look
get
what
sit
he's
down
trying to
real
do.
quick.
Come on,
Now he's trying to
Damo,
He
bro.
talk
about to
What
get
over
you
sit down
me.
real
doing,
quick.
bro?
Nah,
Now
fuck
he's
it.
trying to look at. Now he's yelling, trying to
God
talk over me. But
damn,
so this is
bro.
what you need to know. So if you were intelligent, you would know that. You have to know
So
that a
listen,
Tillman
bro.
Hayes
You
compromise.
got to
When you
pass the
understand
mic,
that,
bro.
when you understand that
You got to
Hillman
pass the
Hayes,
mic,
when
bro.
you understand the
Hold
Tillman
on, I
Hayes
got it.
compromise, when you understand that compromise, then you can understand what begins at that party switch. So then when this man says, oh,
That
1877,
compromise did
so
not
when he
make that
says that,
change.
and you know that,
Let
oh
him
That
yeah,
let
well,
him
compromise did
Republicans,
not make
if
finish,
that
you
bro.
change.
understand,
How
yes,
much
it
you want to
did.
The
bet? How much
Yes,
you
it
want to
did.
the
bet?
Yes, it
How
did.
much
It
you
was
the,
want
one
to
of the
cha-
bet?
major ones.
How
It
much
was
you
the,
one
want
of
to
the
bet?
major
the
changes.
change
This
the
How
man,
much you
change
thi-
want to bet?
we
the
could. How we
change
gonna make the
the
bet? How you gonna
change
complete the bet, dummy? You
Hey,
can't
put no.
complete
the
Hey,
it.
we can.
Stop it,
Hey,
man.
send
the
Stop it.
$100 to
change
Zayax right
Stop.
now.
All right,
I'll
hold
send
on,
gentlemen,
$100 to Zayax right
gentlemen,
now.
hold on.
gentlemen,
Make
How much you
make
want
the
gentlemen,
to bet?
bet or stand
gentlemen,
off the argument. Say
gentlemen. The change happened in the 1960s. That's when during
No,
the
No,
no, we're not
it
yes,
riding
it
with
happened
is.
in
that.
the night. It
Come on,
happened
bro.
in the 19 late. It happened in the 1930s. It started in the
30s, son.
1930s.
Yes, yes. Technically,
It
yes, you're
started,
correct.
yeah,
Technically,
it
it was
started
the
in the
Not
30s.
technically,
1930s.
actually,
But
nigga. Not technically, actually. FDR. Not technically,
Bro,
yes,
actually.
nah,
72%
it,
in 1932.
it wasn't FDR though. It was his wife that was pushing it. And then Harry Truman desegregated the military in '48. You had the Dixiecrats begin to form, and they started to leave the Democratic Party. By the '60s, that's when Johnson signed the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voters' Rights Act of '65. And at that point, uh, all
this
the
nigga don't. Nah,
Yeah, he
look,
Southern
just said
Democrats
Johnson.
left.
Johnson's a Republican,
hold
not
on,
a
nah,
Democrat.
Darnell,
But go
No,
ahead.
Johnson was
Darnell.
a Democrat.
Hold on,
Johnson was a
Darnell.
Johnson was a
Republican.
Democrat.
You make a great point, right? But let's point this out.
Johnson was a
The initial
Republican, dummy.
point Taz made was that Democrats were actually against black people for longer than they've been for black people. He
Right, but the
said
claim
that
doesn't make sense because it doesn't match the timeline.
no,
1877
it
is the
don't. Hold
compromise.
on, watch.
It's the
That's why you
Tillman
have
Hayes.
to
What is the
interrupt.
Tillman Hayes
The
compromise about?
timeline was
No,
started at
the Timber Hayes.
1865, first
Listen,
off.
The compromise had nothing to do
The
with
timeline was start off in
switching.
1865,
The
first
compromise
off.
had everything to do with switching. It's one of the main reasons
voted
No,
people
more
switch to the
Republican
no,
vote.
no, no, no.
post Reconstruction.
So no,
Yeah,
what
in the
happened? What
Reconstruction, is
happened?
that good for black people or bad for black people?
No, post. Hold
What
on.
happened?
Post Recon. No, hold on. Post Reconstruction, black
It's Jim
people
Crow.
were still voting
Republican.
overwhelmingly Republican. Matter of fact,
Republican.
during Reconstruction, the majority of
This
the
is
black
post.
politicians at the time were
It is,
Republicans.
it is, yeah, it is when the,
All,
but it's
not
when the switch
majority,
So,
all.
begins, right? It is when the
Well,
switch
All.
yeah,
so,
begins. The
oh,
switch
yeah,
lasts.
I
Listen,
was
the
gonna
that's
switch
true.
correct
lasts
that.
for
I was
almost
gonna
100
correct that.
years. The
I was
switch lasts for almost 100 years, but is this
no,
switch
it
that it
didn't.
is this? Listen, it is this switch because when the feds were pulled out of the South, this is when the Ku Klux Klan and everything started lynching us. This is when all the lynchings and all
This
the
nigga
town
dumb as
burning
hell.
started really taking
The
place.
Klan started, dude.
This
The
is when
Klan
Yeah.
started in
this.
1865, bro. What
I
are you
know it
talking about?
started
By
1865,
then, they
but
were
the purges,
eradicated.
they were
They
you
were
had Klan, but you
eradicated in
had federal agents all in the
1871.
South. The
There
Klan
was no
still had to
Klan in
revolve around the federal
1871.
agents, but the
Bro, you don't even know
compromise
what
pulled
you're
all
talking
the
about,
federal
man.
agents out.
Hey,
The
fam, why you
compromise,
talking about?
listen, the
So why aren't you
compromise
talking
pulled the
about the
Uh,
Ku
agents out.
Klux
Look at that's why
Klan
he
Act,
talks
bro?
over me. Notice that when I
I'm
talk, you
trying to
talking
talk
over you
over
because
me.
you won't
You
stop
not
talking.
trying to talk. You not
You
trying to
got to
hear.
stop
You're trying
talking
to
at
act.
some point.
So no, why you trying to talk over me? Now,
Because you
like I
got to
said, the
pass the mic at
compromise. We're
some
talking
point,
about
fam.
the
I keep
compromise.
listening to
The
you.
compromise pulls the feds
Ain't
out of the
nobody
South.
heard me talk yet.
When the feds are pulled out of the South,
It's
this
crazy.
allows a straight purge
Watch
on
this.
black people. And this
Hold
is
on,
All
hold on.
also when
right.
I'm
all the
reading the
black
source.
codes, this is when
All
the
right.
I'm
black
reading.
codes
Hold on.
usher
I'm
in.
reading the
Okay.
source. Hold on.
All
I'm
right.
reading
You
the
got it.
source. Watch this. Blacks mostly voted Republican from after the Civil War and through the early part of the 20th century. That's not surprising when one considers that. Now, do you know when the 20th century was, nigga?
The
What was the 20th
1900s.
century?
1900s.
Okay, the early part of the 20th century. That's not surprising when one considers that Abraham Lincoln was the first Republican president, and the white segregationist politicians who governed southern states in those days were Democrats. The Democrat Party did not welcome blacks then, and it wasn't until 1924 that blacks were even permitted to attend Democratic conventions in any official capacity. Most blacks lived in the South, where they were mostly prevented from voting at all. The election of Roosevelt in 1932 marked the beginning of a change. He got 71% of the black vote for president in 1936 and did nearly that well in the next two elections, or according to historical figures kept by the Joint Center for Political and Economic Studies. But even then, the number of blacks identifying themselves as Republican was about the same as the number who thought themselves as Democrats. It wasn't until Harry Truman garnered 77% of the black vote in 1948 that a majority of blacks reported that they thought of themselves as Democrats. Earlier than that year, Truman had issued an order desegregating the armed services, and executive order setting up regulations against racial bias in federal employment. So if we're talking about, you don't see a complete shift until the like you see a shift in the 1930s, and then a complete shift when you get by the time you get to 1948. How the fuck are you arguing that something that happened during Reconstruction marked that shift? You don't know what you're talking about. And I dare you to bring one piece of relevant evidence that says that majority of black people started voting Democrat, or Democrats started advocating for policies that were pro-black before the fucking 1930s.
I'll wait.
It doesn't exist.
Start talking
The
about dealing with voting, dealing with who we voted for and things like that. One of the issues that you had was that the black codes came in, and because the Democrats had fuck around and had pulled all the federal troops out, that means we couldn't vote no more. So yes, and we had major problems getting to the polls and everything in this
Amendments
era.
were made
We had
to-
major problems getting to the polls because of what they did. You know what I mean? But that
No, I
same
don't
group,
know.
we did. Me and the
Hold
Creek.
on, my
Notice that,
nigga.
as I said,
Hold
as I'm
on,
talking
hold on,
now,
my nigga.
I just let
I
dude
asked you.
talk. Listen, as I let
I
dude
asked you.
talk,
I
notice how
asked you a
now it's
specific
Will you ever
question.
stop talking?
I asked you a specific question. I
What?
said, show a piece of evidence that shows Democrats having pro-black policies or pro-black initiatives before the 1930s.
Did
You
he ever
can't.
stop talking the whole time he was off the panel when he was talking that before?
No, he didn't.
I don't know.
You can't share the mic, bro. You can't share the mic. It's ridiculous, bro, because the time period he pointing to is definitely a time period where we in politics, but it's the first time we're in politics. So when we're talking about 1865, yes, they had to create amendments to give us rights. We had no fucking rights. 1865, 68, there are no rights. This is why they can do different shit during that time period. This is why amendments are made. So by the time you get to 1877, which he's referring to, yes, they starting to roll back a lot of those rights. But
I'm
he
not talking
has
about the rights. I'm saying pulling the troops out. They pulled all the federal troops that were protecting black people out of the South. That was the Democratic Party. That was the Republican Party that did that. A party that we created. We created the Republican Party.
Bro, but no, hold on. No, no,
But
no.
in 1877, the
Why did
Republican
that happen?
Party
No, why did that
the
happen?
Republican Party had been taken over by
Why did
white folks,
hold
and they
on? Why
controlled
did
the
that
South.
happen?
no, bro.
Why did
That's
that
because
happen?
there.
Go
That's
ahead, go
because
So
there
why did
were
that
there.
happen? Why did
That's
they take
because
our
there was
party?
no.
Who
There was no.
who
There
made the
was no.
Notice that
Hold
it's
on.
very
Hold on.
difficult to
Hold
talk. I don't
who
mind
on.
made
going
the
against
decision?
one of y'all,
I'm trying to
but you
answer
have
the
to let me
question.
answer. You have a
Let me
hard
I'm
answer the
time
asking
letting me
question.
him.
complete any
I'm
thoughts. You're
asking
having a
him.
hard
I'm
time
asking him.
hearing.
I'm
You
What's up,
asking
notice
him.
for
that
Nuke?
do you notice that when
Who
it's time
made
for
the
me to speak,
decision?
you keep
Who
talking
made
over
the
me?
decision to
How
remove?
can you learn?
Who made the decision to remove Union troops from the South? Who made that decision? And
The party,
and what?
the
No,
Republican
who?
Party.
That's not true.
It was a
Who
vote. They
made that
voted on it.
They
decision?
Yes, they did. It
What?
was a Republican Party.
made a
They made the
deal. They
Okay,
made
compromise.
a
that's what.
deal.
All right,
They made
They
a
made the
listen.
deal
compromise.
with the Democrats to remove the federal soldiers. In order,
The troops from South. Right.
basically,
This became a
there was
purge
no
on black people.
there was no clear winner of the 1876 election. It was a very contested election, no clear winner, and they made it. Republicans made a deal. Hey, you let our guy Rutherford B. Hayes take office,
And we'll
and
let you
we'll.
control all your states. We'll let you have
Yep.
state rights,
Nah,
basically. Do
hold
whatever you
on.
want for
No,
black people.
we talking about post Reconstruction, correct? What caused the
Yes.
end of
This is how
Reconstruction?
this ushers it
What,
in.
hold
Yes,
on,
this
look,
ushers
look,
in.
look, look. Hold on. Who caused the end of Reconstruction?
I just said it. But it was the presidential
No,
election.
the
It was the
assassination of Abraham Lincoln brought about the
no,
end of Reconstruction because Andrew
no, no.
Johnson, his vice
In
president,
destruction,
who assumed,
Reconstruction ends in
who, hold
1877.
Nuke,
on,
who
hold
is that
on,
for?
hold
Nuke,
on,
who
And
is that
Lincoln's
$20
killed in
hold on.
for?
See, that's what
63.
niggas, see, I'm bringing
You 20
history.
something years
I'm
off,
bringing
bro.
history. I'm
Lincoln
bringing
killed in
history.
63.
No,
Reconstruction ends in 1877.
bro, Lincoln got killed in 1865. The
Yep.
fuck
The
you talking about? Shut your dumb ass up.
Reconstruction ends in 1877.
Right. Those are the
Yep.
Reconstruction years, 1862 to 1877. Lincoln gets
It-
assassinated in 1865.
Oh, okay, Nuke.
now look. Here's the because that's why I asked the question. Who made the decision? Who made the decision to rescind
It's a
all
party
of the pro?
decision. It was a party
No, bro,
decision
no,
made
it was
by
like,
the
bro, it was
Republicans.
because here's the thing. You can't even tell me who made that decision, which goes to
It's a
show you that you
party
just rambling.
decision. It's a vote.
It
It's
wasn't
a
a party
damn
decision,
political
bro.
party.
Because
Political
Abraham
parties are
Lincoln,
made by
hold on.
vote. It's
This
made
okay.
by vote. It's a
This
political
how I know you don't know
party.
what you're talking about. This how I know you
Yes,
don't know
I
what you're talking
do.
about.
You don't know.
This
What are
how
you
I don't know what
talking
you're talking
about?
about. Andrew Johnson.
You just said it was because of Abraham Lincoln. Dude, are you
No,
out of your
bro,
mind?
I
That's the
didn't.
beginning of
Yeah, that's not
Bro,
what
Reconstruction.
he
You said it
said.
ended with Abraham
bro,
Lincoln.
what I said was the assassination of Abraham Lincoln brought about the
Began
end of
Reconstruction.
It
No, it
brought
didn't. That's
about
the
the end.
beginning.
No,
Dude,
but that's the
That
man.
beginning of
bro, no,
Reconstruction,
okay,
He's
bro.
lost. Somebody
no.
just Google it. Why do we
It's,
even got to argue like this? We can
okay,
Google it.
when did Reconstruction start? When did Reconstruction start?
Right after the Civil War.
1862, bro. No, it starts
When
during
was
the
when
Civil
was
War.
when was when was Abraham
It
Lincoln
starts
assassinated?
after. It's Reconstruction of the country. When they're
Reconstruction
reconstructing it,
No,
starts
they're
when did
during.
reconstructing all the
okay,
laws and everything
Okay.
when did
He has a
Reconstruction start?
reconstruction issue.
When did
after the Civil
Reconstruction
War.
start?
After Civil
What year
War.
was that?
After you
What
got
year
to
was
defeat the
Tamo,
enemy
hey,
before you
Tamo,
can
I gotta
reconstruct
debate
it.
on
You
this.
can't
And
reconstruct
That's
a country
crazy.
that's divided. You
hey,
can't
Tamo, you hear me?
reconstruct a country
Hey,
that's in
we
civil
know
war.
that,
We gotta
dummy.
debate
We
on this.
So
know
how
that,
are you saying that
stupid.
it was
Okay. Okay,
We got
we got off
okay.
the
We
main
gotta debate
premise.
on
Did
this.
we establish how
Hold
long
on,
Democrats supported black people and how long Republicans supported them in terms of the exact years? Was it 80 to 70 or 80 to 50 or what was the final numbers on that?
I
Because that
mean,
was the original
you don't even
argument.
get Democratic support until the 40s, though. So I mean, it's
Thank
not even.
you.
But we're,
It's not even. It's a non-starter. It's like a trick question. You know
all
what
right,
I'm
can we
Niggas
saying?
go
ain't
back
even
to that?
invited. Niggas ain't even invited to the DNC until the 1930s.
Like it's not even
So
a
What are we
fact.
talking about?
so
Like yeah,
Republicans supported black people longer than Democrats if
no.
we're just
Well,
comparing years.
in turn, right? But we just.
Yes.
But that's because there's a timeline, right? So if we're doing modern, no,
a
of
Jim
course
Crow
not.
era.
But
That's why.
the
Because we
way it
got
was
put into the Jim
played.
Crow era by this party. So the allegiance to the party wasn't as strong anymore.
Listen
That
to this
started the
idiot.
movement. It's Reconstruction. It's the end of Reconstruction era,
So what's
that
the answer to the
1877
question, yo?
compromise that starts the movements within the
Hey,
So
party.
which party supported
It
black
begins
people
the
more?
transfer of black people being
I'm gonna show you
Democrats.
something from
I
my
mean, from
debate,
black
Hold
people being
on.
bro.
Hold on, Saia.
And
So
show you
just answer the question. What party supported black people the longest in terms of time? Republican or Democrat? That's all that was asked initially. All right, let me try to see if that works.
but that's why I did the timeline for him. No, it doesn't work.
All right,
It's
so can you answer the
it's actually
question?
a trick question. It's a trick question,
it's
though.
No,
not
no,
a
no,
trick.
no, no, no.
This
I'm just asking
this
him.
shit
I'm
is
just
not a
asking
trick
him.
question, bro.
No,
This
no,
shit is
I'm just
not a
asking
trick
him.
question.
Well, I
Saia,
mean, because you're right,
which,
because
no,
it's
no, no,
not
no,
really a
no,
trick
no, no,
question.
no, no,
Because
no,
when you
no,
said
no, 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 no,
yeah,
no, no,
so
no.
because if you looked at some of those,
Just
like
answer the
if you looked at the
question.
Republican
No,
states,
no, no,
yeah,
no.
yes,
There's no
yes,
trick.
because yeah, it isn't, yeah, it ain't no. That's
In
why I said it
terms
ain't
of
really,
years. No, 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 no.
I mean,
yeah.
if you a
Even if you
dumb
have to
nigga,
stop and pick back up, you can still add those years. It'll still count. So
Right.
who has the most years
Who has the most years of what?
supporting black people? Republicans or Democrats?
Democrats.
Because he don't know what the fuck he's talking
Yeah.
about.
Okay. Yeah. Democrats. Okay.
He don't.
So now,
Because he don't know
okay.
what the
Now let
fuck
me
he's
ask you
talking
this.
about.
Let me ask you this. The countries,
sad.
all the
Are
states.
you
Hey, let me
aware
ask you a
that
question.
that is the wrong
Let me ask
answer?
you a question.
No,
Let
no,
me
no,
ask
no.
you a question.
Are you aware that that's the wrong answer?
No, I got the right answer. But let me ask you a question to see if
No,
you
you
can get
don't
this
have the
answer
right
right.
answer,
The
bro.
slave
Okay,
states. Hey, check this
when
now.
was the
You
no no
don't
no
even.
no no? This is real
You know.
simple. When was the first
Nah, I'm not
When was the
required to
first?
listen to you.
Watch this. Watch this. When was the first pro-black Democratic policy?
The
Oh,
first
when was the
pro-black
first?
Democratic policy. Okay, answer that
Or
question.
I want to. Well, yeah, because we have an understanding that pro-black could be anybody could be pro-black, right? So we at least have that foundation. So if we had that foundation, when was the first pro-black Democratic policy?
Okay, here it comes. Here it comes.
Truman,
I never knew the
Truman's
Democratic Party to have
desegregation
a
of the military
pro-black
in
policy. I don't know
1938.
them to have a pro-black policy. I don't know them to have a pro-black policy.
Done,
But what I do know,
done,
but what I do know,
done,
what I do know is
done,
when I look at the states, right, and I try to
done.
figure out, when I try to figure out the states that most people were lynched in, would that be Democratic or would that be Republican states? Do you know? We can pull a map up.
Democrat
Don't answer that
win,
question. Shut
Republican
up. Don't even
win.
answer that question. How about this question?
No, the
If you
states
look
ain't
at the
never been the
states,
same
if you look
party,
at the
Hey,
no
bro,
states
matter
that,
how
do me a
long they
favor.
were
hey, if you
organized.
look at the
Hey,
states,
bro, if
hey, here's
y'all
a
niggas
question.
Yeah,
don't hear
you
this type
asking
of
old dumb.
stupidity and
I
crash
know,
out,
Yeah.
right?
there's something wrong with y'all.
Hear
I
my
don't give a
So,
screen
fuck.
right
Hold
quick,
what
on,
bro.
argument
Taz.
are you trying
Hold
to
on,
make, bro?
Taz. Hold on,
I'm
Taz.
trying to get
Because I
my
don't give a
screen
fuck.
shared.
Y'all
This
niggas can
nigga
say Damo be
trash.
yelling, Damo be doing this, because
Damo, I'm trying to share my
y'all hear
screen,
this
bro.
Nah,
stupid
he was
shit
out of line
and
on that one.
y'all look at it like motherfucking entertainment. Y'all hear this dumbass
Yes,
nigga say
I'm
the shit that he say,
entertained, bro.
and then y'all look at it as,
Let me share my
he
screen,
for
bro.
saying shit. Nigga, as a political science
Share
scholar,
screen.
as
Share
somebody who
screen.
has
All right,
dedicated
hold
their life
on,
to this shit, when
Chad.
you hear the stupidity of people, it's like if a nigga was a physicist and he was over here arguing with like Lance. Do you know how pissed off a physicist would be arguing with a nigga talking about gravity is electromagnetism? Be
Right,
extremely heated.
but these are
What the
teachable
fuck are we
moments, though,
talking
Damo.
about?
What we're talking about is my debate in a couple weeks, and I will be debating if Reconstruction was successful for Black people. So there is a misconception that Reconstruction started after the Civil War, but it didn't. And so I want this
Nah,
dumbass
Luke,
dude,
I'm in the car, nigga. I'm in the car. I ain't went in the house yet. I'm
right?
in the car.
So when people say things like that, you know what I'm saying? I do want them to know though. So in terms of Reconstruction, no, it actually started during the Civil War. They had not ended the Civil War yet. This is 1864. They're already talking about Reconstruction. I don't think he knows what he's talking about in any topic, in any of these subject matters. You know what I'm saying? So I will go deeper, but like I say, I have a debate coming up in a few weeks on the subject.
Hey,
Oh
so
my
are
god,
you
these niggas so
counting are you
dumb.
counting discussions as actual implementation of Reconstruction, or does tools actually have to be machines have to be moving?
Well, I would argue that the machines were moving, but they had to first complete the Civil War before they can get the actual product in motion.
I got you
But
on that one.
but the machine was moving, you know what I'm saying, in terms of trying to have a strategy of what they're gonna do when they win the war.
There was an established objective actually.
Yeah.
I see. I get it. Yeah.
This shit is so dumb, bro. This is like easy shit.
Yeah. It sounds like
Niggas,
you come from a Yale platform. The people
nah,
that
but
are
this is,
around just like the Yale a
but thi-
lot.
but see, this is why, this is why I get pissed off with niggas because like this is really the nigga that Taz be arguing with when he say the fucking them dumbass Democrats. When he be talking about like
Now
the
he fit
Trump
the bill
derangement
now. Yeah.
syndrome and all
Yeah.
this, that's these niggas, bro.
Yeah. He definitely fit the
But as
bill.
you can see, I don't just vibe with niggas because they against fucking conservatives. That's not, you not making a point. Oh, conservatives, which party voted against the interest of black people? Both of them. The fuck are you talking about? Routinely. They still
That's
do. What the fuck are you
that's
talking
why
about?
that's why I called it a trick question earlier.
Yeah,
No,
I
we
mean
get it.
it was meant to be, and he fell for it.
Mm.
Like I intentionally worded it so one would say, well, no, I mean today they don't fuck with us right now. Yeah,
Yeah.
but I mean, if we're looking at our history as a people, no, dog, we got to go back to, you know what I'm saying, Lincoln, and why our people actually celebrated Lincoln into the 1900s. Our Emancipation Day celebrations had Lincoln in the backdrop. Our
Yeah.
people
Bro,
love
Democrats were filibustering the fucking Civil Rights Act.
right.
What are
Yes,
we
they were.
talking about?
That is
Well, we
true.
got
Democrats,
past that, bro.
Democrats was filibustering the fucking Civil Rights Act.
Y'all let him get
What
But
are
it,
we?
past that
but it,
point, though.
but
He
it
said
was also true that a Democrat signed the Civil Rights Act into law. Lyndon Baines Johnson.
But they
He signed
didn't
it.
do it
A
because
Democrat.
they fucked with black people. They did it because they didn't want niggas. They rather have a Dr. King than a Malcolm X. They did it
And
because they would rather say, hey, I'm with the non-violent nigga. What do you want? Like we can give you some things you want because these other niggas over here, they about to burn some shit up.
And that's
Bro,
more
with
of a
John F. Kennedy.
Bro. That's Kennedy's policy. That's not LBJ's policy. That's the
No,
continuation.
of course.
That was LBJ. Kennedy died. LBJ signed it into law.
Kennedy died.
Yeah, but
Kennedy started the
got the
ball on
wheels
all that
going
shit.
on.
He started the ball rolling on all that shit.
Yeah, those papers are supposed to be released, I think.
And listen, and the reason why we know this, is because it's documented that Robert Kennedy, when he received the letter from Birmingham jail, Robert Kennedy was like, "Hey, these niggas is getting hot. We got to do something about this." So when John F. Kennedy gave his first speech on civil rights and the possibility of even a Civil Rights Act, or just talking about the social circumstances, he mentioned riots in the streets 13 times.
Well, and then too, you also have to remember it was a guy by the name of Adlai Stevenson. He was asked by the Prime Minister of India at the time, "Hey, how can you guys be the country of freedom and look what you're doing to the black people in your country?" Adlai Stevenson came home and reported that to Kennedy. Adlai Stevenson was I believe he was ambassador to the UN at the time. Yeah, and they when he reported that to Kennedy,
Dallas. They attacked him in Dallas a few months before Kennedy got assassinated. He went to Dallas to speak, and they shitted on him. It's video of it. You know what I'm saying? He pissed off. They booing him, throwing shit at him, spitting on him. You know what I'm saying? They clowned him in Dallas, and then they put him in the same city.
Hey, Saya, let's set up the debate, bro. Let this nigga back on so we can set up the debate.
In Republican states, what was life like? Look, you don't got to answer it. Listen, I know you're not going to answer it.
Bro, let's set up the debate. Let's set up the debate, bro. Let's set up the debate.
No, we can do it right now.
No. I want to give you time to prepare. I want to give you time to prepare, bro.
You shouldn't answer the question.
I want to give you time to prepare. Debate me, $100. Let's do the debate, $100.
You can't debate nothing, dude. You're an idiot.
Don't do that,
bro.
Let's do it.
Debate me on it.
Okay,
$500. Cool. Let's do $500.
Saya against
$500 debate.
Yep. Now, this is
the topic. No, this is the topic. I'm not playing.
No, so you making a topic?
I'm not playing.
He is. No,
because I'm saying what we're gonna debate.
Come on,
the debate is
you're not intelligent.
The Republicans support black people longer than Democrats. Let's do it.
You gonna take it, Sai?
You said $500.
No, I don't even like the title. That sounds stupid as hell.
You said
that
no.
Stupid as hell.
Okay, so let me ask you. So let me ask you. Is that are you saying that statement is correct or incorrect?
How about this one? Let's do it this way. Is it more advantageous for black people to side with Republicans or Democrats?
Look at this simple ass shit, bro.
More advantageous.
It's pretty much the same thing, but it make it more clear. Because the way
it's not the same thing. We're talking about time, though.
Okay, no, we ain't talking time. We talking straight up. You want to do it or not?
I told you he was dumb.
I said let's do it. Yeah. Now when I ask the question, see y'all won't answer the question. So when I ask you about the Jim Crow
that was the original question,
when I asked you about the Jim Crow era,
the
I asked each and every one of you at the same time. None of you want to answer it. What was life like for black people in Republican states during the Jim Crow era?
Nigga, they was getting lynched in Democrat states.
How about this?
They was getting lynched in the Democratic states.
Who do you think the governor of Alabama was, bro?
What is life like for black people in Republican states today?
Let's talk about some of this shit you saying,
What is
bro.
life like? What is life like for black people in Republican states like Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana? Have you ever thought about that? You want to take a look at it with me? You want to take a look at it? You want to take a look at it with me? Historically,
you know who the governor is of Alabama?
This nigga, he don't listen when he don't listen, bro. He just
no.
Yeah, that listen part is very low.
When I ask
he's
questions,
literally answering your question.
It's not a real discussion. It's just how it's running. You do all kinds. You're not answering the question.
He's answering your question.
He's not answering my.
All right, bro.
Look,
Hey, check it out. Check
Bro,
it
do
out.
you know?
So,
Do you?
so he
Okay,
no, hold on, real quick, Taz. Hold on, real quick, Taz.
please,
Hold on,
bro.
real quick.
Every time I start talking, bro,
No,
come
hold
on,
on. I
man.
promise you. I promise you. I promise. I
Nah, he
promise. This
dropped
it.
off,
This it.
Taz. He dropped off. Domo dropped off.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
bro.
But here's the thing, bro. Because all this back and forth is stupid. I want to do this the official way.
Why is so much
I
lynch in the
believe.
Republican states?
Hold on.
Dude, you
Look.
can't talk. You can't talk now, dude.
Hold on. Look. Because I
Why not?
agree. I agree.
Because I said so.
Liberal
That's why.
in
Don't answer, man.
2025, liberal policies are more beneficial than conservative policies for black people. I agree with that. You said I made a statement that you disagreed with. I said that, and Taz said that Republican throughout history, there is more evidence of support for Republicans and black people than there is for support for Democrats and black people. You said that that's not true.
Well, look at
That's
the
a
way you
place where.
word it. No, I don't even know what you're saying there. That's something totally different. But go, okay. That's something
Okay, so
totally different.
Taz, is that anything different than the statement you made, Taz?
No, it's not. That was
So you're saying who black people support or who supports black people? Because look at the way you're
Who
saying it.
who
both.
Are you
supported
saying
black?
what I'm saying is
Who
that Republican
Both.
Party have a
Nigga.
history.
No, it's
Republican,
not what
the
you're
right.
saying.
Both.
That's the problem. That's the
Either
problem.
or.
It's
Pick
not
one.
what you're saying.
I'm saying pick one. Which one of those would you like? Because the point I was trying to make for real, when you kept saying that dumbass shit about who was getting lynched from the time that you mentioned 1877 all the way up until the 1980s, Democrats ran Alabama.
nigga,
Did you know that?
silly ass nigga?
You mentioned Alabama. You mentioned the time. I asked you simply, did you know any of the governors, any of the time, any of the things that were those were Democrats, dude. Like this is sad, man. For real.
It was
That's
evil
bro.
as Democrats. They changed their name, so now they're just as evil. But you think we should side with them? You can't admit that you recognize that they were evil when their name was Democrat. But now
Hey, bro,
that
but
they changed their
It's not
name,
the
this
argument.
you
go.
try to
Nah,
act
yeah, that
like
wasn't the question though.
you try to pretend that they ain't who they are. Those people
Hold
in
on,
those states are the same.
Nah,
hey.
that's
So
not the
to
argument.
be fair, this is what y'all niggas sound like when I be when y'all be talking about I be on
Now
Democrat
today
shit.
you said we should
Here
vote
this
with them.
nigga
This is
go,
The people who
when
Jazz.
have a history of being
when
our
y'all be
enemy.
like Damo, you on that Democrat.
Nah.
Y'all
That's
sound
a
like
fact.
this nigga, bro. Y'all
That's a
sound like
fact.
not because he
You
ain't
vote.
talking
You
about
vote.
shit we talking about.
You
He
vote,
ain't bringing
you
up
Yeah.
vote,
shit
you
relevant.
vote Republican and can't defend why. When I asked you about the fucked up policies that they've
Who
had
vote
all throughout
Republican? Who
history,
vote
you said
Republican?
that history don't matter.
Hold
You
on,
said I'm
Who
only
votes
talking about
Republican?
Dude, you
today,
just said
as if they're not as
he
Who
voted
are
racist
you
as
saying?
they
Who are
were
you
Republican.
then.
saying votes Republican? Watch this. Who are you saying votes Republican?
Oh, you definitely don't know Domo.
Who are you saying votes Republican?
He's
Do you
still
think
talking,
there was
but
a
he
governor of Mississippi during Jim Crow?
No one trying to take the position, trying to counter me.
That
It's
was
funny that I'm
Bro,
the only one
who
getting
are you
muted on this
saying
show.
votes
I don't get paid or
Republican?
call people
Who
niggas.
vote
I don't,
wait
Republican?
a minute.
Who
yo,
vote
but I get
Republican? Who vote
Dude,
Republican?
you get
Answer the
muted
question.
because you're not listening to the question. He simply asked you one question, sire. Who are you saying that voted Republican? That's all he asked. Now let me see. Let me find out if he's still talking right now.
I said anyone that's going against you, anyone that's going against me, that's who I'm addressing that to. Don't laugh. Yeah, that's my answer. Now what?
So
See,
just
that's
like
the
I
answer.
said,
The
the
fake
state of
laugh doesn't help you.
Mississippi
The
also
fake laugh don't
didn't
help
have
you.
a
So I said, yeah,
Republican governor at all during Jim Crow. There was no Republican governor
right. But
during
it was
Jim
the white people that live in that state. They called themselves Democrats at the time that today still exists, call themselves Republican today. So the same evils that you recognize them for then under the name of Democrat, you must recognize them today when they change it to Republican.
That's
No,
a
They just
different
changed their
argument
outfit.
now,
you
though.
must
The name just
understand that
changed,
no
dummy. You don't
Republicans
see.
Nobody is
were
talking
Oh,
about
so
the
so
people,
was they
yo.
fucked up back then or not?
no
Nah.
Republicans
And that's
were
what
in
I'm saying.
office.
Hey, bro, at
Yeah,
least give me my
yeah,
credit, bro.
yeah. No, we're
I
talking
don't
about the
sound like
people
this
in
shit
that
When
at
I
state.
all.
when I
After
We're talking about the people in
Reconstruction,
those
I
most
don't
states.
sound like
blacks
Nah,
this.
So
that
now
this
look
is
at
won
what
deranged.
look at
office,
what you're trying
Emmett
to
Till
claim.
when
most
So
Emmett
because
blacks
Till
you're
was
that
y'all trying to
murdered,
won
claim in your
office seats
mind
ran as
that the people
Republicans.
that was down there
when
all of a
Emmett Till
sudden,
was murdered, that was a Democrat. That
Dude,
government was a Democrat that ignored that.
Dixiecrats, yeah.
Like
dude, we're talking
real.
about the people
Bull
that run
Connor
the
was
party.
definitely a Dixiecrat.
The discussion was
But
the
he
people that
asked the
actually
question though, fam. That's what's crazy, Dev. He asked, well, what about the states during Jim Crow? Who was running them?
right,
Democrat.
the people that were running the party, not the people that were voting in the party. So he likes to flip flop back and forth on the voters and the people that are running the party. That you can't conflate the two. It doesn't mean the same thing. Democratic voters and Democratic politicians. Those are two different people. So I don't see what's so hard about that. But I think he's. Anybody want to take a bet that he's talking right now?
As a black person, do you lean towards the right or do you lean towards the left in your ideology? Look at all this
Nigga
laughing and
Dev ain't
fake without
shit.
answering questions. Like hard to have dialogue with people that's so ignorant that they can't answer
This
questions.
sad,
It's
bro.
simple. So do you side with the left or right? Look at that. You don't. It's a political
I ain't even gonna waste
conversation,
my
but you
time,
can't
bro.
answer. None of y'all. It's a
Serious, bro.
waste of
This
time.
crazy.
But you're scared to answer. You're scared to answer is the reason,
You're changing the
and you're
argument
fake
to the
laughing.
argument being
No,
about
Bro.
switching
Tell him,
no,
bro.
power.
it's
Like,
still the
you sound
same
like
thing.
a
So do you
motherfucking
side with the
fool,
left or
bro.
do you side with the right? See, within your discussion, a dude's pulling out
And this nigga
right-wing
Combo
parties.
be here
He's
calling
pulling out
people
right-wing
illiterate.
parties and he's attacking the left. He's attacking the left. So when I
This is
ask y'all, and
limited
not
for
one of you
real.
answer. See, you can keep laughing, fake laughing, and joking, but notice that you won't answer. I know that. That's why I ask
I'm
these
sorry, what's the
questions.
question, bro?
I
What you
know
asked?
when I present them.
What was the
So as a
question?
black person, do you side ideologically left or right?
I don't side with either.
You don't have a right-wing or left-wing ideology.
No, sir. I don't side with
You
either.
don't have nothing. You're just apathetic.
I have a
So you're
black first
apathetic. So
ideology.
so are you saying you're
I'm
apathetic?
I have
I'm a
a black
registered independent,
ideology.
Are you saying all right? So you don't pick nothing. You
bro.
don't. You
Wait,
have
wait,
no
wait, wait,
views
wait,
on
wait,
the
wait, wait.
world.
Are you?
Your
I'm
phone ain't
sorry.
working.
Dumbo, you
Yeah, we
breaking
ain't
up,
hear you.
Dumbo?
Yeah, dumbo. Your phone.
If you
Yeah, he
think
dry.
Domo's a
What you working
Republican,
with,
no,
bro?
I got to give him some credit in this conversation because clearly,
Yeah. So the question: did anyone answer it? So do you side left or right? It's for everybody
I
that's
just
coming
told
against
you.
me. That's
I just
coming against
told
me. Not just you. I know you don't pick one. I don't even know. I do. You have political
I'm
conversation, but now you have
I'm a,
nothing. You jump in the
I'm
middle
a,
because you're
I
scared to
told you
pick a
I
side.
step on
The
you in a
reason why you're
political
scared
I'm
because you
conversation,
don't know
man.
how to answer it. It's just you're
This is this
unintelligent,
is
and
this is
that's
why you
okay.
I'm
have
a,
But you're
I'm a,
boys. You're boys.
I'm a,
Why they
we
won't
I'm
answer?
a,
we so far
I'm a,
past the point that you died on. I don't even think you know you died on it. I mean,
Nah.
you moved so far past. I don't even think you realize how fucking stupid you sounded asking who the governors were when our people were being lynched in the South. I don't think you know how dumb that was. But you still talking. This shit is crazy.
Oh yeah, he's talking now, even
Answers,
behind
just
the
like the other
stage.
dudes. No one has an answer. I ask questions, and I know you dudes can't answer. I
Damn.
ask them knowing you can't answer. You're weak. And the way to
you're
lie
asking
is
us,
just
are
not
we left?
answering.
Are
The
we
way to
right?
lie is to say, I don't have a political party. I don't have a political view. But you've been spent hours in a political conversation. When put to the test on where you stand, you punk out and say, I'm in the middle. I'll just play the middle. Then why are you even a political
I ain't in the
Nah, he
middle of
never
conversation?
shit.
said he
Sit
was in the
down,
middle
man. Sit
either.
down, man.
I
And
ain't in
then
the
for the
middle
rest
of
of y'all,
shit.
if for the rest of y'all there, I'm like, I'm just asking
Why
these
you trying
questions
to
for
put
y'all
me in the
too.
middle of the
But every
Democrats and
time I ask
Republicans,
questions,
bro?
you motherfuckers punk
Black
out.
ain't said on the
You're not trying to
outside
have
and
real
what?
discussion. Simple questions. Do you side left or right? What is your ideology,
Is there any
This nigga
particular reason
perspective,
why
gang,
view?
you're
And you
extra
don't even offer
emotional?
one. You don't offer one. None of
this
you offer
nigga
one.
political gangbanger,
So none of
fam.
y'all offer. None
Weird.
of y'all offer one. But you want to have a
Are
discussion
you
with me. You want to
are you
pretend to
always
be
just
able to have a
emotional?
discussion with
I
me,
mean,
but you
bro,
can't.
we've
But
had
you
these
can't even make it.
conversations
I don't care
already
what you had. You
between
never
us.
had it with me. I just had
I'm
a
just being,
conversation. We
but
talking
I'm
today.
saying though, you
So when I'm
late to
asking
the
Nobody
questions,
want to
act like
argument.
a
talk to
man and answer
you.
the
My
questions.
question to you
Don't
is,
talk
what are
about, oh
you
no, I don't
trying
want
to
to answer it.
prove?
I don't want to answer it because
My question
someone
is,
asked
what are
me
you
my
trying
name
to
when I was a little
prove by
kid.
asking us
I
that
don't ask me
You
question?
my
don't
name
you don't
today
want to
because when I
answer a
was a kid,
question?
someone asked me it. No, man. So what if you answered the question? I never heard the answer. I'm asking you in a discussion,
Is
having a
there a
political
reason why you never
discussion with
heard the
me.
answer?
I'm asking. I'm asking
Have you
because you
ever
won't
thought
answer
about
it. You won't answer it
why you
because you're scared.
haven't heard? Have
I
you ever
already
thought
know
about why
why.
you haven't heard it?
I know why.
Why?
I present the question knowing you can't
Why
answer.
you didn't hear the
It's
answer?
because I know the answer is going to counter your position. That's
Cause
why
you
No,
I ask
it's
it.
haven't shut
because
I
the
ask a
you
fuck
question that's
up
never
going to
stop
yet.
make you look
talking.
stupid. I ask a
Cause you
question that I
haven't shut
know
No,
the
will
fuck
make you
up
look.
once.
no, it's because you never stop talking, just like now. That's why you didn't never hear any answers on any topic. That's why
Bro,
you don't even know what the topic is.
this nigga talked through getting put backstage and still continue to
multiple times.
fluid.
I didn't
I
even
mean,
bring
that
him
is
up the
fast,
last time. Yeah.
Not the
man.
crash
I ain't
out.
like that nigga got a whole engine power in him right now, fam. Get the fuck out of
Dude,
here.
dude is
Crash
on
out.
nuclear
Hey, yo,
powered
Taz, you letting me down, Taz, because I literally told him, like, yo, son, you want to argue? I ain't got no smoke for you. Taz be here in a minute, man.
Bro,
Fuck
that
that
nigga
nigga.
ain't sharing the
Shit.
mic, bro. At some point,
I know, yo.
I'm
Hey,
trying
yo,
to make
Taz
a
don't do
point.
good in the easy
You know,
argument. He need a
I talk
challenge.
shit if we gonna talk shit, bro. But he trying to like, bro, we ain't finna do that, bro. 1 minute we debate, the next minute you go. Bro, he can't even stay on topic.
Right. That's
He
what I'm
don't stop to
saying.
listen to the person response. You can't. He's just talking through your response
Crazy. God
Hey, yo, let's
damn.
see if he's still
and
talking.
argues with his own response to your response.
You
Nah,
dudes are
man.
weak. You
Shit.
dudes are dumb and weak.
The
You don't
nigga
even
was
sit the whole
still
time.
talking. Hey.
You real for real. Like you don't answer questions. You pretend to have a
That's
conversation, but you laugh.
hilarious, man.
You like the crows on the fucking WB, just laughing and goofy, like shucking and diving. What are you, some minstrel show?
This is
Y'all are really
sad,
doing
bro.
this.
Yeah.
Do you
Yeah,
see
it
yourself?
is
Because
actually.
you're
It is a
recording it.
minstrel
You're
show.
being asked real political questions and laughing with each other. He,
No,
y'all
no, we're
laughing. Oh,
not.
but you look stupid. You look like them crows on the
He
thing,
said
like you
we being
No.
laughing.
asked real political
Right now, you
questions
laughing when ain't nothing
by
funny.
you.
And you
But you
scratching
are a
when you don't
minstrel
itch.
show though. Yeah.
You scratching when you
You
don't
got that
itch.
part right.
Let
Yeah.
me
Right.
If you
let
was
me get
fucked up
this
about
straight.
everything else,
I done came
the
in this show.
minstrel
You know how many
part,
times I've
that
been
is
muted?
correct.
You know how many times I've been
Which,
muted and
which
blocked tonight by
political
these
party
punks?
was in
These
power in
same
the South
skunks.
during
I
Jim Crow?
challenge. I don't try to block you, mute you,
That's a
nothing.
hard political
I'll
question
take
for
the
You
you.
don't
whole
have no
crew
choice,
on.
nigga.
I'll take
Shit.
the whole crew on. And with nothing,
Pause.
don't
You
get
ain't taking
mad.
shit
But
on,
you get
man.
mad and emotional and
Bro, ain't
scared and
nobody
punk
even
out.
coming
When
for
I
you,
hit you
bro.
with
No,
the questions, you
you're the
turn into a
poster child
bitch.
for
I asked the
emotional.
question because I want you to be able to think. I want you to hear the
Hey,
question
bro,
for yourself. I'm
put
trying
the
to help you.
$500 up.
Whew.
But you're
Put the
really
$500
stupid.
up.
You really stupid. You don't got
Put the
no money. I can
$500 up
talk
and
to you
take
and
the
hear
debate,
y'all don't got money. You think all black
bro.
people
Put the
poor, and you trying to
$500.
talk to me about money. Get out of
Okay.
here. You motherfuckers are broke and ignorant. So
Oh,
of course
nah,
you don't have
won't
no
see
money to
Willie on the
bet.
phone
You don't
now.
have no
Now you
money to
talking
bet.
crazy.
I'm talking real stuff.
Nah,
I
you
can
Y'all
tell.
talking
niggas
crazy.
calling me
You can
broke.
tell by listening to if you had money, you wouldn't think all
I'm
black
come
people
on, this
broke
bitch
and
can
poor.
start flashing
If you
money,
lived
man.
around black people with
Nobody
money, you
thinks
wouldn't think
that.
all black people broke
You
and
Y'all
poor.
sound
calling
goofy.
me
You
broke.
only think that way because that's what you live around. That's what
I'm
Wait,
tired
hold
of
on,
people
bro,
getting
Taz. You
come from.
understand?
Now you're
At this
back.
point,
Now
hold on, Taz.
Nobody
Look,
believes that,
Oh, I
bro.
can't
no,
hear
hold on,
him.
but Willie,
tired
look,
of,
look. He's
I'm tired of
arguing with
some
himself,
fucking
though.
bum in the
Yo,
process
but
At
of
this
making
point,
the
you
he,
right.
Taz,
goddamn
he
point.
literally just made that shit up. He literally is arguing with himself. You can't make. I said it earlier. I hope anybody that was listening, when I say, yo, my man, slow down, you gotta learn to listen. I hope y'all thought I wasn't trying to play something. I'm like, yo, son, I stopped engaging. I'm like, yo, son, he wants somebody to drop addies and type shit like that. That's the kind of energy he got.
Nigga
Sabio
Q
tried to
really
warn
working
us,
on his
man.
internet chi. Like this
To,
nigga
to
be trying to
Sabio's
be
credit,
balanced.
yeah, he did try to warn us earlier, man. Look, two different people tried to hit him at the same time. They couldn't even get their super chats out. Shout out to Domo and Nook. That shit is extra wild.
I'm telling you, if you're not, it's like, bro, the only way I can avoid the crash outs is just to say debate me, bro. That's it. And I love this shit, bro.
You set up the
No, he
debate. He didn't
died
even
on
want to
his neck.
fucking do that shit.
So I'm telling you, like this,
Or
I fuck this guy.
you
That
tried to.
We're supposed to
and
have a little mini
it
debate.
proves
Like,
that niggas
he couldn't do it. He couldn't even be
it pro-
quiet for a minute, bro. Like he's incapable, bro. Like,
Yeah, I don't
that's
even think he'll be in a debate. That's gonna be kind of risky.
nah, but see, here's the thing. He gets 10 minutes on his own to speak. Like y'all see how niggas
Shit.
be up here complaining about niggas like Damo, you talk over everybody, or everybody talk over everybody. In a debate, you get 10 minutes non-stop, no interruption.
nonstop.
The, the problem is
He
you
gonna he
give a
gonna
nigga
start
10 minutes,
rambling about shit you didn't say though.
but that's the
When it comes
point.
to the rebuttal part, it ain't gonna have nothing to do with what you say.
And see, and that's the point. Uh niggas, the best that they can do is this back in the shit that this all of this. When you got 10 minutes to speak and you got to make an argument, you got to sound intelligent, and you can't rely on ad hominems. You can't rely on somebody cutting you off and you arguing with them. You can't rely on saying, "Well, nah, I ain't gonna go get the source right now," but you can't do none of that. That's why it's like if niggas is willing to, if you're willing to sit on here for an hour and do that, you can't put together a structured debate. That
That's
tell me that niggas really just care more about the yelling back and forth. I can't never say that about Taz. Me and this nigga done debated like
a
shit.
debate. That nigga, cut it out, bro. Yeah.
That's why he better than Taz. Better hope I lose to this nigga Rio, cause I'm gonna do him bad.
Yeah, I know.
I
I'm
hear
gonna do
you.
you bad.
When that
I'm gonna do
when
you
that
bad,
when
bro.
that when that's supposed to be?
I hear you.
The 27th, me and Rio, the
Oh, okay.
27th. I'm gonna do you bad,
Hey,
bro. And
niggas,
I'm telling you, I went back and watched our debate, bro.
yeah,
I killed you. I
you
killed
lost.
you.
What
I'm
you
talking
lost?
about. I'm so mad at the cross X because nigga, I was cooking you so bad in the motherfucking rapid fire, nigga.
That's crazy to watch a debate
Oh,
knowing you
bro.
lost, but telling yourself you won, bro.
No, I know, bro. Them niggas. Listen, listen. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Them same niggas. Them same. What gives my argument credibility is them same niggas couldn't even decide on a winner between you and fucking anonymous, nigga.
Right.
Them judge. Them they prove they
That was
ineptness.
bogus as fuck. And I took him too, bro. I won that debate too. It was unbelievable.
Yeah. Hey, but listen, you can't say that you looking at a debate that was a tie. It was a tie. Well, no. Actually,
Yeah,
Solar had to decide. I forgot. Solar decided.
Solar
Solar had to
made
decide.
the
Yeah,
decision, but shit, you know,
yeah,
but
yeah.
yeah, I,
But shit, but you can't say that because them niggas couldn't even. You feel me? So yeah, bro. Nigga, I went back and listened to that debate twice, nigga. And since he even put all the old debates up again, I went back and listened to that bitch three
all
times.
debates back up.
All of them up, nigga.
Oh yeah, I
All
got
of them.
to check them out. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, all of them. So nigga, I ate.
How far they
I'm
go
talking
back?
about it was.
They go back past 21?
Oh yeah, they go back to
Oh, okay.
2020.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I might check them out. I might check a few out then. He said he was gonna
yeah.
do it.
Structure wise, though, yeah, can't nobody fuck with you, bro. We just do what it is. You know what I'm saying? I try. You know what I'm saying? I'm out on my shit that do it the best I can, but ain't nobody fucking with you. We'll see this year
Yeah,
though.
bro.
We'll see this year.
Yeah. Let me see. I gotta out YouTube you niggas though. That's where y'all niggas be beating me on the YouTube part.
Make me a
Yeah, this
promo.
motherfucking.
He made me a promo for real. That's my promo, but in it, I got to look at this 129 that I forgot about. Now, I forgot about that shit, bro. But I was telling my wife, like, yeah, I forgot, though. This nigga put up 129. I think that was your last debate, too, wasn't it?
About debate against Lance. Yeah, the last regular season joint.
Like, because in debates, she's like, well, damn, what was the top 130? 129 out of 130. You know, everybody else doing 125, 123. You know what I'm saying? Niggas feeling good and shit. This nigga came through flexing with a 129. Like, damn, bro, fuck this nigga.
It was Lance though, so that was light work. That was light work. But, but I'm gonna do a show. I was talking to Soul. I was like, nigga, we need to do a show about the collapse of SVDL, nigga. Like where that shit. Cause I got some shit to get off my chest, nigga. Straight up, especially now that we back, niggas is back on it.
What you
Yeah.
said, the class?
I said the collapse.
Oh, the collapse.
Yeah,
Nah, bro.
yeah.
Everybody that's back that was here before, or some brand new niggas, or niggas that went there.
Nah, it's new niggas.
Wait,
It's
Yeah.
new
like,
niggas.
it depends on what you're saying, though. What you saying was the collapse?
I think it started with the finals, the championship, and then everything just went downhill from there, bro.
Season 3?
The season 4, because it was the fucked up like the fucked up championship.
I wasn't in season 4.
No, no, nigga, I'm saying like going into season 4. So the end of season 3,
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
you feel
I
me?
mean,
Every
we got to let that go, though, Damo.
Nah, I gotta at least say it publicly one time. I gotta say it publicly one time, bro. I got to. 'Cause that's the only way we gonna have to. That if we trying to do this shit again, bro, it can't be like it was last time.
You gotta let
And that
that.
is that I'm saying that for real because like you see, bro, like what we do over here is fun, it's cool. You feel me? Like, but at the same time, like there's a like the what we was able to do in terms of entertainment value and intellectualism at SVDL, bro, was like nigga next fucking level, bro. It just go just watching the clips, you can see. Nigga,
Yeah.
we took content creation to a next fucking level, bro.
Like nigga, all of these when we would go back and forth on panels, that shit would matter because you niggas gotta meet in a debate.
Right.
You can do all this shit talking now, but y'all gotta see each other though. Intellectually, niggas gotta see each other. That's why here niggas just come on here argue and just you know what I'm saying? Like nah, but when niggas gotta like stand on what you saying, debate me on it, stand on what you saying, that's a whole nother level, bro. And when I first joined SBDL, I was a new nigga on YouTube. So nigga modest. I'm just happy to be doing some shit. Like, okay, cool. I found a little place where I be chilling on YouTube and shit. Like now I'm past that. Nigga, it's Damo, nigga. So shit, if we gonna do this shit, we gonna do this shit right. Shit.
I
We
told you,
gonna do
you
this.
YouTube nigga now, bro. Ain't
Nah,
nowhere.
yeah. Yeah, nah, you right. And that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm a YouTube nigga now, bro. Fuck that. So that means that shit. It's something that come with that. There's the reason why Soda was like,
You ain't the
I
first time
mean,
you called me TMZ. I don't like that shit, bro. You said that shit back then in the league, bro. Ain't no motherfucking TMZ, nigga.
oh, I did. I'll recycle this shit. I thought that was new. I was
Nah,
recycling
you
this
said
shit.
that shit before, but I ain't like it then. But nah, you said that shit before. You said that shit before. But no, that shit crazy, bro, because it did provide a conversation about shit, and then like you say, if you standing on that shit, then it turns into a debate. And again, I learned a lot of shit, man. Unfortunately, though, most of them debates was Bible shit. So you know what I'm saying, a lot of shit that I think black people could benefit from in debate, you don't see a lot of it because half the damn debates be Bible. You know what I'm saying? That's the only downside to it. Everything else is good, though, in terms of, like you say, intellectualism and all that. It's just so many Bible debates.
Yeah, but see, niggas ain't on that shit no more. Niggas is past that. Like the niggas who where they whole identity was debates and shit. And I apologize for turning this into a SVDL promo, but I'll shoot you some bread, Q. Uh, but yeah, the niggas that was where they whole identity was religion, them niggas ain't around no more. They ain't coming back. I think I
Yeah,
seen
right.
I seen anonymous. I think anonymous somewhere said he for sure. Like he's like, yeah, I ain't fucking with it. And respect to him. That's the homie. You feel me? That's like I got
Yes,
that nigga number.
I ain't got no issue
Yeah,
with it.
yeah. But
Shout out Samantha with the $2 super chat. Yeah, I think around that polite situation that kind of lost some steam.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah, well,
like
that was a bad time because a lot of my support base was women, and so any conscious community adjacent person was connected. You know what I'm saying, so to speak, like because I blame Sonetta. I didn't just blame Polite. I blame Sonetta too, and I wasn't quiet about it. You know what I'm saying? So it turned into a whole issue with the conscious community, but I don't give a fuck. I still blame Sonetta.
see, but now niggas it's a new vibe, bro. Niggas ain't trying to because really back then, if we being honest, niggas just wanted to recreate what niggas couldn't do on Sonetta shit. Because if we being 100% honest, most of the niggas that was on SBDL was niggas that would be on that would be on Sonetta shit if they could, but
Yeah,
they
and they was
couldn't.
trying to
So
graduate and audition and shit. Yeah,
yeah,
if we being
yeah,
real,
cause,
you know what I'm saying?
'cause
Niggas was auditioning to try to get on Sonetta.
yeah, bro. Because like, I definitely remember niggas like Yara and them being like, "No, I'll never fuck with Sade. He's the devil. He's this." Yeah, this shit sound good, nigga. So yeah, so a lot of niggas was just trying to replicate that shit. Now niggas is on their own shit, bro. Niggas trying to do other shit. Niggas ain't on that religious shit. And we fucking with Psycho now. Psycho one of the judges. Ah, fuck, bro. It's like, I don't think it's a lot of objective niggas on YouTube. But I've always said Psycho is one of the most objective niggas in terms of letting conversations happen, let them go. Like, you know what I'm saying? Let his shit go down. Because I know I've said some shit that Psycho wholly disagree with, and that nigga just sit there and let the conversation go.
Yeah, he's one that's easier to listen and not interject. You got to cross a couple lines. Nigga interject quick. You cross a couple of them lines though. You get to talking about
Yeah,
you say some old shit like
Yeah, you know the fraternities have helped the black community. Saying like, that nigga gonna pop out on your ass,
Yeah,
then.
yeah.
Oh, he gonna come through to holler at you,
But it's at least. I mean, it's man. I've seen when certain niggas are persistent with dumb shit. I've seen Psycho pop off. But usually he'll be like he'll let a nigga have it. Like, all right, whatever. Like if that's what you believe, type shit. So yeah, so fucking with Psycho, bro. Like that just added him to the mix and shit. And really just niggas just like learning from the mistakes the last time.
Yeah, because
So
I
I think
like the standard judges though, like you know what I'm saying, just knowing who the judge is gonna be, and that's it. And, you know what I'm saying? One of the excuse me, two of these three, you know what I'm saying? Like knowing who it's gonna be. 'Cause that to me, that's the big issue at some point to be dealt with. You know, is the in and out of judges and shit. Like people gotta be in or out.
yeah, bro. So y'all tapped in on the 27th, me versus my nigga Rio and Cozy. Is the word has the N word been more beneficial or detrimental to black people?
Yeah, that's an uphill battle, bro. Ain't gonna wash you, bro. We'll meet up in the
Yeah, I
ring.
lost. I lost the last time. I lost me on that shit. So it is what it is. But I'm a real nigga though. I stand on my shit. I'm gonna just come back. I'm gonna just come better and harder this time. Pause.
But you're not gonna win that, bro. And that's you know what I'm saying again. I mean, I'll be around as the season starts, but I ain't like I'm going nowhere. But yeah, man, we gonna watch you though.
So
Man, we'll see.
is Carmelo Anthony at the crib
From what I
right
heard,
now?
yeah,
Yeah, I think Psycho live right now.
yeah, I heard he at the crib.
Yeah, he don't have to.
I
What
know
what
my
what you think made him go all the way down to 250?
nigga, like I said last night, nigga. Like shit, but like, bro, they ain't got no case like that, bro, for no $1 million bond, bro. He ain't just outright go to the track and just up and stab somebody. You know what I'm saying? So again, to me, bringing that bond down, it like, of course, that ain't indicative of the outcome of the case,
Yeah.
but it's indicative of that evidence. It always
Yeah, they
has been.
definitely got some they definitely got some video.
Yeah,
Other I'm saying of the actual stab.
yeah. I think that either way, they would still try to prosecute it. So
Oh, for
lowering
sure.
the bond, I think is just an example of, yeah, they got to lower the bond because the case ain't what some of the public think it is. It's not $1 million bond case.
No, that's some like mafia shit. Damn near.
Now, if he'd have just went to the track and just boom stabbed the nigga, like, what's up?
Yeah, that'd
It
have been
would be a
different,
big
yeah.
out. They'd have left it alone. They might have raised that shit. You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying? Fucking around.
yeah. But
You know,
man, I hadn't watched no video. I was trying to get some lawyer footage, but I kept getting all the past videos that I was skipping, and I was like, damn, well, all these black dudes was like, yeah, he deserved more than $1 million. They should bring the motherfucking life sentence back. And I was like, damn, boy, y'all motherfucking serious about this shit. Holy crap, I didn't even know.
yeah, bro. It's some embarrassing niggas on here, bro. That's all I can say, man. Some of these niggas is just, I don't know what would motivate somebody black to say that it's okay for somebody to put their hands on you and shit. But I keep hearing it, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? I go to these TikTok videos, bro, and listen to these panels and shit. It's a lot of black folks, bro, that just they are not for black people, bro. Like, it's just weird. You know what I'm saying? I don't think people are gonna say anybody can touch me and I ain't gonna do nothing. I've never heard nobody say no shit like that, bro. So I don't know how we got there now. Like it's just nonsense, but nobody's gonna let you touch them.
They don't even like nobody talking to him, let alone touching.
If they don't, they don't agree with them, or they feel that there's some sort of threat, they'll turn anything into a threat. Look at dude, still up in the chat talking about right wing, left wing. I don't hear nobody talking about left wing, right wing up in this motherfucker.
Yeah, he trying to force the conversation with that shit, bro, with people who don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, we talk our shit and have fun, bro, but like nobody's really on those wings of that bird you referring to like that, bro.
Nah, son didn't know how to make an argument either. Like, I hate niggas that like pseudos that try to make the question their argument, then ask you like 9 questions and try to. This shit is annoying, bro. I try to tell them just share your screen, bro.
Yeah, Fabio tried to warn you earlier, man. It's not really making a point. It's going against somebody's beliefs. Going against somebody's beliefs is that's part of the ego. I kind of brought that up a couple of weeks ago. That's kind of like a thrill type of situation.
I mean, that shit fun, but it does come a point though where we just don't know what you're talking about, man. You know what I'm saying? I would think that you would be able to recognize that moment, and I mean, even just shift and get back to your home spot, the things you do know, and a lot of them don't. They they stay talking about shit they have no idea of. That was interesting, but no, it's questionable where these people get their history from, and then can't show where you got that understanding from. I just be wanting to know, like, where did that come from? Because I've never heard that. Like, what would make you think that Republicans were in power during the years of the South? You've never heard and I'm gonna say the everyday easiest go-to argument against Democrats is that they started the Klan. Like, that's the number one go-to. You don't know that? Like, it's fucking weird.
He'll say they weren't really Democrats; they were Republican in disguise. He tried to use that earlier. And then again, ain't no telling. He might not.
Republicans in disguise, flying very high. Take a look.
But that's the thing, that the Klan was killing off the Republicans, during the Reconstruction era.
Right.
They were chasing them out of there.
That's why I just didn't understand his understanding of that time period. Because I mean, if you get the Compromise 1877 somewhat correct, I would think that you would understand that, yeah, the Democrats took power in a lot of places right there, but that's also where you start seeing Jim Crow. That's where you start seeing changes in states' constitutions to reflect their desire to run the state the way they want to.
Yeah.
Right? And these are Democrats doing that. Like, the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, and then later on you get Plessy versus Ferguson.
Yeah. Yep. All the same time period. We can only hope the best for people though, Say I just hope I hope they at some point do learn the shit and not just be running around saying dumb shit forever.
I gotta be honest. There's just some people out there that just have an agenda. Like, it's not just him. Like, what I'm saying. I've talked to women in the BWE space, for example. Saying, not all of them are like that, but there are some that are just they're just out there.
I'm sorry.
Like this
What space?
BWE, Black
What is
Women's
that?
Empowerment.
Like, bro, you know what space, nigga?
Nah, I'm not familiar. What is that space about?
Nigga, that is them. That's them. That's those women. The ones who used to be on my channel every day.
I know, but I'm asking him to see. Yeah, I'm surprised that, you know what I'm saying, like that he, I be want to know that is. Please continue.
No, I was just saying, like, I was, talking with someone, yesterday to talk about the patriarchy, femicide. The United States has the highest, femicide rates and more, and it's like, okay, but here's the thing: when you look at the murder rates, or I'll say victims, more black men by far are the largest victims of murder. By large. I mean, and it's like, so how is it you can say, like, okay, that the patriarchy is killing off, black women and things. You know what I mean? It's just, to me, it's ludicrous. But you got some people that believe that, and that's just what happens when you have people, that like to pick up talking points. That they'll pick something up on the internet, and then they just run with it.
Yeah, got to know where you at in these YouTube streets, man. I see you just be hitting the button, pause, and just clicking links and just be like, all right, let me just go over. That's what they talking about.
Yeah,
I gotta have the same discretion y'all would have in the hood.
different perspectives. I just like different perspectives and things, man. I'll be honest with you, 2016 taught me a lot, man.
I respect that.
2016, I said Donald Trump was not going to win. When he ran the first time. I wasn't into social media back then. But I kept hearing reports he was going to win. And this and that and stuff like that. And when he won, I was like, I was shocked when the man won. You know what I mean? So after that, I started, getting into, I guess, these YouTube streets, I guess. I mean, it was much later after that. I had to do more with the, I guess you could say, the manosphere and stuff like that. But, I started getting more and more into the YouTube streets and things. And I try to learn different perspectives. I have an open mind.
See, didn't I say this earlier, Taz? I said I learned from the manosphere. I know. That's what I was saying, Taz. I know
that was your introduction to the internet, Kevin Samuels.
That just sounds like a red flag. Go ahead, Deb. I'm gonna fuck with bright red.
Based off of that,
I mean, like, I had no idea. I'll be honest, I had no idea, what I'm saying, that there were so many, conservative black men, I had no idea until I started, logging into YouTube and started watching all these content creators. I ain't gonna lie, I think half of them are grifters, though. I think they just do it for clicks, views, and money. But I'm sure that there's, you got a few real ones out there, and but I mean, the only way you're going to learn is you got to get yourself out there. Whether you agree with them or not.
Which one is conservative? A conservative right wing?
Yeah, conservative typically is associated with right wing, Republican.
Yeah, right wing. Yes, I would say most pro-blacks are conservatives.
I mean that's true, but but most blacks do vote Democrat. If you look at the numbers, like for example, the
Now,
last
black
election we
and
just had.
pro-black are two different talking points.
Okay, so you got a different definition of black and pro black.
I mean, it's not the same thing. Being black don't make you pro-black.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
You know what I'm saying?
But I mean, okay, so you're saying, but what percentage of the black race would you say is pro black?
Like 3%, 7. You said 20. I'll go with it. I'll fuck it. I'll go with gang 20%.
Nah, it ain't never been in a double digit.
Come on, man.
Double digit?
Yeah,
Bro, that's 80% no. That's terrible. Let's look at it from the 80% perspective. 80% of y'all niggas is not. I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, if we start talking about them rebellions, Taz, I don't gonna lie. That shit gonna go back to that 1%.
So 80% are Uncle Toms.
That's crazy.
No, if it's 100 people on the plantation and only 15 of them involved, you still got double digits, though. I'm just saying that double digits ain't a lot. I'm saying 20% is probably being a lot. But when I say pro-black, okay, so you saying like us, like with the mentality of my people first. Okay, so if we gonna diminish it down to actually standing on pro-blackness and as part of your everyday life, you lead with race first and that type of shit. Yeah, that probably is single digits though. I can concede that because when I'm thinking 20%, I'm thinking more like people who would side with Carmelo instantly. You know what I'm saying? That's most of the community. Most black people ain't gonna. You know what I'm saying? Most black people was for Trayvon. You know what I'm saying? Most black people, you know what I mean? We as a collective, I think we do stand together when it comes to certain things.
I mean, certain things, but I think it's kind of few and far between. You know what I mean? Like,
I don't disagree.
yeah, like, I mean, how many of you guys, there's like maybe a black owned club in your city that you don't go to?
I don't go to clubs.
Okay. Well, I mean that's fair. You don't go to a club, but like, what about a bar or something?
Oh no, never.
No. Okay. Yeah. I mean,
you trying to make an alcohol reference or an entertainment reference?
No. What I'm trying to say is that no, I ain't saying that. It's unfortunately you do got some people that are black that are just ratchet as hell that even other black people just try to avoid. You know.
Oh, and that's the worst of it. Somebody that goes to a bar or a club.
No, but you see those same ratchet people though.
Wait a minute.
Those same ratchet people. But those same ratchet people who are like beneath or who are seen down, like less than, that type of conversation that you might be alluding to creates the space for somebody to judge you for being in the military. Because you're standing on a pedestal to speak on that. You know what I'm saying? Like you're positioning yourself, posturing yourself like, yeah, my life was better than yours. And I made bet, you know what I mean? It's like when we do that in the community, like if you don't want to get shitted on for you being in the military or whatever part of your history, we gotta have a little bit more grace with each other.
It's not that I'm shitting on, my community or anything like that, or I'm trying to stand on a pulpit or a pedestal. It's just okay. I mean, I don't know about you, but like I know I believe you said you don't go to clubs, but I've been to club. I go to I don't go to clubs, but I usually go to sports bars and things of that nature. Even been to a few titty bars, and I noticed, I just noticed this. Like, there's every time you ever go to like the black-owned clubs, like actually in my city, for example, do you know the black-owned clubs always get shut down? Like I ain't joking. As soon as they open one up, it gets shut down. There's always some kind of shooting, stabbing, and it just gets shut down almost immediately. Don't even, I mean, literally, they're lucky to last a year here. I mean, I've been to private parties. Like I got friends of mine that are bouncers, and during COVID, when all the clubs were shut down, they started doing some private parties under we call them uh, recording parties. We threw parties at a studio. You know, that was the guys, but truth is, it was just a party.
Man,
But
this ain't what
anyway,
the test, man. All the nigga shit happens in the black neighborhood, man. Niggas be shooting up shit. They always leaving garbage outside. You know what I'm saying? Little ratchet bitches with they weave, niggas with their pants hanging down, selling drugs, kids in their car. You can say it with your chest.
it's not that all black people do that, but unfortunately, there are too many that do.
There's a lot of them, man. Not enough Fox News channels to display these niggas on.
I mean, I don't even think that helps. Like displaying them on the news, that don't help. You know what I'm saying?
What do you think? What do you think we should do with them Negroes?
I'll be honest with you. I can't even answer that question, bro. I really, I have no. Um,
Let me ask you a question. Do you
no
think
answer.
that the military can shape them up?
Some of them, yes. Others, no.
Just wondering because a lot of times that's what people say in terms of like bad behavior and whatnot. That if they went to the military, that would set them straight.
It doesn't always work. I mean, you got people like people that are drug addicts, for example. They're going to be drug addicts. So if they were drug addicts prior to them going into the military, I would say at least half of them are probably going to remain drug addicts while in the military. They're going to pop hot and get kicked out.
Mm.
And it's not just black folks. It was white. There was a whole lot of white folks that got that pissed hot. A ton of them.
Yo, Saya, you mad you not on the panel? You want to click the link and come up here and cry some more? You can get the floor. You can argue with yourself, man. We just gonna listen, man. Hey, click the link. You can argue with yourself, man.
You said business get shut down in your city. What part of the country you from, Donnell?
I live in Phoenix.
Click the link, Saya. Let's argue about who's putting on for black folk. What's your interpretation of putting on for black folks? Arguing on the internet about choosing a side?
Left or right?
Sitting here on the internet screaming at black people about choosing a side, talking about what it means to be pro-black. You don't have the position, the intellectual capacity to have a discussion about what it means to be pro-black. You define anti-blackness with everything you posture to today. You're just a disgrace. You're gonna click the link and do exactly what you've been the entire day. Illustrate nothing but coonery. Coonery.
Pick a side. That was crazy, bro.
Huh?
I said, he said you gotta pick a side. That was crazy. I didn't.
You gotta pick a side.
That's wild.
Come on, teach what black power is, man. You got the floor now. You got the whole floor. Nobody gonna interrupt you. See, you got what you wanted, man. You got what you wanted, man. You got the floor. Nobody gonna interrupt you. Come up here and talk about this black power shit, man. You could be the educator for the next couple minutes, man.
See?
Motherfucker said no.
All right, so kick
He
fucking
taking his
rock.
ball and going in the house, yo. That's
We already
fucked
threw
up.
his ball in the we threw his ball in the highway already. We already threw that shit out
Nah,
the park. That
man.
fucking he came to the park at 40 years old with a fucking rubber basketball.
Mm-mm. His mama gave him that ball.
He had it for all these years.
Mm-mm.
It's just annoying, bro. Like, have a conversation. Niggas be arguing with themselves, bro. And go in the chat and then argue with everybody. Then y'all
That motherfucker ain't never stopped typing.
he start talking and typing, son. He got cocaine in his fingers. That's
I
that
don't
cocaine.
know.
That's
That's
that
back
cocaine
chat, man.
communication.
I didn't even know the back chat could hold that much text, though. That motherfucker maxed out, boy.
Yo, 95.
Oh, you catch a counter on. I tried to reset mine.
Oh, nah, son. I wish I could share the screen. This
Hey,
nigga
man,
got
ain't that much sharing in the world, boy. Shit.
95 messages.
Mm-mm.
Maybe this channel should be brought to an end. Words like nigga that can really hurt your channel if people complain about it. Let's hope you aren't shut down.
Shut
Racist
down.
content
Damn, boy.
that will
You
get your
sound like
channel
you
shut down.
threatened.
Yo,
Yeah.
this is what he. I can't. Oh, I have a lot of enemies in the religious community, fake conscious community. You realize that, right? Oh, this is what happens. I didn't see all of this shit in here.
That's what I'm saying. When nobody reading all that shit, I was
We
wondering
got
why he kept
100 of these
flipping.
comments, bro.
Yeah, he was straight wilding back there, man. I didn't read none of them shits.
He said my address is well known.
So now
Yo,
you know.
right.
So now you know. Yeah, now you motherfucking
Oh,
know.
that's why you're not gonna click the link. All right,
Yeah.
it's late now. Click the link, pussy.
Who all know his address?
Click the link. 1596 same old album time is. I'm gonna go open
That
the door right now.
motherfucker.
You in New York, pussy?
He
You know what
didn't
I'm
want to
saying?
talk about politics. Yeah, that one ain't got shit to
Fuck
do
your
with black
politics.
power,
Everything you said was
military. Yeah.
stupid.
Yeah.
Everything you said was a waste of breath. Click the link.
I was wondering why that motherfucker was so random. I was like, God damn. But I shit, with so much going on, I was like, damn,
And
I
I
ain't
told
even
him
got
too.
time to read.
I said niggas that be asking for addies and shit like that be corny on the platform,
You
bro.
sure did.
Don't do
You
that,
sure-
bro. So this lame nigga went and typed it in the fucking fact
He
check.
did type that
You
shit.
can't make this shit up, son. I'm about to show y'all this shit, son. This shit is pathetic, son. This is the definition of being pathetic, man. Fuck your two-party, whatever the shit you was talking about. You's a fucking lame.
Man, that motherfucker didn't give a shit about no damn politics.
Yo, he said that, yo, you know the conscious community and you know the religious community, you know they don't like you, right? You know we gonna go home and we gonna talk about violating you, right? We gonna do something to you. Oh, bitch ass. Oh shit. These weird niggas is an entertainment. Oh my god. Look at this weird shit. Y'all see this weird nigga?
Sabio tried to warn us, man.
Nah, Sabio, I owe you an apology, Sabio.
You
You are
sure
100%
did.
right, man. You see this?
Man,
He's still in the chat. Don't block his bozo ass now, y'all. Shit.
nah, man. Let that motherfucker go. Shit.
Yo. Oh man. He wrote the Super Oppie Agent novel. That's a fact. He said 19,000 words later. Y'all heard of 21 Keys?
Mm.
Boy, he ain't got nothing on me.
Hell no.
Yo, how you gonna flag a channel by yourself, ho? You can't flag you can report a channel, you can flag it once, but you can flag a channel, but it's not gonna count.
He threatened to flag your channel?
That motherfucker declared war against Cuba.
Look.
Yo.
Your friends are easy to these dummies. Q Butter, you have a lot of enemies in the religious community, fake conscious community. You realize that your channel helps you eat. Do you enjoy this channel? I'm beginning to feel that you may not you don't like it so much anymore. Maybe this channel should be brought to an end. Words like nigga
that can really hurt your channel if people complain about it. Let's hope you aren't shut down. This is the generation of like, yo, bro. What do you call this? I don't know. I was about to call him a rat ass nigga, man. This is
That's
a
that
bitch
baby
ass rat
mama
ass nigga.
energy.
What do y'all call this?
That's
This
that
is
baby mama
priority.
energy.
You said this is what?
Baby mama energy.
This baby mama.
Damn. That's fucked up.
Yo.
Hell
Baby mama
nah.
energy.
Hell nah.
Angry.
That's what I'm saying. This is literally a priority. Like, you think the dude gonna get some sleep tonight, especially after y'all done fucked him up in the chat?
Oh, bitter baby mama energy. Yeah, bitter baby mama energy. That's a fact. He said you got my address as well. Man, listen, y'all niggas is weird, bro. I ain't worried about y'all niggas on the internet arguing about no motherfucking. You need to choose a side. Blood or Crip, nigga. No, I'm not talking about blood or Crip. No. What you talking about? Democrat or Republican, nigga?
That's funny.
Hell nah.
Yo, these niggas a cornball, bro. Josiah, man. I had hope of you, man. I didn't think you was gonna be this corny, man. Damn, man. Y'all niggas be weird. Why you gonna end up being corny like this, man? I was trying to help you, man. Now you got the channel all about you. You
Yeah.
definitely gonna be the joke for the next couple minutes, man. You're a fucking weirdo. You know what I'm saying? I just look, man. Oh man, it's not a riddle in the world for y'all niggas, man. No Child Left Behind failed a lot of people.
I mean, I'm gonna say this is like he's not. If you guys notice, he's not dumb. Like he's actually very articulate and
very wordy.
Being
very
able
wordy.
to pronounce words that don't automatically make you articulate.
I mean, but he did come with a lot of facts. You know, he's not stupid. I think we can all agree he ain't dumb.
No, I
would
do
have had
not
that
agree.
jacket.
I think
you
he's
can't
done.
write this. Yo, you can't put 95 comments in the back chat and not know how to handle a conversation and show decorum. Bro. There's same
zero,
time complain
yeah.
about the usage of the word nigga and display
Zero
every part of the
intelligence.
word.
Yeah,
but I think if I remember, I think he used the word nigga too.
Yeah, even if he did, yeah, I'm not gonna put him in the category of somebody that has some sort of level of intelligence.
What's
Yeah.
worse than displaying it? Saying the word or acting like it? Which one is worse, y'all?
I have to say, acting like it.
And he displayed it tonight. If we're gonna discuss politics and you cannot have a quality conversation because you lack the ability to listen, comprehend, and properly respond, you're displaying to the world that you lack intelligence. And unfortunately, he fell into the back box of an unintelligent adult or an adult who doesn't possess the ability to have a quality conversation, and that's a problem in our community. Because that leads to violence, it leads to just arguments, we don't grow with that. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But that's why we got the idea.
Nah, man, it's a whole bunch of people that's gonna be in the intelligence box that may not have a level of expertise in any particular subject field, including politics or just social subjects in general. But this dude is definitely not one of them. Like straight up, I don't give a fuck how many books he done read. His go-to is Google it. For me, that's not a something that someone who protests to have some sort of knowledge. A reference to a book, a reference to a published paper, something in the library or something. And I just, maybe I've been around a little bit, and people make reference to it's a fact, no doubt
just Google it. I mean, I'm just, I've been around too long, and he definitely stands on it.
So you were around during the days of encyclopedias.
Yeah, my first day on the internet was August 14th, 1998.
I got you beat by
Maybe a little
oh,
bit before that, yeah.
oh, okay, yeah. I'd say about one. I could think mine was 97, 96, 97.
Yeah, I had a Windows 95 computer. I got on the
Yep.
internet with a 3.1 though. It was slow as hell. 26K modem dial up. I didn't get a 56K to Windows 98 second edition. Yeah.
Hey, man, you know my dumb ass. I thought you had to have AOL to have the internet.
Yeah, everybody did. I had 800 access number, Juno, Net Zero. Yeah, I was
Oh
on all
yeah.
that shit. But I was working for some Jews at a mortgage company, so I had T1 before 2000.
Oh wow.
Yeah. You anti-black and anti-Trump? Syed in the chat, did you really type that out, yo? You are anti-black. That is wow. He don't have no. He ain't even trying to correct that shit. Maybe he mean it. Shit. Most people had the ability to delete their own comments or backspace, but yeah, that's why we're trying to make sure that is that what he meant to type.
Diabolical.
So does he talk faster than he types? Did anybody have like a radar gun to get the speed?
That's
Like
crazy.
that?
He
Huh?
typed just as fast as he talked. That's crazy. You know he a tether.
Shit, I can't tell no motherfucking difference, boy. I know you see that goddamn post on that motherfucking screen, yo.
Sabio was 100% right, but we needed the sound bites.
Yeah. Identity if you're in the house, man. God damn, boy. We gotta put some background music to this shit.
You said I'm anti-black. Yo, it don't take long to expose these people.
Yeah.
Mm-mm-mm. You can't be pro-black and not able to listen to the conversation. You might as well be an abo, bro. You know what I'm saying? But all that don't matter though. You a cornball who would tell niggas that, you know what I mean, they got the address. You a weirdo. We just gonna joke on your weird ass, you know what I'm saying? Now Sabio's 1,000% right. Only I'm probably was high, so I ain't gonna remember you and shit, but you know, whatever.
You definitely one of a kind.
He thinks he's actually the element of discussion You're the entertainment for this now. Cause y'all know everybody know that, you know, everybody going to Psycho crib.
Yeah, we in garbage time.
Yeah.
The stroke of midnight. Yeah. Time to pay your taxes. They are due. Uncle Sam wants your taxes today.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, that's why he probably fucked up. He probably got to pay all his goddamn taxes in one day.
I know I'm fucking this Taco Bell up. Don't tell nobody.
Oh
I know I'm gonna regret it later
no.
on. It's all good. Don't tell nobody.
Oh.
I did it. Yeah, I know.
Nah. It must have been that motherfucking weed. The one that make you don't give a fuck what you be eating. You just want to throw that shit down.
Nigga said you made that run for the border.
Yo, truth, it's crazy. You know what I'm saying? That somebody would want to be at the gesture of the show. Every time I'm scared, Saya, I am definitely scared of you. You're clearly retarded.
Not
So I
from
would just rather
somebody.
not be associated to you. So I would ask you to just unsubscribe, act like I never existed. But because you're slow and you made threats in the chat, you know what I'm saying? You're now the entertainment because you're a widow.
Yeah, it's not surprising if he ain't never got that. Not only did he not get that on the internet, like he never got it in life. So
Yeah, he
if you don't
definitely
get
never.
it on the internet, yeah, you don't get it in life, then yeah, even if it's clown subject matter, you don't give no shit. Look at Madonna. Good. Madonna used to have supporters over here.
It's like
They don't
crazy.
even fuck with him no more.
You could have had the conversation. It was just like, chill, B. Like, come on, bro. But no, can't grow up. Can't admit to the dumb shit you was doing.
Yeah, this one I thought the crash out culture was calming down.
The crash out culture be crazy, bro. But typing out the crash out is even worse.
Damn, not typing out the crash out.
No.
That's exactly what the fuck he was doing. While he was fucking verbally crashing out. Can you imagine typing at the same time and the speed that you're actually crashing out?
Yeah, I quit doing that type of shit, bro. I done crashed out.
I can't yell and type at the same time, yo. What the fuck?
I ain't gonna sit up here and lie, bro. I done crashed out in the chat room.
Yeah, I'd
Man,
say that takes skill.
I ain't never been able to do that. I've been typing since Jimmy Carter was president, yo.
God damn.
Yeah. The old manual typewriter when you had to actually put some pressure on the fucking keys and shit.
Mm-hmm. Ding! And then he had to send the roller back.
The ribbon, yeah.
Yeah.
The bell and all that shit. What's up, Miss Chocolate?
And he came out of nowhere in the panel. Anybody ever see? Oh, yeah, Sabio said it. I don't.
Yeah, he was already up here by the time I came through.
they said it, we could blame Sarnetta, right?
For him?
Or we blaming the manosphere?
Yeah, he close to the manosphere type.
Ain't my fault.
I don't think he's the manosphere type.
Left wing, right wing? I don't know.
No, the manosphere they're typically right wingers.
Some of them. I mean, I would say maybe even the majority of them.
But he argued like he be in those areas and shit. I don't know.
He definitely come from somewhere where there's nothing but yelling majority of the time. Like there's no downtime. Like this, there's none of that. It's
I'm playing
all
Taz, though,
yell.
son. Niggas gonna be
But
ready for Taz. So when Taz yell at niggas, son, their whole energy just be like, damn, son, did I just get violated? Damn, did he just pump me out? Then they be trying to come back for the next 5 hours and try to get their confidence back.
that's why you're gonna be up all night tonight. Shit, he
Yep.
don't get no
It's
sleep.
your fault, Taz. You gotta stop yelling at niggas, man.
No, it's too late now.
Mike, though.
It's basketball tricks, man. Because by the time we get to the second quarter, these niggas is angry. They in the locker room. They're like, fuck. The halftime, they're like, oh, son, I'm gonna shoot this nigga after the game. Taz laughing at these niggas stupid.
He made it sound like he was gonna pass the mic, though, bro. Like,
yeah. He was like, what's your question? And then he never slowed down after that.
The rhetorical question game, yo, I ain't gonna. That shit is so annoying, son. Like when I've been on YouTube, we've been on YouTube enough. You can tell when somebody's just leading into the rhetorical shit, and they really think they asking something popping. It's like, oh, will you hurry up with this dumbass statement? So, are you saying that all of America is like a rapist? And so if you know a rapist, no, I need to know. So if you knew a rapist and you knew a nigga was raping somebody, yeah, why you nigga shut up?
That was crazy.
Like, son, you're like, yeah, but y'all niggas didn't want to answer my question, though. You know what?
Yeah.
Son, shut up, son. You weird, nigga. Like, fuck is wrong with you?
That let you know he done been on multiple panels with what that was the topic in favor of.
And niggas is walking around seeing people get raped in America. I ain't never seen somebody in my life get raped.
What's up with it, Dr. Lamb?
Niggas be special. Niggas be special. Niggas be special. Educated. Niggas be special. Short butts, they special. Niggas be special. Can't make it up. Can't make this ish up sometimes, son. You can't. But it's entertaining. You know what I'm saying? But y'all supposed to take y'all black asses by Psycho and shit, man. I forgot it was much. See, anytime I'm off, my schedules be off, man. I'm like, I don't know what day it is. Department of Labor. What you said?
Yeah, the weather finna break down, boy. That motherfucking outside activities gonna start kicking in.
You missed all the shenanigans, Mo. This one's recorded, so you know. Yeah.
Yeah, you get to speed past all the commercials.
The religious community is coming for you, my nigga. Jesus got a problem with you, my nigga. Oh, he don't say nigga, right? So he can't have nigga in none of his songs when he talking about the word nigga.
That's some lame ass shit to say though, but like you got ops out here, right? Like what? Bitch ass nigga.
Whole hood card just went all the way out the window. You just became the bozo. Yo, like I had hope. Like this, you just became this super lame, son. Like it's crazy.
Like what? Nigga, I report this whole shit. Fuck y'all.
Report.
Like, damn, you was talking tough to the motherfucker, bro. Damn.
You can't make this Charleston White shit up. Son. I'm sitting like this Charleston White shit right here. Son, what? Smack. Fuck all y'all niggas, man. I'm reporting the shit out y'all niggas.
That nigga was talking like he was straight from the streets, though. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know you repping somebody block, bro. You get on YouTube, you ready to tell everything.
He told you, remember he told you was fat. He said, you see my picture. You can see what type of person I'm on. What? Nobody even looked at your profile picture like that, bro. You a weirdo. These weirdos be on display, man.
Dude comparing other dude looks.
Yeah, that's some wild shit. I mean, like I say, I'm from the era where a nigga call you ugly. And
just move. Yeah.
Like, ain't nobody going into detail or nothing like that. Nigga, you just ugly, nigga. And if women don't agree, they don't. I just called you ugly just because we call niggas ugly. It wasn't no context to it though, bro. Niggas be getting super descriptive with this shit nowadays, bro.
Now this beat fire right here. So this shit reggae, drill, hip hop. What the fuck is this shit? That shit fire, son. Then that's crazy. I don't know what kind of beat this shit. Reggae, hip hop, drill. This shit stupid. That shit stupid. I ain't gonna lie. That shit fire, son. That's the new wave coming out. Oh, it's up. So I ain't gonna lie. That shit. Dancehall drill Chicago shit, man. And you can put Little Baby on this shit. This shit fire, son. Hold up. Yo, who beat is that? Yeah, that's hot, son. They're my young boy, man. Okay, man, with the YNs, man. Oh yeah. Back to the widow threats. It was entertaining. Dr. Mo, how you feeling? You got time to read like 30 pages real quick? It's not a lot though.
30.
It ain't, I'm just saying. I know, right? Yeah.
So it's all good, Miss Chocolate. Yeah, I apologize for not being on there, boy. They was all night last night.
Now that's gold mine for.
Yeah, he be saying he gonna be coming through.
That's definitely gold mine for. You're supposed to run that. So yeah, this over, right? Oh, y'all got some more on the topics.
I don't know. Look like Sodom ran out of typewriter ink.
Yeah. They shut the Wi-Fi down at the group home.
Yeah.
Or the hostel.
Not at the hostel.
Yeah, they shut it down at the hostel. It's 12:15. Yeah. Last emails and texts, niggas.
Damn, he went out right at midnight too. Damn. Yeah. Fucked up, man. Nah, man, shit. You amazed how motherfuckers just they be talking 90 miles an hour, and then as soon as 12 o'clock hit, and you don't hear nothing from them.
Hell
Yes,
no.
well, I mean, I'll just say this. I don't have anything else on the topic, so I guess I'll just go ahead and cut out. But thank you for having me on your show.
All
And
right, don't threaten nobody. Don't hope nobody getting killed no more. All right, off the internet. You know what I'm saying? Don't let you get that angry. All right, don't let them get you that angry, man.
but technically, I didn't threaten to kill anybody.
I said don't hope nobody get killed.
Gotcha.
I'm saying don't let them get that angry, man. You a veteran, right? Well, at least you was in the military, whatever you want to. You was in some one of them shit. So nobody on the internet should be able to get you that mad. You know what I'm saying?
You'll be surprised. But
No, rather disappointed.
I hear what you're saying, though.
Disappointed, but more than surprised.
Mm-hmm.
Like, come on, man. You was in the military, you saw shit blowing up and shit. How you let these niggas piss you off, bro? That's crazy. Like, what's the point of going to the military, talking all that discipline shit if somebody on the internet can get you off and you ready to see somebody die? You know what I'm saying? That's kind of crazy.
It's just you show somebody some respect, you know, and they're just like basically spitting back in your damn face. You know what I mean?
Stop talking to him.
Yeah. No, I mean you're right. You know, that's the logical thing to do. You just quit talking to them. But you know, unfortunately, you know, there's just times, you know, like when I say, okay, hey man, show me some respect. I'm showing you respect. Show me respect. And no, I don't have to show you respect. You know, you ain't nobody and all this other shit. Yeah. I mean, that's to me, it's crazy. No, you didn't fight for my freedom, and then calling me a war criminal and all this other crap.
Dang.
Yeah. I mean, just think about it like this. So, according to him, I'm guilty by association. Yeah.
It wouldn't be association.
You gotta be able to deal with that shit, bro.
Okay. I mean, so because he's black, I say, okay, that means you're a rapist or a thief or a murderer. You know what I'm saying? That don't sound right. That don't sound right, does it?
But it's different with the military, though, bro. The military has a whole different, perception associated because of the actions that it carries out.
Oh boy.
I'm just saying from the standpoint.
Don't laugh.
I heard your father like, damn, son, shit.
I'm just saying from the standpoint of this, it's like, okay, I don't know. Maybe I guess because the way I was raised, like I just like to show people, when somebody shows you respect, you know what I'm saying? I show them respect.
It's the internet now. You're on the internet, so it's a different space for respect. Where you know what I'm saying, like,
and yeah, it's a sad world, man. It's a sad world, but like you said, but this is that's why you said it earlier. This is why black folks can't have conversations about politics.
I mean, we do have conversations. Just we learning how to engage with each other. So I'm just saying. You seen people get killed. So I mean, not everybody sees somebody get killed. So if you seen somebody get killed and you hope somebody has what you seen happen to them, you know what I'm saying? That's between you and your personal space.
Obviously, he didn't care. He didn't care about the men and women that died.
You didn't care to say it when you said it.
You're right. I don't. I mean, like I said, when again, it's one thing. I mean, I don't mind.
And he didn't say nothing about the men and women that died, though. It was more about the placement of the it was one for the other, like, yo, I did this for your freedom. Like, nah, y'all was over there doing that for you.
No, all I said was, hey man, I fought for your freedom. You got the right to say whatever you want to say. And then he just decided to go way off.
Because it's like you're telling somebody you did something for them. And now your argument that the rhetoric you're using is like, I did this for you, and this is why you should respect me. It's like, nigga, you ain't do shit for me. Fuck is you talking about?
No, it was the way the guy was talking to me. All right, I'm saying, hey man, you know what? Because I think I said something. I can't remember. I can't remember what I said, but he said, "You can't tell me." He said something along the lines, "You can't tell me what to say," or something like that, or "You can't censor me," something to that effect. Uh, and that's where I'm like, "You're right." Hey man, I fought for your freedom to say whatever you want. You have that right.
But I'm just telling you, on the internet, especially on these
Mhm.
sides like this, you're gonna get told you ain't fighting for my freedom. Fuck out of here. You was over there killing people for the white man. Fuck is you talking about? You dumb?
Uh-oh.
I mean, but to me, that's just that again. That's how I feel. That's just disrespectful. But I mean, that's just my belief.
It's
But
understood, y'all.
But just you see how you just took it right here. Do you see how you just said that? You know what I'm saying? It's just, even if that's what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? Like, you ain't got to wish death on a motherfucker. I know it happens. You know what I'm saying? But wishing death is a point when it's like, all right, you don't got past the trigger point. There's usually things people say when they get triggered, and wishing death on somebody is typically way past the trigger line. Way past the trigger line. Like, all right, hold on, let's slow down, buddy.
I gotta be honest. There's just some people that probably shouldn't be in this damn world. But that's my opinion.
But over a
Don't take
conversation
it
about their
personal,
views on the
battle.
military, that's, you know what I'm saying? That's how does that even brought into the conversation when somebody's telling you about their views on the military? How do you
It's
even?
not even. It's not even that. You know what I'm saying?
But
I
think about it.
mean, you saw.
You said it, though. But I just understand you said it. Like, your brain was able to associate people who shouldn't be alive for whatever reason with a conversation about a view of the military. That's how your brain can associate the conversation. That's dangerous. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not going to associate somebody's view of the military with people who should get killed. You know what I'm saying? That's their fucking opinion. Whatever.
Hey, that's
I'm
fair.
not going to feel that way about pro-blacks. I don't feel like black people who don't care about Pan-Africans should die. That's kind of crazy.
Well, I mean, that's fair, but I mean, hell, we got a president of the United States that said, we should,
Like,
what
how
did
do
he
you
say back in
how do you get to
2016?
go to that
What was
though?
it?
Like,
Yeah, I don't know how we went to the president.
how do you get to switch to that motherfucker, bro?
I'm just saying. I'm just saying how he said, I ought to take him on. I could shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue, get away with it, and yada yada yada. We ought to take him out back and when they had a protester interrupt his rally. And back in the day, we take him out back and insinuated.
But what does that have to do with your association?
I'm just saying it's just one of those things. It's just actually, like you said, in the internet, it's just the time we fucking live in. But I'm gonna just be honest with you. You know what I'm saying? If you don't want that kind of smoke, then you know what I'm saying. Then maybe you ought to watch how you talk to people. Just saying.
I'm just listening to the smoke that was transferred. You know what I'm saying? The fact that that level of smoke was used, that's what we're discussing. You know what I'm saying? You a black
I
man.
didn't.
So
Hey,
I got, you
but
know what I'm saying? I be mine. I'm just
but
like, whatever.
But
Do you
let me
have
ask you
fun?
this. Let me ask you this question. Was I before that happened? Was I polite and respectful to him prior to that incident? Did I show
Yeah.
him respect?
It happens.
Well,
I don't know. I done said a
I
lot
tell
of
you
crash
what.
out. It's a crash out, bro. It happens. I done crashed
Uh,
out mad. I'm telling you, I'm gonna rob him, beat him up, meet me. It happens. You know what I'm saying? It happens. You know what I'm saying? It's whatever. I'm just saying, just be mindful in the future of threatening to kill somebody. Just know, like,
I never again. I never threatened to
hoping
kill him.
somebody dies is in the same fucking elevator. You know what I'm saying?
There's a difference.
Yeah, it's pussyfooting around. I hope this nigga kill you. I hope you get hit by a car. You know what I'm saying? If I was a Jesus, I'd be like, nigga, you still hope for him to die. You just ain't want to do it. Same shit, hell.
hell. I'm saying you go to hell. I'm saying I'm just be real. I'm saying it's not any different.
Uh-oh.
You still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Oh.
I'm sure it was your first
He
encounter.
didn't threaten to kill nobody. No, he referenced. I'm stating that hoping somebody gets killed is
Mm-hmm.
no different to me than saying it is not the same thing. I hope you die. Hope you get killed. I want to kill you. It all results in you no longer living.
Based on
That's the
what?
summary.
What's the threat? Is the threat that somebody else is gonna die if he keeps talking? So that's where I was always at, even as a child.
I
I
mean,
yeah.
I apologize for cutting you off, but I'm just saying, like, I mean, we all, I'm pretty sure we all lived in the hood at one point in time, right? You
Nah,
know,
everybody didn't grow up
Mm-mm.
in the hood, man.
okay, fair enough. But those of us that did, you know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure, there's certain things you just don't do. You don't just go shooting your mouth off any kind of way and not expect the consequences. You know what I'm saying? It kind of sounds to me. It kind of sounds feminine. You know what I'm saying? When you do stuff like
Hey,
that.
But
why I gotta
nobody's.
be
But it
feminine?
also just as much as a person in the military, for me
Hmm.
expecting you to be able to regulate your emotions where you're not threatening or hoping that somebody has bodily harm done to them, because that would be considered feminine. To me, that was feminine. You're in the military. This shouldn't
Hey,
And
bother you.
that's fair.
You
And
know what
that's
I'm
fair.
saying? Like I'm just being
That's
like
a fair argument.
No, 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 no,
like
no.
you'd have been shot at. You know what I'm saying? Like you should have the discernment to be like, you
You
know what? I don't
fired.
want to engage in this. I'm out. I'm gonna log off. Like I don't want to be associated to that. I done seen people die in real life, and the fact that I'm envisioning you dying, I should not partake in you because I got PTSD. I done seen some shit. I'm out of here. My psychotherapist would tell me not to engage in conversations like this. You know what I mean? There's a million reasons I could say, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, Dr. Mo, have you told anybody you done been in a million arguments, Dr. Mo? Have you reached the point where you hope somebody gets killed on the internet and told them that?
No, that's a whole nother type of PTSD right there.
You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, we done all crashed out. We done all crashed out and had some nigga moments. But we ain't hit the point where I hope you die. Like, you know what I'm saying? I didn't even tell Tommy Sotomayor that. You know what I'm saying? Tommy told me that. He told me he said some crazy shit. But I'm like, I think it's just weird to
You
me, bro. Like,
spoke.
what do y'all?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You spoke to Tommy Sotomayor?
Spoke
Him and I
to?
had beef for we had
Who
issues for
haven't?
years, man. So
Spoke
bozo
to.
ass
That
nigga.
might
Damn.
be somebody.
That old bozo
Yeah,
ass
he
nigga.
done been on it. He done been on this panel more than once, I think.
Oh no shit.
Yeah, no shit.
I had
You
no
like
idea.
you like Tommy?
No, I felt I agree with some of his viewpoints, but
Oh
but in my
God.
Agreed.
opinion,
Here
but in
we
my
go.
opinion,
Oh boy.
the problem is that like I just felt like this is just my opinion, but he bashed black women like he was a black woman basher, and I just couldn't get on board. Like I don't know if y'all remember he this is years ago, but he when he was more relevant, when he had he did a thing where it was a like a family barbecue or get together or whatever in DC or whatever, and a dude, two cousins, one of them, I think they were cousins. One killed the other over the last piece of chicken, and yeah, I kid you not, last piece of chicken, and you know what I'm saying. Tommy Sotomayor was blaming the black woman for two men going at it over the last piece of chicken. Like you dumb bitch, it's your fault and all this other shit. And I was like, whoa, man, like that shit was crazy. Like, what did she have to do with two fools going at it, over a piece of chicken? Like, I know it sounds funny, but I kid you not. Yeah. Matter of fact, there used to be a news clip. Swear to God, he had a white reporter. He looked like motherfucker was dressed like goddamn Colonel Sanders, man. I swear to God, bro. Well, but it was. I mean, like basically, like I said, man. I mean, my opinion, that dude, he just. Again, some he does have a good point on some things, but you know, just openly bashing black women, he just kind of went too far for me.
That's all he did. I didn't know he did anything else.
You said what now?
I didn't know he did anything else.
Well, but bash black women.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, that new
yeah, it's
phones.
unfortunate. You know, it's rather unfortunate because it's like, I mean, I don't know, man.
Q, you sent me something?
Oh, you got time to read? Oh yeah, yeah. This, yeah, I got you right now.
I got about 12 hours in the shoot. After that is crawfish, boudin, jambalaya. Lord, I
You
need to
taking the rest of the week off?
the rest of the week.
Uh,
I'm in the cut. I'm going to the bayou.
oh, okay.
It's spring break. Mm-hmm. Going to do everything I'm not supposed to be doing. Hopefully, I hope as long as I don't get sick, I'll be okay. Pass through New Orleans. I see it. Did you ever submit your app to Florida
Yeah, I did. I got the email back. They going through the
administrative review?
Yeah, that's why I want to get this paper done right now. I'm trying to get this peer reviewed. I just had a freaking sit down. It took me all day to really. I've been working it for like weeks, but
Mm-hmm.
yeah, gotta this. Yeah, this should be the right one now. It should be done right.
Yeah, mine prepare administrative review right now, and I thought about submitting again for the second quarter, just in case hit or miss on the first. Because if not, they won't be able to submit again until June. So I got to April 30th. I was like, I should submit another application for a different tier.
Um, I can send you the environmental. I think we have the air one pretty much down pat. We had it
Uh
at different levels right now. We have like I want to say student and consumer grade and then industrial grade. But the what's the word? The new word I found
what?
citizen scientists.
Oh,
Yeah, citizen scientist is a new hot term too, sis. And
citizens scientists. Okay, I like it. I
yeah,
know
then it's like increasing
intermission. Huh?
yeah, citizen scientists, I guess, right?
Okay. Intermission. No. Yeah. Intervention
I'm
and
still working on the title. Don't worry about the title.
intermission or opportunity words.
Oh yes, yes, yeah.
Intermission, intervention. Um, impact. Um, it's almost like going. It's almost like going through a vocabulary class of what not to say.
Citizen science. That's the yeah. Citizen scientist, citizen science.
Oh, oh! Before I forget, I did get in touch with the remember I was telling you the NOLA STEM, the
Uh-huh.
individuals going around doing those science fairs
Hmm.
with the universities. So I have a meeting with them tomorrow at 11. So I'll get the scoop and I'll pass them on to you.
May 24th or 25th.
Mm-hmm.
We might have to
Mm-hmm.
try to raise some bread for help George. Maybe he may not need it, but to help him bring the kids from Philly.
Mm-hmm.
Like $1,500 we raised last time or something like that. And he raised some bread, so they got a bus or some shit.
Mm-hmm.
How many kids you got?
He got like 40. That's what this week I'm gonna focus on organizations right now, like trying to come out with their groups,
Yeah.
like churches and organizations. Like we got a group of kids on the weekend, pull up. We doing the giveaways. And then all next week, I'm gonna try to donate time to people. Like, look, I got next week. I'm gonna be in NC a couple days, but I could pull up for like 3-4 days. That's I can do some shit. So let's take
It's
advantage.
time to catch a corporate sponsor somewhere around there.
Mm-hmm.
You,
We look to
you
see.
you said Kingston or Kings Mountain?
Kinston.
Kingston. All right.
Yeah, I'll speak to homeboy tomorrow. But I'll be out there. That's the plan. Everything's last time we spoke. I'll be out there next week.
Do you have a TD Bank near you?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a Boston bank.
Which one?
Ain't that a Boston-based bank out of Massachusetts?
I don't know. I don't know where they based out of, but I know they have they got a grant, like a community type grant there.
Mm.
Them Bank of America, Wells Fargo. Um, I need to look to see
When
what
you see the
foundation.
paper I just shared with you, that's a centerpiece for like funding research. The
Oh,
document. So that's how I try to organize it where it's an argument for funding at the same time. So like
okay. Where's my damn lap iPad at?
but it's a research paper, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's just
The
definitely
marathon on ideas. We talk a lot about what's not happening, but do we know what we need? We need and how to go about getting it. Let me see. Where's my daughter? I have to find my iPad. Damn. What's up with these? What's up with that $9 billion solar panel grant we need to get?
Yeah, I saw that shit.
Yeah, we need to tap into that. I need to go look. Did
Yeah,
you see what agency?
I asked my peoples about it today. They said that she was gonna get back with me by Thursday on some details on that. But yeah, that's gonna open up a lot of educational type of situations as well in terms of getting people that are not in the field at all
Uh-huh.
and just basically getting them set up to go through
Training.
yeah,
So like a workforce development type?
exactly, that's exactly what it is.
Okay. 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 I'm with it. I'm trying to figure out.
But yeah,
That's
I saw Sylvester Turner was the mayor down there in Houston. He just passed away last month, but I know he was working with a lot of um black schools and a lot of different people that were trying to get several different projects kicked off.
oh man.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's the gonna be the gateway. Connecting with professors.
yeah,
Like when we went to the National Association of Black Geoscientists, that's what one of the professors from Tennessee State University
Yeah.
came over to tell the research, because there was a lot of PhD students, like, hey, you guys need to connect with the community because you're the researcher and they have the people, and if you connect, you're more likely to land these grants.
Hmm.
You know, so some people get the paper and they get it for the letters, but they don't really understand what they need to be doing. You got to connect with the practitioner in order to
Hmm.
keep your status going if you really want to make some money.
Yeah. Keep the order of process going in a cycle.
Mhm. Mhm. Because we have access to the people on the ground. They have the how tos, cuz you have to do those I think they call them IRRs, or I it's a application that you fill out to collect data.
Yeah.
So if you're doing surveys and quantitative or qualitative town hall um, studies,
Yeah.
focus groups, that you're supposed to be going through that process at the closest university to get approval to so you can say that you're safeguarding people's information. So being that they are already professors, it's easier for them to get those approvals through. I'm learning.
Hmm.
Let me look that up. So you think that or so do you see, so it seems like when I seen that one was released, I said,
Hmm.
okay, looks like
They made sure that that one wasn't gonna get caught up in all the bullshit.
right. And it seems like some of the funding may be released again. It's just a matter of when.
Yeah.
um so it seems like a lot of the funding was just paused, like they wouldn't completely revoked.
Right. I
But
know what you're talking about. Yeah.
yeah, and so there's a possibility of things being released again. So I know one group, this lady, she told me that they told them to check back in October. That would be the new fiscal year
Oh,
for the
okay. Yeah.
feds.
That's what you said. October. Yeah.
Right. So maybe they trying to see what they can do within this first year. Um, and then I guess after that they'll release funds or whatnot.
Hmm.
So we just really should be kind of be preparing to see what's gonna go where.
Yeah. It could be dragged out, and then you could blink your eye, and then everything could be released. It could be like an influx.
Hmm.
Like you never
Yes.
know. Yeah.
Yeah, because they probably, and then that's how we lose out, because then all of their people get to it before we do, because we're
Hmm.
not ready.
Yeah.
Um,
Yo, Dr. Mo, you familiar with the proposal and award policies procedures guide for the NSF?
no, but I'll look at it. That's the National Science Foundation.
Yeah.
Let's see. You got it up on the screen. Do you got any videos on that site? Sometimes or training or webinars.
Nah, but this is the you, you see it on screen, right?
Yeah, I can see it.
So what I just shared with you,
Uh-huh.
I'm about to do this next with that.
Okay, I got it. Oh, okay, it's walking you through the entirety. I see it. Oh, they giving you, so they giving you a couple samples of everything?
Yo, the list of shit that they have available is crazy.
Prepare your proposals, submit your and see, that's what they'll always tell you, like the government not trying to trick you. Really, everything is there is just to read through it, tease it out.
Yeah, they got so much shit on here.
Yeah, I
And
need to go to that site.
Look,
What's the
see,
kind?
this is just on broadening participation. This what I started noticing at the TSU school. The
Mm-hmm.
dude had mad research grants,
Mm-hmm.
but it was just for like broadening, increasing the amount of students in research. It wasn't
Yeah, see?
specific. It was just broadening. I'm like, hold up, this is
Yeah, just like awareness type stuff.
yep.
Not even work related, just introductory, going to conferences,
And you
being
see how they
in
got it set up on the
workshops.
site? But you see how they got it set up?
You see what I'm saying? Mm. Yeah, I need to spend some time on that site.
Right, this is
Research
right here.
experiences for undergraduates and teachers. Earth science efforts. Mm. Look at that. Faculty early career development. That's our new graduates. Look at it. High school,
Mhm.
national AI research. Ain't that something? Mm.
Mhm. Yeah, I
Yeah.
was on because I was in the other school that's associated. That's not too far from TSU. And another was I was looking at, I was like, hold up. These three dudes was all bragging about how much money they got. And I'm going through all the money they got. And I'm just seeing NSF, NFF, NFS, NFF. I'm like, hold
Look,
on.
foundational research and in robotics. You said some dudes was bragging on how much money they
And wasn't
received.
that the you know how they post on those school
Uh huh.
website about
Uh
how much
huh.
like about the professors or the different faculty. So I'm
Uh
just on
huh.
their faculty page and I'm just looking at just following what it says. And it's like, oh, all right, 400,000 here, 500,000 here, six. I'm like, all right, this is okay. I get the drift.
Motherfucking money wheel going around.
Yes, and and people don't realize it because you're not really thinking about those type spaces, right? But a lot of folks sustain off of governmental funding. I don't know why people don't understand that. If people, it's not consumer spending that's sustaining a lot of this stuff. Some contracts or grants. Then you got some consumer spending. These cats will fold if the government shut down completely. See what happens during COVID. Everybody was crying. No, we need to open. Robotics.
Yeah, so I'm put the original article in the chat.
You
So
put
that 7 billion actually was from a year ago.
oh, oh,
So that
yeah.
see that's directly from the EPA website from April 2024.
And I seen some. I started to see some things come out again on the greenhouse gas reduction, on like
Mhm.
green like So I remember Q was looking up something, oh, it's something with the schools, and they had I guess green gardens, green or rooftop gardens.
Mhm.
And then I seen something here in the Carolinas said something. Oh, that's what it was. It was like they gonna put out this little $2,500 grant talking about making downtown green, and we was like, what the heck we gonna do with $2,500?
Hell no.
And then the next week they got their money taken. We was like, see, you got a whole
Damn.
$1 million, man. You could have gave that out by now. Y'all over here playing around. But you see, that be the thing. It don't be the government, quote unquote, per se. It be the people who are governing
Mhm.
people's funds. They act like it's their money.
Yeah,
Man,
they
just to
do act like
warn
it's their money.
somebody.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. And then when their money get taken, now all of a sudden everybody mad. Well, you should have gave it out. When you saw in December and they was talking about them cuts, man, I would have been cutting them checks left and right. They would have had to fire me.
Man,
I would have gave that money out. What? You knew they was gonna be cutting. Why would you sit on it? Let's see. Okay, I see it.
you see in the actual link, it references part of the 7 billion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See if you have access to the United, like you did the right thing going to your people and be like, yo, y'all saw this, or I mean, I'm sure it's a private company. I mean, yeah,
Yeah.
private company.
Oh,
Maybe.
my people are nonprofit too. Yeah,
Oh, y'all nonprofit? Man,
yeah,
y'all better get this back.
yeah. They already on it.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. So if you bring an RFP to them, if you bring an RFP to them, do
Hmm.
they let you help put it together or get your little spot on it, like an extra
Yep.
duty?
Yeah, they'll be open for it.
Oh man,
Hmm.
you in a good position.
Yeah. It's all black people too.
Oh man, that's nice. That's nice.
Yeah,
Be over there.
yeah,
Mm, good looking out right there.
yeah.
Let's see. Somebody got a question for you, Deb.
Oh my bad. I'm trying to look at what Q got up. Shit, I saw
Oh,
the word engineering. I saw that. Yo, I froze for a second. Let's see. Kind of faux. So if they wear out or whatever, whatever their shelf life is, yeah, you get replacement at no extra charge. So if you're asking, can you take the panels with you if you decide to move? The answer would be based on your whatever your contract you sign, but I just don't see that being practical since uh you don't know what the specs of the place that you're going to in your destination.
So you see this on the screen right now, Dr.
yeah,
Mo?
yeah. I'm looking at that.
So you see the on the page I'm working on, right? This right here, where contribute to research and practice that further
Yeah.
illuminate formal STEM learning.
Yep.
That one, I should have added that. I don't know if it's informal, but yeah, it's technically it aligns the. I'm still within the confine or the reach of that conversation.
Mm-hmm.
And then you see how they put what the funding layout is.
Yeah. Keep going. Yep. Oh, five different projects. So you would be under
Synthesis,
the
conference, partnership development. Are you integrating?
synthesis.
Yeah.
No, I don't think he's. You wouldn't be integrating yet. Oh, well, if you did it with
I'm
Fordham,
trying to position myself with the needs to.
which one?
You see that integrating research and practice
Yeah,
projects
Yeah.
250,
yeah, that's
research and
Deb.
support and wide reach reaching public engagement with STEM projects.
4 and 5.
Yeah, I'm trying to get in those numbers.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I like this site. This site is like they give you mad. You tell you how many people's pending. See how many people got
Uh-huh.
different categories that were awarded so far.
So let's see. Let's say a minimum of 75,000. See what it says. They prefer collaborative proposals. Let's
Oh
see.
yeah, but that's only if you're doing a collaboration.
Okay.
So if that paper I share with you, yeah, I'm on them right now that that's there. And Mo, once that's finished, once that's peer reviewed on Sage, it's up.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all the way.
Yo, I'm like, man, listen, let me finish upload that shit. Yeah, I just gotta get all they gotta do is get peer reviewed.
Cause you have your written component. Now it's just a matter of putting it into practice. Uh
But
boy.
Jesus, I thought you saw this site before.
I
It's
I was on it. That's the National Science Foundation, right? Yeah, the first, like, I don't know, a month or so ago when you first went to it, I was on it, but I never went back and explored. This time of year is tax season. After this month, I'll be a little bit more inquisitive. Taxes and the audit kicking my butt right now.
Yeah, today a big day.
Yeah. Man, people been calling me all day. I'm like, man, I'm in between the DOL audit. I ain't got time to play with y'all
They want
shit.
you to do all the
They
shit
try,
they were supposed to do.
yeah, and then they mad because you won't, man, listen. I got to pay attention to these damn auditors for they be trying to charge us. They won't. They'll
oh,
get you for any little
calling you
thing.
tomorrow.
Mm-mm.
Hell yeah. The cars ain't gonna stop this today.
No, and they
You see
some
what's
of
on the
this.
screen?
Let me
Hmm?
see.
Yeah,
Uh,
I'm reading it. I
Oh,
need
this
to go get my glasses though, but I'm still getting it.
so this is the broadening participation in STEM portfolio. So these is all
this the way you want to be.
Focus.
There you go.
yeah, I'm all over this week. Yeah, I gotta get matter of fact, where's Sage at?
I
Research
like
and excellence in science. Yeah.
I like these terms. It's giving me a whole nother.
See the language, right? Yeah.
Yup.
Hmm.
when,
Yep.
when you look at the paper, yeah, oh, yeah. Did you see the new one I just shared with you?
Yeah, I got it. Hold on. Let me get my
Look at that
iPad.
one real quick. That's a
All right.
one page.
Let me get my iPad. Hold on. Find it. Do it. Right here soon.
Disability and rehab engineering.
Mm-mm-mm. Look at my laptop. It's funny once you get turned on to this stuff, you be like, man, this is it. I could have been doing that.
Hmm.
It seems
See
so
this right?
far.
I don't want to hear nothing about you can't talk about. You see what this says right the fuck?
I'm looking at it. I'm looking at
Wait,
the other
where
one
y'all at?
too.
What y'all talking about?
The
Don't tell me
Hispanic
about
part.
campus for black people. Fuck
Yep,
out of
that's
here.
true. That's true.
Stupid asses.
Equitable transformation. Hispanic serving institutions.
So yeah, we have Black African American serving programs. I think this is crazy. Well, everybody, with them 14th Amendment, you can't do it. The federal government can't do nothing just for black people alone. What's on the fucking screen? I ain't even gonna bring it up to these Negroes. It'll be killing me, son. And I'm learning the game because technically we could apply for this grant as Zayacs.
Yep.
Learning the game.
Yep. And they can't exclude you.
Nope. That's why in the paper, you know, it's funny, Mo.
Mm-hmm.
I was choosing between which end to go with, Black and Latino or Black and Brown. Did you see,
Hispanic.
My sister was saying that she would like be very, she'd be a little bit more explicit. I was like, I want to be more explicit, but then I was like, I don't know. I want to, because some of them be Black and Latino, some of them be Black and Brown, some like Hispanic. She's like American descendant of Hispanic origin, American descendant of African American. I'm like, this is too many syllables right there.
Y'all be tripping. I just be saying students because I don't got time. Well, students, you think you got it right. Somebody gonna be like, I ain't this. You're like,
Well,
what
remember the paper.
shit?
So remember the paper that I just sent you?
Mm-hmm.
That's specific. So to a specific population, and I'm attaching the implementation strategy. We're attached to the implementation strategy. And the keywords in it, those are like the key words in education right now. The key. I try to match it to the most up to the time stuff. So like, yeah. So
Yeah.
they're asking it. So I know you know what I'm about to say.
All right there. Stamp. Point blank period. Science is gonna be the way to go because everything else is scrutinized. What are you building? What are you making?
Oh, damn, my voice for the Lewis Stokes is on here. Oh, you got a couple of programs I've been seeing.
Man, you would have never thought this site got everything. Hey y'all, that's where they be hiding all the money. And this new money too. 25.
Yep. This one, right? Academically low income STEM majors. So would you be a conduit for the
Programs for STEM business.
Hello. Mic check.
Uh-oh. Who that?
Yeah, you good, Miss Chocolate?
Oh, hey
Nope.
chocolate. He told me nope.
No, I ain't do that today.
Oh man.
Okay.
Hey chocolate.
Hello. Yeah. Hey,
I
what's
be
up?
I be telling everybody about your earth bag house. They be like, what's a earth bag?
Huh? Oh, I know that's the first question, and I always tell people. Oh, but by the way, don't let me be rude. Hey, what's up, y'all?
What
How y'all doing?
we're being nerds right now.
I love it. Y'all already know I do.
Yeah.
Let me see. Oh no,
And
they
it
should
looks
be
it's
right
crazy.
here.
They let you submit 2 different proposals. That's crazy.
Oh nice.
Ooh. Yeah, I saw y'all up here talking about some grands. I just wanted to see what's going on out here in these streets.
We bro-
Yeah.
we browsing the street. National Science Foundation.
So awesome. You know what I used to love? Wood shop. Industrial arts. That's what they used to call it.
Mm-hmm.
When you would build with your hands, or we would have do the woodworking and all that kind of stuff. Man, I love that. We had a drill and you could, you be cutting that wood with the goggles. It's bomb. I just like all that kind of stuff.
Check you out. Yeah, they starting to bring woodwork back. 6 to 10.
So when I started seeing too, Dr. Mo, this how some of these dudes I've been noticing
Hmm.
why they stay at these colleges for so many years. They just writing themselves into the check.
Yeah. Yeah, that's how they get paid. That's why they was
Yeah.
upset when they were saying they was taking that research money. Oh man, they went crazy. Like, hold on, this how we
No,
get paid.
no tax liability.
Yeah. But and you know what? What's crazy is that I used to tell my little HBCU, like, bro, you talking about y'all don't have no money? All y'all gotta do is start writing grants. Like, what's your problem? You can get paid. Write your stuff in, your little 10% of your time or your little 5% of your time, whatever it is, and then you could write your students in, they could get paid, and then you can get them on research. Like we just be hurting ourselves. I don't know, we get lazy, complacent, or what.
I think it's fear. It still comes down to fear of failure, fear of success. I think
Cause
that's what keeps people in that place.
yep. Now accountability is important. Now you definitely gotta be accountable.
Yes, of course. And then but you gotta either decide, let me jump in. Either I'm in the pool or not.
Yeah.
Because people gonna swim white patch. Never mind. Let me stop talking. My lips
Now,
went somewhere else, pause.
now we talked about conscious and unconscious ego.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Uh-oh. There we go. Training based workforce
Yeah,
development.
I had to suddenly
There.
put let me just put CBO in here. And I'm like, no, let me
There
get
we
very
go.
specific.
That's where we fall right there, community based organizations. I pro-
SOO organizations, the
What's
science of
Science of
organizations.
Organizations program?
I
I ain't never heard of that one.
know, right?
Science of
What?
Organizations program.
Because it's small on my screen. What is that about?
Funds research that advances our fundamental understanding of how organizations develop, form, and operate. Interesting.
Yeah,
Okay.
this mostly gonna be research and
Oh, I just
development.
realized what they clicked on science of organizations. I thought that.
That'd be great for like a think tank, learning
Capa-
development,
Capacity
something
building.
around that line. Mm.
Yeah, you don't say think tank no more. You say capacity building.
Mm.
Oh, you say capacity building. Thank you. Hey, I ain't mad. I didn't tell me, shoot.
That's how you
I'm
go to
okay with
the.
that.
And when you instead of saying seed money and
I'm writing that
operational,
down.
yeah,
Oh,
instead of you
seed
asking for
money.
seed, no. Instead of asking for seed money or operational money, you ask for capacity building money, because that allows you to pay.
Oh.
You can get money to staff someone or to train, or what's the word we just came across? Q. What is it? We just had it. Oh my God. What's it? What it is, Dev?
What
Um,
the beginning with an I?
Say it.
Inter
Integrate. No. Was it? Was it where? Come
one of
on,
them
Q.
enters.
You just had it.
I'm
It was
I'm barely can see.
Damn. I should have screen. He said,
Damn, Q.
I should have screenshot it.
Okay,
Um.
so you said capacity
Yeah.
building.
Capacity
That's what I
building.
asked for.
Yes. And
And
Q
then you
just.
trying to remember the other
Damn.
word. Okay. I
should
got
have
my notepad up.
screenshot it. Oh, I'm on the bus. That's okay. I'm gonna
Who
see
ain't
it
on the
again.
bus?
Community
Who ain't on the
research
bus? What time
infrastructure.
is it? I'm on the bus. Shoot, the party
Um,
bus.
man, it's something they say they doing. What kind of research? What was it, Dev? Not oh, you. It was integrating.
Yeah,
Integrating was one.
but
Was
it
the
was two more. It was two more hours though
yeah, and I
before we
said,
got there.
right, and I said instead of them using awareness, they said something else. Oh,
Uh,
that damn word. Oh, I should have screenshot it.
I got mad tabs open too. I think I
Damn it.
closed it out.
What's the word? It wasn't developing. It wasn't awareness. I said, what did he say they doing? Oh man, that's my fault. I should have. I should have. Exploratory development. I saw that. Let's see. Because community engagement was the hot word when you want to connect with academia or government institutions. But,
To the city
huh?
when you're trying to when you're trying to put them institutions with the people in the community.
Yeah, when you partner. Yep. They
Thank
call it
you. Yep, thank you for
community.
that. Cause
Yeah,
that's what I'm
community
doing
engagement.
right as we speak. Thank you for asking them. Yes, let's go.
Right. Community engagement. Um, Chocolate,
Innovation.
I think you need to be connected with public health, public health professor,
Okay, I'm open to however.
and probably environmental science too, because public health, because you're dealing with food, public health,
Mm-hmm.
agriculture, and
Yes,
possibly
ma'am.
and possibly psychology, because somehow they're trying to connect how a kid thinks or studies
Mm-hmm.
with
Mm-hmm.
their nutritional habits
Ah, right. Like it's like having breakfast in the morning.
or
Why they
not.
started doing that, like children, right? Like the school programs. I mean, having
Yeah.
food available for babies in the morning. Oh yeah, but yes. Definitely have had the opportunity, unfortunately, to have to go buy food for children because they
Damn.
ain't got no breakfast.
Where does debris come from in my damn mind? The
I'm
world.
just saying, like I had a little girl. Now this broke my heart when I was working in Phoenix. Excuse me, little black girl, and of course, it is a predominantly um, Mexican neighborhood. So, and these aren't like Mexicans with money. Everybody's poor, basically in this neighborhood. And so she came to school one day, and her little hair was just a mess.
Mm.
And I was like, she was in the office, and she was like, I don't have hair like the other girls. Oh,
Mm.
I just wanted to pass out. So I did her hair. Shoot. I was like, nah, we representing today, honey. We don't do
Mm.
this. I
Q,
had
go
to go
back.
home because I was like, I don't need
Q.
to be here when her mom get here. That's all I know.
Oh, you see that bottom one?
Pe-
STEM networking. And what'd you click on? STEM network. Yep, that one. Where you go? STEM networking incentives and engagement projects provide support to incentivize the creation and participation of populations in STEM networks. That's what we
And these
so
are private grants. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
no
Are
these
these private? Are these the public, like government
government.
ones?
Yeah, government
So they
for
opened them back up.
This is the
oh
national science. Yeah, this national science.
yeah
Government.
yeah
Oh, okay, okay, cool,
these
cool,
never
cool.
left. Yeah, so you got to
Great.
follow them. You
Okay,
got to follow
that's
the
some.
money. Science don't have a color on it, so that money never paused their funding.
Got you. Thank you. I did not know that.
Yeah, this comes out when Q in his nerd moment.
Yeah, everybody's supposed to be my psycho crib, man. Go away, y'all.
Nah, they
Oh,
trying to hide in the corner. Yeah.
he talking about go away.
we gotta go away. Q, is that what you said?
Yeah, go to psycho crib, y'all.
Why? I like nerd stuff. I can't learn. Dang.
Psycho doing nerd shit too.
No, they not. I just was
Yes,
over there.
They may
They
not
straight up,
talking about
exist
something
this exact
totally different.
moment, but they will.
Why you
straight
trying
up
to kick
ratchet
people
hour.
out? That's messed up.
Ugh.
Let's see. We got a couple of people. They trying to get they kind of get the goods too. I'm gonna find that word again as soon as he run across it. Let's see.
Mm.
Natural hazards engineering research.
You just type that in.
No, that was on your screen.
Did you look at the last document I sent you?
Hold on.
And they got 17. Oh no, I gotta switch my search engine up. This ain't popping. Ain't no reason I should have 17 fucking pages. Let's try now.
Is this asking for permission?
Oh, I just got the text. I got it right now.
Man, need some more glasses.
What was your first? You need more. You need
Nah,
new.
these I got a bad scratch. I think I might have sat on these
Mm.
by mistake.
I see. I got mine just floating around here. They better. I need to hold on to them because I'm needing when I gotta leave tomorrow. It's fancy. I had to beg the VA for these glasses. They told me we just gave you some glasses. I said I know, and I lost them on the beach. Give us
Oh
some
man.
more. They was like, you're not supposed to get some within a year. I said, well, do you want me to? Do you want me to fall and hit my
Not
head?
see. Right. You
Oh,
want me to be blind? Yeah.
She want to charge my little
Get your
ass.
glasses.
I know. This too far though. You gotta go back. What was your first search?
I don't remember. My memory on
no,
I got it.
you got search history though.
Yeah, I'm gonna hit the back button.
It has some. Let me see.
Man, that Hispanic section was kind of, man, that shit kind of like just popped out there real good.
Yeah, that's the area he was in when I was looking for those wording. Like all of this right here seems like these might be older grants. When you start seeing pathways, career paths.
I just as soon as you said I looked it up, it says no hold up out of here.
Yep. You can tell by the lingo. You start to learn the
He
legal
said, "Out of
lingo.
here."
Yep. Look,
Oh, I'm looking at. I didn't
2021.
even see the posted dates. Oh, all right. Let me.
Yeah, see
Mm-hmm.
over to the right. Yeah.
Yeah, you can tell by the lingo, and you be like, nah. And that's another reason they'll wean you out. Like if you ain't on the right terminology,
Yeah.
yeah, they ain't don't even worry about it. So you always gotta go see what's the latest lingo. What are they using? That's why I was like, and I should have screenshotted. That's why I was like, oh, that's the word they using now. They're not even using awareness. So you gotta constantly stay up on your continuous education.
Yep.
But you know, all it do is takes for us to land one good federal one. The rest is in the bag.
Damn sure is.
Flip that money, make it work.
Hmm.
Put in
This
place the
this
things they don't
2023.
think you're not gonna do it. Mm-mm.
They getting older and older. Perception, actions, microbiome, microelectronics. 2023. And you wonder where they be getting all this dang money from? Us. Cause you know when people don't file or claim their taxes, it goes back into.
Mhm.
Hmm. And there's a lot of money out there in the
Yo, Mo,
IRS.
you saw the new department that Trump made, the religious department.
Oh Lord, no! When that happened today?
He made
Oh
this
no,
last.
when?
He made it a religious department, but if we fall underneath it,
Uh,
What
what?
you mean? I don't. What is it?
Yeah, you got to break that one down or tell me where to go read that.
Mm.
What?
I ain't see it.
I'm about to pull it up.
It's called Department of Religions.
I think so, or something like that.
Like Space Force, probably. I'm still waiting for them to go be galactic.
They didn't put y'all in a
Please,
category.
child. Why? What? I'm sorry, I didn't see the white chocolate. What was you asking me?
I don't know. You came in when you first said something. When you came in, they
Yeah,
asked
that
you.
was
Oh,
bad.
okay.
It's way back.
Yeah,
Faith.
I'm late. I just
Establish a faith
Oh my
office. What
goodness.
the hell?
Uh, yeah, we need to get this money faster than ever.
No, look,
I can't.
I see community organizations,
Mm.
that's all I had to see. When I
founders,
see
and
faith based,
communities.
I know we fall right underneath that. I'm like, hold on, if you got to do something for faith based, you got means community organizations fall underneath.
Hope. Yeah, whatever organization you create, it's gonna have the word office in it.
No, I'm calling them this week.
Oh, so wait. Stop right there.
Everything is
Uh,
corp from now on. It's gonna be
Look,
corp. Everything.
you see what I'm looking at, right, Mo?
yeah. So office will coordinate with agencies under religious liberty and training. So what they're doing is, I guess, what they're gonna do is take all the grants and then throw it underneath there
Mm.
and
Yep,
say, and then now they're giving faith based the opportunity because they've been crying because they
yep.
couldn't apply no more, and they've
Literally, that's
been,
literally what he just did.
yep, giving them the opportunity to apply again.
So I'm like, hold on, what?
Oh
Who I
my
gotta call?
God, they about to get all the damn money.
We got to get in. You saw what happened in the '80s. You
Yeah.
Yeah,
got to get in. We
Like
have
that influx came in all at once.
everybody
Yeah,
got properties. They all got properties and money for buildings and
yeah.
Mad, like mega
all this.
mansions and shit. Yeah.
And wouldn't even help in the community per se. Only was
Nope.
helping the
The
people
money
within
was
their
coming too
church.
fast. Yeah. Shit. If they would have helped the community, they wouldn't have been able to get what they got.
Like,
Yeah, I agree
um,
with you on that one.
Yep. This end liberty, freedom for our religious communities, organizations, and students.
oh,
So,
they gonna let the folks back in who didn't take the COVID shot.
Hmm.
Oh yeah, that was on the menu out the gate. But
that's somebody years
yeah.
ago that was trying to tell me to make Black Power or Ziax a religion, and it was like,
Oh,
yo, do it on pay per Q. You don't understand the perks, and yeah, yeah,
Like that.
like now,
That's when when that Scientology started coming in.
yo, the game is crazy. It's to be funded, not sold.
but this, so 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 they're gonna favor people about their allegiance to religion, but then you want to kick the guys out for shaving profiles. This is about to be real interesting.
Yeah. Religion and him. As you heard that tape he put out, like the I guess that hot mic they always say about that the dude in El Salvador, he was here. He told him you need to build more prisons
Hmm.
and that I can't wait to send the legals. And I'm like, "Oh, the legals."
I just
So that
told
pretty much
somebody.
means anybody that disagree with your ass, you trying to you send the niggas to the
I,
gulag.
I
That's
just
what's
told
happening right
somebody.
now.
I said y'all better get them damn birth certificates and them social security cards
Like what
because
is
they gonna
going
mess around and
on?
deport y'all
Right.
to El Salvador.
Hmm.
You know they
We gonna
passed
go
the
to
Save
Venezuela. That's
Act.
the next phase. That's the next biggest place for black folks. Venezuela.
You know the Save Act. Your birth certificate and your ID card has to match. And so for married women, that's gonna be a problem. And you change your last name, your birth certificate is not gonna match your ID card. It's about to get real interesting. Come midterm, inclusive mentoring hubs.
You're gonna see a lot of divorces come up.
Yeah,
Uh-huh. What you mean divorces? Ain't nobody gonna wait for court. People gonna be
this,
disappearing with the black van.
Hmm.
mhm. They awarded
They
10
ain't even
awards.
showing no. That's what they
Yo,
do.
yo,
Roll it up
Mo,
on folks.
yo, why'd you say that shit, Mo? Yo, my goodness, I'm about to redo my paper.
You see it?
Yo,
What?
yo,
When? Wait, when is that? But that's 2021 though. Q.
nah. But if you look at the document, no, this is 2025,
Where? Look up when you see that. Cause if you
November
come,
19th.
oh, okay, I see it.
But even still, like you said, the language, if you did the document I made you to look at it,
Hmm.
this is exactly what we're talking about. I'm about to re-switch this and put this inside of here.
Mentoring hubs.
Yep.
The inclusive part too.
Yeah, inclusive mentoring hubs. Oh, there go the word. Let me screenshot it. God dang, come back here. Broadening,
Oh,
Dev.
yep,
Oh
bro.
yeah.
Because we were saying
Wait a minute,
awareness.
Where?
say that
Yeah.
again.
A
Say the word again. I'm sorry.
broadening participation in this case is
Broadening
engineering.
participation. Oh, okay.
So instead of saying bringing awareness, you're broadening the participation. So you're like casting your net out more. to more people. Right? Did I say that right, y'all?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you good.
Yeah. I got to get it right because you know I'm about to use it.
Mm.
I screenshot it this time. I wasn't gonna lose it. It's all about those
Shoot, I
words.
typed it. Shoot,
Mm.
I threw this up in the word like doo-doo. I will copy paste and find
There we go,
where
right
I
there,
said
Mo.
one thing and
That's
What?
the Mo. You see, that's the
pop
two
in
words
the right
together.
thing.
Where? Oh, yep.
K to
And
K to 12 and broadening.
oh, I got it. I screenshot it. Hmm. You got to stay up on that lingo, man. You'll be using, and I know for some people they'd be like, "Oh, it doesn't matter." No, it do matter because those are
Mm.
weeding out mechanisms. That's the summer research, isn't it? Mm. Let's, okay, building investigators' capacity.
Mm.
Investigators, I like that too. Y'all must be got insomnia.
No, what he just clicked is what I'm there doing right now.
I do. I do. I've had it since I was a kid. Well, I'm working on this workflow. So I'm just been trying to put all this stuff together and because I'm trying to also
Look,
learn
you see, look, chocolate. You see it how they got it worded. Broadening
yeah,
participation in STEM
let me see.
fields. So you would be broadening participation in agriculture
Mm-hmm.
or public health.
Okay, okay, I see.
You see what I'm
Okay.
saying?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
And this show me
See, I
exactly
always
what to
be
edit on my
learning
paper
stuff.
now. I'm like, yeah, I'm switching up. Yeah, I gotta switch up the keywords. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just gonna drop in the terminology and let it go through all my paperwork. It'll swap
Hmm.
it out. See, that's why I like AI stuff like that. Because if I have to do it on my own, it'll still be the same. It'll still until I can
Hmm.
hire somebody.
Oh, y'all gonna make me out of a beast.
Supports research.
This disabilities one is
Yeah,
no
it's
joke too.
I was getting ready to. You took the words out my mouth.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I was gonna say, don't sleep
now.
on
I
this.
will tell you.
Hmm?
Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm sorry. Go go go. No, I'm sorry. Go.
No, you could go.
Nah, because I live like seriously. Like there's a lot of disabled veterans around here. When you said that, and I'm like, wow. Okay.
But check it.
Yeah, but it's not limited to just veterans though.
Yeah, I was just getting ready to say, but check it.
No, no, no.
You
I'm
got.
not saying that, but I'm saying like as disabled, there's
Mhm.
veterans,
Yeah,
but there are like a substantial amount of more elderly people around the
yeah.
population. Well, I think the average population as of they said it was like 38, 40. That's the
Mhm.
average population age. But as you go further out in even more rural area, it's a lot older.
It's a
So
lot older. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, a
Don't
lot
sleep.
older. So
Don't
that's what I
sleep
meant.
on. Don't sleep on what we call it. Re-entry to active research program. Re-entry.
read.
Entry to active. Don't sleep on the kids that they put in these special classes, but they really just need just just a little additional attention to learning, and they're calling them disabled.
I do want to ask you a question. Have you heard of micro schools, Dr. Mo?
Wait, hold on. Sound like somebody fussing outside. Hold on.
Oh no.
Yeah, that disability is not necessarily physical either.
If she
Right.
hasn't, I heard of micro schools. Yeah.
Well, I had applied. I'm waiting to hear back. I wanted to hear, see how that worked with, especially in rural areas, with learning the different
You talking
stuff
about a
to,
physical? You talking about a physical school?
yes, like
Oh,
small schools. Yes. Yeah, where you can
okay.
have like, I think what maximum maybe 3 to 5 students. Nothing
Yeah.
overwhelming. Just
No, I guess. No,
yeah.
I know some people that have some like micro care centers.
Oh, cool.
Hmm.
See, I'm glad I stayed, Q, even though you was telling me to leave. Now I feel better. I'm just messing.
Yup. Mm. She wants us to. Make sure you instruction.
So the ones that said accept at any time, that's the same as open.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it took me a day just spend it. I had to. I just spent a day just looking and reading it. Just I'm like, okay. I don't want to get overwhelmed. I only want to if we qualify for it, cool. But I definitely am practicing and learning by, even the ones that we don't get. The practice is good.
Yeah, I mean, uh, you can go for multiple. You don't have to go one by one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so here's my blind moment. Okay, that's what I was wondering. So what's your suggestion on that? Because I've only done them one by one. I've never done it like I thought you had to have different types. You know what I mean? Like for
Yeah, it'll be
different
on their requirements. Yeah,
programs.
yeah,
Yeah.
it
Hmm.
it should say it on their requirements when you look that up.
Right,
Mm-hmm.
right. Okay, okay.
You talking about the different grants?
Yes, like I said, I went ahead and joined Grant Watch. I did it for a week to see, if it was worth the investment. I mean, it really was. I mean, it had, a lot of different private grants that were out
Mm-hmm.
there and still some public. So it kind of gave me practice for the ones I did apply to and didn't get, ones I'm still waiting to hear from. So I just was I was baby stepping it because I'm new to the territory. So
Yeah, so that's why. What's the closest college, university, tech school to you?
I think it's North, it's the community college here,
Right. So you may want to
uh,
like see
right up the
what
street.
program. Yeah, see what programs they offer, and then connect with one of the professors there, so you can have a partnership, or you can have them as a resume
Okay.
on your grant, so you can show that strong skill set or that
I
partner.
got you. I'm taking them notes. All right, thank you. Got
Or
you.
if you a school, if you elementary, middle school, high school, and because sometimes you have to leverage one thing to get another. Maybe do
Yeah.
like a weekend workshop with the students, write the grant for that, and it could help
Mhm.
build capacity for your overall
Right.
organization.
Of course. Of course.
So you
Well,
can
yeah,
kind of
yeah, yeah,
leverage
yeah.
it. It doesn't have to be
That would,
nothing
yeah.
long and extensive, you know.
Mhm. No, I'm trying to keep it as simple, but in detail. Right, because people, like you said, people ask about earth bags or raw earth building. I like to overshare that. That way people have questions. If people have questions that they may not ask, and I don't like having no stone unturned, so to speak.
Hmm.
But
And initially,
yes.
always think about a pilot program, something beginner because it's not something that have been tested. It's new.
Right. I told my sister about that.
Hmm.
That we're going to present it that way. And she thought that was a really good idea. And I was like, yeah,
Yeah. Hmm.
Dr. Moby dropping information on this. I'm sorry.
Well,
I've been
just
a,
best
a long
learning
time.
practices.
Yes. Yes. That's
Look
my
for you
part.
look for your capacity building grant. So while you're on Grant
Okay.
Watch, look for
Yeah.
capacity building because that's going to allow you to um
Mhm.
you can write in yourself going to like a national training or getting, building your skill set or hiring, a
I got
staff.
you. Right. Yeah.
Um
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
look to see you're in
Okay,
Arizona,
okay.
right?
Right. And see, the thing about it is a lot of it is a lot happening, but not a lot happening as far as like enough social programs. Let's say that. I'll leave
Where
that there.
that leaves opportunity for you.
Yes, ma'am. And that's
When
why
Dr.
I'm
Law,
like, let
I
me.
told you about my bad. I
Hmm?
told you about Jenny dot AO AI.
You mentioned it, but you never. You say, "Oh, I gotta tell." You say, "Oh, Doctor Moore, I gotta tell you about Jenny," and that was it.
Yeah, you can sign up for Jenny right now.
So okay, how you spell it?
JENNY.
Jenny.
Or is it I?
I think it's
I, yeah, I.
Like Forrest. Oh, it's I.
Yeah.
Oh, like Forrest Gump. Jenny.
mm.
Hey, I need all the tools.
You too,
Tools,
chocolate.
What?
tools I can get.
Yeah.
You gotta go to Jenny dot AI.
Okay. I have that in my thing. Cool. All right, let's go.
Let's see. Oh, Chocolate got it. Hey, Chocolate, you mentioned
I'm
something the other
here.
day. You said
Yes, ma'am.
you get your AI tools. You pretty savvy in some AI stuff, huh?
Yes, ma'am. I got a whole like little booklet list of all the different kind and what they for. I've made the ones like in trying all of them, the free trials or paying for
Mhm.
maybe one or two just to see how it fits in my organization. And like I said, there's there's simplification, there's detail, and it does well for me anyway. It inspires me to do more stuff. And then it's organized. I don't feel overwhelmed about it. But yes, ma'am, I could drop that list for you. I can get it
You
organized and
familiar with,
send it to you.
oh, this is NSF too. You familiar with research.gov?
Never been to it. Let me write that down.
Is it J? It's a J, right? Meet your
Hmm.
intelligent research. Okay, got
Yeah,
you.
that's
I'm
it.
signing up now.
Ooh, I need that. Y'all gonna make me dangerous.
That's the whole point.
I'm
Intelligence and
telling you.
nonviolence and
Hmm.
intelligence with violence is dangerous. Because
I
if
mean,
you
I
can
dropped
be versatile like
some local
that.
grants, but I've never landed a federal one. But I be writing everybody into my grants. Y'all gonna be like, I'm be like, yo, I got a flight for you. Come down, teach.
You're right.
You be
Hey,
like,
hey, listen,
like, where she get some
I'm
money
putting
from?
my that's exactly. Listen, I have tried this one that's doing a
Oh,
interactive class.
let
So
me
I
see.
don't I don't know if he in here. That the gentleman, what's his name? 100 watts. Was he up here?
Yo, Mo, click the link in
I
the
don't
back
know.
chat. We gotta do this
Okay,
by tomorrow.
okay. What's this? Let's see.
Wow, I'm glad we stayed online. This is a whole world of shit I just found.
Yeah, yeah. See, I get when I can't sleep, I'll get on the computer and I'll just go rabbit hole from rabbit hole to rabbit hole, and then I'll just bookmark everything, and then go back like, okay, I don't even know why I bookmarked that, but I have found some amazing things that have like little, like I said, I'm trying to brush up on my Spanish, and I went to the with chat gtp. I asked it, just kind of conversation, like if you have a person who's dyslexic or something like that, what would you recommend? And went to the website. Yeah, I was like, okay, I like it.
My bad. Well, you say you know Spanish? All I know is como esta.
Un poquito,
Oh,
lo siento,
oh,
poquito. Mm. Listen, all I can do, I think I can order me some food. I know I can get a drink, but I'm learning the conversational and the business side, because I'm like, I need to have. I like having a conversation. I don't want it to be weird, but And then when I try to learn it, I'm gonna be honest with you. When I speak Spanish, another reason is I sound real country when I do it. So I'm trying to learn that too. Like for some reason, I don't know I don't know what be happening, but I'm learning it. Once I'm good enough where I can actually say something to you, Dr. Mo, I'll drop it.
yeah.
Cause I'm
Teach
like,
me a
if I can
couple.
teach myself, then I can teach other people. Cause I
Teach me a
mean,
line.
we're missing a whole base of business. Like especially for me, I can't do that. That's just ridiculous for me not
El
to.
Habro
Like,
Negro said
yeah,
she about to.
hey,
She
I
want
have been called that.
Espiana.
Yes, I have been called that. I have been called that. Because I was at the grocery store. I know they didn't mean it. I think they was like bonita, negro, and all some other stuff. I said,
Oh
listen, you can just say
God,
I'm pretty. You
beautiful.
ain't gotta call me no. You gonna go
Like,
oh negress. Like what is that about? This is
too
not
much.
1800, sir. Let it go. But anyway, I do. I mean, I love. I want us to take the stuff that's out here and utilize it. I just imagine how creative we can get back into things, like doing things, creating stuff online and offline. Black people creative. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how anybody can say that. I think teaching these tools give people opportunity.
I think that people, I don't know. People think that's gonna fall out the sky. We'll do something
Some
till
do.
reparations come.
We not gonna do that. So now whose picture is that gonna be? Because then now we gotta put the plate up of Obama, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Harriet Tubman, and whoever do the reparations. Oh, and did I say Obama?
Mm.
Did I say Obama
Need to
twice?
know reparations
Somebody
foremost.
tried to cuss me clean out when I said we not getting that. I just don't see that happening. First off, this is a country that doesn't produce enough to give us anything. Our GDP ain't, and
Hey,
now,
they
oh, they
give that to
tripping.
someone. I didn't
Right. You
trade
better start
today,
learning
so
how
I
to
missed
sew.
it. Oh, I
Now, I
got
don't know about anybody.
a veteran female that just joined my chapter tonight. That she's gonna do us a free
Oh,
class. She gonna teach us how to be a seamstress.
congrats.
I used to know, but I don't remember now. So I want to buy me one because I want to pick it up as a habit. She picked it
Yes,
up as
yes.
a. She was sexually molested, and so she started sewing. That was her way of coping, and she taught
Oh,
herself.
wow. How to sew. That's
Mm-hmm.
amazing. That's like
Yep.
me. I love crocheting. Like,
You,
I love to crochet.
I can't crochet with nothing.
I can
You
show
know,
you how to crochet.
you know what became really popular? Crochet hats. Those little
The little
Dan,
beanie
what do you
joints.
call them? Not the beat. Dev, what do you call those hat? You remember those military hats with like the brim, like a
The berets.
that may be what it is.
By the way, Q, I am really enjoying this. Thank you for the heads up. It's nice. I'm just kind of going messing around in it. Okay, go ahead. My bad.
No, you good. Yeah, that this lady start making those at the flea market. Man, I'm talking about everybody, all different type of ethnicity will stop at her table and buy them things. They people love crochet. She would mix up the
And
colors and stuff.
another thing that's coming back is the I never can say this right. My grandmother
Hmm.
had it. Macamore. Mac. You know what I'm talking about.
I think so.
The mac.
Nope.
The what is it called? Yes.
Macaroni.
Okay. It's like the netted. People had it. They like if your grandma or grandpa had this. Like my grandmother had this lamp. Macrame. That's the word. Macrame.
Macrame.
Ha. Macrame. Right on. Shout out to the earth helping my brain. Thank you. I got it.
Phone know everything.
Right. He can't. I like it popped up on my screen like right after I said it. Right on.
He
Right
answers.
on.
He answers all the questions.
But that's how I know there's enough people we can make an alliance go on out here and change the game. You gotta ask a lot of people to do it, especially not at first. You start building it. Like I said, I'm building my underground tunnel. They tripping here in Arizona. They on some different with
She
the
said
politicals.
she building her
You heard it.
underground
Yes,
tunnel.
ma'am. Back in 2015, I was scouting where I was gonna build my bunker. Okay, I'm just one of those people. Like I blame my dad for it. He was paranoid, and so he just passed it on to me.
Mm,
Be
mm,
prepared.
mm,
I'm like, bro, okay, but now I don't know so much. Like, I'm thinking about some of the stuff my dad told me. I'm like, yeah, I'm glad I did do that.
mm. Too late
But
now.
yeah, man. Well, listen, this is what I watched this show, and I was like, okay. They were like, okay, do you have a plan? If something happened, do you have a plan? How many people would you actually be able to rescue? And it was kind, I like that kind of stuff. So I went ahead and like filled it
None.
out or whatever. Huh?
I say
Did you
none.
say none?
Yes. I'm not near
Nah,
no bunker. We in trouble.
you ain't gonna pick nobody
It's
up.
going down.
Listen, now I didn't say that I won't give you no warning. We got a bug out plan, but if that plan don't go right, we got another one. But if you won't show up at the time designated, I can't help you. Ain't nothing we can do. But
Mm.
yeah, I mean, a part of it is kind of fun though, because they do make some cool stuff that you can buy. Like, ooh, wow, this is awesome. Like I said, like you could take they have it where they're like $10. And so they're like showers. And what the mechanism is it's for camping, but and if you don't have any way to shower any other way, it'll heat the water up for you.
Mm.
5 gallons of water. Boom, you done.
You be on that natural stuff.
Well, when you don't have no money, that's where you have to start. You start
Oh,
natural.
Domo
No,
spent a lot of
to be
money
honest
today.
with
Who he
you.
was kicking off?
Oh Lord.
No,
Oh, I must have
I'm
missed
looking.
that. I missed that
I'm
part.
looking at the donations. I'm like, Domo spent a lot of money today. Who he kicked off a million times?
Who
That was the
who he raped?
anti-black dude.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, okay, okay. It was between the two of them. Oh, okay, okay. I got you.
anti-black.
I do have
Ain't
to
that
that.
something?
Mm. You know, it's
Yo,
sad.
y'all get
However,
micro allergies. This shit is annoying, son. Yeah.
get
Microallergies.
what?
I'm not really allergic to shit, but I'm allergic to shit in the most micro way. I get like one little bump and shit, and it itches the shit out of me. And after like 20 years, I got like mad spots where I just and I have no clue. I never went to the hospital, so I'm not allergic. No berries and shit, but yo, you understand? I just
Do
one
you
little
have
bump on my arm. I just ripped the whole arm. I just ripped half my arm over itching and shit.
okay, never mind. Can't nobody give you no advice if your arm hanging off. Straight to
Yeah,
the
I'm like, oh
hospital.
man, shit. My
You
mom's like,
skipped
don't
a
put some
couple
cold water
steps.
on it.
Yeah.
It irritating.
Yes.
You know how some people eat like crabs, they get light itches and
Mm-hmm.
shit. Like I know when I get allergies, I get like hives and shit, but it's not like they be like I guess micro hives. You get like
Wait.
a little like a section in your body, like 4 or 5 bumps, and then it disappears. But when it
Yes.
pops up, you itching for like,
Does it
oh
happen
my
after you
goodness.
eat something?
Yeah, of course. I don't
You
pay
have to
attention to
eat
that shit.
something?
I don't pay attention to that
Okay.
shit. I
Well,
was
I
supposed to get
hope
the
your arm heals.
that shit when they go through all of the different things you're allergic to.
Uh,
Yeah.
They got you
What
go to the
happened?
hospital doctor and they go through all the I ain't gonna do that shit. I'm like, come on, man. This ain't no real
Oh,
allergy, man.
okay.
Niggas out here dying off a lobster, son's whole face blowing up. But yeah, this shit is annoying now.
Okay.
I don't, yeah. 'Cause I put up,
No,
when they
I
ask
think
me
it's
you got
great.
allergies,
Thank
I'm
you
like,
for
I ain't got no
sharing.
allergies and shit.
Oh, I have allergies, so I know I am that nerd. Like I have to take stuff. I'm not
mm-mm.
CPAP, but I have allergies. That's why I want to go up another elevation, like at least another 1,000 feet.
Oh Lord.
They said
At
that's
home
where
where I
people
know, man,
live.
I had that
That's
fucking tacos and shit. Something was in them tacos. I don't know. It might have been,
So
I
you,
don't
you
know.
oh,
tearing that shit up. Yeah, I
Yeah, I
know.
ran through that shit like a, hold on. I just
my
remembered I
He
God.
bought
said,
something for somebody else. See, that's what happened when you buy something for somebody else. They not here. I'm eating them shits too. Fuck out of here. I'm about to be itching some more. Fuck out of here. I'm about to dip too.
oh.
Yeah, y'all hear? Yeah, some more itching.
He said some more
Okay, so what did you do before it started itching?
I
itch.
wasn't scratching. I
You was
know what
what?
happened
Did you
after I got
eat
sick.
something?
He was rubbing.
No, there. Do you have any aloe or eucalyptus?
I ain't going through all that shit. Sound man, what it be?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
I'm just throwing it out there if you get a chance. That's all.
Like if you got real allergies and shit, you know what I'm saying?
I
I
do,
don't.
unfortunately. And you know why? Here's the messed up
Like my
part. That's
homeboy,
because
if I can't even eat seafood around him, son. He started
Wow.
itching
oh
and
yeah,
getting.
yeah, yeah.
I'm like, damn, son, that's crazy,
Is
bro.
that
Like that's
bad?
I'll be mad at nature for some shit like that. Like I can't eat seafood. I can't eat around it.
I can't
Wait,
go in
I
no
be eating
restaurant.
seafood? That's crazy.
Ah, we. That sounds like something in the stories. Like, dang, I'm gonna
Like
leave the
blueberries and
shrimp
shit. Like
out.
my family, we do the berry family.
I still have my baby tooth. That's why I have allergies so bad. Like I still have one baby tooth that never left.
That's because you from the
I'm old as
Midwest.
all bananas. You know what? That has nothing to do with it.
Everybody
You're
from the
not.
Midwest eat their baby teeth.
You're not this
That's not
grown.
true. I have the my main tooth, like the adult
Watch
tooth,
everybody
is
go
in
pop up on
mine.
the pair. They gonna all have baby teeth looking like little gremlins and shit. You
No,
all look like gremlins.
no, you can't see it unless I point it out. I can't see
You need
it.
some
Well, they
veneers.
told me I have
Yeah, they
to
gonna
have
take the veneers off.
surgery.
Ah! They go
They
the
said I have
gremlins,
to
right?
get braces. I don't want to do that. They said I have to have. They're gonna break my jaw, pull the tooth, pull the other one down, and then I gotta wear braces
See,
for
this
a
the shit that
year.
we had to go through. How was
No, I'm not doing that. It just
Mm.
is what it is. So I still have my baby tooth
what the
and
fuck?
my adult tooth. You can't see it. It's in like the top of, like right under my nose and the top of my lip. Like you
It's
can't
behind
see
the
it or
other. Oh,
anything,
you
but
got
that's
them
where it
other
is.
shit. You got that shark shit going on.
I have the no, I do not. I have one tooth. You can't see it. It
But
never.
it's behind the
It's
other
that's why
ones.
they had to break my jaw. Yeah, behind the baby tooth.
Damn, son.
Yeah, they had to do too much. I said I just, and they said you gonna suffer with sinus issues and stuff. I said, well, it is what it is. I'm not letting you do all that to me. I can't. breaking my jaw, wiring my mouth shut. Yeah, no, that ain't gonna work. That I be done broke that. Nope. Why is somebody always knocking on my
Hey,
door? Like, let it
cute.
be.
I didn't get to see. Did you play the Shamar video yesterday? I missed it.
Oh no, I wanted to and shit, but they was doing too much arguing. Damo
Mm.
and you know Taz was having a moment, but it wasn't nothing serious. It was just
Yeah.
you know,
He
yo,
got a
how I can
whole
put my hoodie on and stole my own ring.
song.
Yo, he got a dance move, and then they got
Yes.
the deformed dance move where you got to make your body deformed, and then act like you fighting somebody and shit. I was like,
Mm.
I had my
Yes.
students do it. Oh
I
my
seen when
goodness.
that came out when he did that. He had a whole concert. I said, wait, what's going on?
But
That
it's
is so
crazy. I put my hoodie on. I'm getting ready to leave. Put my hoodie on. My ring was semi on my finger. I put my hoodie on. My ring is gone.
uh-oh.
I'm like,
Uh-oh.
fuck, this shit that happened. Now, this the type of shit make you want to stop smoking weed. Okay. This
Lord.
only happens to weed heads. Unless
You better not
Never.
go home without that ring.
y'all sold
Yeah,
people
nah, I
business
keep
like
up
this.
with my
'Cause
stuff.
how? Like I literally was just talking to y'all, put the hoodie on, ring gone. It ain't full. Like, fucking weed, son.
Did you put it in your pocket?
Bro, it was on my finger.
I mean, anything
Small
can happen. I'm
in
just
the
saying.
morning,
I
son.
don't know how you said it. I'm just throwing it out there. Like anything can happen.
On, jeez. It's 2 in the morning, son. I'm trying to go. This shit. See, it's a good thing about smoking weed. You can blame it on the weed, but then you got to blame it on the weed. You know what I'm saying?
I can't, cause I'm
Yeah,
like
you don't
that
smoke weed.
without it. So yeah, I wish I
You good.
could, but I can't.
Thank you, niggas. Man. So yeah, grind on grind on grind. Yo, it's like weed ain't popping for this man. Bruh. Bruh.
I
Mo,
am
did you
so
look at the
mad.
document yet?
Why would you say
I
it
mean,
like that? Why would you say a bro like that?
cuz it don't make
You
no
still
sense.
can't find that ring.
Nah, yeah, I'm like, the hell is this slip to?
Peace. Good night.
You ain't gonna be able to sleep when you get to the crib. If you leave, I don't know if you're gonna be able to leave without it.
I
All
don't
right, yeah,
know. I hope you
Dr.
find it.
Lamb. Yeah, he probably laid it somewhere. It's sitting somewhere right in front of
Mhm.
him.
Yes, yes. Been there, done that. That's what I said. I can't even blame the greenery. I can't. It's
Yeah.
me without it. I think it'd be too many things on your mind and you do stuff so
Yeah.
fast and then you forget you don't realize how fast you're doing it. You're more methodical, but you're not paying attention. You like what? Oh, my phone is dead. I can't do it this way. Hold on. Damn it. I can't do this either. So, what you looking for? No, here. Here you go. You're welcome, sir. Just tell him to get out your way. I'm sorry, y'all. My dog is terrorizing my brother. Like no matter what direction, where he is, where he go, my dog's like right in his face. He want to beat him up right now. Like he like under his feet. Oh my gosh. Mm. So I don't know what we talking about. What we talking about now? 'Cause Dr. Mo
Yeah.
left.
Yeah, he was just waiting on him. We finna send everybody over to Psycho. We were just
Oh,
doing
okay,
this
okay. All right, bet.
this research thing.
Got you. Who just popped up? I saw somebody pop up. Hmm. Let me see. Do I gotta
That's
do this again? All right, then. I know where y'all bees at. I'm like, I gotta stay up, so I'm like, cool. I'll go hear what they talking about.
yeah.
I am glad they
What?
let that baby go home, though. I can't lie about that. That yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I hope
Yeah, we probably
no,
do that on
of
the next.
course.
Yeah, we probably be
Yeah,
talking
I'm
about that
saying
on
just
the.
in general.
Hey,
Hmm.
hey, who's Psycho?
All
I
right,
want to go.
then.
I want to go to Psycho's channel. Who's Psycho?
You gotta
What's his
find out,
Okay.
channel?
man. Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to do. That's why I'm asking. That's how you find out, right?
Hey, what's up, sir? How you doing? Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. I was talking to the chat. Hello.
Anton was popping.
Hey, what's poppin' with y'all?
Hey, what's
Y'all
up,
know I like to crash
Anton?
the late night parties, man. Ask me a question. What y'all got to talk about? I ain't been tuning in all day for real,
Ain't shit. We
man.
about to
We
escape to
about to go,
Psycho.
huh? We about to get
Oh,
kicked
y'all want to
out.
get?
Yeah, we about to go. I'm about to
Where y'all
leave.
go?
Sai, you
Let's go
calm
over to
Yeah.
down
Cypress
now.
Daddy.
You understood, man. You gonna let people finish their words?
Yeah, it
Who
depends
y'all
how many
talk?
people. How many people I'll be going against this time? Yeah, I mean, yeah. As long as I can finish mine, I don't mind.
Mm.
But you're not gonna be able to get the argument
I mean, I'm
across
going
ahead.
against like five. It's tough when you're going against five. I gotta try to get my word in. So
Half the time they wasn't even going against you.
I know I'm just anti-Trump. I'm pro-black. You know what I mean? I'm just, I'm for black people, man. I help it. I gotta defend my people versus y'all. I have no choice.
Hey, I feel like the crazy cousin or something. Like, hold on, man. What's up with this dude? He go okay, yeah? He good?
What are you
I
laughing
just
about?
can't. I crashed the party late. I don't know what's going on. What's going?
All right, I just put that in the chat. I put it in the back chat. I'm about to drop on over. They talking and see what they talking about. Cause
Okay.
I'm still up for the night. So I'll holler at y'all in a little bit.
All right, Miss
I put it
Chuck.
in the back chat.
All
All
right.
right, then there. Talk to y'all later.
Mm,
Thanks,
Yeah.
Q.
All
All
right,
peace.
all
right,
right,
bye.
all right, Q.
Peace.
Yo, what kind of fucking weed is? What the?
Mm.
Yo, this don't make no sense, son. This is the shit I be talking about, son. This is shit y'all
Dude,
supposed.
how about I went all the way to my fucking car and my key was way on the second floor in my desk, yo.
Man, listen, son. I'm gonna
Like
lock
5 minutes before you called earlier. Yeah, boy. Shit.
your car at the gas pump.
Oh shit. I done done that before. Like recently, shit.
That's all we had content, son. Man, yo, this is blowing minds right now, boy. Yo, this is pissing me off, son.
Your whole day gonna be fucked up if you don't find it.
Well, Anton, what's popping? So what's goody, man? Did I freeze or y'all froze? He froze.
I think he did.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
froze.
bro.
That's some good ass motherfucking weed, boy. Stuck.
Yeah, he's stuck right there like he
Yeah,
taking a
he,
selfie.
he mixed he mixed that with something. That's laced.
Yeah, yo, sorry, because
This
you kind of
boy.
new over here. So I started trying to tell you, know what I'm saying, some of the conversations they just be on purpose for no reason and shit. And you get caught in this shit. Next thing you know, you be yelling for no reason. As somebody that ain't gonna listen to what you're saying, they just want to enjoy yelling too. Like,
Yeah, I
I mean,
know. I heard you. I know how that shit be. I ain't taking it personal.
oh
And
nah,
then I know you said or get involved in it. I know you said I got involved in it, but I enjoy it to a degree. Like I wasn't upset with any of it. I understand it. I understand where you're coming from. You know what I mean? But yeah, I do. I do. I enjoy the discourse. So You
And then
know.
homeboy said was saying, and it, no, you was in between like multiple conversations that was potentially like would have been like a whole beef month long drama issue with like there was a brewing conversation between the military. Yeah, there was a brewing conversation. I ain't
No,
gonna
I
let the go
peeped
left.
that right. They've been going on a minute way before I came around. I see that
Yeah,
because
that's
I
what I'm
say
saying. Yeah,
because of the clientele and a lot of the cats that seem that they come in are ex-military. You know, it seemed like so I do understand that. You know what I mean? I do understand it. You know why a lot of positions that you take, obviously, got to be a kind of middle ground. You got have with that. For respect for the sides of the people that's involved in all these discussions. And I did try to, but that's why I was trying to explain on both sides. I do understand, and I'm not like a disrespectful person to the military because, as I said, my family go back too, way further than his. My family literally go back. I could trace my family back to Civil War. You know what I mean? Easy, very easy. You know what I mean? And all the wars up. You know what I mean? Until you know, you know. Almost recent, not not the last recent ones, but my whole family, brothers and everything, you know what I mean? So I'm not like having some disrespectful feeling towards military soldiers, but I do understand the position of a mindset of a person who does, and I do understand the position of a person who takes. Just like, I'm like the rest of y'all cats probably in here probably, dealt with some shit with the street and made decisions and certain things that not really the most productive things you can do amongst black people, but position that you in and the decision that you're making at the time in life kind of, you know, it takes precedent sometimes. You know what I mean? Sometimes you got to do for yourself and your family, and that's the most, it takes the biggest precedent over your people and everything else. And then the decision could look fucked up in hindsight to everybody, but it's something that you had to do at that time, or you did it in thinking it was the best decision. You know,
That's the
it's
space we
not
usually
always
get. Homeboy just said
right.
some shit that when he said that shit to you and he was like, "Yeah, I hope something about dying." I was like, "Whoa!" I'm like, "Hold on." So you, ISIS, like, hold on, you for real? Are you for real? You believe that? Hold on, wait, we gotta hold on. We gotta talk about. We gotta talk to you real quick, brother. Hold on. Who are you? So you started to be asking him to ask questions. I'm like, yo, son, don't even. I still to this moment because I don't know what these people on the internet, so I don't. Yeah, dudes be having emotions, niggas be crazy,
But in
son.
order for them cats to go over there and do what they gotta do, they kind of gotta be having that belief. It's better to have that belief. If you want to survive, you better believe you fighting for some real, kind of positive cause and shit to put your life on the line. Because if you're not, it's kind of hard to be out there and thinking not fighting for a cause. Then you liable to get killed. You know what I mean? So the
But you
brainwashing for
usually
these.
don't. You won't end up on this side of YouTube talking like that.
Right, but you tell that's that indoctrination, you know what I mean? But not a
No,
bad
I get.
dude. You
I
can
agree
tell by
with you.
some of his
I'm
thing,
just saying,
but
like to
yeah,
end up on this side of YouTube. That's
right,
not normal. Talking like that,
right,
nah. Like, how the hell did you find my page, bro? Like, unsubscribe,
right.
please. You know what I mean? Please unsubscribe. You ain't got to come back over here. No disrespect. I don't know how the fuck you found my page, man. But please, one of y'all niggas stop sharing our shit, please.
But that should be good though, man. All everybody's man, y'all, we got to have those, man. It's good. I think anyway, my opinion, which is just my opinion alone. But you kind of like it doesn't really matter, like in the sense that you got a platform where if you allow everybody to talk and say their things, people get to really weigh it out. People can really, other people, the viewers, people that be silent in the cut, just watching the videos, not saying nothing, but they learning or trying to learn, and they just get to hear the arguments and put it together for themselves and determine who what
But
what
some
side sounds
arguments,
best.
that's
They
what I
get
was
into
saying. Like
arguments.
over here, because over here, it really isn't a echo chamber. Even though it could seem like there's some new people, but there's multiple perspectives involved. You got black nationals, Pan Africans, FBAs, you know what I'm saying, scientists, anti-scientists, religious people, like this, the MAGAs, anti-MAGAs, pro-Democrats, third, like this, all of these people that's in this box, and they all kind of like pro-black in whatever fashion. And so, like,
Right.
but some people are adjacent to adjacent to adjacent, and they might have just ended up because I might, however they entered up, but they not a data. They have no context to how the conversations go. So when I heard him respond to you, and I heard his response with like how he framed his response
based off of being respected as a soldier in America. You know what I mean? And that's a conversation that could take like how you said the platform in a different direction with white folks and I don't use that type of smoke. That's unnecessary. People be looking for smoke, Charleston white shit. I got I got a whole program and institute for black babies, STEM program shit I'm doing. I don't and it's really for black kids only. So I don't need that extra shit. You know what I'm saying? So I'd be like, you know what, I'm cool, bro. Cause I know somebody gonna curse him out from a
But
Pan-African perspective, and they're gonna argue from ideologies, and he's not gonna understand it, and he's gonna say some shit. I said it before he said it to you. Before I asked him to leave, I said, yo, bro, you gonna say, and he did it again. And I said, yo, bro, this is why I sat you down, because I already know you're gonna do this.
Rob, I'm not surprised by that. I mean, I do kind of expect that kind of approach. I think that that's the kind of mindset they have. You know, they've been trained to have, and it's like, yeah, I really was out there. You know what I'm saying? I really could have got killed. I really was there for you.
You
You know,
familiar
and for
with
them,
Commando?
they're trained to believe it was for us, even though it
You
wasn't.
familiar
Say
with
that
Commando though?
I've heard of it, but I've never been over there. I'm not a part of
He
that,
was from
but
that
I've.
sector. He was within that. He's from that sector. Yeah, they talk different over there.
Yes.
Yeah, they talk completely different. And the pro-black version is different. The conversations will be about black women and the issues in the black relationships is a whole different, you know what I
Oh
mean?
yeah, yeah, yeah,
And so like
yeah.
the YouTuber, we're adjacent because mad of us fuck with each other in different ways. So you might have been over there and I might have been over there watching at the same time. And then for some reason, YouTube might just suggest my live stream to you after that. And you
Right.
like,
No, no.
you know what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
like,
not, yeah, yeah. Now, as far as me, I've
but
been on you. You know what I'm
he
saying? I've
might
been to
be
your
listening.
channel before.
He might be listening to you though, and sitting with a whole bunch of white folks that's straight gun ho America, pro-white police.
Right.
Some Proud Boy shit.
Bro, if you're the type of black person that's saying, let's go America, I'm trying to keep
Yeah,
ISIS from invading the country, I'm
yeah,
cool. I'm cool.
yeah.
And straight like that, nah, bro. You ain't gotta
No,
subscribe, don't ever
that's the
donate.
talk. Yeah,
I'm
that's
cool.
the talk.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like that's
Right.
flying within the confines in your radar. I don't need extra darts on my radar. Like that's unnecessary darts. Like people be doing that shit for the smoke. I don't or clout. I don't want that clout or smoke or attention from that
Yeah, yeah.
audience.
No, cause it could get real ugly. Yeah, no. At the end, there's a
You know
lot
what I'm
of
saying?
serious
Like,
shit around them. Right. There's some real dangerous people. You know what I'm saying?
and they
Obviously.
respond in
You
that arena. They
know?
respond, and you're right because we do be exposing them to like the conscious world and the pro-black conversation from because a lot of them think that all pro-blacks is hoteps and all of us just be on some super pseudo shit like yo bro we don't even believe matter we don't even believe in religion some of them none of them even have the same shit some of but they contextualize it all hoteps and pro-blacks.
Right. Cause a whole bunch. It's a whole bunch of a lot of bullshit out there that really does make all of us look fucked up. Because rightfully so, there's so much out there that it seems like that's that norm, and it's really not. But it does appear that way.
And they throw us all in one box and it'd be like yo
Right.
bro I'm like I'm cool. Taz no because Taz used to be over there debating with them. I'm like so I don't because they it's regular Negro shit. There's different levels to Negroes. You know what I'm saying? Like you got that level of Negro shit. Is like I'm calling police on you. I'm doing weirdo
Right.
shit, and I ain't
A lot of
doing nothing for
self
police to
hate
call,
shit.
but
Right.
they got time in the day to just do unnecessary Negro shit, and I don't fuck with people that do type shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Like
Right.
over here, you might get it once in a while. Somebody gonna tell you like, yo, what's your addy? Let's pull up. We're gonna threaten a fight, but wishing that you die. Yeah, that's the line that's like, hold on, bro. You all right? You drink this morning? What you ate, son? You all right? Your family cool?
Yeah,
Hmm.
he was out of line. But honestly though, yeah, I mean, he did with all that shit. At least for me, like I really, the dude was all right, dude. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't agree with this shit. I'm like I would love to argue with him again, debate, whatever. But yeah, and he did reach certain levels. We got there, but you know. It was like we was kids, man. We have a fight, man. You go your way and come back later and you just play again, man. It's all right. It ain't nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like we dust that shit off, man. I understand, and we
Some
gonna
people
probably
can't
bump
though.
heads.
Some people
Right.
can't though. You know what I'm saying? Like
No, without a doubt. No, and
Yeah,
I
ain't no
do
next
understand,
level.
especially when it's your channel. I understand that. It's way different. And I do understand. I don't have a channel, you know what I mean? And I got ideals and I got things I wouldn't mind sharing and everything, but I also know, a lot that comes with that and I know understand that, yeah, If I was in
But
your
I got a whole
position, I definitely
institute. I got a
would.
whole nonprofit institute, STEM program. You know what I mean? Baby kids all
Right,
over the country. And dudes be doing the most with extra shit. So I keep the, you know what I mean? I keep the
right.
smoke down only when I got when it's needed. And I try to keep it cool and that's why, like with Taz, like you control the conversation. I'm like, nah, bro. Certain conversations, I gotta try to regulate a little differently because it can go left, and then there's a passionate conversation. We talking about the military. Niggas was in the they done killed, sweat. They fathers is in the shit. They
Right,
done
right.
paid. That's a conversation that can get real. That's fuck a Democrat and Republican. That can get real tricky. And you dealing with killers.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like some of these niggas is real killers. Like you know what I mean?
Yeah, no,
So
that's all they really can do. I mean, they can live, but yeah, that's once you get like that, yeah, you know what I mean? Waiting for the opportunity to
yeah,
exercise that
like
shit.
yeah, I'm waiting. I ain't been paid
You
right.
know
The
what I'm saying?
government
Like
lied to me.
you
My
need
wife
to
don't
release
treat me
this
right.
shit. This is what you do. This is what you're doing. You need to release this shit. You know what I'm saying? Give me a good reason to motherfucking tear something up. You know?
Yep. And I'm not gonna be
Yeah.
part of that reason.
Right. No, right. No one should want to
You
be a
feel me?
part of that. The receiving into that shit is not gonna be good. Trained
Yep.
motherfucking killers. No, you don't want that. I want to be on the
Even
R
dudes that
side
be
of
doing
that.
the gun hole debating white folks to prove they racist. I'm like, y'all niggas just putting targets on your back. Like, what the fuck is the point? What the fuck is the point of proving the bear that he's a fucking predator? Like, I want to debate the shark that you're a fucking shark. The fuck who cares? Because he
Right.
doesn't know he's a shark. Fuck out of here.
Mm.
But I get it though. But with the internet, 10,000 emails later, 16,000 death threats, and I'm hood. I don't take that. I was saying I take it lightly, and I don't take nothing lightly. So it's like I don't need all that
Right.
paranoia.
Right. No, that's real, especially something that could be real too. It ain't just a normal person.
You
You know what
feel
I'm
me?
saying? Like
That's
a
why I be
literal,
trying to keep it
and
cool.
motherfuckers got issues too. And it ain't like motherfuckers don't come back with some personal issues too. You don't need an
Yep.
opportunity and a reason. Like, just give me the one to set it off. Like, well, we said what?
Yep.
So yeah. Yeah.
More important. That's why for over here, I say we do this for the communication purposes, like the networking and communication, like the argument. That shit don't mean French. Like, and there's some people that really only give a fuck about arguing. I was like, yo, bro, like we actually got a whole network around the world. Even if it's 100, 200 people, niggas is around the country. We can't get no shit popping. Fuck is you talking about arguing? We got a whole network. And the only one to do is argue. Like, all right, whatever. Well, that's what you do. Whatever.
Yeah.
We got electrical engineers in the chat, chemical engineers. You know what I mean? GA that you was talking to earlier that came on the
Mm-hmm.
panel. He's a computer scientist, a software engineer. He teaches at the institute. Dev doing engineer. People in the science. I'm like, yo, push that shit. Anything else, man, fuck that. I mean, we can debate. It's fun. You know what I mean? But don't let it go.
Mm-hmm.
Don't let it get to that next level. You know what I'm saying? That's what I
Right.
was trying to introduce you to. Like, yo, son, I was trolling you, and I didn't even mean to troll you, but I was actually trying to figure out the other dude because I couldn't tell if he was trolling or not. And I'm like, damn. And then we both trolling you, and I'm watching you respond, but I'm like, damn, I can't stop because I want to know if this dude, do you really feel the way we trolling? Because you going a little hard with this. I don't even know who you are. I'm like, I think you trolling with me, but I don't know. Everybody else
Nah,
know I'm
you dead
trolling.
serious.
Are you dead serious? Because I feel like you dead serious. So the internet
That's
shit
funny.
crazy.
So you was even okay. So you was doing the voice and all that. I knew it with the accent and shit. I was like, that's a fake ass accent.
Yeah, hell yeah, I was just
Yeah.
trolling, son.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's like this motherfucker on white. Top sounding white. Yeah, that was funny. Yeah, but no, he was serious with it. But as I said,
I could
as I
tell.
said,
That's why I was like,
yeah.
shit. I'm like, damn, is he serious?
But I'm not really surprised by that. Like I said, you know what I'm saying. I don't know. I have come in my time. Dealt with a lot of people that have you know been in the military and things like that, and it's like you kind of understand certain kind of viewpoints that they get because it's certain kind of indoctrination you gotta get when you go through that, and then that mindset kicks in. As I say, it's your whole life on the line with this shit. You got to buy into it. You know what I mean? Your mind got to be all with it, but then come back
It's the
to the
old
real
dude that be
world
on the
and
net.
shit, it's like it gets back to damn, bro, you really lost with this shit, man. You know what I mean? And they really feeling that way, they really deep and tied in with this shit, like a gang or whatever. Like they really, really, really tied the fuck in, and they feeling for that flag, and everything else is really, really strong. You know what I mean? And
And I'm
it's
not gonna
like
get involved in that conversation. I learned not to
right,
when I was younger. that would be the immediate up. Like, you fucking coon. Like, I ain't got nothing to say. You got more power to you, King. Enjoy your day,
Right,
man.
right, right. Because
Yeah.
it still gets more deeper than that. Because even though they can have that feeling, they weird as that could be, and they still can their heart be with black people. You know what I mean? It's like, yo, hold up. That's such contradictory, but then again, that's humans too. You know what I mean? Sometimes it just be like that. You know what I mean? As I said, sometimes you hustle and you like, yo, I'm conscious, and I know that black people this and we dealing with the world with that, but these motherfuckers come back around. You know what I'm saying? I'm firing on them. You know what I mean? Because you know what I'm saying, like, yo, I'm not just gonna get killed. Now, you know what I'm saying, I'm a killer in the street, and it's like that's obviously not good for a black person, but you do know that these are things that kind of go with the life. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes it just go with the life you could be in, just living life, especially under oppression and living in this society. You can just get involved with shit like that that's counter towards your heart and everything that you want to do. Well, like I said, hustling or some shit, and it's like, damn. Or working for a corporation, and this corporation fuck around oppressing all kind of people across the world. But at the same time, it's paying me good money and it's helping me and my family live immediately. And that's the most important thing. You know what I mean? So you make
Yeah.
decisions, military, corporations, different things where it's like, damn, I'm in and I'm working within the system to help the empire rule the empire that I'm kind of against. But there's no way
But
to
that's what
operate
that
a
oath
life.
part, that contract and oath, like everybody know my family's military, and my pops banned me from the military. Like, yo, that oath is the oath. And at the end of the
I
day, you
feel you.
promising to kill for the government. Like, there's no
Hmm.
getting around that promise. You may be a line, you may be a pencil pusher, you might just be filling gas in the motherfucking tank, but you got to do your duty. You got to do your
Right.
duty, and you promising to do that, and that's
Hmm.
for a check. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's between you and your own personal moral space, and like maybe some people never even had that at 6. Some people never even had that conversation at 15 and 6. Or even had their pops in their life. Some people had military families. I'm like,
Right.
we're learning in this little space over here and other spots that the conversation shouldn't just be immediately like disrespectful. Like, oh, you a military head, you a coon. You know what
Right.
I mean?
No,
Like,
it can't be. Right. And it should never be that. It should never ever be that. You know what I mean? Because obviously there are, things get deeper than that. And you must have discussion with the individual. You know what I mean? Every
I
time
ain't
when
gonna.
it comes to all those.
I was guilty of that though. I'm not gonna lie. I was guilty of that. You would have
Hard
walked
not
up
to
and
be.
you know what I mean. I was definitely
Hmm.
guilty. Like, I'll call you a coon to me or the military. Fuck out. You can't be pro black in the military. Fuck is you talking about? You sound
Of course,
crazy.
and a million times I've done that. Yeah, because
You know what I'm saying? So
right,
I had to catch myself. I don't say that no more. I'm like, nah, bro.
because you can see the contradiction in one sense, but as I said, but with everything else, even within own movements that you make, it still comes within that. Even if it was as simple as, no, my job ain't corporate, but I'm paying taxes. Well, yes, that means you're participating in the system. You're paying it to this damn empire. That money that they're using to do these things, and you co-signing that shit. You know what I mean? Even if you say you're against it, you still paying into it in some way, playing into it. Or even when you take on just the mentality, the Western mentality, you know what I mean? That elitist mindset, and things that just kind of come with being in this, living in a society. The mindset that you just kind of take in, is counterproductive and shit. You gotta fight through that shit and try to clarify. You know what I mean? Like,
It is, but sometimes you gotta be
it's
mindful of
it's
who you
tough.
unplugging from the matrix. You know what I mean? Who's connected to use that matrix reference, but that's all I was
Right.
picturing. When Son said that, he was like, "Yo, I fought for your freedoms." I'm like, "Hold up, what?" Oh, he's sitting around
Right.
some white
All in
folks
the
right now.
matrix.
I'm
Right.
like, he's sitting in the crib with a bunch of white people right now.
Mm.
Hold on,
Yeah.
who?
And that's a strong and it's a strong argument to a weak person. Now a lot of weak people wouldn't have no rebound to that. You know what I mean? A lot of weak people wouldn't know how to respond to that. And they're like, oh, you're right. But you see my response to that. Historically, he's inaccurate. And that's the kind of approach I took. But
It wasn't
a
even. It
lot
was
of
just
people
at
would
that
fold to
point
that.
though. It was like before we respond, it's like, hold on, who is this dude? That's what I was trying to get past at that
Right.
point. Like all this extra interaction, I'm trying to know who you are, bro, because you be around them other people, son. You talk like that and you 40, or you be around them other
Right.
niggas, man. You be lighting firecrackers with man white folks during 4th of July. You know what I'm saying? Like, you drinking beers. What you drink? Coors?
Y'all know he was in Y'all knew he was in Phoenix before he came on the panel.
Everything was up after that statement. Literally, once he said that, then he was like, "Yeah, because ISIS could have really came in, and I had to stop ISIS from taking off." I'm like, "What did you just say, ISIS?"
Yeah.
9/11. I thought I was in Kentucky talking to some white person and shit. Like, yeah, brother, like, yeah, let's go America. That's how I'll say. You right, hoorah, America. Let's go America. Red, black, and blue. White, yeah, what right? Yeah, I'm out. Fuck away from this person. Like, what? Like, oh shit. Like, hold on. How did you get over here? Dev, no. The first thing I'll say, like, how did you get over here? How did you who shit I paid with you? Yo, Dev, I was asking, I'm like, what Dev? I'm like, Dev, is this Darnell you let on the panel? Like, who brought this nigga over here?
I was trying to see I knew he had to be out west, like far west of the Mississippi River. I didn't know he was out in Phoenix though.
I'm picturing him at the VA hospital with white folks playing this live streaming shit. All the white folks reporting it. All these niggers is they anti-American looking us all. I'm like, hold on, who?
At the bingo hall. Yeah.
You might want to unsubscribe. I don't think this is the place for you. You know what I'm saying? We serve alcoholic drinks, and you clearly are the age. This is not for you.
Well, I'm saying in his examples of going out and hanging out, he only reference clubs and strip joints. Like that's the highlight of your recreation.
I wasn't even trying to figure out, bro. My hood radar don't. You know what I'm
Oh
saying?
yeah, it was
white movies. You hear the shit. Why are you going over there? You didn't hear the shit over there? Like, I'm not dying in no monster movie. You don't hear the shit barking? Go the other way, stupid. I'm not figuring out what the fuck is in the room. You don't hear the shit barking. I tell you, don't go near the door. I'm gonna go listen near the door. I'm not walking near the door. I'm going out the building. What is you doing?
Much as information he reveals, there's a whole bunch of shit he did not reveal though.
That's cool. I ain't trying to read that book. I don't want to know what the rest of the movie was about.
Yeah, man.
That's how niggas be getting fucked. I be telling little niggas, man, y'all be wanting to know too much. Y'all inquisitive. Y'all inquisitive and nosy is two different things.
So he did say the first channel he went to ever on the internet was Kevin Samuels.
Yo, son, once he started saying all that earlier, I said it before he started talking. I was like, there'd be a lot of manosphere people that came over. I said it. I've said a lot of these military dudes popped up after I linked on the manosphere side. And I met Taz over there, and then I was like, look, that introduced me to pro-black military people. I'm like, oh, I'm like, not that I didn't know it before, but on the internet, I haven't really interacted with it. So it's like,
yeah.
You know what I mean? Like on Facebook, it was up. Like on Facebook, you ain't gonna be over here talking about military and Pan-Africanists. They gonna flame you on Facebook.
Yeah, they don't even go together. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Twitter, nah. And back on Sinetta days on YouTube, I don't think I remember anybody that was on some like military shit on Sinetta platform. Like, yeah, bragging about being in the military.
I've actually met conscious black people in the military.
I could believe. I'm just saying on the YouTube streets.
Right? No, I know. No.
Yeah, it's been messy.
Yeah. Even me coming across the people, shocking to me. Like, wow, I mean, but to some degree, you know what I mean. As I said, because my family had it a little, but you know what I'm saying. I mean, I had it, but I'm talking about outside.
My pops was a Marine.
Other people.
My pops was a Marine, Vietnam veteran, 100%. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, I know he was. I don't know what to call it, but he was pro-black. He's definitely pro-black and conscious, but I don't know what conscious means. He's old school, but I ain't bringing it up in the conversation because it's whatever. But
because sometimes you just make moves in life, and with what I'm saying, your ideology, what I'm saying, but you gotta make moves that make sense, Even what old boy was saying, that's what he was saying. He kind of did come to that, They gotta make moves that make sense. You gotta make decisions in life, you know what I mean? And a lot of these cats are young and they just making decisions. Like I said, we heard the shit he said that's distasteful, and I definitely agree with that. Like, you fucked up in the head, you colonized, you got a colonized mentality when you're talking like that. But I do understand where it comes from, so it's tough, you know what I mean? It's like you seeing a cat and you're like, yeah, I know this dude up here right now, he's acting like a chicken, but I know that he just got hypnotized. So it's like It's not really, it's him, but you know, but I do we got hypnotized. And these cats that got indoctrinated and they're kind of just caught up, especially after dealing with that, to get indoctrinated, then actually go put your fucking life on the line and really do this shit and then come back and have a motherfucker acting ungrateful to you. Yeah, you might feel, you know, some kind of way. You know, I can understand what get angry and like, man, I really was getting shot at, or you know what I mean? Or possible. I was in line where they could have seen me out there and you talking shit to me. And I'm feeling like I'm defending you. I'm putting my life on the line, thinking it's for you, and you talking shit to me. So I can understand this position and a lot of their positions with
No,
that. You know
it
what I'm
is what
saying?
I just saying that you just made me understand why the military dudes is in the manosphere so much. Yeah, that makes sense. There was a way dealing with military and their wives was cheating on them.
Yeah. No. I heard about it, so I know that too. A lot of that manosphere shit, a lot of these cats, even with a lot of certain political ideologies, are definitely dudes that are really just suffering in personal relationships with women. And most of them are
Yeah, that
black men, so they have this problem with black women, and then it's leading to all
they
these
want to be
views.
pro-black.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
they really
they, they,
not.
they, they come on this side of pro over here because they know we on some scholarship, we on some education shit, we cool, but like don't forget, I'm a pan. That's what I tell you, like I'm a Pan African, not everybody else over here. So let me just let you know. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna hear people that's not gonna be in alignment with what you saying. And I don't want you running telling your white friends or your gay friends or whatever friends you got. You know what I mean? There's people that be coming through with the LGBT when we debate sometimes on LGBT shit. I'm like, hold up, you really with that community? Nah, we don't want no smoke. Like we'll debate it ourselves. But if you really in that community, nah, because you're gonna go tell your friends, then you're gonna have your gay friends reporting my channel and sending letters
Right,
and all this extra shit. Nah, you win, you got it. I got no problems with y'all, man. You good, you got it. I'll
right,
take that. So you don't know that. I'm telling you that, and everybody else knows. Like, I look, you got it. You good, baby. Unsubscribe, man. I don't want no smoke.
right. No, of course not.
No smoke, no smoke. We real plain Africans and Black Power over here, man. That a lot of Black Power fucked up just trying to be cool with too many niggas, man. They try to sit on white people's platforms arguing about white folks. Then you wonder why you got problems with white folks. I want to go sit on a white man's couch and then talk about white people issues. Fuck out of here.
Mm-mm.
Where that at? I never seen nothing like that.
You
Like
never
I
seen
never seen a
Colin
channel.
Muhammad sit on the couch or Phil Donahue?
Yeah, Colin Muhammad. Yeah, back in the day. I know. I thought you meant like right now, like it's a channel that do that or something. Like,
Oh nah, but there's plenty of people that get on. Umar
yeah.
Johnson
I
get
see.
on
I see
Fox
what you mean.
News.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah,
No, yeah, I remember all that. Right. I see what you mean. Trying to explain the shit to these motherfuckers that they already know. They just pretend not to understand.
they really just doing it for the clout. It's like, man, listen, I get on this platform, everybody gonna know me. Yeah, everybody gonna know you, all right. Yeah, man. COINTELPRO.
Yeah.
Just be thirsty for that attention, though. All right, I
Yeah,
found my
man.
ring there. That shit fell on the
Hey,
couch.
these ain't the
You
days for
got
that
it? You
shit either.
found it?
Hey, these
Yeah.
days are some scary days right now with that motherfucking CCOT shit. This don't think that dude will not send pro black or econ thing to CCOT, because he definitely will. The
Yeah,
dude in
that's
office
Dom
I'm
on that
talking
time. I
about.
don't know depths of all the
Yeah.
politics. I be trying to
Yeah.
keep up. I'm like,
Yeah,
man, look.
no, but they already shipping people out, like, you know what I mean? They're saying, I don't know, we're shipping gang members, but once this prison is a gigantic prison that holds 40 fucking thousand people. This dude want to ship them, basically like selling people to this country, basically like slaves and shit, man. And if you ever see the fucking conditions of this shit, it's like the most unreal thing you can believe, man. It's just like hell on earth, man. We got to worry about a dude like that in office that's on that side. They definitely going to look for certain cats, certain channels, certain discussions, posts. They may even go back in the day and propose, That's the type of days we in right now and got to worry. This type of shit we got to worry about when you have someone in office doing these kind of things.
Yo, Dev, you want to keep it going and shit? If not,
Nah, man. Go ahead and put up, yo. So,
yo, Sai, welcome to the fam over here, man. You know what I'm saying? We're going to be live tomorrow, I think. Well, tomorrow. Yeah, probably around afternoon time after Cycle.
yeah.
They put the link in the chat for Cycle, y'all.
Yeah, we put it in there.
Yeah, Cycle Pan African, so you're going to enjoy his channel, son.
All right,
Bell right
well, I could go click on it.
Yeah, I
What's
think they
gonna be?
put the link in the chat. Yeah, Chocolate Earth put the link in the chat. He probably gonna
All
have the
right, good
army
luck,
pull
man.
up.
Hey, yeah, peace. I'm gonna head over there and check it out.
All right,
Word.
yo.
Yep, peace, y'all.
Peace, man.